Amanda Jane Dollar, or Millie Dollar as she was known by her family and friends, was born on June 25, 1988, to the happy couple of Bob and Sally Dollar. Millie also had an older sister named Gemma, whom she adored and looked up to. The girls got on extremely well and were practically best friends. Being the youngest in her family, Millie was brought up with extra love and care, which contributed to her becoming a kind and generous person. Gemma described her sister as friendly and vivacious, with a sparkle in her eye. During the early 2000s, Millie attended Heathside School in Weybridge, Surrey. Being the bubbly girl she was, she made a lot of friends, but one of them stood out in particular. Millie met Hannah MacDonald on a school trip to Germany in 2002, and both girls instantly became friends. In the following years at school, Millie and Hannah became inseparable. They would do everything together, whether it was homework, shopping, or simply lunch. Hannah and Millie became a part of each other's families. By this time, Millie had developed a keen interest in music. Millie loved spending time playing the saxophone, often with her close friends around. Millie was a bright light in the lives of those around her. She loved to cheer others up when they were having a bad day and did that effortlessly. On Thursday, March 21, 2002, Millie said goodbye to Hannah and left Heathside School in Weybridge, Surrey. At 3:07 p.m., she walked to Weybridge railway station with another friend that day. The two girls got off at the Walton-on-Thames railway station. This was one stop before Hersham, which was Millie's usual stop for her journey home. Millie and her friend had decided to grab a bite together at the station cafe before going home. They just wanted to enjoy a conversation over some good food. Once they were done, Millie called her father at 3:47 p.m. and informed him about the delay. Before hanging up, she promised him that she would be back home in the next 30 minutes. By 4:05, Millie and her friend parted ways and set off home. Unfortunately, only one of the girls made it home that evening. Millie's family awaited her arrival, but hours went by and there were no signs of her. As each minute passed, the Dollars grew more and more worried about their youngest. Tension had already started to set in, and soon Millie's family were sure that something awful had happened. At 7 p.m., Bob, Millie's father, called the authorities in Sussex and reported Millie as missing. Detective Chief Superintendent Craig Denholm from the Police Department of Sussex pulled together a team and led a massive search for Millie. The team included dozens of helicopters and more than 100 police officers searching the fields, streets, and rivers around Hersham. Even the detectives who had earlier worked on abduction cases were called in for help. A week after Millie's disappearance, the police had gathered a few facts related to Millie's disappearance. Millie was last seen around 4:10 p.m. by a friend of Gemma, Millie's sister, when she was waiting at the bus stop. Gemma's friend stated that she recognized Millie when she saw her walking along Station Avenue. Even though there was a CCTV camera located further along the road, it showed no images of Millie. This indicated that Millie had disappeared within minutes after crossing the bus stop. A car, specifically a red Daewoo Nexia, was photographed driving past the same camera at 4:32 p.m., just 20 minutes after Millie was last seen. Although there was no proof that this car had anything to do with Millie's disappearance, the detectives found it suspicious. Police and the Dollar family together made appeals to the media for information about their missing girl, Millie. Millie's parents were interviewed many times, where they urged people to be on the lookout for Millie and come forward if they had any information which could lead them to her. But sadly, these appeals and interviews were in vain. While nothing helpful came from those interviews, the police started to look at other possibilities. They stated that there was a high chance that Millie was probably not taken by force. They were so sure that Millie might have run away on her own will, not necessarily with someone. They backed this theory up by stating that even though a number of people had seen Millie before she went missing, nobody had seen her in a struggle with anyone. Sally Dollar, Millie's mother, only hoped that her daughter had run away, as it was much better than all the other grim possibilities that occupied her head. However, Sally could not think of a reason why Millie would want to run away. On April 23, 2002, the detectives were informed of the discovery of a body in River Thames, Walton. The news prompted the media to speculate that the remains might be those of Millie. However, The body was identified the following day as that of a 73-year-old woman named Maisie, who went missing in March 2001. An investigation was probed into Maisie's case as well, and her death was not believed to be suspicious. By the time it was June 2002, the police were working extensively searching for Millie. A national tabloid newspaper, The Sun, even offered a reward of £100,000 available for anyone who could lead the authorities to Millie, but sadly the reward was never claimed. Despite their tireless efforts, the detectives found no clues which could help them locate Millie. On June 25, 2002, it was Millie's 14th birthday, but she remained missing. By the end of that month, the police told Millie's parents that there was a high chance that Millie was dead. In the months that followed Millie's fading investigation, something strange happened. Millie's family and the detectives monitored Millie's phone, trying to locate it, but instead, they observed some suspicious activity in Millie's voicemail box. They noted that Millie's voicemails were being listened to and deleted. In a time when Millie's family was almost convinced that she was dead, the voicemail activity gave them a ray of hope that maybe Millie was still alive and hiding somewhere. For once, after months, the Dollar family could imagine being reunited with Millie. Bob and Sally, Millie's parents, started sending texts and voicemails to Millie's phone, thinking that someday she would reply, telling them about her current condition. However, all hopes the Dollars had gathered were brutally shattered on September 18, 2002. A few mushroom pickers passing through Yateley Heath Woods, near Yateley, Hampshire, discovered a cold and lifeless body. The body didn't have a single article of clothing on it, and it seemed like nobody had tried to bury the remains at all. Police closed the roads next to the site where the remains were found. Police officers suspected the remains to be those of Millie. They formed teams, and while some made sure the area was well guarded and secure, the others began a thorough search of the woods. Although a full forensic examination of the scene and the surrounding area was carried out to recover any evidence, no items that Millie had with her at the time of her disappearance, such as her clothing, purse, rucksack, or mobile phone, were ever recovered. However, on September 20, 2002, everyone's worst fears came true when the dental records examined by a forensic expert confirmed the remains to be those of the missing 13-year-old schoolgirl, Millie Dowler. But due to the severity of the decomposition, Millie's cause of death could not be determined, but police were sure it was murder. Sometime after verifying the medical examiner's report, the police officers informed Millie's family of the horrific discovery. Bob, Sally, and Gemma's hearts were shattered to the core. The news broke out and the media covered the full story, spreading it across the whole nation. Thousands of people mourned that day, expressing their sorrow over losing Millie. A couple of weeks later, in October 2002, Millie's family organized a memorial service for her. Dozens gathered on the lawn in front of Millie's school, dropping flowers and paying tributes to Millie. Millie was then laid to rest in Woking Crematorium in Woking Borough, Surrey, on March 21, 2003, exactly a year from the day she disappeared. The discovery of Millie's body led the police to reclassify the case as a homicide investigation, undertaken again by Surrey Police. The investigation was codenamed Operation Ruby. On November 22, 2002, the detective set up a roadblock near the spot where Millie's body was discovered. The Surrey Police Department didn't want to leave any stones unturned and hence re-examined the crime scene and the surrounding area to make sure they didn't miss anything out. They questioned around 6,000 motorists in the area, but no new clues or leads were discovered. Knowing that in cases such as Millie's, a family member could most likely be the perpetrator, they even considered Bob Dollar, Millie's father, a suspect. However, this line of investigation was quickly dropped, as there was no evidence linking Bob to Millie's murder. The detectives apologized for the missed opportunities their attention to this track may have caused. On March 23, 2003, detectives discovered the DNA of an unidentified male on one of Millie's clothes found in her bedroom. This gave detectives the impression that Millie's killer might have met her before. But within 3 months, this link was ruled out by the detectives. They never shared the reason behind this decision. Even after the discovery of Millie's body, the Dollar family's suffering didn't end. The investigation into Millie's case was turning out to be a frustrating one for the detectives, but mostly for Millie's family. Beginning in 2003 itself, Millie's family and the detectives started receiving misleading and false information. This insensitive and foolish behavior not only hurt the Dollar family's sentiments, but also made the investigators go around in circles and lose valuable time. Gemma, Millie's older sister, started receiving some mischievous letters. In these letters, an unidentified person with a mischievous tone claimed to have killed Millie. He even went on to give death threats to Gemma, warning that she too would meet the same fate as her sister. Even though Gemma was in a fragile state of mind, she didn't hesitate to report these letters to the authorities. The detectives were quick to follow up and nab the author of those nasty letters. He was identified as a man named Paul Hughes. It was confirmed that he had no relation to either Gemma or Millie. Paul had sent those letters to Gemma while he was already imprisoned for indecently assaulting a 12-year-old girl. The prison service later apologized for not screening the mail effectively. Paul was convicted for his crimes against Gemma and was given an additional sentence of 5 years behind bars. Around the same time that year, a woman named Leanne Newman of Tewkesbury, Gloucestershire repeatedly phoned Millie's parents, school, and the police. Over the phone calls, Leanne pretended to be Millie. In April 2003, she was jailed for 5 months after pleading guilty to 5 counts of making phone calls to cause annoyance, inconvenience, or needless anxiety. Every time Bob, Sally, and Gemma Dowler tried to put behind them Millie's tragic death and move on with their lives, some maniac would show up and shatter their healing process. For the Dowlers, it was like someone was rubbing salt in their wounds. On July 6, 2005, a man named Levi Belfield caught the attention of the detective's eyes. Levi was a tall, hefty man in his early 30s back in 2005, who was born and raised in southwest London. Levi Belfield was also a serial killer who had been convicted for the murders of 19-year-old Marcia MacDonald in February 2003 and 22-year-old Emile Delagrange in August 2004, and the attempted murder of 18-year-old Kate Sheedy sometime in 2004. For these crimes, which clearly took place after Millie's murder, Levi was already serving a whole life tariff, a custodial sentence handed out for the most heinous crimes, which meant that he would spend his entire life in jail. The detectives took a closer look at Levi's crimes and noted that some of them had taken place around the area that Millie was abducted from. They suspected Levi to be involved in Millie's murder as well and decided to question him. After a few minutes into the questioning, Levi was beginning to get uncomfortable with the line of questioning, which was evident from his body language and short responses. The fact that Levi never denied killing Millie suggested that he was somehow connected to her murder. But this wasn't enough. They needed something solid, and for that, they reached out to Levi's past lovers. Joanna, an ex-partner of Levi, shared her disturbing experience with him and told how dangerous he was as a person. One of Levi's known surviving victims, Kate Sheedy, shared her nightmarish story as well. She stated that she was unaware that Levi had been following her in his white van while she was on the bus, and as soon as she got off the bus and walked into an isolated area, Levi rammed his van into her. After some turbulence and a few setbacks, there was finally some valuable progress being made in the investigation into Millie's murder. However, things turned shaky once again in 2006 when a man named Gary Farr of Redford, Nottinghamshire, started sending emails to Millie's parents and friends repeatedly. In those emails, Gary claimed that Millie was still alive. He said that she had been smuggled out of the country to work as an entertainer at nightclubs in Poland. He even claimed that Millie's death was merely a facade to cover up what actually had happened. As a result of these misleading emails, Gary was sectioned indefinitely under the Mental Health Act on October 19, 2006, for being a serious psychological danger to the public after admitting a charge of harassment. A confirmatory investigation was launched in the following years, and on March 30, 2010, Levi was charged with Millie's abduction and murder, and as a result, an 8-year-long search for Millie's murderer was finally over. On October 6, 2010, Levi appeared virtually in court via video and was formally charged with 1 count of attempted abduction, 1 count of abduction, 1 count of disposal of evidence, and 1 count of murder. Before the trial began, Justice Secretary Kenneth Clark rejected calls for a review of Levi's past criminal cases. Justice Kenneth said that, while Levi had been convicted of previous murders, He had to be presumed innocent in Millie's case and be found guilty by a jury in a full court process. He believed that bringing up Levi's charges for the murders of Marcia MacDonald and Emile de la Grange and the attempted murder of Kate Sheedy would prejudice the trial. To keep that from happening, the court did not allow evidence to be introduced of Levi's obsession with schoolgirls and his attempt to abduct and assault them. Levi's trial began on May 10, 2011, and concluded 6 weeks later on June 23, 2011, with the jury finding him guilty. Levi was handed another life sentence on Friday, June 24, 2011, for abducting and murdering Millie Dowler. During the course of Levi's trial in Millie's case, another old case was brought to light. Levi was being suspected of an attempted abduction of an 11-year-old girl named Rachel Callis. The incident allegedly took place in 2002, on March 20th, when Rachel was offered a lift by a man in a red car in the Walton area. However, the request for Levi's trial on this case was dismissed due to newspapers publishing articles with preconceived notions. But the judge ordered that the charge should remain on file so it could be properly investigated later. After Levi's sentencing, the Dollar family strongly criticized the treatment they faced during the trial. Millie's sister Gemma described the day that her parents were cross-examined by Levi's defense lawyer as the worst day of her life. Sally, Millie's mother, told reporters that the trial had been a truly awful experience for her and her family. She said that they had to hear Millie's name being defamed in court as Levi's defense lawyers tried to portray Millie as an unhappy, depressed young girl. Sally reassured that Millie was none of those things at all. She was a happy, vivacious, fun-loving girl. Sally was upset that her family's life had been scrutinized and laid open for everyone to inspect. The Dollars were stripped of their right to privacy and made to sit through the painful trial, day after day, in order to get an evil man convicted of their beloved Millie's brutal murder. Bob, Millie's father, criticized how Levi refused to appear physically in court and to give evidence for his sentencing. He was disgusted by the fact that he was questioned about his relationship with his own daughter. Bob added that his family had to pay too high a price for Levi's conviction. Bob was hurt that the trial had been a truly mentally scarring experience for him and his family. Bob also revealed that when he and his family were being questioned, it made them feel as if they were the ones on trial, not Levi. Bob further shamed the judicial system for being so loaded in favor of the perpetrator of the crime. When the news that the Dollars were mistreated and harshly cross-examined in the courtroom broke, it led to a debate over how victims and witnesses were treated in court. On July 4, 2011, it was discovered that Millie's voicemails had been accessed and altered by journalists working for a newspaper that went by the name of News of the World. The newspaper's private investigator, Glenn Mulcair, was particularly criticized. It was revealed that during the police investigation into the newspaper's phone hacking activities, detectives discovered that journalists had deleted some messages in Millie's voicemail box, which could have been potential evidence in Millie's case. They did so because the mailbox was full and they wanted to free up space for new messages so they could listen to them. This was the reason why, back in 2002, after noticing activity in Millie's voicemail box, the Dollar family thought that Millie was still alive even after her disappearance, which, as it turned out, was not the case at all. The phone hacking scandal earned the anger of the Prime Minister, David Cameron, who called it a truly dreadful act. In response to the British public's outcry, several inquiries were conducted into phone hacking and media ethics. The newspaper itself was closed in 2011 as a direct result of the outrage. The Prime Minister David Cameron sat down with Millie's family to have a discussion over the press hacking incident. Bob and Sally, Millie's parents, announced they would pursue a claim for damages against the News of the World. In September 2011, it was reported that the Dollar family had been offered £2 million in personal damages. On January 12th, it was reported that Surrey Police and other police forces were made aware soon after Millie's death that News of the World staff had accessed her voicemail box, but the detectives did not publicly address this information. Instead, a senior Surrey officer invited the newspaper staff to a meeting to discuss the case and settle things in secret. Millie's family felt even more cheated after learning about this situation. A red Daewoo Nexia, which was photographed driving past the same camera that captured Millie shortly after she was abducted, belonged to Levi's then-girlfriend Emma Mills. Levi said that he was driving the car at that time. On January 27, 2016, Surrey police announced that Levi had admitted to the abduction, assault, and murder of Millie Dowler. However, on February 12, 2016, Levi changed his story and denied that he had ever confessed to assaulting and murdering Millie. Millie's death had a great impact on her parents, Bob and Sally. Even though their beloved daughter was now gone, they wanted to make sure that nothing similar would happen to any other child. Sally and Bob launched a charity called Millie's Fund on the day of her memorial service. The charity provided risk assessment advice to teenagers, youth workers, and educators, and aimed at promoting public safety of children and young people. About a couple of years after Millie's body was discovered, Heathside School, where Millie was a student, gathered a team together and built a memorial garden for Millie and named it Amanda Dollar Memorial Garden. It followed a paved pattern around borders, planted with flowers and shrubs, and had benches for people to stop by and remember Millie. Sally and Bob Dollar, together with her sister Gemma, were present at the moving ceremony when the garden was first opened to the public. The school staff and some governors also attended. The Reverend Nick Whitehead concluded the official opening with a prayer and a blessing. The principal thanked all the individuals, businesses, and organizations that offered a helping hand in converting the dream of making a memorial garden for Millie into a reality. School principal Glenn Willoughby said that he believed that a lot of people in Walton needed a place of peace and tranquility. At the school, the students and staff can visit to remember Millie and to have some space and time to reflect on anything that may be on their mind. On June 29, 2017, Gemma, Millie's sister, released a book dedicated to Millie entitled My Sister Millie. Gemma wrote the book in loving memory of her little sister and to express how much she missed her. In the book, Gemma talked about how Millie's chance at having a beautiful childhood and life was snatched away from her and how it impacted the Dollar family. Gemma also shed light on her family's journey of going from extreme pain to healing and achieving closure. It came as cold comfort to the Dowlers and the family of Levi's other victims that he will never be free again. Levi became the only person ever to have been handed 2 separate whole life tariffs in British history. Levi is behind bars at HM Prison, Franklin, in County Durham. The prison is commonly referred to as the Monster Mansion due to many of its inmates being convicted murderers and high risk in general. Levi has now converted to Islam and now goes by the name Yusuf Rahim, but no matter what he does, he will never set foot out in the free world. Even after more than 20 years of Millie's disappearance, Hannah MacDonald, Millie's best friend from school, is still close to Millie's family. For years, Hannah bottled up her grief thinking about how her best friend was robbed of a wonderful life. Hannah still misses Millie, who will always hold a special place in her heart. Do you think there are any more unsolved murders that Belfield might have committed? How do you think the detectives handled Millie's case? Could they have been more efficient? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. As expensive as they come, neighborhoods rarely get more expensive as the famous Beverly Hills. Located in downtown Los Angeles, Beverly Hills is one of the most expensive zip codes in the United States. The average household here earns well over $200,000 per year. It is one of the most expensive cities in the USA. Most of the residents of this historic city were top celebrities and accomplished professionals from all walks of life. But it was here in this affluent part of the world that a chilly murder occurred in 2000. Susan Jane Berman was born in Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA to David Berman and Betty Ewald on May 18, 1945. Susan's father, David Berman, was a major player in the Jewish American gang on the Las Vegas Strip. He ran the popular Flamingo Hotel in the early bloom days of the Vegas Strip. He was commonly referred to as Dave the Jew. David gave Susan everything she ever needed. Well, maybe not exactly everything. Susan grew up in the Vegas Strip and would return to the Strip from school every day to do her homework, counting the chips at the casino to practice her math. While this wasn't the routine for most kids, it looked like she would have a perfect life. But tragedy struck at the tender age of 12. David Berman reportedly died from a heart attack during a routine surgery to remove polyps from his colon. The circumstances surrounding her father's death were both mysterious, controversial, and consequential, as this particular event would change the life of 12-year-old Susan forever. This double tragedy meant Susan had to leave Vegas. Susan's uncle Charles, Chicky Berman, took her to live with him and his family in Lewiston, Idaho. It was at a junior high school in Lewiston that an English and a history teacher discovered Susan's unmistakable talent for writing and inspired her to pursue a career in writing. Susan subsequently enrolled at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, to study sociology. During her final year, she met a graduate student who would become her best friend for life, Robert Allen Durst. Robert, or Bobby Durst, as was his nickname, was at UCLA for a one-year master's program. Both students came from privileged backgrounds, and it seemed like they clicked almost instantly. Beyond a privileged background, Susan shared something else in common with her newfound friend. Both Susan and Robert had lost both their mothers at a young age. In 1969, Susan eventually went on to get a master's degree in journalism at the University of California, Berkeley. Susan was a part of a selection of 30 students for the graduate program in journalism at UC Berkeley. According to Elizabeth Moran, one of her classmates who became a national correspondent at the LA Times, Susan was simply exceptional. Of the select 30, none was short of talent and wits, but the aura of Susan made her stand out. She could engage any kind of audience and keep them hooked. Susan had all the ingredients to become a successful journalist, at least according to her classmates. That would prove to be true. Just 2 years after her graduation, she landed a job at the popular newspaper, San Francisco Examiner. She also wrote the famous 1971 college guidebook, The Underground Guide to the College of Your Choice. In the early 80s, Susan moved to New York, where she wrote for the New York Magazine, Cosmopolitan, and Family Circle. In New York, Susan met James Brady, an investigative reporter. James and Susan became friends as she began working on writing a memoir about her late father. Susan requested the criminal records and investigative reports about her father from the FBI and the Department of Justice. She was left stunned to see her father, David, had been linked to gangland violence, mob crimes, and several murders, many of which she and her mother were completely oblivious about. Her 1981 book, Easy Street, The True Story of a Mob Family, eventually became one of her most significant works, where she detailed her life as the daughter of a mobster. The book was such a success that Hollywood producers became interested in adapting the book into a movie. The movie rights were sold for $350,000. The book party was held at Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse on Manhattan's Lower East Side. The book party was hosted by Susan's ever-present best friend, Robert Durst. Susan would later get married to her heartthrob Christopher Margulies at the Hotel Bel Air in LA. Again, her ever-present best friend, Robert Durst, walked her down the aisle. In 1986, just 2 years after their marriage, Susan would lose the love of her life. Christopher Margulies died of a heroin overdose. By the mid-90s, Susan moved to West Hollywood. The 50-year-old writer was at the peak of her powers and had just been nominated for a Writers Guild of America award. In the late 90s, Susan moved to a rented apartment in Benedict Canyon, one of the main thoroughfares from West Hollywood to the Valley area. It was just 2 miles away from Rodeo Drive, one of the most expensive streets on the planet. Susan was one of the top journalists in the area. She had just begun working on a project titled Sin City for Showtime TV. The project was reportedly Showtime's response to HBO's well-acclaimed TV series, The Sopranos. For Susan, this was the ideal neighborhood. No one knew Susan's biggest project yet would never hit the screens. After Susan moved to Benedict Canyon, she focused more on her upcoming work for Showtime. On December 19, 2000, a few days before Christmas, Susan Berman got on a call with her actress friend, Kim Langford. It was the first time in several years that Susan and Kim were not spending the holidays together. That call was quite unusual, and Susan seemed worried. The conversation that ensued scared Kim. Susan seemed to have some information that could change a lot of things. Kim was curious to know what this information was, but Susan didn't have it herself. But Susan assured Kim she knew where to get this information. Although Kim feared for her friend's life, Susan was a well-renowned journalist. So Kim presumed this big information was about one of her upcoming big projects. No one knew what exactly this big information was. At 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve, 2000, LA police received a call to Susan's home on 1527 Benedict Canyon Road. Her neighbors had become worried when one of her dogs was seen barking and running around loose. This came as a surprise since Susan loved her fox terriers and would never leave them unattended. Police arrived at the scene to find Susan's body murdered in cold blood, execution style with a 9mm handgun. She was shot to the back of the head with a single bullet, and it was estimated that she had been dead for at least 1 day. Kim's fears were confirmed. Susan was dead. Trailing Susan's killer was not going to be easy. Her killer had at least a 1-day head start since the body was found a day late. Police found Susan's body lying on the guest room floor, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, with only one shell casing lying next to her body. The front door was unlocked and a rear door was found ajar. Nothing was stolen. Police knew they were dealing with someone who had known the victim, as there was no sign of a forced entry and there were no defensive wounds found on Susan's body. The motive for her gruesome murder remained unclear. The media began to drive the narrative that the murder was gang-related since Susan's father David had been a gangster and she had been killed execution style. But the police noted that most of her father's associates and rivals were already dead, while Susan wrote a memoir about her father ruling out the possibility of a gang-related murder. The first major lead in the case came sooner than investigators expected. Just 2 days after Susan's death, this major lead, though, was shrouded in mystery. The Beverly Hills Police Department received a mysterious anonymous letter mailed to their office. The letter only contained Susan's address, 1527 Benedict Canyon, and a green pen on a white piece of paper with the word cadaver. Clearly, someone didn't want Susan's body lying on the floor for long. Police observed that there was a typographical error made by the writer of the letter with the incorrect spelling of Beverly as Beverly. Although this seemed insignificant at first, little did they know that this minute detail would rather prove to be a crucial piece of evidence aiding the investigators in their relentless pursuit to apprehend the perpetrator. Even though the police found Susan's body only a day after her death, her killer would not be found so soon. It would take 14 long years, a rather painful wait for the friends and family of Susan Berman. To end this wait, they had to find out who wrote this mystery note. Was it the killer, or was it a witness? Investigators had to piece together a complex puzzle to catch the culprit. Susan was reportedly going to be questioned by the LAPD at the time of her death in connection with the disappearance of Catherine Durst, her best friend's wife who had gone missing without a trace. Like in many cases of disappearance of a spouse, their partner was considered the prime suspect. Upon further investigation, Robert Durst could not be eliminated as a suspect in the disappearance of his wife, Catherine, and neither could he be charged. All the evidence linking him to her disappearance was merely circumstantial. Since Susan was scheduled to be interviewed by police about what she knew of Robert Durst's possible involvement in the disappearance of his wife, police suspected Robert may have been involved in killing Susan to silence her, but there was no concrete evidence. After 15 years of this very twisted cold case, no one, not even investigators, could have imagined where the first big break would have come from. In the years following Susan Berman's death, Robert, the prime suspect in both cases, was villainized by the press. In an effort to exonerate himself from both unsolved cases, he worked with filmmaker Andrew Jarecki on the documentary The Jinx, The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst. The documentary featured 3 of Robert's most prominent alleged criminal activities: the 1982 disappearance of his wife, Catherine Durst, the 2000 point-blank execution of his best friend, Susan Berman, the 2001 death and dismemberment of Robert's neighbor, Morris Black. Robert had claimed self-defense in the murder of Morris Black and was acquitted at the trial. The uncanny and wiggly Robert Allen Durst was born in New York on April 12, 1943 to Seymour Durst and Bernice Herstein. Robert Durst was the first son of a real estate mogul and the heir to the Durst family empire. When Robert was just 7, he claimed to have witnessed his mother, Bernice, jumping off the edge of the roof of their family home. Most investigators say her death was an accident, and the family acknowledged that Bernice took her own life. In a March 2015 interview with the New York Times, Robert's brother Douglas Durst claimed no one witnessed the event. Why Robert claims to have witnessed his mother's death remains unclear. This conflicting report was just one of many blows and counter-blows of a fearsome sibling rivalry like no other. At age 10, Robert visited his psychiatrist to counsel him on this newfound sibling rivalry. The psychiatrist reported that Robert had personality decomposition and schizophrenia. He attended the Scarsdale High School, where his classmates described him as a loner. He obtained his bachelor's degree in economics from Lehigh University in 1965. Later that year, he met Susan Berman at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, where he enrolled in a doctoral program but eventually withdrew from the school and returned to New York in 1969. At this time, had no interest in his father's company, Durst Organization. He preferred to start something of his own. So between 1970 and 1971, he opened a small health food store in Vermont. In 1970, Robert met Catherine McCormick, a dental hygienist, and in January 1972, the pair began living together in Vermont. In 1973, on the advice of Robert's father, they returned to New York so Robert could work with the Durst Organization. And on April 12, 1973, on Robert's 30th birthday, he officially got married to Catherine. Although to many friends of the couple, they appeared to have a fairy tale life. A closer look at their lives in the weeks leading to Catherine's disappearance shows there was more to it than meets the eye. A few weeks before her death, many signs pointed to foul play. Catherine had been treated for facial bruises inflicted on her by Robert just 3 weeks before her disappearance at Jacob Medical Center in the Bronx. She never pressed charges. A few weeks before her mysterious disappearance, she had asked Robert for a $250,000 divorce settlement. Robert was not interested in parting with so much money, and instead offered $100,000 to Catherine. Before Catherine could review the offer, Robert had grown impatient. He canceled his wife's credit card, removed her name from their joint account, and stopped paying her tuition fees at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. He also reduced his divorce payout offer to $15,000. On January 31, 1982, a few months before she earned her degree in pediatrics from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City, Catherine Durst simply disappeared into thin air. Catherine was last seen at a dinner party organized by her friend Gilbert Nojami in Newtown, Connecticut on the eve of January 31st. Catherine and Robert were known to have fought that evening. Catherine's cottage was found ransacked shortly after she was declared missing, and 3 weeks after her disappearance, police found her possessions in the building's garbage compactor. Catherine was declared legally dead in 2017. But her disappearance and the exact circumstances remain a mystery even to this day. Months before Susan was killed, the NYPD had been asked to reopen the investigation into the disappearance of Catherine at the request of Westchester County District Attorney Jeanine Pirro. The investigation was publicized, and friends urged investigators to contact Susan Berman for an interview, since she was close to Robert. Susan Berman had managed Robert Durst's with the media after the disappearance of his wife. She reportedly knew much about the disappearance. While his wife's disappearance remained a mystery, and his involvement in Susan's death a mere suspicion, Robert's next act was more clear-cut. On October 9, 2001, was arrested in connection with the death of his elderly neighbor Morris Black. Morris' body parts were found dismembered, floating in Galveston Bay in Texas. After being released on bail amounting to $250,000, he failed to appear for a court hearing, scheduled on October 16th, resulting in a warrant being issued for his arrest due to bail jumping. Then, on November 30th, Durst was apprehended at a Wegmans supermarket in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where he had attempted to shoplift Band-Aids, a newspaper, and a chicken salad sandwich. Some suspicious items were found in his rental car when he was apprehended: $37,000 in cash, 2 guns, marijuana, Black's driver's license, and directions to Gilbert Najami's home in Connecticut. While evading authorities, Durst disturbingly used his time to stalk his own brother, Douglas, even going so far to visit the driveway of his residence in Katona, New York, while armed. He was eventually extradited to Texas for trial. In 2003, Robert Durst stood trial for the murder of Morris Black. His defense attorney, Dick DeGuerin, argued Robert had acted in self-defense and the weapons discharged as they both struggled when Morris threatened him with a .22 caliber pistol. Robert admitted to having dismembered Morris's body with a knife, saw, and axe before dumping his remains in Galveston Bay. Since Morris's head was never found, Robert's claim of a struggle and location of the gunshot wound could not be confirmed or dismissed. On November 11, 2003, the jury acquitted Robert Durst for lack of forensics to prove capital murder. He, however, received a 5-year sentence for tampering with evidence and jumping bail. He was paroled in July 2005. The terms of Robert Durst's parole required him to stay near his home and seek authorization before making any trip. Robert Durst made an unauthorized trip back to the crime scene, where he had killed Morris Black. On his defiant crime tour, he ran into an unexpected familiar face. Galveston County District Court Judge Susan Criss, who had presided over his murder trial. They were both shocked to see each other. With this unauthorized trip, Robert Durst violated his parole terms and was returned to prison. He was then released in March 2006. Robert was naturally the heir of the Durst organization, but in 1992, his father decided to pick his younger brother Douglas Durst to take over the Durst organization, another stern choice in the already heated sibling rivalry. His father said that his choice of Douglas was due to Robert's inappropriate conduct, but Robert was having none of that. He believed he was the rightful heir to the Durst organization, and after returning from prison, he decided to sue his family. The lengthy lawsuit finally ended in 2006, and Robert Durst was bought out for a one-time payment of $65 million. This lawsuit brought a more tumultuous twist to the relationship between Durst and his family. The jinx was supposed to clear the air, but it turned out to be an actual jinx for Robert. During the filming of The Jinx, Susan Behrman's stepson, Sareb Kaufman, uncovered a letter Robert had written to Susan in 1999, a few months before her death. The typographical error was the same in both Robert's letter and the anonymous letter sent to the police. The handwriting was almost indistinguishable. When the director of The Jinx, Jarecki, saw the letter, he showed Robert Durst the spelling of the word Beverly from both letters, and asked which one Robert didn't write, but the enigmatic millionaire could tell, and was rather left stunned. On March 14, 2015, a day before the airing of the final episode of the HBO series, The Jinx, Robert Durst was arrested by the FBI in New Orleans and charged with the first-degree murder of his best friend, Susan Berman. Robert made a few checks to his voicemail box, enabling investigators to trace his location. He remained stunned. Investigators were able to trace him to the Canal Street Marriott, having checked in with the false name Everett Ward. A fake Texas ID was also found, a .38 caliber loaded revolver, a new phone, a flesh-tone latex mask, maps of Louisiana, Florida, and Cuba, and over $200,000 in cash were found with Robert. According to bank transactions, he had withdrawn over $315,000 in the last 5 to 6 weeks. Investigators speculate he was planning to flee to Cuba since they have no extradition treaty with the U.S. After a lifetime of circumventing the law, Robert Durst would finally come face to face with justice. Robert Durst initially received an 85-month sentence for his firearm charges while he awaited trial in the Susan Berman case. The trial was delayed due to Robert undergoing surgery and the prosecutors seeking more evidence to finally put the elusive killer behind bars. In October 2018, Judge Mark Windham of the Los Angeles County Superior Court finally decided there was enough evidence to charge Robert Durst with the murder of his best friend, Susan Berman. On March 2, 2020, after much delay, Robert Durst finally appeared in court to begin his trial. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the trial was postponed to May 17, 2021. During the trial, Robert's defense team asked for a mistrial and a halt to the trial at least 3 times due to Robert's ailing medical condition. The jury decided to proceed with the trial each time. Robert Durst was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Susan Berman. On October 14, 2021, was finally sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He was incarcerated at the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. On November 1, 2021, after almost 40 long years, a New York grand jury finally indicted Robert Durst for the murder of his wife, but he would never stand trial. On January 10, 2022, Robert died of cardiac arrest just 3 months after his sentencing, aged 78. After Robert's sentence was read, one of Susan Behrman's cousins, David Berman, said he'd visited Susan Behrman's grave and told her she could rest easy, that justice has been done. Ellen Strauss, a friend of Catherine Durst, was happy that Susan's family would finally get justice, but then hoped that Catherine would get justice too before Robert died. According to California law, Robert Durst's death renders moot the murder charge filed against him for the death of his wife. Douglas Durst said this of his brother Robert's death: "Bob lived a sad, painful, and tragic life. We hope that his death brings some closure to those he hurt." Robert Durst had diverted justice through elaborate schemes crafted to hide his heinous crimes. His final installment in his crafty scheme served to reveal how he betrayed his wife, best friend, and neighbor. Case of Nathan and Crystal Maddox. A vengeful ex-partner's sudden return can be petrifying, with the possibility of violence looming. On a seemingly ordinary day, a couple's joyous outing turned tragic as gunshots rang out, leaving them lifeless on the ground. A few people were killed in a parking lot near the church. There was outrage and panic as parishioners heard gunshots, but did not see the full horror. Police arrived and examined the scene, finding 2 victims, a young married couple. We'll start by examining the lives of our heroes and delving into the details of the situation they found themselves in. We'll also discuss whether their tragic end could have been avoided. When lies, betrayal, greed, fear, and darkness become an integral part of someone's mindset, it drives them to commit unthinkable crimes. In fact, an entire family can be drawn into such crimes, causing the collapse of many lives. The brutal double murder of Nathan and Crystal Maddox. Nathan was a father who had moved closer to his daughter to be near her. However, he had to obtain official custody and legal visitation rights with the help of a lawyer during this difficult period. It was during this time that he met Crystal, a childhood friend. Crystal had dreamed of graduating from university, but instead got married and had a family with 4 children. When the marriage ended in divorce, Crystal and her children returned to their hometown. Nathan and Crystal met at a time that was ideal for both of them. Nathan was drawn to Crystal's children and her positive outlook. They got married in 2013, with Nathan working in a warehouse and Crystal starting a thriving clothing and jewelry business. The family prospered and they were able to hire a lawyer to assist Nathan in obtaining visitation rights with his daughter from a previous relationship. The daughter, Madison, was excited about her father's new wife and siblings. However, Madison's maternal grandparents, Lita and Paula Westfall, were resentful and worried about losing their only grandchild. In 2012, Kristen Westfall, Madison's mother, had applied for full custody with the support of her parents. The custody battle continued for 2 years, but Crystal's arrival in Nathan's life altered the entire situation. The judge granted Nathan visitation rights in October 2013. On January 18, 2014, Nathan and Crystal arrived at a church service, planning to take their 6-year-old daughter Madison for a walk afterwards to retrieve pre-prepared gifts. As they left the church, but they were shot and killed in a brutal execution-style attack. The investigation revealed that Nathan had been shot in the head with a .30 caliber rifle and also in the thigh with a .20 gauge shotgun, suggesting the involvement of 2 shooters. The investigators were surprised by the reaction of Nathan's ex-wife's family, the Westfalls, who seemed to be overly dramatizing the tragedy while concealing their satisfaction over the deaths that had occurred. Paul Westfall even went into a seizure, seemingly unable to accept the news of Nathan's death. A grown man who had spent years trying to remove Nathan's influence from his daughter's life was so distraught that he had a seizure. Kristen was the first person interviewed, and her interview came across as a little unsettling. She was the only member of the family who maintained a very composed and natural demeanor, despite the fact that she and Nathan had been together for a long time and had a child together. Kristen continued to provide some rather peculiar details about him, seemingly trying to emphasize only the negative aspects of her ex-husband. She reported that she knew who killed him in Montana. Nathan was listed in dangerous motorcycle gangs, and one day, one of the gang members showed up at Nathan's mother's house and threatened to kill him. This story checked out, but it remained an empty threat because of an accidentally broken motorcycle, and the gang itself turned out to be a common exaggeration to confuse the investigation. As an alibi, Kristen said that on the day of the crime, she was at the grocery store with her father Paul, a couple of miles from the church, after which they both went home. Surveillance footage at 10:57 a.m. confirmed their presence at the grocery store. Paul Westphal told the exact same story, but Paul was a hunter and had a firearm in his arsenal, so his hands were tested for traces of gunpowder, but the result was negative. However, until now, his reaction to the death of Nathan, whom he sincerely hated and never hid, seemed to the investigators very strange, and played it left a sliver of doubt in his sincerity. Interviews with loved ones over a short period of time helped investigators discover that Nathan Maddox was involved in a custody battle over his daughter with his ex-wife, Kristen Westphal, and her family. After a long and bitter dispute in court, he was close to retaining custody, something that none of the Westphal family members strongly wanted. Such a desperate battle between the parties may well have been cause for reprisal, but the police had no concrete evidence to arrest any member of the Westphal family. The family consisted of 4 people, and 2 people were the shooters. Investigators had yet to be convinced of their story and figure out which family member pulled the trigger, taking the lives of 2 people or whether a hired killer did it. The researchers took a different approach and decided to act through the main protagonist of the controversy, little Madison Maddox. After all, her safety was at stake since she was still with the family. That could pose a threat to her. The police, along with Child Protective Services, CPS, went to remove the child from the home, but they faced a wave of protests and outrage. The behavior of the older Westphal family entailed a search of the home. What the police later found in the house shocked them. A gun was stored on a shelf in an easily accessible place in the room, and the culmination of the search was the illegal drugs scattered around the house. It turns out that in 2013, Kristen Westphal was charged and arrested for possession of a controlled substance. The arrests were repeated, which clearly indicated that Kristen couldn't be a good mother to Madison. When Kristen went to jail in early 2013, her parents were granted temporary custody of their daughter and would not allow Nathan to see her, while their granddaughter was in their custody. However, despite Child Protective Services prohibitions, continued to live in the house with her young daughter in the same room and slept in the same bed with her, even in 2014 with the injunctions in place. After a search of the Westphals' home, where a used syringe with residue of illegal substances was found on a dresser and a gun on the nightstand next to Kristen's bed, little Madison was taken into temporary custody, and additional evidence found led to the Westphals' arrest. State authorities wanted the girl placed in foster care and said they found supplies for illegal drugs in the Westphals' home, as well as a gun on a nightstand within easy reach of the girl. Child Protective Services was involved in the Madison Maddox custody case in March 2014, less than 2 months after the tragic murder outside the church. Authorities made 4 arrests: Kristen Westphal, 29, her younger brother Cameron, and her parents, Paul and Lita Westphal, were arrested. There was no direct evidence of their guilt in the Maddox murder, and cross-examinations didn't produce the desired result either. The police used some deceptive tactics to put pressure on the most vulnerable member of the Westphal family, 18-year-old Cameron. He was told that if found guilty, all his family members would be sentenced to life in prison, while the direct perpetrators would face the death penalty. Cameron, being young compassionate, became very afraid and quickly agreed to cooperate with the investigation, disclosing all the details of the incident. The crime against the young couple, the Maddoxes, turned out to be a carefully pre-planned attack by the Westphal family gang. Their motive was to permanently exclude Nathan from the role of father. Shortly after the shooting incident, it was revealed that Nathan and his ex-wife, Kristen, had been engaged in a nasty custody dispute over their 5-year-old daughter Madison, with Kristen's family supporting her. The prolonged and expensive legal battle was expected to end favorably for Nathan. However, the Westphals were concerned about this outcome and meticulously plotted a scheme to remove him from Madison's life. Nathan wanted to take care of his daughter alone, but the Westphals were not interested in letting her go, even to see her father, let alone give him the girl permanently. The Westfalls were very hurt by the fact that the former son-in-law had settled down in life and was living a good life. Thus, when the judge allowed him multiple visitations, it became obvious that he could win the trial, which led Kristen to come up with an original idea to get rid of him once and for all. Kristen initially attempted to find someone to kill her ex-husband, but when that plan failed, she and her father decided to take matters into their own hands. On a typical Sunday, the family attended church, and January 18th was no different. Lita Westfall, accompanied by young Madison, arrived at the scheduled service time. Afterward, Lita had to hand the girl over to her father. Meanwhile, Kristen and Paul went to a remote store, where they posed as customers to be captured on CCTV cameras, aiming to establish a solid alibi. However, they misjudged the timing. Each family member had their own responsible role to play for the entire interval. They communicated by text message, updating each other on the Maddox's movements. Letha, who had attended the service, informed Paul as Nathan and Crystal prepared to leave the church. She also called 911 immediately after the murder. Cameron took an active role in concealing the evidence. He discarded the gun used after his sister and father shot the newlyweds in the head near a remote church. He drove to a lake, where he discarded the bag of weapons. Cameron soon agreed to cooperate with authorities and revealed that Kristen originally came up with the idea and the family went along. He also pointed out to investigators the location where he had discarded the murder weapons, which divers later retrieved, confirming Cameron's words. The police detained 29-year-old Kristen, her brother Cameron, and her parents Paul and Letha Westfall, and charged them with organized crime. Thus, and Paul pulled the trigger, with Cameron and Lita acting as willing accomplices. Given that Lita was at the church at the time of the incident, it was obvious that she was not responsible for the shots that killed Nathan and Crystal Maddox. However, phone records showed that she was responsible for informing her daughter and spouse of the couple's whereabouts as they left the church, while Kristen and Paul were the ones who fired the bullets. Lita and her son Cameron participated in the crime intentionally. The trial was very loud and lengthy, with each member of the Westfall family tried separately. Paul Westfall continued to exhibit seizure-like behavior, so he was found mentally unfit and remained in a state psychiatric hospital for evaluation. In May 2014, a judge found Paul incompetent. That verdict was overturned 4 months later. With Paul and Letha facing the death penalty for the murders of Nathan and Crystal Maddox, they had little choice but to agree to a plea bargain with the district attorney's office to avoid the death penalty. Paul pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Letha also pleaded guilty to participating in organized criminal activity instead of going to trial. Letha will not be eligible for parole until 2046 and is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, but will be eligible for parole in 2044. Kristen is the third member of the Westfall family to stand trial in this case. Throughout the entire court hearing, Kristen pleaded not guilty to all the accusations against her, stating that her whole family was crazy and she was the only one who was sincere about it. When her entire family, Letha, Paul, Pia, and Cameron, came to the trial and testified against her, she couldn't say anything to their faces. In August 2016, the final trial and sentencing for Kristen Westfall began. The motive for killing Nathan and Crystal Maddox was the custody of their daughter, Madison Maddox. Kristen adamantly did not want Nathan to see Maddie whenever he wanted, as she wanted to control her daughter and father's communication herself and through the child. The trial took over a week, and with overwhelming evidence against her, the jury found her guilty of capital murder after 8 hours of deliberation. Kristen Westfall was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole nearly 9 months before her father pleaded guilty and received an identical sentence in May 2017. Kristen Westfall is currently incarcerated at the William Hobby Women's Prison in Falls County, Texas. While Paul, Letha, and Kristen Westfall were ultimately charged with 2 counts of murder, officials only charged the youngest member of the family, Cameron, with 2 counts of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. Cameron Westfall pleaded guilty to 2 counts of third-degree tampering with evidence, and the judge deferred sentencing contingent upon Cameron testifying against his family. Cameron faced up to 10 years in prison on each charge. It was reported that he had nothing to do with the actual shooting and that his mother was also not involved because she was at the church when the crime occurred. However, phone records show that she texted her husband and daughter as the Maddoxes were preparing to go home. Currently, Cameron is incarcerated at the Huntsville Correctional Facility in Huntsville, Texas, where he is expected to remain until his expected release date in 2025. Cameron was very indifferent to the crime and claimed he had nothing to do with it. But the investigation didn't rule out the possibility that he knew more than he was saying, as he lived in the house with his family and couldn't have not heard about Kristen and Paul's plans to kill the Maddox family. Her entire family, her brother Cameron and her parents Lloyd Paul and Lita Westfall, were involved in the crime. This case was complicated as the community demanded justice. Lloyd Paul, Lita, and Cameron Westfall made a deal with the investigation after agreeing to testify against the sister. Cameron took a plea bargain and pleaded guilty to a lesser charge, 2 counts of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. In 2016, a judge sentenced Cameron to 10 years in prison, and his mother received a life sentence the following year. A judge also sentenced Lloyd Paul to life in prison. He avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to first-degree murder under the plea agreement and would not be able to appeal the sentence. The crime family's protagonist, Kristen Westfall, received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in a fateful decision. The victim's daughter, Madison Maddox, lost her father and will likely never see the grandparents who cared for her and perhaps even loved her. After the Westfall family was sentenced, the legal battle for custody of Madison Maddox continues. Nathan Maddox's father, Jim, has since filed a petition to become the primary guardian of his granddaughter. The people in the town were devout, went to church, and they also easily killed people, covering themselves with concern for the girl. The older generation of Westfall fulfilled the wish of their daughter and helped to commit this terrible crime. Nathan was not a bad or mean person. He loved his own daughter and strove to be a good father to her. Obviously, in addition to the custody battle, the hatred associated with the fact that the girl's father had created a new family and was able to pick up his mind and start a new life without crime comes first, and was perfectly happy with the new woman, having something he didn't have in his past relationship with Kristen. That's what was causing all the negativity from the ex-wife, and she was able to turn her entire family against him. If it was just about custody, they wouldn't have killed Nathan's new woman. After all, the Madison custody dispute started before Nathan and Crystal's relationship. There is certainly only one loser in the history of the Westfall versus Maddox fight. Of course, it's Madison. I'd like to believe that when she grows up, she won't remember the wild selfishness with which adults tried to take advantage of her by saying words about love. After all, if the family had loved the child, they would have tried to build a normal relationship for her sake, but they were only acting to please their own egos. Kelly Dwyer was born in 1986 in Lincolnshire, a suburb of Chicago. Her parents divorced when she was 16, but they remained close to her. The divorce had a significant impact on Kelly's life. A year after her parents' divorce, Kelly graduated from high school without a clear plan for her future. To delay her decision to go to college, she worked part-time at a local restaurant. 6 years later, in 2008, Kelly, then 22, moved to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to start afresh. She enrolled in college, became a yoga instructor, and found a job as a saleswoman to cover her living expenses. She also worked as a nanny to earn extra income. Kelly often visited trendy places around town, creating memorable experiences. When she met her father a month ago, she was living in Milwaukee, and her life was going well. At that time, Kelly was a successful yoga instructor and a popular employee at a sports store. Kelly seemed content with her life, enjoying her job and a year-long relationship with Chris Zacco, a 38-year-old IT manager for a transportation company. Chris had graduated from Boston University in 2009 with a degree in international business and had moved from New York City to Milwaukee for work. He was a hard-working, decent man from a good family who shared Kelly's interests in sports and entertainment. Kelly and Chris seemed to get along well. Chris had built a successful career, owned a luxury apartment, an expensive car, and a large fortune that he had earned himself. Kelly's father approved of him, seeing him as a great match for his daughter. On October 12, 2013, Kelly was nowhere to be seen at work. She was well liked for her punctuality and work ethic, so this struck everyone as odd. Her colleagues tried to contact her, but her cell phone was silent. She was also inactive on social media. Kelly had never left her phone behind before. She simply disappeared, and her loved ones contacted the police to file a missing persons report. However, during the investigation into Kelly's disappearance, detectives found no evidence of enemies or individuals who might want to harm her. All of her belongings were still at home, so police ruled out the possibility that she left voluntarily. What was concerning was that her bank account, phone, and other accounts had no activity. Police suspected that Kelly was in trouble. Since Chris was the last person to see her on October 10, 2013, investigators brought him in for questioning. Chris stated that he and Kelly spent time at his apartment in Lafayette Towers, then went to a nearby bar, socialized, and drank. They returned to his apartment around 2:30 a.m., had a good time, and went to bed. At 9 a.m., Kelly left Chris's apartment, and they never saw each other again. Chris insisted that Kelly was not his girlfriend, saying they had an open relationship. He also revealed that he was in love with someone else and had plans for a future with her. This raised suspicions among investigators, who found Chris's story plausible but noted inconsistencies in his words and actions. To investigate further, detectives interviewed friends who had been with Kelly and Chris the night before Kelly went missing. These friends confirmed that the group had a good time at a bar and then ordered pizza, eating it on a bench outside. Kelly seemed to be in a good mood, sharing her plans for the next day, which included sleeping in, doing yoga, doing laundry, and relaxing. Chris and Kelly left for his apartment that night, where they met another friend who had been invited over for drinks. This friend reported feeling uncomfortable in Chris's apartment because she sensed tension between Chris and Kelly. She recalled that Chris was smoking and chatting with her while Kelly seemed upset. Assuming that Kelly was just tired, the friend thought little of it and left the apartment. However, after talking to Kelly's other friends, investigators discovered that Chris and Kelly were not on good terms. Kelly loved Chris very much, but unfortunately, Chris seemed uninterested in their relationship. Chris did not make any long-term plans involving Kelly, which worried her. Kelly's friend, missing, suspected that Chris was being unfaithful and that their relationship would not last. As a result, Kelly lost hope for a future with Chris and began to look for other options. She created a profile on a dating website and started chatting with various men, but she had yet to meet any of them in real life. Kelly's intention was to have a backup plan in case things did not work out with Chris. Additionally, her friends noticed bruises on Kelly's arms and neck and asked her about them, but Kelly dismissed their concerns by downplaying the situation. Her friends suspected that the bruises may be a sign of domestic violence, but Kelly never confirmed their suspicions. Meanwhile, investigators analyzed security footage from Chris's home. The footage showed Kelly and Chris coming home drunk one night, but Kelly was never seen leaving the apartment. This contradicted Chris's testimony that Kelly left his home at 9 a.m. the next morning. It was later discovered that another friend of Chris's was at the apartment that night and admitted to using illegal drugs with Chris. Detectives obtained a search warrant for Chris's apartment and found numerous drugs, pills, pipes, and other paraphernalia, leading to Chris's arrest for possession. They also discovered a torn shower curtain that appeared to have been forcefully removed. During questioning, Chris remained calm and admitted to using drugs but denied distributing them. A search of his cell phone revealed disturbing content, including photos of an unconscious girl in bed and a video of Chris raping the girl, who appeared to have been strangled. This led to suspicions that Chris had drugged and exploited her. Evidence from Chris's phone was linked to Kelly's disappearance. Police returned to Chris's apartment with a dog, which responded to the bed and bathroom area before leading them to the front door. The dog then guided police to Chris's car in the parking lot and to a nearby dumpster. The investigation reached a critical stage when investigators believed Kelly had been murdered. Kelly's boyfriend, Chris, became the prime suspect, as evidence suggested he was the last person to see her alive. It was believed that he spent time with Kelly in his apartment before secretly moving her body into his car, a plan that would have escaped the building's 28 surveillance cameras. During the investigation, police analyzed Chris's computer and discovered child pornography. This led to Chris being charged with possession of the images, but he was released on bail and was awaiting trial. The investigation continued as authorities attempted to find Kelly's body and gather enough evidence to build a stronger case against Chris. It should be noted that Chris had claimed to be in a long-term relationship with a woman, and investigators quickly began gathering information about that woman. The investigation uncovered the identity of a woman named Megan, with whom Chris had been secretly in a 3-year relationship, unbeknownst to Kelly, similar to the relationship he had with Kelly. Police came to interview Megan and showed her photos of Chris' apartment. After a thorough inspection, Megan found several items missing, including a shower curtain in the bathroom, a rug, several towels, and a large golf bag that was usually kept in the bedroom. Detectives believed Kelly could fit in the large bag Megan reported missing. After examining the building's entrances and exits, police found a side path that Chris could have taken to get to his car without being seen by surveillance cameras. Reviewing footage from the parking lot cameras, Chris was seen arriving at the house with the large bag, which he placed in the trunk of his car. At 10:06 a.m. on October 11th, Chris left the house in his car. Just 2 minutes later, at 10:08 a.m., Kelly's phone lost connection at the same location. Over the next 8 hours, footage captured Chris making multiple trips between his home and his car, loading up on belongings before leaving for good at 6:16 p.m. Chris did not return home until the next day. When investigators asked him what he had been doing the previous day, he said he was moving his summer sports gear to his mother's house. However, no one found this explanation credible. Chris was supposed to meet Megan at 7:30 that evening, but he arrived more than an hour late. Detectives suspected that he was looking for a place to dispose of Kelly's body, which would explain his delay. Unfortunately, they were unable to track his movements because his phone had been turned off since the morning. As an IT expert, Chris would have known that his phone records could be used to track him. Megan reported that Chris seemed very strange that night. He appeared restless and anxious, and he said that his phone was not working, which was why he was late. After the date, Megan and Chris went to Megan's apartment, where they spent the night. According to Megan, Chris was extremely stressed, had not slept at all, and was sweating so much that she had to change the sheets in the morning. Investigators believed that Chris was worried because he still had Kelly's body in the trunk of his car and was afraid of being discovered. He was trying to find a place to hide her body. On the morning of October 12th, Chris said goodbye to Megan and left after trying to convince her to temporarily move to Denver, but she refused. Police tracked Chris's location history using his car's GPS, which led them to a cheese shop called Cheese House, 80 miles from Milwaukee. However, it seemed unlikely that Chris would have driven that far just to buy cheese. Chris claimed that he had bought cheese for his parents, presenting a receipt for the cheese at 9:55 a.m. on October 12th, which his parents confirmed. However, the police found it difficult to believe Chris's story, as the same cheese could easily be purchased at a nearby supermarket. They suspected that Chris might have dumped Kelly's body in the area around the cheese store. Further investigation revealed that on his way back, Chris stopped at a sports store and bought new sneakers that afternoon. Detectives suspected that Chris had deliberately discarded his old shoes, possibly to avoid leaving blood or footprints that could be linked to the crime scene. It appeared that he had carefully planned to destroy evidence and create an alibi for himself. Chris, with his analytical mind, had tried to commit the perfect crime. However, investigators were able to spot inconsistencies in his story. Notably, it took him over 2 hours to travel from the cheese house to the sports store, a distance of about 80 kilometers, when it would normally take only an hour. This significant time difference suggested that Chris spent an additional hour on another activity, possibly hiding the body. Police speculated that he may have dumped the body along the way. However, the exact location of the body remained unknown. With a large search area spanning 50 miles, finding the body proved to be a huge challenge. A roadside search eventually led to a discovery. In a wooded area approximately 37 miles from the city, a local resident found human remains while walking. Upon discovery, the resident immediately contacted the sheriff's office. Dental records confirmed the remains were those of Kelly Dwyer. This discovery finally ended Kelly's parents' long and agonizing search for their daughter. The next step was to secure justice by determining the exact cause of her death. Based on available information, the medical examiner believed she may have been strangled but not forcefully enough to fracture the hyoid bone. There was no direct evidence at the scene where Kelly's body was discovered, such as torn curtains, mats, towels, or bags. However, the position of the skeleton provided valuable insight. The body was found face down, with one arm trapped underneath and the legs bent in a way that suggested it had been hidden for some time after death. This finding further supported the theory that Kelly's body had been hidden in a golf bag, as evidenced by footage of Chris holding the bag and driving into the area where the body was discovered. While these findings were compelling, they were circumstantial and did not directly implicate Chris in Kelly's murder. Ultimately, it took 5 years for Chris to be formally charged in connection with Kelly's disappearance. The charges against him were manslaughter and concealment of a body, as investigators lacked specific evidence to prove intent. Theorizing about the events of that night, detectives speculated that Chris and Kelly had become intimate, but Chris got carried away with strangulation, leading to Kelly's death. The investigation revealed that Chris then ripped off the shower curtain, removed the rug and towels, wrapped Kelly's body, placed it in a bag, thoroughly cleaned the house, and disposed of it. Throughout the ordeal, Chris maintained his innocence in Kelly's murder. Key evidence was presented at Chris' trial, including CCTV footage, cell phone video of the strangulation, and the search of his apartment by a dog. Megan, who testified against Chris, reported that he was extremely anxious on the day of the incident and was late for a meeting. Additionally, Chris' former girlfriends took the stand, expressing their concerns about his unhealthy obsession with strangulation and rough sex, which had frightened them. The defense countered that there was no direct evidence linking Chris to the crime and that the prosecution's case was based on speculation and conjecture. Chris had a clean record before the drug possession incident and was a successful IT professional with a stable job. The defense argued that Chris was incapable of murder. However, it was discovered that not all the CCTV footage had been saved, casting doubt on the prosecution's conclusion that Kelly had not left Chris's house. The defense presented a witness who claimed to have seen a girl resembling Kelly in another man's car the weekend after she went missing. Although the witness had previously seen Kelly on TV as a missing person, he was not 100% sure it was her. The defense offered an alternative explanation for Kelly's disappearance, suggesting that she may have left Chris's apartment safely but was later caught by one of her new boyfriends. The defense also questioned the reliability of the police dog during the investigation. Since the dog's reaction was not captured on video, its alert was based solely on the police officer's subjective interpretation. In response, the prosecution argued that the investigation using the sniffer dog was conducted objectively and transparently, with multiple police officers present and agreeing on the results. Ultimately, the prosecution convinced the jury that Chris was responsible for the murder. With no other obvious suspects, the prosecution argued that Chris had planned and executed the crime carefully, deliberately destroying evidence to cover his tracks. After lengthy deliberations, the jury found Chris guilty of first-degree manslaughter and concealing a body. The Kelly family and the prosecution had asked for the maximum sentence of 48 years, while the defense asked for a reduced sentence of 22 years. In December 2018, Chris Zacco, then 43, was sentenced to 31 years in prison, including 26 years for manslaughter and 5 years for concealing a body. In addition, Chris Zacco was sentenced to 19 years for possession of child pornography and possession of narcotics based on the outcome of his November 2014 trial. Chris Zacco is currently serving his sentence at the Green Bay Correctional Facility in Wisconsin. He will be eligible for parole in 2065, when he turns 93, essentially making his sentence a life sentence. Chris Zacco was unhappy with the sentence and attempted to appeal, but his appeal was rejected. The case of Lucy. Lucy Davies was born in 1971 in Rhondda, a county in England. She was the daughter of Roger and Andrea Davies and had a younger sister named Anna. The family lived in a small, tight-knit community of socially purposed housing, surrounded by stunning mountain scenery. Lucy had a happy and carefree childhood, bonding closely with her sister, who shared similar interests. Her parents often mentioned Lucy's infectious joy, which made her a standout student in primary school. Known for her outgoing and likable personality, Lucy quickly won over her teachers and classmates. With her undeniable beauty, she became one of the most popular and admired girls in school. Lucy and her sister Anna shared a passion for ponies, which led their father to enroll them in the local riding club. This experience taught them discipline and showcased their talent, eventually earning them the right to participate in various events and competitions. By the time Lucy started secondary school, she had developed into an exceptional rider. In addition to her riding skills, Lucy was also a talented musician. She took flute and piano lessons, dedicating long hours to practice and master both instruments. Her hard work paid off, and soon she had a comprehensive understanding of classical music. This led to her acceptance into a youth orchestra and her school's choir group. During this time, Lucy developed a romantic interest in Gareth Jenkins, but she kept it a secret. After completing secondary school in 1989, Lucy decided to pursue a music-related career. She enrolled in the University of Warwick to study for a bachelor's degree, hoping to become a music teacher. However, she soon realized that the degree program wasn't what she had expected. Her passion for music remained, but she didn't enjoy the direction of the program. As a result, Lucy changed her plan and opted to study urban planning instead. Around this time, Lucy met Graham Callister, and they soon discovered that they shared a similar outlook on life, including a passion for art and common interests. A key aspect of their bond was their matching sense of humor. Their relationship developed naturally, and as they made plans for the future, Lucy decided to introduce GRA to her parents, Roger and Andrea. The meeting went well, and Lucy's parents were convinced that GRA was the right person for their daughter. In fact, they were so confident in their relationship that they bought Lucy a house in Coventry, northwest of London. This gift not only provided Lucy with a stable home, free from the uncertainties of renting and moving, but also reflected their wish for her to start a family. Shortly after moving in, Lucy invited GRA to live with her, and they continued their studies together. In 1995, they welcomed their first child, James. Lucy decided to take a break from university to care for him, while GRA continued his studies and worked the night shift at the city's postal sorting office. Over time, this arrangement took a toll on Lucy, who felt bored and isolated at home, caring for their child and often separated from her partner for long periods. To alleviate her boredom, Lucy turned to internet chat rooms, seeking to meet new people and find some distraction. One night, Lucy engaged in lively conversations in various online chat rooms where she encountered Harold Landry, a 53-year-old American from Louisiana. Growing up in a financially struggling family with a dozen siblings, Harold knew from an early age that he had to rely on his own efforts and determination to succeed. To escape poverty, he dedicated himself to hard work from a young age. His big break came when he realized that the key to success in the oil business wasn't owning wells, but providing essential infrastructure to well owners. Consequently, he founded a company specializing in designing and manufacturing hydraulic equipment for major oil companies in the southern United States. As he had predicted, the business made him incredibly wealthy, eventually earning him billionaire status. By then, Harold split his time between his central hobbies and a property on KML Island in Mexico. He had been married and divorced twice with children from these unions, whose exact number and identities remained private. One thing was certain, however, Harold ensured that his children lacked nothing. A significant event took place in 1992, when Harold, now single, met a woman 20 years younger who was married. Despite her marital status, Harold used his charms to win her over, undeterred by her family's or husband's potential opposition. On February 6, 1994, Harold took her on an outing in New Orleans, hiring a babysitter to watch her children. After their evening together, Harold dropped his lover off at home and offered to drive the babysitter back to her own place. Surprisingly, no one seemed worried that her husband would discover the infidelity and react angrily. However, that's precisely what happened. Outside his wife's residence, Chris Price had been keeping a close eye on her every move. When the third party said goodbye to her, Chris followed him in his car. A short while later, Harold noticed he was being tailed. Acting on instinct, Harold opened the glove compartment, pulled out a firearm he normally kept there, and prepared for a confrontation. When they both stopped at a red light, the situation escalated. According to the babysitter's account, Harold brandished the revolver at Chris and fired. The bullet severely injured Chris, severing an artery in his neck and damaging a nerve connected to his vocal cord. Chris collapsed on the pavement, but luckily there was a hospital nearby, allowing him to receive prompt medical attention. The doctors were able to save his life. Harold was arrested and charged with attempted murder. His trial took place in 1997. The defense attorney argued in the opening statement that Harold's actions were the result of a tragic and sordid affair involving Chris, and that he had acted out of fear and in self-defense. This strategy led the jury, composed of 4 men and 8 women, to convict Harold of the lesser offense of aggravated assault. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, after an appeal, Harold was granted probation in exchange for a $500 fine and community service. Although he had hoped to be fully exonerated, he thanked his lawyer, Pat, for his efforts. The 2 men subsequently became close friends. After reaching a confidential agreement with Chris, Harold moved to Covington, where he lived a life of luxury, free from financial worries. When he started chatting with Lucy, he was open about his past, sharing stories about his jobs, romantic escapades, and legal issues. However, instead of deterring Lucy, this honesty only strengthened her attraction to him. The two began a captivating online romance, with Harold promising her a highly desirable lifestyle. Eventually, his persistence and persuasive abilities convinced Lucy to end her relationship with GRA, clearing the way for Harold to pursue her, without any rival claiming his attention. In the early 2000s, Harold traveled to England to meet Lucy, and she took the opportunity to introduce him to her parents, Roger and Andrea, as her boyfriend. Although they were surprised by the significant age difference, they respected their daughter's decisions and did not object to the relationship. Harold felt fulfilled and fortunate to share his life with Lucy, and he spared no effort to surprise her, whether with luxurious gifts or anything else she desired. In fact, by then, he was so in love that he was already planning to propose marriage. However, he wanted to do it in an ideal setting. To achieve this goal, Harold took Lucy, her son James, and GRA on a trip to Mexico, a place that had become his favorite destination in the world. His longtime friend Pat, who had been his attorney in the past trial, also had an apartment close to his residence, which added to the feeling of comfort. Initially, Harold bought a diamond ring and shared the news with enthusiasm with Pat. However, Pat harbored certain suspicions about Lucy, and as the days passed, he found it strange that she had dedicated a good part of her time in Graz's company. Despite this, Harold was oblivious to it and ultimately proceeded with his plan to propose. Lucy happily accepted the proposal, and in mid-2003, the couple celebrated their union. Shortly after, Harold surprised Lucy by buying a $1 million property in an exclusive Worcester neighborhood. In this peaceful rural setting, their marriage got off to a prosperous start, helped by their excellent neighbors, Rachel Clark and Stephen Kennedy, with whom they formed a close friendship. Soon, Lucy gave birth to their first daughter, Harriet, which filled both her and Harold with joy. From then on, he devoted himself to the little girl with unwavering energy and commitment. He also maintained a loving relationship with James, treating him like his own son. As time passed, Lucy's workload increased and her mood began to deteriorate in proportion to Harold's demands. He expected her to constantly adapt to his preferences and obey his requests without question. Lucy, however, had different expectations. This led to rising tensions between them. Lucy was outspoken and unafraid to express her opinions, but Harold was unwilling to compromise. Given their volatile personalities, their arguments frequently escalated into intense fights, followed by reconciliations once the conflict had subsided. The constant disputes that lasted for hours became a familiar background noise in the lives of Rachel and Stephen. They knew that Lucy and Harold's alcoholism fueled their arguments and complaints, which often led to days of not speaking to each other. Lucy reconnected with Gareth, an old friend from secondary school, and they spent hours catching up, occasionally interrupted by their own commitments. One evening, after Harold fell asleep, Lucy stayed on her computer, and it dawned on him that she was unhappy and looking for a distraction, possibly even a replacement, just like she had found him. In the autumn of 2009, Lucy invited Gareth to stay with her. Meanwhile, Harold returned to England, hoping to salvage their marriage. But as soon as he arrived home, Lucy asked him for a divorce. Initially, Harold was devastated, but after a few weeks, he started a new relationship with a woman he met online. Alongside their budding new relationships, divorce negotiations were progressing. And as is often the case, new disputes arose, particularly regarding the family home. Lucy's expectation was to retain the house, thereby guaranteeing a stable living arrangement for their children. However, Harold was adamant that this was not up for discussion. His proposed solution involved offering her financial compensation to purchase a more modest apartment independently. Simultaneously, he made the decision to entirely remove her from his will. Lucy was furious when she learned about her still husband's latest decisions. Her intense hatred towards him led her to share every detail about Harold's past with her son James, holding nothing back. Amidst the tension and complicated situation, Gareth invited her to take a break and spend a few days with him in Wales. Both Lucy and Harold had a serious drinking problem, and their arguments were becoming increasingly violent, leaving their children to suffer in a toxic environment. On the afternoon of February 1st, 2010, Harold had several glasses of wine. When Stephen returned from work, he found a notification that his package had been delivered to the wrong address, the Landry's. Harold invited Stephen in and offered him a glass of wine. This led to a ridiculous argument with Lucy over a piece of furniture she wanted to buy for their upcoming move. The argument quickly turned physical, and in the chaos, Harold grabbed a kitchen utensil and hit Lucy on the cheek. James rushed to the scene of the altercation and found his mother, Lucy, badly injured. He immediately called the police and then turned his attention to ensuring his younger sister's safety. Shortly after, Lucy, realizing she needed help, left the house with her children. Her first thought was to seek refuge at Stephen's house, which was nearby. As she headed in that direction, Harold caught up with her and attacked her with a knife, inflicting multiple injuries. He then left her lying under a bush in the garden, abandoning her. Stephen, alerted by Lucy's screams, rushed outside and found her just a few steps away. Initially, he thought she was unconscious, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The police responded promptly to the emergency call and arrived on the scene. They called for paramedics and searched the surrounding area for Harold, but only found the terrified children hiding in the backyard. The paramedics worked quickly to treat Lucy and rushed her to the hospital, where her heart unfortunately stopped beating shortly after arrival. Harold visited Rachel's house and confessed to her that a terrible event had occurred, but he didn't provide any additional information. He handed her 3 bank drafts worth a total of $40,000. Some cash, the keys to his car, and several signed blank checks. After that, he headed back home. By then, multiple police patrols were searching for him. They eventually found him walking along the road and arrested him. Roger and Andrea were consumed by grief when they heard the devastating news. In a statement released by the police, they requested that people respect their privacy during this incredibly difficult time following the loss of their daughter. From that point on, their focus shifted to taking care of their grandchildren. The forensic examination revealed that Lucy's death was caused by multiple stab wounds to the chest. With this evidence, combined with James' eyewitness testimony, Harold was charged with murder on February 5, 2010, when he appeared in court. The trial took place in early February 2011, presided over by Judge David Fawson. Unlike previous instances, did not serve as Harold's defender. Instead, attorney Andy Childs took on the role. Despite the challenging task ahead, Childs argued that Harold had been provoked by his wife's intense anger, leaving him no choice but to react as he did. During his emotional testimony, Harold expressed his love for Lucy and regretted his actions. Following the strategy outlined by his lawyer, Harold admitted to involuntary manslaughter, claiming that Lucy had driven him to his limits. To emphasize the brutality of the case, The prosecution presented a detailed animation in court, recreating the multiple injuries the victim suffered. This graphic presentation shocked those present in the courtroom. Ultimately, on February 24, 2011, the jury delivered a verdict after less than 4 hours of deliberation. They found Harold Landry guilty of murdering his 38-year-old wife, Lucy Landry, when he was 64 years old. The next day, the judge imposed the sentence. He strongly condemned Harold's actions, calling them indescribable and unforgivable. The judge rejected Harold's claims that Lucy may have provoked him, seeing them as a desperate attempt to avoid blame. As a result, Harold received a life sentence with a minimum term of 16 years, before being eligible for parole. By the time he would be eligible, he would be over 80 years old. Lucy's loved ones expressed gratitude, not only for the resolution of the case, but also for the judge's comments, which they felt accurately reflected their own emotions. They acknowledged that the sentence brought some sense of relief from their pain, although they recognized that no length of sentence could restore Lucy's life, and they would need to come to terms with this difficult reality. Harold, on the other hand, maintained his claim of innocence, stating that he hoped to appeal the sentence in the future. Alexandra Ali Elizabeth Kemp was born October 11, 1982 in Leawood. She was the oldest of 3 children and the only daughter of her parents. After graduating high school with honors, Alexandra enrolled at Kansas State University. Following her freshman year, she returned to her hometown of Leawood for summer break. During her break, Alexandra took a part-time job at a local outdoor swimming pool near her parents' house, where her younger brother Tyler already worked. The pool was a quiet neighborhood spot, catering mainly to local residents, and it still operates today. On June 18, 2002, Alexandra reported to work on an overcast day because resulted in fewer visitors than usual. At 5 p.m., Tyler arrived at the pool to start his shift, but his sister Alexandra was nowhere to be found. Her phone and purse were still on the table where she usually sat, which made Tyler confused and worried. He immediately called his parents to report that Alexandra had vanished. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene and began searching for his daughter. He first checked the pool, but it was empty. Next, he went to the small pump room near the pool which contained equipment for water purification, a ladder, and other items. Upon entering the pump room, Roger didn't see anything out of the ordinary at first. However, he soon noticed a leg protruding from under a tarp. As he lifted the tarp, he was met with a horrific sight. His daughter Alexandra, brutally beaten and naked from the waist down, with multiple bruises on her face and body. Roger quickly called 911 and spoke with the operator. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was performing CPR on his daughter. The paramedics took Alexandra to the hospital, but despite their best efforts, she sadly did not survive. Alexandra was declared dead shortly after arrival at the hospital. An examination revealed that the cause of death was strangulation despite the presence of multiple severe injuries. A thorough investigation found no evidence of forced intimacy, although her body was partially unclothed. The police collected DNA samples from Alexandra's body and secured the pool area, searching for clues to identify the perpetrator. Evidence of a struggle was evident in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body, including her flip-flops found in separate locations. Additionally, an open bottle of antiseptic gel and its cap were found at the scene. A few days later, while the police continued to investigate, Alexandra's family and hundreds of mourners gathered to pay their respects at a funeral ceremony. Phil Howes, Alexandra's boyfriend since high school, was initially suspected in her death. As a pool administrator, he worked the morning shift on the day of her death, and Alexandra arrived at noon to start her 5-hour shift. Although Phil often stayed after work to spend time with Alexandra, he left promptly after his shift that day because they had plans for the evening. Despite being an early suspect, Phil had a solid alibi and was quickly cleared by the police. In an interview with detectives, Phil mentioned that Alexandra often felt uncomfortable being alone at work because some of the lawn maintenance workers would stare at her and try to flirt. The police investigated the lawn workers, but each of them had an alibi. However, the inquiry wasn't entirely fruitless. Several workers reported seeing a suspicious man with a video camera lurking in the bushes near the pool the day before Alexandra's death, apparently watching the female lifeguards in swimsuits. The police were given conflicting reports about Alexandra's final hours. Some people said she left the scene in an old Ford pickup truck, while others mentioned different circumstances. A study of Alexandra's mobile phone activity revealed that she had made plans with a friend, Laurel, to meet on the day she died. However, Alexandra didn't show up. When Laurel went to the police station to give her account of events, she explained that Alexandra had asked her to come to the pool to keep her company until her shift ended. According to Laurel, the pool was empty that day due to the poor weather, which made Alexandra anxious. When Laurel arrived at the pool at around 2:30 p.m., she didn't see Alexandra anywhere. Instead, a man she didn't know emerged from the pool house and waved at her with a smile. Laurel thought this man might be Alexandra's boss, and she decided to leave so as not to get her friend in trouble for socializing during work hours. At the time, she had no reason to think that anything was amiss. The police investigation led them away from Alexandra's workplace and to a completely different suspect. As a witness, Laurel provided a detailed description of the person she believed committed the crime. The police used this description to create a sketch of the suspect, who was identified as a white man around 30 years old with a stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a 1980 Ford pickup truck. The suspect's identity was narrowed down when someone recognized the description as matching James Strader, a local mechanic who owned an old Ford pickup truck. James was questioned by the police and appeared to match the sketch, but he denied any involvement in Alexandra's death. His employer verified his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day of the murder. As a result, James was released from custody. While the police had eliminated James as a suspect, forensic analysis of evidence collected from the crime scene revealed male DNA on an antiseptic gel tube and on Alexandra's body. Unfortunately, the DNA did not match anyone in the police database, leaving the case still unsolved. Alexandra's family, friends, and boyfriend were ruled out as suspects after DNA tests showed no match with the DNA samples found on her body. The investigation was driven by Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, who was determined to find his daughter's killer. After losing his child, Roger felt like he had lost his purpose in life. However, he found a new reason to keep going: justice for Alexandra. In an interview, Roger explained his approach: "You can either give up or keep fighting. I chose to fight." Impressed by his dedication, the police department gave Roger a workspace where he could collect and share information and collaborate with the investigators. As they explored all available leads, Roger and the investigators contacted the popular TV show, America's Most Wanted, and asked them to feature Alexandra's case. The show's producers agreed, and her story was aired. The episode generated hundreds of calls from viewers with potential tips. Although the authorities thoroughly investigated each lead, none of them led to a breakthrough, and the case stalled once again. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra's death, a promising new lead emerged. Following a thorough investigation, police in Utah apprehended a suspect. 3 separate witnesses, including 2 women and a 14-year-old girl, came forward to report being forced into intimate encounters with a man. He had managed to evade capture initially, but was eventually tracked down and arrested in Utah. The arrested individual was identified as James Strader, the same person who had been questioned by Kansas police earlier. Notably, James bore a strong physical resemblance to the suspect's composite sketch. James was questioned by the police, but they failed to collect his DNA sample at the time. This might have been because his employer had convinced the police that James was at work on the day of the crime and had not left the premises. Despite this, James denied any involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death. Although he resembled the suspect in the composite sketch, James claimed he had not been near the pool on the day of the crime. He eventually provided a DNA sample for analysis. The results indicates that his DNA did not match the DNA found on Alexandra's body or the antiseptic gel tube. James was later imprisoned for unrelated charges, and the investigation into Alexandra Kemp's death hit a dead end once again. A year after Alexandra's death, the police still had no leads. Roger Kemp, Alexandra's father, and Phil House, her boyfriend, continued to fight for justice. Phil, who was also the president of the student community, sent the composite sketch of the suspect to students at other universities via email and asked them to watch an episode of America's Most Wanted that featured Alexandra Kemp's case. A year had passed, but the police and relatives' efforts had yielded no results in the Alexandra Kemp case. Undeterred, Roger Kemp, Alexandra's father, continued his quest for justice. He reached out to the America's Most Wanted program again, requesting a rerun of the episode about Alexandra's death. The show's creators asked if there were any new developments, and although Roger replied that there were none, his determination impressed them, leading to the episode being aired again. The rerun generated a fresh wave of calls to the police, prompting Roger to offer a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. The city of Leawood authorities increased the reward to $50,000. Roger also distributed flyers featuring his daughter's photo, a sketch of the suspect, and details about the reward. As Roger drove along the highway, he noticed billboards and realized they could be an effective way to raise awareness about the case. He began contacting advertising agencies to inquire about the cost of posting the information on a billboard. When he called the Lamar Advertising Company, the owner refused to take his money, offering to display the information on multiple billboards for free instead. Roger decided to publicize a sketch of the suspect and reward information on billboards along a major highway. The police received hundreds of tips, which took time to investigate. Notably, multiple tips mentioned the same individual, Teddy Hoover, who owned an old Ford pickup truck and worked in pool maintenance. His appearance matched the suspect's, making it unlikely to be a coincidence. The police launched a search for Teddy Hoover and found his address in Kansas. When they arrived, Teddy answered the door, appearing surprised and nervous. However, this reaction didn't necessarily imply guilt, as many people become nervous when confronted by the police. When questioned about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002, Teddy claimed he couldn't remember, which was understandable given the year time lapse. Teddy denied any involvement in maintaining the pool where Alexandra worked. Nevertheless, the detectives asked him to provide a voluntary DNA sample to rule him out as a suspect. Teddy declined, stating he needed to consult with a lawyer first. He promised to contact the police after speaking with his attorney. The next day, Teddy's lawyer reached out to the investigators, expressing his client's concerns about his DNA sample being added to a database. Teddy reportedly believed in various conspiracy theories and feared that if he cooperated with the police, they would use the information against him in other cases. In an effort to alleviate his concerns, the investigators promised not to enter his DNA into any database and only use it to compare with the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer agreed to speak with his client and said he would call back. As they waited for the call, the police reviewed the case materials again and stumbled upon a piece of paper in one of the folders with a name that caught their attention. On the day of Alexandra's death, detectives began questioning onlookers who had gathered by the pool, trying to determine if anyone had seen anything suspicious. Interestingly, one of the people they spoke with was Teddy Hoover, who had claimed he had never been to the crime scene before. As the investigation continued, detectives grew increasingly confident that Teddy Hoover might be the man they had been searching for over the past 2 years. After several days, investigators contacted Teddy's lawyer to ask if his client was willing to provide a DNA sample. However, the lawyer responded by stating that his client had refused his services and broken off contact. Police immediately went to Teddy's house, but he had already escaped. As a result, the 29-year-old suspect was placed on the National Wanted list. Despite the efforts of the detectives, Teddy managed to evade capture for months. Billboards featuring his image were still up, but the search had yielded nothing. It wasn't until September 2004 when an anonymous caller contacted the police that a new lead emerged. According to the caller, he knew the name of Teddy's girlfriend with whom Teddy was living in Kansas. Detectives sought to locate Laura Barr, a woman connected to Teddy Hoover, but discovered she had left the state at the same time he escaped. This led them to investigate further. The U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that Laura was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut, along with a man named Benjamin Appleby, at the same address. The house where they resided was secluded and located in a rural area. Authorities suspected that Benjamin Appleby might be an alias for Teddy Hoover. To aid in the investigation, detectives from Leawood contacted the Connecticut State Police requesting their assistance in locating Benjamin. It was discovered that he had a prior record in Connecticut with an outstanding arrest warrant stemming from a 1997 incident where he had exposed himself to a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin had evaded capture and fled the state. With the existing warrant, detectives proceeded to the address associated with Benjamin's mail. Upon arrival, they found him at home and immediately took him into custody. As suspected, Benjamin Appleby was confirmed to be Teddy Hoover. It was revealed that while detectives in Kansas had been seeking a DNA sample from Teddy in connection with Alexandra Kemp's death, he had returned to Connecticut and resumed using his real name, attempting to maintain a low profile and escape notice. To apprehend Benjamin, detectives from Leawood traveled to Connecticut, anticipating that he would once again claim innocence. Before bringing him in for questioning, they devised a plan to unsettle him. They filled the interrogation room with crime scene photos and pictures of Alexander and placed folders with his name on the table, creating the illusion that the investigation had substantial evidence against him. When Benjamin entered the interrogation room, he was visibly shaken and unable to speak. A detective confronted him, inquiring about the implications of obtaining his DNA sample. Shortly after, Benjamin broke down in tears, confessing to Alexandra's death. He then recounted the events of the fateful June day, explaining that he had noticed Alexandra, found her attractive, and attempted to flirt with her. When she entered the pump room, he followed her, locked the door, and trapped her inside. When Benjamin touched she fought back, leaving him feeling humiliated. In a fit of anger, he attacked her, beating and strangling her until she lost consciousness. Benjamin then attempted to take advantage of her body, undressing her partially. He retrieved a tube of antiseptic gel from a first aid kit, intending to use it as a lubricant. However, just as he was about to proceed, the sound of a car horn distracted him. The victim's friend, who was waiting in a car behind a fence, had noticed something was amiss and sounded the horn. Fearing he would be caught, Benjamin hastily covered the body and fled the scene. Later, Benjamin returned to the area, where he encountered Alexandra's friend, whom he greeted with a smile and a wave, trying to appear nonchalant. He then got into his pickup truck and drove away. Hours later, Benjamin returned to the crime scene again, this time blending in with the crowd of onlookers gathered near the pool. The DNA evidence ultimately led to Benjamin's downfall. Tests revealed that the DNA found on the tube of antiseptic gel and on Alexandra's body matched Benjamin's. Thanks in large part to the efforts of investigator Roger Kemp, the police were finally able to identify the man responsible for Alexandra's murder more than 2 years after the crime was committed. Benjamin Appleby claimed he initially wanted to plead guilty to avoid putting Alexandra's family through further emotional distress. However, at his first court hearing, he suddenly declared his innocence, stating that his confession was made under duress. Despite this, DNA analysis revealed that his DNA was the only sample found on the victim's body, making it difficult to dispute his involvement. Benjamin's lawyers attempted to argue that their client did not intentionally take Alexandra's life, admitting that he was responsible for her death, but claiming it was not premeditated. However, forensic experts pointed out that Benjamin had strangled Alexandra for approximately 10 minutes, during which time he could have stopped but chose not to. The prosecution argued that Benjamin's sole intention was to observe Alexandra. On the day of the incident, June 18th, the pool area was empty due to cloudy weather, allowing Benjamin to take advantage of the situation. He was found guilty by a jury in December 2005 and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 50 years, as well as an additional 19 years for attempting to force Alexandra into intimacy. In 2019, Benjamin appealed the decision, but the court upheld the life imprisonment sentence for first-degree murder. The Court of Appeal also ruled that the attempt to force Alexandra into intimacy was already taken into account during the initial sentencing. Benjamin was sentenced twice for the same crime, prompting the court to overturn the second conviction. However, even if Benjamin is released on parole, he will be 81 years old by that time. The authorities involved in the case credit Roger Kemp's persistence for helping them catch the culprit. While Benjamin was in prison, Roger and his wife established a self-defense program for girls, teaching thousands of girls and women across the country basic self-defense techniques. Roger Kemp's tireless efforts to bring attention to the case and his work in creating a safe community did not go unnoticed. He was awarded the Presidential Citizens Medal by Barack Obama at the White House. Until his passing at 77 on March 1, 2022, Roger continued to work for the foundation he established in his daughter's name. His ultimate goal was to make a difference in at least one person's life. Kim Wall was born on March 23, 1987, in Trollberg, Sweden. She was born to Joachim and Ingrid Wall, who were journalists. She had just one sibling named Tom Wall. Kim grew up to be a very bright child, who always stayed dedicated to her goals. She studied international relations at the London School of Economics and excelled, but it didn't end there. Kim took her education a step further by attending Columbia University's School of Journalism, described as the Oxbridge of Journalism, for a master's degree. Within her peers was at the top of the class, and she received honors in her year. Kim was very interested in people and their stories, and this attribute reflected in the way she worked as a journalist. Kim would go to any length to tell people's stories and make their voices heard. Kim worked in Australia as a reporter for the Swedish Embassy, as a journalist at South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, and also worked for a European Union delegation in India. Her works were published in many international publications, including the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times. Although Kim shuffled between New York and Beijing, she spent most of her time in Copenhagen, where she lived with her boyfriend, a landstub, a game and interaction designer. The two were deeply in love and had great plans together. One of the plans they had was to relocate to Beijing, China, but life had its own plans. On August 9, 2017, was at her parents' house in Trelleborg, Sweden, spending time with her family, so they could take their yearly summer picture. Her family had taken a family portrait every summer since Kim was a year old, which means they had 29 pictures before August 9, 2017. Kim was also eager to see Yule, so she was in a hurry to leave for Copenhagen. Kim and Yule had plans to host their friends at their apartment the following day to say goodbye before they left for China on August 16, 2017. Kim's mother, Ingrid, knew Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family picture, so she made sure they took the picture before she left, even though Kim's brother, Tom, was sleepy because he had worked a night shift the previous day. Unbeknownst to them, that would be the last picture they would all take together. On August 10, 2017, Uli and Kim readied their home for the house party. Soon friends gathered at their apartment, but before the merriment could begin, Kim got a call. The call was from Peter Madsen, a Danish inventor who built submarines. Peter and Kim had spoken on the phone briefly in the past about an interview. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a Wired magazine article she was writing. It was meant to be a very short interview to end her report, so she told Uli to let her be excused. Before the party started, Kim wanted to get the work done as soon as possible and get back to partying with her friends before it got too late. Kim apologized to her friends who were already gathered for the party and left for the interview. Peter Madsen was a well-known inventor who created 3 submarines. Not only that, but he had also built rocket ships and inspired a lot of people with his projects. Since the interview was about Peter's inventions, he invited Kim to ride with him on the UC-3 Nautilus, his submarine that was launched in 2008. Kim had a safe ride to the Copenhagen harbor, where Peter asked that they meet. By around 7 p.m., Kim was there. Peter was already waiting for her on the submarine, and Kim, who was initially scared to go on the submarine, found her courage and climbed gently onto it. By the time the gentle wind floated around her while standing by Peter on the tower of the submarine, she realized it wasn't a big deal. At 8 p.m., she texted Yule, "I'm still alive, by the way." She also texted Yule, "I love you, but I'm going down now." Not long after that text, Yule received another text from Kim that reads, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Although that was the last text from Kim, Yule didn't think there was a problem since he expected Kim to focus on her work. But soon, Yule started to get worried. Kim was supposed to be back early as promised, but it began to get later and later. When Lul cannot reach Kim around 10 p.m., he started to panic. After calling everyone he could think of, he contacted the police at 1:43 a.m. and told them his girlfriend was missing. The Danish police began the search for Kim Wall, who was reported missing. They searched for the UC-3 Nautilus, the submarine that she boarded before she went missing. But Kim was not found. The members of the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DMA, assisted the police in the search of the sea. All through the night, they searched far and wide, looking for Kim. The divers covered a large dark part of the sea, going front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the sea, while also using cadaver dogs. Around 5:31 a.m. on August 11, 2017, Kim's mother Ingrid got a call from Yule, who told her that Kim was missing. Both Ingrid and Joaquin panicked and could only hope that Kim was alive somewhere. The rigorous search continued, but the police would not find anything until around 10:30 p.m. At that time, a rescue helicopter found the sub in a bay southeast of Amager, near the Drogden Lighthouse, at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen. The police also found Peter Metzen, but Kim was nowhere to be found. Peter told the reporters that were present at the search that the submarine sank due to a faulty ballast tank. He also said he saw a fisherman's boat nearby and he swam to the boat to escape. Peter's story never mentioned Kim, so the police questioned him about Kim's whereabouts. He said he dropped Kim off at a nearby restaurant on the night of August 10, 2017, before the accident. The police lifted the submarine for inspection, and they discovered something suspicious. They discovered that the faulty ballast tank was tampered with on purpose. They also looked inside the submarine, and they found traces of Kim's blood and her personal belongings. They questioned Peter more, and he changed his story. He told the police that there was an accident when he lost his grip on a heavy hatch door that fell and hit Kim's head. Peter said there was so much blood where Kim landed and that she had no pulse when he checked. The police knew immediately that they had to suspect Peter, but on what grounds? There was nothing tangible to hold on to. They were not even sure what really happened to Kim since her body had not been found. 11 days after Kim Wall went missing, on August 21, 2017, a cyclist while riding across a beach south of Copenhagen made a grisly discovery. It was a human torso washed up onto the shore. The police department was called, and after examining the torso, they determined it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist that had been missing for 11 days. The torso had been stabbed about 14 times in a horrific manner, and the rest of the body was not attached to it. Friends and family of Kim Wall then knew that their beloved is no more, but they still needed answers as to what happened to her on August 10, 2017. The police kept searching for answers but found nothing until October 7, 2017, when divers found plastic bags in Koji Bay, less than a mile away from where Kim's torso was found. The plastic bags had metal scraps attached to them to prevent them from floating, and when the bags were opened, they contained Kim's head and legs. Peter was confronted again after these findings, and he changed his story again. This time he said Kim Wall died from toxic fumes while on his submarine. With Peter's conflicting stories, the police knew that he was hiding something. He also remained the only suspect in the case, as he was the last person that saw Kim alive, and he was also unable to provide clear details of what happened when they were together. Since Peter never confessed to Kim's murder, and there was no real evidence to hold anyone for it, no one was arrested. However, the police could not work based on their assumptions, so they proceeded with their investigation. The autopsy on Kim's body revealed that there was no blunt trauma to her head, which contradicted one of Peter's stories about a hatch hitting her head. The autopsy also revealed that Kim was bound and stabbed. It also showed that she had asphyxia, which means she was either strangulated or stabbed in her throat. With this evidence, the police had reasons to take Peter in for further questioning. During the investigation, his phone was searched, and the investigators found out that Peter watched a video on August 9, 2017 that detailed a young woman in pain as she was slowly beheaded with a small knife. His search history also showed that he searched for how to erase all photos on the iPhone. The investigators also found videos on Peter's computer showing women being murdered. and witnesses came in to testify that Peter was seen watching videos of decapitation and practicing asphyxiation. According to the investigation, no traces of Peter's DNA was found on Kim's body, but traces of bodily fluids were found in the underpants, which were secured from Peter Madison after the arrest. Under questioning, Peter denied finding pleasure while he was with Kim. Peter was born on January 12, 1971, to Annie and Carl Madsen. He spent his early life in Sabe and Hong, Denmark. Annie was more than 30 years younger than Carl and had 3 other boys from 2 previous men. Allegedly, Carl abused his 3 stepsons, and Annie left the marriage when Peter was 6 years old, taking with her all of her children. Years later, Peter returned to live with his father, with whom he shared an interest in rockets. While in school, Peter took a great interest in rocket fuel while studying physics and chemistry. He developed his first large rocket and launched it on March 3, 1986. He built it in his father's workshop and modeled it after the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper. The rocket did well, reaching a height of 100 meters before crashing. Fortunately, no one was hurt. In 1990, when Peter was 18 years old, he lost his father, but he never stopped experimenting and consulting engineers. He also joined the Dansk Amateur Rocket Club, DARK Rocket Club in Copenhagen, but the other members gradually became disillusioned with him. DARK members claimed that saying his name would start the fire sprinkler system. He never finished any formal education, but took courses in welding and engineering to learn something about submarines. His enthusiasm yielded positive results as people, enterprises, and organizations saw promise in him and funded his lifestyle and work. He built 3 submarines, UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Kraka, and UC-3 Nautilus. The Nautilus was a privately built midget submarine launched on the 3rd of May 2008 in Copenhagen, Denmark. Constructed over 3 years, it cost approximately $200,000 to build. On May 1, 2008, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals with Danish architect Christian von Bengtstein. In June 2014, he left the project. Peter was responsible for the launch systems, launch pad, and booster rocket engines. Peter was already popular with his inventions, and a good number of people took interest in him. Unknown to them that Peter was a different person on the inside, his true self was only exposed via Kim Wall's murder. On January 26, 2018, 47-year-old Peter Madsen was charged with murder, indecent handling of a corpse due to the dismemberment, and assault due to the stabbing. The prosecution accused Peter of binding, hitting, cutting, and strangling Kim on his submarine on August 10, 2017. Peter did not admit that he had killed Kim throughout the investigation. On March 8, 2018, Peter's trial began and he pleaded not guilty to the charges. The psychiatric evaluation showed that Peter was a narcissistic psychopath, but not delusional or psychotic. On April 25, 2018, Peter was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. Peter was reported to have shown no remorse while in court. Instead, he occasionally stared at people in the courtroom to intimidate them. At one point, the Wuff family was asked not to pass Peter in the courtroom because of the way he acted. While Peter admitted to dismembering Kim's body, he told the court, "Don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." He maintained throughout the proceedings that her death was accidental. Even if Peter failed to confess, this sentencing brought closure to the family and friends of Kim, who never believed that she would be killed in a very close location to where she lived. They all knew Kim to be a brave journalist that was not afraid to go to dangerous places to get the information she needed for her work. If they ever worried about her, it would be because she traveled far and wide to work. Unbeknownst to them all, Kim would meet her untimely death in Copenhagen, the city where she lived. After Peter was sentenced to life imprisonment, he tried to appeal the sentence, but it wasn't granted. His wife, who he got married to in 2011, divorced him after he was arrested and asked that her identity be kept from the public. In August 2018, he was also attacked by an 18-year-old inmate, which had him hospitalized, with the fear of staying in jail all his life. He escaped on October 20, 2020, by threatening prison staff with a fake gun and fake explosives he had made while inside prison. The police chased after him and surrounded him in a nearby residential area not far from Herstedvester prison. But the police could not move closer to him because the police thought he was armed with explosives. The bomb experts were summoned and the police waited till they arrived. When the experts got there, they found out that it was all a decoy. Then the police arrested him and took him back to the prison. For that offense, he had to go to court again, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an additional 21-month prison sentence for trying to escape. Although Peter was already serving life imprisonment, it looked like the extra sentence would not affect his jail term. The additional sentence would play a role if a probation request were ever made. Peter maintained his innocence throughout the case, claiming that death was an accident. But in a documentary series, while Peter Madison was secretly recorded, he reportedly confessed. According to the Danish newspaper, Ekstra Bladet, the series was based on more than 20 hours of telephone interviews with Peter from prison, which were taped without his knowledge. In one recording, when asked if he murdered Kim, he responds, "Yes." He also said, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." 3 years after Kim had been murdered, her parents Joachim and Ingrid, who were also journalists, were determined to put out their daughter's story. They found writing Kim's story therapeutic and determined that the story would not reflect the moments of her death, but instead the person that Kim's family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be. Ingrid says, "The book is our way of telling the world who Kim was. A daughter, a journalist, and a human being." The book is titled A Silenced Voice, which is a tapestry of past and present, at once a joyful chronicling of a life well lived and a family's reckoning with a life being extinguished. It follows Kim as she leaps from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, and Beijing to Sri Lanka, collecting stories, bylines, and beloved friends as she goes. It also traces the hours, days, and weeks after Ingrid and Joaquin woke up to the news that their daughter is missing and learned from the television that a stranger is being charged for the murder. Another thing that brought relief to the Wall family was the creation of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant created to support female journalists. Apart from the story written by Kim's parents, there were different TV presentations used to portray the life and death of Kim Wall. First is The Investigation, a Danish-language television dramatization created by Tobias Lindholm, which shows the criminal investigation of the case. It is a 6-part series that premiered on September 28, 2020, featuring different professional actors. The series was carefully scripted by engaging those involved in the investigation of the case. The investigation does not feature Peter or the crime itself, but focuses on the investigative work leading to his indictment and conviction. In September 2022, Netflix released a film titled Into the Deep, the Submarine Murder Case. Directed by Emma Sullivan, this film detailed the incident as well as covered the life of Peter Madsen, using the documentary footage of Peter, his friends and interns that was being filmed to document his quest to launch a rocket ship into space, using his submarine as a command center. Ulstub, Kim's boyfriend, found it difficult to comment after the death of his beloved. But years after, he spoke about Kim and emphasized how much of a good human she was. In the quiet town of Homosassa, Florida, a young girl named Jessica Marie Lunsford was abducted from her home in the middle of the night. She was just 9 years old, full of innocence and dreams for the future. Her abduction sent shockwaves through the community and exposed a grave failure in the system meant to protect children. As news of Jessica's disappearance spread, a massive search effort was launched. Law enforcement, volunteers, and concerned citizens thoroughly searched the area, desperately hoping to bring her back safely. Jessica's family and friends, filled with anguish and fear, clung to hope while recounting stories of her contagious laughter, vibrant personality, and the joy she had brought into their lives. Days had passed, turning into weeks, and the search grew more intense. The tragedy of Jessica's disappearance highlighted the importance of community vigilance and the need for swift action in cases involving missing children. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to uncover the truth, following leads and leaving no stone unturned. Their dedication to finding Jessica and bringing those responsible to justice became paramount. This is the story of Jessica Marie Lunsford, a young girl whose life was tragically cut short, but whose memory continues to inspire change. Jessica Marie Lunsford was born on October 6, 1995 and lived most of her life in North Carolina with her parents, Mark and Angela. When she was born, she had a few older teenage siblings. She was considered a miracle baby as her mother Angela had suffered a few miscarriages before her birth. However, her parents divorced a year after she was born and her father was granted full custody. For most of her life, she was the only child living with her father, and the two were very close like best friends. Mark worked in construction and sometimes couldn't afford a babysitter, so he would bring his daughter to work with him. She would hang out, talk to his coworkers, and play with wood chips, and everyone loved her. Eventually, her grandparents moved to Homosassa, Florida to be with them. They would go shopping and play games together. They would also take her out and go to karaoke as Jessica wanted to be a musician. She was inspired by her two favorite artists, Pink and Shania Twain. Her career interests changed frequently because she loved to do many things, including acting and working in fashion. Her dream of working in fashion was inspired by her grandmother, who often took her shopping to fabric stores and also sewed clothes for her dolls. Jessica was an outgoing, affectionate, and friendly girl who loved hugs and cuddling and treated everyone with love and kindness. One day, when Jessica was 9 years old, her father had a date with a woman he had not dated since his divorce from Angela, so he was very happy about it. He left Jessica with her grandparents, who would put her to bed when he wasn't home. He went out to meet his date and ended up staying the night at her house. When he showed up the following morning to take Jessica to school, he heard Jessica's alarm ringing and was surprised that she hadn't shut it off yet. He then went to her room and found her bed empty. Her school clothes were untouched. She was nowhere in the house and she wasn't outside. That's when he realized he had forgotten to lock the door after he had left. Mark became anxious and contacted the police to report that Jessica was missing. After finishing the call, he reached out to every person he knew and inquired if they had seen or heard from her. Her grandparents had not seen her since they had put her to bed, and her grandfather did not check on her when he woke up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. The police issued a nationwide alert about the missing 9-year-old girl and received assistance from 100 people who went out to search for her. The police asked if it was possible that she had run away to look for her mother, whom she had not seen for 4 years. But Mark said she would never do that. She would never just go off searching for her mother. And besides, her mother lived in a different state. Police tried to rule out every possible scenario before assuming it was an abduction case. They also asked if she might have engaged in any online conversations with strangers. As this was the early 2000s, when online chat rooms and the associated dangers were becoming a new problem. Mark said no. She's 9 years old and does not participate in any of that online internet activity. Mark also noticed that a purple dolphin stuffed animal, which he had one for Jessica at a fair just a few weeks earlier and which Jessica loved, was missing. This led the police to confirm that it was most likely a case of abduction. Police accessed the sex offender registry and conducted a search for all sex offenders and pedophiles in the area, performing door-to-door interviews to gather information, check for any suspicious activity, and obtain alibis. The investigators had a significant task ahead of them as their registry search identified 208 sex offenders they needed to look into. Mark and Jessica's grandfather were questioned and considered possible suspects. It was distressing for them to sit through 3 days of repeated interrogation and questioning about whether they were involved in Jessica's disappearance, if they had harmed her, given her away, or were in any way responsible. They were deeply concerned, as they cared greatly for Jessica. Her father was her closest friend, and her grandfather adored her. Being treated as suspects was heartbreaking. They both underwent polygraph tests, which they passed even though such tests are not entirely reliable and are not admissible as evidence in court. Angela had not seen her daughter in years and had even remarried and had a child. She had not heard anything about Jessica missing. The police were running out of leads and everything had started to feel hopeless, until they visited the home of 46-year-old John Cooey, one of the sex offenders. John Cooey was a dangerous man who had several convictions, including a dozen robbery charges, and was also a registered sex offender. During the investigation, he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest for being in possession of cannabis. When the police went to his home, They found out that he had relocated without informing the police, which is a federal violation. Sex offenders are required to inform the police whenever they relocate, so that the information can be updated in the sex offender registry. With a few family members, the police went to the trailer where John's sister lived. His sister informed the police that he was living with them, but she was not sure where he was at the moment. Nevertheless, what the police did not know was that they were just a few feet away from Jessica at that time, while she was still alive. During the period, they were questioning John's family concerning his whereabouts. The police entered the house and looked through some doors, but they were not allowed to search further at that moment. The frightened young girl was sitting in the dark closet of John's bedroom, not making any noise, as she was instructed by him to remain quiet and stay in the closet regardless of what occurred. It is unfortunate that Jessica was very close to being rescued. If only the closet door had been opened after the weekend when Jessica had first gone missing. Police came to check on John once again. His niece had given him money for a bus ticket, but didn't know where he was going. John was a prime suspect, as he had been running away just a few days after Jessica had originally gone missing, which raised red flags for the police, along with the fact that his sister's trailer was located around 100 yards away from Jessica's home. They finally found John at a homeless shelter, where he had used his real name to sign in. He told the police he was there to find work. He was questioned about Jessica, but claimed he had no idea what happened to the girl and had never known of her existence until he saw the news. The police had to release him at that particular time, as they had no grounds to hold him. They released him on March 12th, a few weeks after Jessica had gone missing. The officers later obtained a search warrant to look through his sister's trailer. In his bedroom, inside his closet, the police found a mattress with blood stains. DNA testing on the mattress matched that of Jessica's. John was immediately arrested and charged with the kidnapping and murder of Jessica Lansford. On March 18, 2005, John Cooey made a confession to the police. He had initially intended to break in and rob the home, but he made too much noise and Jessica woke up and saw him. Panicked, he was afraid that she would inform on him as she had seen his face. Without thinking, he grabbed her and put his hand over her mouth, telling her not to scream. He informed her that she had to go with him, but before leaving, she requested if she could get her preferred stuffed animal, which he agreed to. She returned with the purple dolphins that her father had won for her at the fair. Once they reached his home, he sexually assaulted her and told her to stay in his bed and not leave the room, and they fell asleep. The following morning, he sexually assaulted her again, instructing her not to make any noise and never come out under any circumstances, as there would be negative consequences if she did. Then he left for work. When he returned home, he discovered that the police were asking questions and knew he had to take action. He was unsure whether to let her go back home because he feared returning to prison. Instead, when the house was empty, he sexually assaulted Jessica one last time and told her he would take her back home to her father, but she had to comply with his demands. He opened 2 large plastic garbage bags and told her to get inside, along with her stuffed animal. He informed her that he would drop her off at her house and she could break free from the bags. However, he dug a hole approximately 3 feet deep, buried her alive, and then escaped. It was very sad because John would have been caught digging a hole and placing her body inside it if the view wasn't completely blocked off by a giant tent that the police put up near Jessica's home in case something happened and they were needed right away. This had the opposite effect. Jessica could have been saved, but the chance was gone. After retrieving the body from the ground, the medical examiner discovered that Jessica had used her last breath of strength to try and free herself by poking 2 of her fingers through the plastic bags, and her 2 fingers were skeletonized. The medical examiner said that she had run out of air and suffocated after roughly 1 to 3 minutes of being on the ground, and the rest of the body had averaged to severe decomposition. Initially, the judge had ruled that John's confession would be inadmissible in court, as he confessed without his lawyer present. However, the trial court decided that all evidence gathered after the confession, including the discovery of the body, autopsy report, and incriminating statements made by him to investigators and a jail guard, would be admissible in court. John's trial had to be held in Miami, as they could not find an impartial jury in Homosassa. On March 7, 2007, John was found guilty of the following crimes: first-degree murder, kidnapping, assault or battery on a person, burglary, and sexual battery. He was sentenced to death, but on September 30th, 2009, before his sentence could be carried out, he died of natural causes, approximately 2 years after murdering Jessica. Jessica's family, who endured unimaginable pain and grief, became advocates for stronger laws and measures to protect children. Their unwavering commitment to ensuring that no other family experiences such a tragedy is a testament to their love for Jessica. Jessica will be remembered as a sociable, caring, and warm-hearted girl who loved hugs and embraced and treated everyone with love and generosity. Jessica's story sparked a nationwide conversation about the safety of our children, prompting communities to come together, demanding reforms and raising awareness about the importance of protecting and cherishing every child. The investigation into Jessica's abduction led to changes in legislation, ensuring that sex offenders are closely monitored and that law enforcement agencies have the necessary tools to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. As we remember Jessica, we honor her memory by continuing to work towards a world where every child can grow up in safety and security. Her spirit lives on through the actions and advocacy of those inspired by her story. In the end, Jessica Marie Lunsford's legacy will serve as a powerful reminder that we must remain vigilant in protecting our children. May her memory inspire us to create a society where every child can thrive free from harm. Corpus Christi resident Kevin Davis strangled his mother before hitting her in the head with a hammer, splitting her skull. Davis then swirled her brain around before sexually assaulting her corpse. Davis was sentenced to life in prison for the crime of a mom who he described as the best. In 2014, Kevin Jasrell Davis argued with his mother, 50-year-old Kimberly Hill, in the Corpus Christi, Texas apartment he shared with her and his sister, Destiny. On May 26th, Davis called 911, reporting that he'd just murdered his mother. Once at the police station, an 18-year-old Davis vividly detailed the day's events, sometimes with a smirk on his face. What he told detectives was gruesome and shocking. Kevin admitted bashing in Hill's head with a hammer, swirling her brain around, and then sexually assaulting her corpse. On the morning of March 27, 2014, Davis, bored and frustrated with life, told his mother he did not like people and that he wanted to commit suicide. Obviously caught off guard by the statement, allegedly told her son that she could not stop him if that was what he wanted to do. Kevin later told police hearing this from his mother enraged him. It was then he decided to take her life. As Hill sat on the couch in the living room, Davis came up behind her, attempting to strangle her with a cord. Hill began screaming. Kevin panicked, retreated a hammer, and began bashing in his mother's skull. Davis struck his mother in the head with the hammer at least 20 times, splitting her skull in the process. Davis then retreated a kitchen knife that he inserted inside his mother's head wound. He swirled her brain around to make sure she was dead, Kevin claimed, and then inserted his hand inside the wound. He would tell detectives during a taped interrogation that his mother's brain felt like putty. Kevin then dragged his mother's lifeless body to her bedroom and raped her corpse. When he finished the sadistic act, he went to a neighbor's house, saying he just killed someone and needed help. The neighbor dialed 911. Police arrested Davis without incident. At the police station, he made a full confession of the crime, giving details that even seasoned detectives found highly disturbing. Watch part of Kevin Davis's confession. During the interrogation, Davis told detectives that he originally planned on killing his sister, too, but changed his mind. He further admitted that he often fantasized about having sex with dead bodies. With a smirk on his face, Kevin also told the detective that he was a virgin before he raped his mother. He stated, "I guess I've lost my virginity to a corpse," as he gently laughed. What did Kimberly Hill do to warrant such a violent death? Nothing more in the son murdering and sexually assaulting his mother, of course, and Kevin could not give detectives one good reason for the crime. According to Kevin, she was a great mom that did not deserve what he had done to her. He said that she was the best mother in the world and went on to say, "I am a terrible, disgusting person." Kevin admitted that he had the best mother in the world, telling detectives that she did nothing to deserve what was done to her. He went on to say that he was a terrible, disgusting person. In reality, Kevin was a serial killer in the making, a psychopath who took sadistic pleasure in hurting other people. Although diagnosed by a psychologist with antisocial personality disorder, the doctor said he knew right from wrong when he provably murdered and raped his mother. He readily admitted that he would till again if ever released from prison. He also confessed to then fleeing the crime scene on his bicycle. Before he did that, though, he left several handwritten notes for the police, one of which read, "Chase me. Sorry for the mess. KD." But after a while, he decided against leaving town and called 911 to report his mother's killing and his crimes. Despite admitting to the murder and making a videotaped confession, Kevin Davis pleaded not guilty to the charges in court. He later changed the plea. Davis smiled at the jury as they sentenced him to life in prison. He serves his time at the Jester 4 facility in Richmond, Texas, and is eligible for parole in March 2044. Story number 2, Story of the Killer Priest. We will be exploring the story of a killer, a priest that seemed to be normal, nothing strange or nothing weird about him. However, he did have a dark side. It turns out that not only was he a pervert, but he was manipulating people as he saw fit, especially women. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the story of Gore, who going back in time in the 50s in France. And we need to take note that the church at that time had a very important place in people's lives. Especially in the countryside, the priests were almost as important as the mayors because they were representing a type of moral authority that many people listened to. And this was the case in the small village of Europe where this story took place. A town that had about 400 villagers, Gore was born on the countryside and his family was very Catholic. They raised him so that he can have a career in religion as a priest. And even if that was not his first choice, that is exactly what he became. It is in 1950 that Guy became a priest at the Church of Europe in appearance. This young man looked like the ideal priest. He was nice, friendly, kind, and very dynamic. Anything linked to religion, he did it very, very well. He had a lot of great ideas to help the village grow. He created a choir, a group to play in a theater piece. He did organize multiple excursions for the kids, and he was known to have created a soccer team for the boys of the village. The older people thought that it was very modern for him to bring all these items to the village. And the younger generation thought it was pretty amazing and appreciated the modern aspect that he brought to the town and to the religion. Dewar was apparently also a beautiful man, and the ladies found him very charming. Now, as I have mentioned at the beginning, underneath this whole angelic disguise guy was actually hiding a dark secret. His personality, he had a thirst for colal pleasure, and he was using his charm to get closer to the ladies. After a lot of perversity and manipulation, a lot of the women actually gave in, and none of the women spoke as they were afraid that no one would believe them and did not want to be seen as the shame of the village. It is in 1953 that things took a different turn for Guy Dyer, and an incident happened that changed the plan of the priest. A girl fell for his charm, and guess what happened? She became pregnant. Now, of course, the priest denies everything, and he says that he is not the father, threatens the girl, and says that if she does not stop, he will file a complaint for defamation. Now having an eye influence in the village, Guy says that this is nonsense and it is impossible for him to be the father. And of course, having such an high influence, his followers believed him. He was even summoned in front of his superior, the bishop, to which he lied to you and denied the whole thing. And of course, this whole situation was shut down in reality. He was actually the father, and he actually took the girl to another village to give birth, where he convinced her to give away the child. And of course, that story was never heard of or told to the villagers, or we could say maybe presume that if people knew, they decided not to say anything, because the priests had such a high influence on the villagers that they did not want to go against him once the story died. Guy went back to his normal ways and kept manipulating the people like he did before. But there was another incident in 1956. Renee Faye's 19 years of age got pregnant, and again by Guy Dyer. Contrary to the other women, Renee did not want to give away her child for adoption. Not only that, but she wanted to raise him in the village of the Uruf, where the priest was. Guy was terrified, and he was afraid that eventually the child would grow up and resemble him. He was also afraid that this woman would actually speak, eventually, speaking of which in 1956, rumors started to make surface. A lot of parishioners were becoming pregnant in mysterious ways, and no one knew who the father was. The priest then starts to think about a plan and ask a military man from another village to come to town and pretend that he was the father. Unfortunately, that strategy did not work out, and no one believed the soldier was the father. That only made things worse for the mysterious pregnancies. December 3rd, 1956 is a date that changed everything. For the priest, Kai brings Rain in on a deserted road to try and convince her one more time to give up the child. She refuses again, and she was tired of the priest's request. So you know what she did. She got out of the car and started to walk back the opposite way back to the village. At night, Guy Deere got out of the car and pulled out a 6.35 caliber pistol and fired 3 shots. The 3-shot hit Regine in the back of the neck, and she died on the spot. Once the crime committed, the priest walked to the victim, entrusted her, and took out a knife and started to open Regine's stomach. From her stomach, he removed the baby girl that was still alive. The priest remitted again, an act that cannot be forgiven. He strangled the baby, stabbed it, disfigured it, and he did all the thinking to himself that if the baby is massacred that way, there would be no DNA, if you want to call it that way, no DNA to trace the baby back to him. The disappearance of Regine was actually reported in the evening, and the weird part is that the priest joined the search party to find the Regine. Can you imagine that situation? I mean, the killer is with you in the search party trying to find the person that he just murdered. Is it just me, or that is just like twisted? The body was found very quickly, and because the priest was not an assassin, he didn't think about cleaning up the crime scene, so it didn't take long for the cops to find the murder weapon, and they found the weapon casing that linked back to the priest. So the priest is now a suspect, and when asked during the interrogation, the priest denied everything. However, because of all the pressure he was getting, he just cracked and admitted everything. Now that story came out and everyone was devastated in France because he is now a criminal, and the church asked for to be locked up with a false name so that it would not affect the church. And also the main reason was to make sure that the crime was not associated to the church. The court addressed the case of Guy de Noyer on January 24, 1958. Of course, the villagers and the public opinion wanted the priest to be sentenced to death. The life of Guy was defined as a person that did enjoy luxury, sexual relations, and admired his own authority. And on his side, the priest was asking forgiveness because he had no clue what he did wrong. The jury did provide their verdict, and for most, they said that he was guilty of double murder. Of course, there was Regine and the baby. However, they did not want to sentence him to death. The jury did not want to send someone associated to the church to the scaffold. The priest, Guy de Noyer, was therefore sentenced to perpetrated work. Now that situation raised a lot of questions regarding the responsibility of the Catholic Church, and this is still a question that is being asked nowadays, especially for the priests who like other kids, if you know what I mean. There was an investigation that was done, and the report came up saying that the church knew the dark side that he was hiding before he was pronounced priest. His superiors noticed that he did not have a lot of faith and he was not really a believer in Catholic religion. The investigation did show that before being priest in Europe, he was sent to Blemet. While he was there, he did have a sexual relation with his parishioner, and instead of removing his status, they just transferred him to another city. Even there, his weakness for women did not stop, as he did have multiple sexual relations. You would think that the church would revoke his status, but instead he was just transferred to Europe, where the church was isolated and his temptations might be lower. But as we have seen, this was not the case. De Noyer was released in 1972 after being detained for 22 years. He was the oldest prisoner of France. Once again, the church came to his help after he was released from prison. He was welcomed in a monastery in Brittany, or he stayed there until he died on April 21, 2010 at 90 years of age. Now we go to story number 3. Family slaughtered at Wells Great Provincial Park. The tiller stalked the family while he let his violent fantasies run wild. 3 generations of a family left to go camping on August 2, 1982. They set up camp in the Welsh Great Provincial Park, located roughly 120 kilometers north of Kamloops in central British Columbia. They enjoyed several days of cloudy family time, picking berries during the day and gathering around the fire at night, having no idea that they were being stalked by a killer. Among the campers was grandparents Edith, 59, and George Bentley, aged 66. their daughter Jackie 41 and son-in-law Bob Johnson 44. Also the Johnsons' daughters Janet 13 and Karen just 11. The Johnsons drove up with their daughters and pitched a tent for the girls. The grandparents brought a truck and camper where the adults would stay. The last anyone heard from the family was on August 6th when Edith called another daughter. It would not be until August 23rd that the family would first be reported missing. Bob Johnson was due back at work on August 16th, but didn't show. After a week with no word from him, his company filed a missing persons tings with the police. In spite of an extensive search, it didn't result in finding any of the family members. The biggest problems were the tiller had a head start. With plenty of time to kill, get rid of the victims' bodies and cover his tracks. The other, maybe even bigger obstacle was no one knew exactly where the family was camping at. All anyone knew was that the family was camping in the Wells Gray area, which is massive. They had no idea where to even start, but alone being able to follow a trail to find the family. It would take 3 more weeks and a mushroom picker to find the family. On September 13th, the Corrin discovery of the Johnsons' 1979 Plymouth was found. It had been burned beyond recognition as it set off to the side of a mountainside logging road. The car held the bodies of the 4 adults in the back seat and the 2 young girls in the trunk. The bodies were burned so thoroughly that it came time to bury the family. They were all placed together in one child-sized casket. Through a forensic examination of the remains, it was determined they had been shot with a .22 caliber firearm. Locals were able to tell investigators where they had seen the family camped at. An examination of the area would turn up .22 casings, which helped identify the weapon used as a Remington pump-action rifle. What wasn't at the campsite was the truck and camper, the boat and camping gear brought with the family, or any trace of the family at all. With no suspect in custody or even in sight, the media was pushing for answers. A tip came in at the family's truck and camper had been spotted. The witnesses said it was being driven by 2 French Canadians in central Canada. The media sprang into action, throwing this up as their headline and demanding the killers to be caught. In April, with still no leave, the investigators knew they needed to get creative. They reenacted what they believed was the crime scene for TV cameras inherited across Canada. The next month, the police drove a replica Ford camper truck to Ontario and Quebec in an attempt to draw awareness for what people should be looking in a for. What it did instead was flood the investigators with over 13,000 tips and sightings of the replica vehicle. The reward was raised from $7,500 to $10,000 for information leading to the truck. None of the tips led to the discovery of the camper and truck. It would be found by sheer luck. 2 forestry employees were working on a logging road and stumbled across it. The camper had sat there on Trophy Mountain for 14 months, only a few kilometers away from the crime scene. The camper was burned out like the car holding the family's bodies. This left the authorities to believe they were looking for someone local to the Wells Gray area, and not 2 French Canadians as they had been searching for, since it was more likely that a local would know about the locking roads and the area in general. Taking a closer look at the person who lived closest to the crime scene led them back to David Rulian Shearing, 24. They have received a tip about him earlier in the investigation. When they followed up, the tipster had quite a bit to tell them. I hear earlier Shearing had asked him about re-registering a Ford truck and how to repair a hole in its door. This was a tip that the police had never divulged after finding the truck. It had a bullet hole in the door. After an interrogation by the Royal Canadian Mote of Police, Shearing confessed. He went so far as reenacting the murders for the detectives. He turned over evidence that he had stolen from the family and the murder weapon, .22 caliber Remington rifle. The ballistic test would prove that this was the weapon used to kill the family. The same weapon that had been hanging on his walk the very first time the authorities went to ask him about the family, right after they had been reported missing. Maybe it was because his father was a prison guard or his brother was a sheriff. But Shearing wasn't suspected when first interviewed. In his confession, he gave details of how it all happened. He had first noticed the family when he set up camp, fixating on the 2 young girls. Then over the next few days, he watched their every move. On the night of August 10th, Shearing watched as the adults sat around the campfire and had seen the girls go into their tent for the night. From a distance, he took out the 4 adults with sniper shots. He said he then killed the 2 girls from their tent as they slept. After he said he loaded all the bodies into the car and moved it to the logging road, then set it on fire with 5 gallons of gasoline. He then cleaned up the campground, removing the family's possessions, including the camper and truck. It would only be later that he burned these as he was unable to transfer them into his name. He claimed that he killed the family because he wanted to rob them of their possessions. It wouldn't be until after Shearing was convicted that he gave his full confession of how and he had been stalking the family. It was the girls that he fantasized about having sex with that kept him interested. That's why after telling the adults, he kidnapped the girls and took them to his property nearby. There he raped and terrorized them for over a week. On August 16th, the day their father was due back at work, Shearing took Taryn away from her big sister. Once alone, he shot the girl in the back of the head. Janet would be left alive for one more day of torture before she would be killed like her sister. With the girls now dead, he took their bodies to the Johnsons' car where the other family members had been placed. He had actually only hidden the car in some bush. He put the girls in the trunk and got into the driver's seat with the 4 decomposing adult bodies in the back seat, driving it to its final resting place where it would be found by that mushroom pick for burnout. David Shearing pled guilty to 6 counts of murder. Shearing was sentenced to life in prison with no eligibility for parole for 25 years, the maximum penalty for second-degree murder. This would be the first time that this sentence was handed out in Canadian history. David Shearing, who changed his last name to his mother's maiden name of Ennis, was first eligible for parole in 2008. The National Parole Board ruled against his release, citing that he was still having violent sexual fantasies and had not completed his sex offender treatment program, so he was not ready to be released. Again in 2012, he was turned down for parole, applying again in 2014. But before his hearing, he withdrew his request. The National Parole Board has also been given a petition which has over 15,000 signatures, advocating for the violent offender to never be released. In his own words at one of his parole hearings, David tries to plea for freedom, saying this about himself: "I was very selfish." He is supported by his wife that he married while in prison. Case of Emmett Corrigan. Ashley Harmon was a vibrant and intelligent person who experienced a challenging time when her parents divorced at the age of 9. During this period, she took on a maternal role, caring for her 5 siblings and protecting them. Ashley's faith was the cornerstone of her life. As a devout Mormon and a member of the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints, she turned to her faith in God for strength and comfort during difficult times. Her unwavering belief provided her with a sense of peace, resilience, and determination, enabling her to overcome obstacles and face challenges with courage. In 2003, while studying human development at Utah State, Ashley met Emmett, a philosophy student. Emmett, like Ashley, had experienced the pain of his parents' divorce at a young age. However, he found solace in the Mormon faith and was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints at 17. Ashley was immediately drawn to Emmett's charm, and he reciprocated her feelings. Emmett was immediately smitten with Ashley's intelligence when they first met, and he quickly realized she was the one he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. He confided in his closest friends about his feelings, and their relationship blossomed over the next few months. During Christmas in 2008, Emmett proposed to Ashley, and to his delight, she accepted. The couple tied the knot in a Mormon temple, surrounded by their shared values and beliefs. The ceremony was a beautiful expression of their commitment to each other and their faith. As newlyweds, Emmett and Ashley were filled with joy and excitement as they began their new life together. Their marriage was built on a foundation of stability and happiness, which is deeply rooted in Mormon values. In the Mormon faith, marriage is considered a sacred and eternal bond that transcends mortal life. While divorce is not entirely ruled out, it is strongly discouraged and only permitted under specific extreme circumstances. In 2005, Ashley and Emmett had twin daughters, and they were thrilled to start their journey as parents. Emmett loved being a father and cherished every moment with his girls. Ashley was happy to be living the life she always wanted. At the time, they were college students at Utah State University, and they managed to balance school with taking care of their babies. Although they faced challenges, their faith and love for each other helped them overcome difficulties. With determination, they pushed through and worked towards a better future. In 2009, Emmett graduated from Utah State University with high honors, went to law school and passed the bar exam, becoming a bankruptcy attorney. During this time, Ashley stayed at home to care for their growing family, while Emmett focused on building his career. Ashley Corrigan took on the role of managing the household and raising their 4 young children. To outsiders, the Corrigan family appeared to have a perfect life, a beautiful home, multiple kids, and a fulfilling career for Emmett. But beneath the surface, things were different. In August 2010, Emmett began to feel overwhelmed by the financial burden of providing for his family of 6. To remedy this, Emmett decided to start his own business, a criminal defense firm. Through a friend, he met Candy Hall, a reputable paralegal with experience in criminal law. The two met for lunch and got along well, leading Emmett to hire her for his firm. Candy was married to Robert Hall, a hard worker and devoted father. When Candy landed the job at Emmett's firm, she was initially thrilled, and her husband and children were happy for her. As the stress of building a business and raising their large family took its toll, Ashley noticed a change in her marriage to Emmett. He was overwhelmed by his responsibilities and sought a release by spending excessive time at the gym, often at inconvenient times that left Ashley to care for their 4 children alone. Despite their growing distance, Ashley and Emmett welcomed their 5th child, a son, on January 15, 2011. However, Emmett's behavior was different from when their other children were born. He began spending more and more time away from home, sometimes staying out overnight. Ashley confided in her sister, expressing her genuine concern that Emmett's activities might be evidence of infidelity. Emmett's assistant, Candy Hall, was facing marital problems similar to Ashley's. Candy confided in a friend that her husband Rob was jealous of her working for the charming Emmett. The constant arguing was putting a strain on their relationship. On March 6, 2011, Ashley and Emmett celebrated their 7th wedding anniversary, but Emmett didn't join her. Instead, he claimed to be at a bodybuilding competition, leaving Ashley to take care of their children by herself. Ashley felt anxious about her marriage, wondering if she was to blame for Emmett's unhappiness. Since divorce wasn't an option, she decided to work on improving their relationship. With a fresh resolve on March 11th, Ashley aimed to restore unity to her home. Ashley was determined to repair her strained relationship with her husband Emmett. She spent the entire day planning a perfect evening, attending to every detail to make it special. She cooked his favorite meal, tidied the house, and reminded the children to be on their best behavior. Ashley set the table and waited for Emmett to arrive home from work at 6 p.m. However, he walked in 2 hours late. When she tried to greet him with a kiss, he turned away, leaving her feeling cold. Despite his aloofness and the growing distance between them, Ashley was resolute in her mission to rekindle Emmett's love for her. She firmly believed that their love was worth fighting for, and was willing to do whatever it took to salvage their relationship. 2 hours after she had finished preparing dinner, the family finally gathered around the table to eat. But to Ashley's dismay, Emmett claimed he wasn't hungry. Ashley prepared a meal for her husband Emmett, but he showed little interest, leaving her disappointed and hurt. When he claimed he needed to go to Walgreens, Ashley sensed something was wrong and asked him to stay and talk. Emmett responded harshly and left, leaving Ashley confused and hurt. Meanwhile, Emmett's assistant, Candy, was going through a tough time in her marriage to Rob Hall. That same day, Rob decided to pack his bags and leave their home, marking the end of their relationship. Rob had a strong bond with his loved ones, but he needed space. One evening, Rob asked his daughter if she'd borrowed his ex-wife Candy's car. She said no. Later, she drove past Walgreens, saw Candy's car, and called her dad to let him know. Rob's casual response hit a profound impact on 2 families. Ashley lay awake in bed, her heart filled with worry as she prayed for her marriage to succeed. Despite her efforts to reach him, Emmett wasn't responding to her texts and calls, causing her great unease. Her instincts told her something was wrong, and she felt a sense of dread. Meanwhile, at around 1 p.m., a 911 call reported gunshots and a screaming woman in the Walgreens parking lot. The police responded quickly, unsure of what they would find. They didn't know if it was a random shooting, a botched drug deal, a robbery, or something else. As the first officer approached the scene, he was met with a disturbing sight. A lifeless body on the ground, and another person wounded and clutching their head in pain. The injured person was rushed to the hospital with a gunshot wound, leaving the police with many unanswered questions. Amidst the chaos, the police were wanted to speak with one woman in particular, Candy Hall, who was present at the crime scene. Candy identified the man in the hospital as her husband Rob, and the deceased man as her boss Emmett. Emmett had suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the head and chest. Shortly after Emmett's body was discovered in the Walgreens parking lot, his wife Ashley received a knock on her door. When she answered, police officers broke the devastating news to her. Her husband Emmett was dead, a victim of a shooting. Ashley was shocked and distraught, unable to fathom what had led to this tragic event. The police then asked Ashley if she was familiar with Rob and Candy Hall. Ashley revealed that she knew Candy as Emmett's assistant, but she had long suspected that the two were having an affair. The police brought Candy in for questioning at the station, determined to piece together the events leading up to Emmett's murder and Rob's shooting. During the interrogation, Candy denied having a romantic relationship with her boss Emmett, and she vehemently rejected any suggestion of intimate relations. According to Candy, she had driven to Walgreens that night solely to pick up a prescription. Candy and Emmett met by chance in a store and decided to take a drive in Emmett's car. During the drive, Candy's phone rang. It was her estranged husband, Rob. Candy told Rob she was with Emmett, which sparked Rob's jealousy and led to him making a violent threat against Emmett. After the phone call, Candy and Emmett stopped at a gas station and eventually arrived at Walgreens. When they got out of the car, saw Rob waiting for them, visibly angry. The situation escalated into a heated argument and physical fight between Rob and Emmett. Amidst the chaos, Candy heard 3 loud gunshots and turned to see both men on the ground. She saw a gun lying nearby, picked it up and threw it away. When questioned by detectives, Candy claimed she didn't know who fired the first shots. Rob, who suffered a superficial gunshot wound to the head, was treated at the hospital and then interviewed by detectives. He told them that the gun found at the scene was his and that it fell out of his pocket during the fight with Emmett at Walgreens. According to Rob, Emmett dove for the gun, and they struggled over it, resulting in Emmett shooting him in the head. Rob claimed he didn't know who shot Emmett during the struggle. The detectives weren't surprised that Rob didn't remember much due to his head wound from the gunshot. However, they did wonder if Emmett had fired the first shot, considering he ended up dead. To get to the bottom of the incident, which occurred in the Walgreens parking lot, the detectives checked the security footage. Upon reviewing the footage, they saw Rob Hall arrive at the parking lot at 9:55 p.m. 1 minute later, he entered the Walgreens store, rushing through each aisle as if searching for someone. The footage then showed Rob leaving the store at 10:06 p.m. and parking his car beside the candy section, where he waited for several minutes. 10 minutes after the shooting, Emmett's truck appeared on security footage as it pulled into the parking lot, but the shooting itself wasn't caught on camera. Although Candy, Emmett's assistant, initially denied having a romantic relationship with her boss, coworkers whispered that they were more than just colleagues. In fact, coworkers often saw Candy and Rob spending time together in Rob's office, with the door closed. Just 3 weeks after she started her job, detectives made a surprising discovery. Emmett had accompanied Candy to the public defender's office to discuss divorcing Rob. During their investigation, crime scene investigators searched Emmett's vehicle and found steroids in the glove compartment. This didn't surprise many of Emmett's loved ones, as he was obsessed with bodybuilding and had been acting strangely, leading them to suspect he was using steroids. When Candy gave her statement to the detectives, she described a distinctive pattern of gunshots that suggested Rob had shot and killed Emmett twice before turning the gun on himself. This evidence was enough for the detectives to obtain an arrest warrant for Rob Hall, charging him with first-degree murder. Rob was arrested and charged with Emmett's murder. The consequences of Rob's actions were severe. If convicted, he faced life in prison without parole or the death penalty. As the trial approached, Ashley, Emmett's wife, hoped it would bring her some closure. She believed that understanding her husband's infidelity and death would help her heal. Prosecutors argued that Rob was angry at Emmett for having an affair with Candy and blamed Emmett for ruining his marriage. According to the prosecution, Rob shot Emmett and then killed himself. However, Rob's defense team told a different story. They claimed Emmett was the aggressor on the night he died, and that he had a history of steroid abuse. They alleged that during the altercation, Emmett grabbed Rob's gun and shot Rob before Rob regained possession and killed Emmett in self-defense. One of the key witnesses in Rob's trial was his wife Candy. Her testimony differed slightly from her initial statement to the police. Instead of hearing 2 rapid gunshots followed by another, she claimed to have heard a pop followed by 2 more rapid pops. This new version of events supported the defense's argument that Emmett shot Rob first. To prove Rob was the shooter, prosecutors presented forensic evidence that the type of weapon used in the parking lot shooting left significant gunshot residue, GSR, after firing. Investigators tested Rob and Emmett for GSR and found that Rob's left palm had 32 particles. His right palm had 23, while Emmett had only 1 particle on his left hand and none on his right. The forensic evidence proved that Rob was the one who fired the gun 3 times, and Emmett never possessed the weapon. After careful consideration, the jury found Rob Hall not guilty of first-degree murder, but guilty of second-degree murder, which means the murder was not premeditated. The judge sentenced Rob to 30 years in prison. Rob will be eligible for parole in 2028, when he is 58 years old. Despite the conviction, Rob maintains his innocence and appealed his conviction in 2021. But the Idaho Supreme Court denied him a retrial. 2 months after Emmett's murder, Candy Hall was arrested and charged with embezzlement for allegedly stealing money from her previous employer. This charge was unrelated to Emmett's murder. Candy pleaded guilty and was sentenced to imprisonment, released on parole in 2014, and remains on probation until 2026. In an interview, Candy expressed deep feelings of guilt over the incident, mainly due to its impact on her relationships with her children. She hopes to prove to them that it was a regrettable mistake. Ashley struggled to come to terms with her husband's murder by his lover's husband. In a 2015 interview, she faced Candy Hall for the first time. Despite her emotional pain, Ashley decided to move on and create a new life. She moved out of town with their 5 children, who gradually adjusted to the change and found joy again. Ashley eventually remarried, had 2 more children, and now blogs for victims of trauma. Nestled along the shoreline of New York, Ocean Harbor Drive is a picturesque coastal avenue that exudes an air of tranquility and luxury. Lined with elegant waterfront homes and upscale properties, is a coveted residential neighborhood that attracts the affluent and those seeking a serene coastal lifestyle. However, the allure of Ocean Harbor Drive in New York can sometimes conceal the shadows that lurk beneath its beauty. The haunting and tragic case of Susan Eigen and her son, Richard, serves as a stark reminder that even in idyllic settings, darkness can find its way. Susan K. Eigen, born in 1942, faced a tumultuous journey through life. As her marriage with Al Eigen crumbled, she mustered the strength to take a bold step forward and separate from her husband. She began to live independently and rebuild her life from scratch alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael. Her new beginning commenced at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, New York, where she embraced hope for a brighter future. Amidst her peaceful surroundings, she gradually assimilated into the community, forming connections with her neighbors. Her efforts to start afresh seemed promising, and visitors from the neighborhood occasionally graced her home, giving her a sense of belonging. Little did she realize that the semblance of a normal life she had worked hard to establish was soon to be brutally shattered. It was February 26, 1984, and the innocence of a typical Sunday was soon to be turned into a nightmare for 11-year-old Michael Eigen as he returned home from a neighborhood hockey game. Instead of the warmth of his mother's presence, he was met with a chilling and gruesome scene. Susan Eigen, his mother, lay lifeless in the hallway, her body savagely beaten and strangled, an unimaginable sight that would haunt the young boy for years to come. He immediately ran to a neighbor's house begging for help. Upon receiving the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose name was not made public, the Nassau County Police Department arrived at the scene. As they entered the house, their eyes were met with the lifeless body of Susan. Lying in the second-floor hallway, right in front of the master bedroom, the police knew from their first glance that she had been a victim of assault. However, the darkest revelations were yet to come as the officers ventured into the master bedroom. When the police stepped inside the bedroom, they found Susan's 17-year-old son, Richard, also dead. After ensuring the area was secure, Officers Otto Kohlmeyer and Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department requested backup. Detective Herb Daub arrived at the crime scene and commenced a comprehensive investigation of the crime scene. The forensic team recovered a white bed sheet stained with blood found in close proximity to Susan's body. Additionally, they collected hair strands from the bandana that had been used to strangle her. Bodily fluids were also found inside the home and collected as evidence. The bedroom exhibited signs of being ransacked, resembling a typical scene from a botched robbery. Dresser drawers were left open and the contents of a pocketbook were scattered across the bed. During the crime scene investigation, the forensic team discovered 2 latent fingerprints. The first one was lifted from a bank receipt, found amidst the scattered items on the bed, and the second one was recovered from the plastic bag used to suffocate Richard Eigen, which was still covering his face. Subsequently, the collective evidence was sent to the laboratory for further analysis and processing. With this theory in mind, investigators speculated that Richard had unexpectedly arrived home during the attack on his mother. Having witnessed the crime, he was murdered to prevent him from talking. While the initial evidence seemed to support this theory, actually proving it would be another challenging task. In 1984, the field of forensic analysis lacked the advanced and sophisticated techniques available today. This limitation made it significantly more challenging to obtain definitive and conclusive results from the collected evidence. Investigators had to rely on conventional methods and technologies, which might not have provided as precise and detailed information as modern forensic techniques do. In August 1984, Detective Charlie Costello from the Fingerprint Division of the Crime Lab was performing tests on the latent fingerprints that were collected from the bag used to suffocate Richard and another from the bankruptcy collected from Susan's purse. Believing that these fingerprints might belong to the intruder, Costello ran the prints through the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, or AFIS. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to find a match in the system, since the murderer had no previous criminal records on file. The detectives decided to broaden their search by collecting fingerprints from individuals in the local area with a history or background in burglary. The idea was to compare these fingerprints with the ones found at the crime scene, hoping to identify a potential match or lead that could help them narrow down their suspect list. This method, though time-consuming, aimed to cast a wider net in their investigation and increase the chances of finding a connection to the perpetrator. Despite their diligent efforts and months of testing numerous fingerprint samples from potential suspects, the investigators were unable to match the fingerprints found at the crime scene. As time passed, they brought in as many samples as possible, but none of them yielded any results. Sadly, after nearly a year of exhaustive investigation, they had run out of new fingerprints to test, and without any viable suspects or leads, the case eventually went cold. After 18 years, on January 22, 2002, Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck once more and ran another fingerprint through AFIS, hoping for a breakthrough. To his immense relief, this time he obtained a positive result. Costello successfully matched the fingerprint found on the evidence to a fingerprint submitted on a school bus driver application. The applicant's name was Louis Talisi. Upon discovering this match to Louis Talisi, investigators learned that he was 42 years old at the time of the crime and had a history of drug possession. With Louis Talisi identified as the prime suspect, the cold case detectives exercised caution and patience, deciding to gather more concrete evidence before making an arrest. In February 2002, DNA Analysis McCarthy employed an ultraviolet beam to detect bodily fluid stains on the evidence that were collected from the crime scene. which were otherwise invisible to the human eye. Successfully collecting the fluid, McCarthy extracted a partial DNA profile from it. Armed with his partial DNA profile, the detectives knew they were getting closer to solving this case definitively. The only missing piece now was a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and confirm the match. It was finally time for them to find Louis Talisi. On May 10, 2002, the task of securing Louis Talisi's DNA fell to Detective Tony Graziano, a skilled and well-organized undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department. His mission was to discreetly obtain a covert DNA sample from the suspect without alerting Talisi to the ongoing investigation. At 11 a.m. on May 10, 2002, Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido initiated their operation by conducting a walkthrough of Louis Talisi's residence. The purpose of this walkthrough was to familiarize themselves with the layout of the house and gather any potential information that might be useful during their interaction with Talisi. Following the walkthrough, Detective Graziano took the lead in establishing a rapport with Talisi. Building rapport is a crucial skill in undercover work, as it helps gain the trust and confidence of the suspect. Over the course of their interaction, Graziano engaged Talisi in casual conversation, discussing various topics to create a comfortable and friendly atmosphere. The detectives knew that they had to approach the situation delicately, ensuring that Talisi remained unaware of their true purpose. Their goal was to gain Talisi's trust enough to obtain a covert DNA sample without raising any suspicion. As Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their walkthrough of Talisi's home, they maintained a casual atmosphere, with Talisi smoking a cigarette during the conversation. Subsequently, they stepped outside onto the street, where Talisi eventually discarded the cigarette butt. Without suspecting anything amiss, their orchestrated plan was progressing as intended. After Talisi left the area, Sergeant Guido discreetly collected the discarded cigarette butt. Detective Graziano and Guido wasted no time and immediately made their way to the crime lab. In the crime lab, the analysis carefully isolated the saliva and epithelial cells from the filter of the cigarette butt. The DNA present in the sample was extracted and purified, ensuring the removal of any potential contaminants. With the DNA profile from the cigarette butt now prepared, it was time to compare it to the previously extracted partial DNA profile obtained from the crime scene evidence. As expected, the moment of truth arrived and the comparison revealed an undeniable match between the two DNA samples. The results confirmed that Louis Talisi was indeed the killer, linking him conclusively to the crime scene and the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. After building a solid case with concrete evidence against him, Louis Talisi was finally arrested on June 5, 2002. Law enforcement officers took him downtown for questioning. In the Nassau County interviewing room, Louis Talisi was confronted with the evidence collected by the detectives, including the crucial fluid sample that linked him to the crime scene. Talisi, displaying his cunning nature, quickly latched on to a potential defense strategy. He acknowledged knowing Susan and cunningly claimed that he had a physical relationship with her. According to his statement, this explained the presence of his bodily fluid inside Susan's home, suggesting that it was not related to the murders. Talisi further stated that at the time of the murders he lived in Brooklyn and had been introduced to the Eigens by friends who lived next door to them. Subsequently, Talisi had met the Eigens on several occasions in the past. However, the detectives asserted that on the day of the murder, he was not an invited guest. The cold case detectives didn't believe Talisi's statement, but they knew the potential complication Talisi's statement might introduce during the court proceedings. They understood that handling it with precision was crucial. Nonetheless, they held one last decisive piece of evidence. A trump card that, if presented skillfully, would leave Talisi with no escape route. On July 3, 2002, DNA analyst Terry Melton took possession of 2 strands of hair that were recovered from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen. Melton then extracted a DNA profile from the hair samples. The crucial step was to compare this newly obtained DNA profile with Louis Talisi's existing DNA profile. And with DNA analysis of the hair strands from the bandana matching Louis Talisi's DNA profile, the final piece of the puzzle was completed for the cold case detectives. After the completion of the investigation and the compilation of a strong case against Louis Talisi, the Eigen double murder case was handed over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office. The district attorney's team reviewed the evidence and prepared for the trial. The case was put on the court docket and trial proceedings began. Assistant DA Robert Biancovilla painted a picture of death to lazy fashion for Susan and Richard Eigen. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Louis Tleisai remained unwilling to confess to the murders. His defense attorney Michael Washower put forth a defense strategy to create reasonable doubt in the jury's minds. Washer claimed that Talisi was attempting a family gathering on the day of the murders, suggesting an alibi to counter the prosecution's case. In an effort to cast doubt on Talisi's involvement, Washer also proposed the possibility that other individuals who knew the Eigens may have been responsible for the crimes. During the trial, Louis Talisi took the opportunity to briefly speak in court. He expressed his deepest condolences to the families of Susan and Richard Eigen, acknowledging the profound loss they had suffered. However, he also maintained his stance, asserting that he was innocent of the crimes he was accused of committing. Michael Eigen, Susan's son, addressed the court and shared a haunting memory that had stayed with him since the murders. He recounted an incident that occurred 4 years after the tragic events when he and his teenage friend found themselves on a boat with Louis Talisi. Michael revealed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him, leading to this unexpected encounter. According to Michael's testimony, Talisi appeared to be in a state of distress, consuming alcohol and smoking while talking at length about himself and his perceived misery in life. With poster-sized photos of his beloved mother and brother displayed behind him in the courtroom, Michael continued to address the jury. He shared how deeply he had been affected by the defense's portrayal of his mother during the trial. Louis Talisi's defense attorney had attempted to create reasonable doubt by suggesting alternative scenarios and other potential suspects. In doing so, they had painted an unflattering and distorted picture of Susan Eigen. In a powerful and emotional courtroom scene, 3 other relatives of the victim also addressed the court during the sentencing phase of the trial. Al Eigen, Susan's former husband and Richard's father, turned toward Louis Talisi and directly expressed the magnitude of the devastation caused by his actions. He described the murders as the most horrific crime imaginable, one that had torn apart a family. Al Eigen acknowledged that no sentence could ever fully compensate for the loss they had endured. Still, he urged the judge to impose the maximum penalty upon the convicted murderer. His words carried the weight of a grieving father seeking justice for his beloved ex-wife and son. Similarly, Eugene K., Susan's brother, tearfully addressed the judge, struggling to find words to convey the deep pain inflicted by Talisi's callous actions. Through tears and deep breaths, he asked the judge to consider the profound cruelty and heartlessness displayed by the defendant as they determined the appropriate sentence. In an emotionally charged moment during the sentencing, Karen Eigen, the daughter and sister of Susan and Richard, was unable to attend in person. Instead, her best friend, Wendy Woods, read a heartfelt statement on her behalf. This statement conveyed the profound impact that the murders had on Karen's life, revealing that she had effectively lost her childhood on the day of the tragic events. Karen's statement expressed her bewilderment and disbelief that someone capable of committing such heinous crimes could still maintain their innocence. During their trial, Assistant District Attorney Robert Biancovilla presented a compelling case against Louis Talisi. He charged that Talisi had a specific intent to rob the Eigens in order to support his cocaine habit. According to the prosecution's theory, Talisi broke into the Eigens with the intent to steal valuable items and money. However, the burglary took a horrifying turn when he encountered Susan Eigen inside the house. In the course of the robbery, Talisi assaulted and ultimately murdered Susan in a brutal act of violence. The situation escalated further when Richard Eigen unexpectedly entered the home during the burglary. The prosecution contended that, fearing his crime would be exposed and unwilling to leave behind any witnesses, Talisi made the chilling decision to kill Richard as well. With the overwhelming evidence gathered by the cold case detectives and the prosecutor's compelling case during the trial, Louis Talisi had no viable defense. The evidence pointed unequivocally towards his involvement in the brutal crimes, leaving him with no way out of the situation. Talisi was finally charged with second-degree murder, kidnapping, burglary, and aggravated assault. During the sentencing hearing on June 2, 2004, Michael Eigen, the son and brother of the victims, addressed the court once again. In an emotional statement, he expressed the profound impact that the murders had on his life. Michael shared that the loss of his home, his mother, and his brother were among the many things stolen from him by Tlisai. In recognition of the devastating losses suffered by the Eigen family, the heinous nature of the crimes, Nassau County Court Judge Joseph Calabrese handed down the sentence to Louis Talisi. The judge sentenced him to 2 consecutive 25 years to life prison terms for the 1984 murders of Susan and Richard Eigen, the Oceanside mother and son. Judge Joseph Calabrese made it clear to Talisi that he saw no reason to show any leniency or mercy towards him. The judge emphasized that the method by which Talisi had murdered his victims was deliberate and intended to cause maximum pain and suffering. Furthermore, Calabrese pointed out that Talisi had demonstrated no remorse for his actions throughout the entire trial process. Michael Eigen, after the sentencing, spoke to reporters and expressed his thoughts on Louis Talisi's continued insistence on his innocence. He stated that Talisi's refusal to admit guilt was consistent with a pattern of behavior in his life. Michael implied that his behavior might be indicative of Talisi's unwillingness to take responsibility for his actions. With the knowledge that Talisi would be behind bars for at least 50 years due to consecutive life sentences, Michael acknowledged that a certain portion of his mind found ease in knowing that the perpetrator would face the consequences of his crimes for a significant portion of his life. Michael was ready to begin the process of moving beyond the tragedy that had haunted them for so many years. In 2005, a year after being sentenced for the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen, Louis Talisi passed away while serving his prison sentence. His death marked the end of his life behind bars, cutting short this sentence imposed upon him by the court. So what are your thoughts on this case? Do you think the Eigen family finally found peace with Talisi's death after just 1 year of being behind bars? The angry man walked out of the house, slamming the door hard. He reached the driveway and stopped. He ran his hand through his black, disheveled hair several times. The man was visibly nervous and said something quietly under his breath, then walked briskly back toward the house. He tugged sharply on the doorknob and stepped inside. Picking up a baseball bat that was lying at the entrance, he walked bossily through the house and shouted violently. At his screams, a blonde-haired young woman ran out. As soon as she approached him, he struck her on the head with a bat. The woman fell unconscious, and instantly a pool of blood formed on the floor around her. The enraged, dark-haired man continued to strike the immobilized woman until his fervor subsided. It is hard to imagine, but it happens that in such a paradisiacal place of the planet as New Zealand, it happens such bloody tragedies. After all, New Zealand is first of all a picturesque nature with its unique flora and fauna, which creates a comfortable climate for people to live in. People living here have a high standard of living with a measured and calm way of life, where there is no corruption and crime is close to zero. But today our story will disrupt the tranquil life of Oakland and completely change the notion of a happy family. Harmon and Brad met on an ordinary day, which later became a fateful day for the two of them. Carmen Thomas was born on October 30th, 1987 in South Africa. Her father died when the girl was only 10 years old. Heavily bearing the loss, her family moved to relatives in the town of Whitby in the United Kingdom. But in another country, the long-awaited peace never came, and after a while, her family moved back to South Africa. Carmen, who was over 18 years old at the time, decided to stay with her relatives and later moved to live in London. In London, Harmon completed her studies and earned a master's degree in marketing. She had a strong and mischievous personality that attracted people. Harmon was a loyal friend and comrade for many people, but a beautiful life in a large metropolis required a lot of expenses, and the girl had to work hard to ensure a decent standard of living. During the day, Harmon worked in the store as a marketer, and in her spare time, she worked part-time in a gentleman's club. Despite her strange choice in the service industry, Carmen was a girl of strict rules and never allowed herself unnecessary and even more so undignified behavior, which was very much appreciated by important clients. It was there that she met an attractive and flamboyant man, Brad Callahan. Bradford James Joseph Callahan was born in New Zealand in April 1978. The boy's parents separated when he was 9 years old. Little Brad stayed with his mother, after which they moved to Australia. In 2001, Brad graduated from university and received an engineering degree in the construction industry. At the invitation of a large construction company, he moved to the UK, where he was offered a position as chief structural engineer for a large business complex. For important negotiations and added status, Brad turned to a gentleman's agency, and his choice fell on the beautiful Carmen. The man was intelligent, tall, black-haired, with bright dark eyes, but he could not afford a real relationship because of too much ambition and busy career. He had no free time for a permanent relationship. After a successful business dinner, Brad was conquered by the open and radiant Carmen. They continued informal communication, which was repeated again and again. After a while, they formed a good friendship, which later grew into love. The candy bouquet period flew by very quickly and the lovers began to live together. Their life together was based on trust and care. They sincerely supported each other and looked absolutely happy. After a while, Carmen became pregnant and Brad decided that the best solution for them would be to return to New Zealand, to a country with clean air and the measured course of life. They returned to Auckland. In March 2005, Carmen and Brad had their son Jack. Jack brought more joy and happiness into their lives. From the first days, Carmen and Brad took care of his safety and provided everything they needed for his happy childhood. To them, Jack was the most important thing in their lives. However, with the birth of their son, serious disagreements arose in their relationship. The first misunderstandings appeared because of the upbringing of the child. The relationship between the lovers became turbulent and unstable, and after 3 years they parted, but retained joint custody of the child. The breakup was difficult for both of them, but they sincerely tried to keep a good relationship for the sake of little Jack. Wanting support and wanting to be surrounded by family, Carmen and Jack moved in with Colin, Carmen's half-brother, who also lived in Oakland. Gradually, emotional balance returned to Carmen, and she began a new life without Brad. In 2008, Carmen moved with her young son to a house on a neighboring street to Brad's so that the son would be closer to his father. The young woman, who lost her father at an early age, sincerely wished that her child would always have a father around as much as she could. Despite this decision, many of Carmen's friends and family thought the couple still had a good friendship, but they only spent time together for Jack's interests. However, life went on. Carmen and Brad tried to find happiness separately again. Brad continued to work as a construction engineer, and in May 2009, he started a new relationship with a girl and even got engaged. Carmen was busy raising her son and resumed her services in the gentleman's club, which quite hurt Brad. He sincerely believed that the mother of his child should never again be interested in dubious earnings. This disagreement became a boiling point in their good relationship. With each passing day, the situation grew more heated. Carmen gave ultimatums to Brad, and he in turn simply ignored the requests of the former lover. Nevertheless, Brad entered into a new marriage and was preparing to become a father again. New financial obligations directly reflected on the alimony, which he paid under the agreement Carmen for the maintenance of Jack. The money was the last straw in a series of scandals. On March 19, 2010, neighbors called the police. The police officers arrived and responded to an incident of domestic violence. Carmen attacked Brad during another quarrel and received a warning. The relationship finally deteriorated. Arguments did not stop even at a distance. Each new question regarding Jack was perceived by each party in the bayonet and with aggression. Once loving parents for a long time could not agree on what school Jack should go to, and it again led to a number of unsolvable problems and a chain of scandals. On June 29, 2010, Brad again came to Carmen's house to make a new written agreement to pay child support and to discuss a new school for Jack. Carmen was not satisfied with the document, and she kicked Brad out of the house, yelling in the wake that Jack was not his son. Brad left. 2 weeks later, Brad tried to speak to Carmen again, but she did not make contact. On July 13, 2010, he reported Carmen Thomas missing to the police. The police took the report and began searching for the missing woman from video camera images and interviews with neighbors. Reconstructing the chronology of events since the last communication between Carmen and Brad, investigators found out some important details that should help in the search for the woman. They managed to find out that on June 29th, a surveillance camera recorded Carmen at a supermarket near her home. While inspecting the rented house where Carmen lived with Jack, the lack of a garbage can on the outside caught the attention of police. Inside the house, there were also traces of blood on the front door, on the washing machine, near the sink and shower. Forensic scientists used luminol to detect traces of blood left at the crime scene because it reacts with the iron contained in blood hemoglobin. The multiple patterns that appeared confirmed the presence of blood on the bathroom door and on the floor. The landlady told investigators that on June 29th, she heard loud screaming followed by prolonged crying and moaning. Recalling that day, she said she knocked on Carmen's door, but no one answered. She had to look out the window. She saw a street trash cannon and an overturned fabric horse, which is a drying rack usually made of wood or metal for drying clothes. Startled, the landlady called her husband, but while she waited for him to arrive, Brad walked out of Carmen's house and into the driveway. He was carrying soiled clothes in his hands. And upon seeing the landlady, Brad rushed to explain that Carmen had become ill after a medical procedure and had vomited blood. However, the landlady noticed Brad's condition. He looked like he had just taken a shower. The woman had no reason to disbelieve the man's story and did not call the police. The search continued, and Carmen's cell phone caught the attention of the police. Messages were being sent from her phone on a regular basis, but the manner of communication and tone of the messages were different and did not resemble Carmen's previous manner of communication. The outgoing messages and calls continued until July 10th. Where did the woman go if she needed medical help and why? The investigators did not have to look for answers to these questions for long. During further investigation, Harmon's car was found. In the back seat of the car was found luggage, clothes, and other belongings of the woman. The examination of the seized suitcase, on some of the things were found traces of blood. A note was also found in the car indicating that Harmon owed money to the agency where she worked. In the glove compartment, an envelope with Misty's name on it, and the sum of $270. Police Inspector Mark Benefield, after finding bases of blood in Carmen's car, first raised the possibility that the woman had been murdered. Police searched the countryside southeast of downtown Auckland for the body of Carmen Thomas after a new report that her car was spotted around the time she went missing. But the search was inconclusive. The investigation and search for the woman continued. When investigators examined Carmen's and Brad's phones at the same time, they discovered both phones had been nearby the entire time they were being searched, and Carmen's phone was not connected to the cell tower in Hamilton. Going forward, one of the most important pieces of evidence was the missing trash can. It remained to be seen if it could be the same bin that had disappeared from its place near the house, and that a neighbor had seen through her window on the day Carmen disappeared. But what did the trash can need to be inside the house for? Police did not refute the idea of the worst possible outcome, and rechecked Brad's cell phone and spending by examining its bank card details, and traced his shopping list. On June 30th, Brad Callahan, a meat cleaver and a large plastic container, as well as several garbage bags. By scrutinizing Brad's daily routine, police identified some exceptional events that did not fit into the young father's daily to-do list. It turned out that on one work day, Brad arrived at the construction site very early and walked alone around the property for a long time. It was strange, but not so strange that the workers who saw him would dart reporting anyone about such an early presence of a supervisor at the construction site. Based on the evidence gathered, such as Carmen's cell phone and questionable purchases, Brad went from victim to suspect. Police believed that Brad Callahan killed his former lover by hitting her several times in the head and carefully hiding the body. On September 21st, Brad Callahan was arrested on charges of murdering Carmen Thomas and attempting to change the course of justice. He pleaded not guilty and is scheduled to stand trial. In a fateful coincidence, Brad's second son from a new lover was born at the time of his incarceration, which caused a wave of emotion and resentment in the young father who was in custody. The man broke down, and 9 days after his arrest, he pointed out to investigators the burial place of Carmen Thomas. Thought he had come up with the perfect plan, part of which was to make it appear that Carmen had gone to Hamilton and never returned. He was absolutely certain he had succeeded, but life made adjustments. Under questioning, he detailed the chain of events from that fateful day. After a bad conversation, Carmen kicked Brad out of the house, yelling in the wake that Jack was not his son. Brad left, but 5 minutes later, he came back into the house and hit Carmen in the head with a baseball bat with such force that she immediately fell unconscious. Blood spurted from her wound, staining the floor a bright red. Heavy breathing filled the room, and Brad stood over the body of his victim with a wild scowl in his eyes. He realized he had just done the irreparable, but he couldn't stop. In a fit of anger and resentment at Carmen's words, he threw several punches again. He knew that his act carried irreparable consequences, but everything remained in the shadow of his insane obsession. Memories flashed before Brad's eyes, happy and endless memories that were now gone forever. Brad knew that his life would be forever changed after that disastrous moment, and that he would not be able to get back everything that was. But it did not upset him at all, because by such an act, he had solved his main problem, and Jack was now only his. Having come to his senses, Brad took a shower and then quietly left Carmen's house. In the days that followed, he sprang into action to get rid of Carmen's body and cover up the crime. Callahan called his friend and arranged to meet him outside the supermarket. He asked him to buy 3 black garbage bags, a bottle of kerosene and cleaning products, and waited for him outside the store, hoping to avoid suspicion. Brad then went into the apartment and cleaned it up. He carefully wiped up the blood spatter and then wrapped the body in a bag and took it out in a trash can. In the following days, the defendant dismembered Carmen's body into 8 pieces to prepare it for disposal. He cut Carmen's legs from her torso at the hip joints. Each leg was cut through the knee into 2 pieces. Her arms and head were also severed from her torso. On July 3rd, he met a good friend at a boat ramp in Oahu Bay near downtown Oakland. He told him that he had killed Carmen during an argument and needed help disposing of the body. But an attempt to dump the remains into the sea failed due to the friend's refusal to provide a boat. Over the next few days, he drove to Waitakere Ridge in West Auckland and buried the containers in a shallow grave. On July 7th, he drove Carmen's car to Hamilton and abandoned it in a hotel parking lot. He put a suitcase of clothes and several other bags of her personal belongings in the car to give the impression that the woman wanted to leave. But in his haste, he overlooked the fact that the suitcase also contained bloody clothes. After getting rid of the car, Brad began sending text messages from her cell phone to give the impression that Carmen was still alive. The criminal texted her friends, saying she wasn't feeling well and had been in bad shape for days. But Brad's perfect plan backfired on him. On October 1st, police went to the burial site Brad had indicated and discovered the body. Carmen Thomas's remains were found in plastic containers. They were carefully removed from a makeshift grave on Waitakere Ridge. An autopsy determined that Carmen Thomas had died from multiple blows to the head, with the fatal blow causing a compressed skull fracture. After multiple forensic examinations, Carmen's body was released to her family for burial. On October 13th, a private funeral was held at Green Lane Christian Center for Carmen Thomas, a young mother, a cheerful, kind, and successful woman. Little Jack, who all along had waited and hoped to see and hug his mom, was only able to hug and kiss her white casket. On February 8, 2011, the first court hearing for Carmen Thomas took place. Judge Wenning found the crime committed was unintentional and took into account Brad's explanation that he acted on emotion. He acknowledged that it was done in a fit of rage, but Judge Wenning was less lenient when it came to the cover-up. On May 26, 2011, Brad Callahan was newly charged with attempting to change the course of justice. A summary of the police case shows that at 8:45 a.m. on July 29, 2010, Callahan struck Mrs. Thomas several times in the head, resulting in her death. He then texted a friend to bring 3 garbage bags and a bottle of kerosene. During the ensuing period, Callahan dismembered Mrs. Thomas's body into 8 pieces to prepare it for disposal. On November 25, 2011, a retrial was held. Police officers who had been working on the case filled the High Court in Auckland when Bradford Callahan unexpectedly made 2 guilty pleas. Brad Callahan, who had previously denied guilt, suddenly admitted to murder and attempting to change the course of justice after Carmen's death. The judge said it was one of the most serious cases of attempting to pervert the course of justice, calling Brad's actions just about the most serious case of attempted perversion of justice there can be. The judge also felt the murder of Carmen Thomas was brutal, but not so brutal as to result in the harshest sentencing laws. The 33-year-old man was sentenced in Auckland High Court, where a large public gallery was filled with Thomas's friends and family, including her parents, who were visiting from South Africa. Judge Venning sentenced Brad Callahan to life imprisonment for murder and 6 years in prison for attempting to pervert the course of justice. He also condemned the lengths Callahan went to in order to cover his tracks. The sentences are to be served concurrently. Judge Venning also said the minimum sentence for the perverting the course of justice charge was insufficient to bring Brad Callahan to justice. Mr. Callahan passed judgment on himself by his actions that day, and it had a devastating effect on 2 families, said Detective Inspector Mark Benefield. Callahan's supporters left court without comment. In a statement, the Thomas family said nothing can bring their Carmen back, and they are still angry because of it. But they are grateful that Brad will be away for an extended period of time so he can reflect on the enormous damage he caused to their own son in the first place. Carmen Thomas's mother, Teresa Scott, told the court in a victim impact statement that she felt completely destroyed by what happened to her daughter. After the verdict was announced, the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Inspector Mark Benefield, told the court that the justice done is the result of hundreds of hours of police work over the past 10 weeks since Carmen Thomas was reported missing on July 13, 2010. Also, Detective Mark Benefield during the interview explained what the work to find Carmen consisted of. He explained that early on in the missing person investigation, they determined that Carmen was most likely murdered. Then the work of gathering evidence, as well as researching information, was carefully conducted. This required a great deal of time and effort to gather, and it was also necessary that proper legal procedures were followed. The detective reported that over the last few weeks, close cooperation with the defendant's employer had not been finalized. Attempts to further investigate part of the Victoria Street construction site would continue in order to find any evidence that might assist the investigation. Until today, we have been unable to comment on media reports about our activities at the facility because we have been very sensitive to the issues of litigation and preemptive contempt of court, said Mark Benefield. He did not rule out the possibility of further arrests and charges in connection with Carmen's death in the near future. Brad Callahan had the courage to take responsibility for his actions in this tragic saga, and he pleaded guilty to 2 charges. But that will in no way change what he did. For the hearts of Carmen's loved ones are broken, their world shattered. Living each new day without Carmen, each of her close family members feels completely destroyed. We will never forgive him for what he did to our family, said Carmen Thomas's mother, Teresa Scott. I could forgive someone for taking a life under certain circumstances, but I can never forgive this man for being able to strip a body and hide it in containers, added her stepfather, Wayne. Callahan's attorney, Stuart Grieve, said his client acted responsibly and does not intend to file a motion. Can a sentence with parole eligibility after 13 years and 8 months be called a ridiculous miscarriage of justice? Obviously, since New Zealand only records about 50 murders a year for the entire country, any crime that is a little out of the ordinary is covered extensively by the national media, as are the court cases for those crimes. It's possible that there was an overbearing bias against the victim at trial because of her line of work. But even if Carmen was antagonistic and pissed Brad off, we don't blame the victim for having her life taken from her. Do we? If Brad had wanted sole custody of his son, he likely would have used this prejudice about Carmen's work and gotten his way because he had the opportunity. Instead, he beat her to death and tried to cover it up. In this situation, we are not diagnosing, we are only speculating. In summarizing this gruesome story, the same question comes up repeatedly. It is understandable that in a fit of rage and the uncontrollable anger can commit irreparable acts. But what feelings can a healthy person have when he comes up with a plan to dismember a once tenderly loved person? Little Jack Callahan is currently living in another town under an assumed name in the temporary care of his grandmother. He doesn't know that his daddy took his mom's life and must never find out because it wasn't his fault. Absurd. Knoxville is the county seat of Knox County, Tennessee, also known as Marble City. With a population of just under 200,000, Knoxville has an easy southern suburban atmosphere with tight-knit communities. But despite its small-town vibe, Knoxville has a higher crime rate than most American cities of the same size. For every 100,000 citizens, the crime rate is 379.6. And yet, Knoxville is a charming place to live, with its museums and parks. Being a university town gives it this perfect blend of age and youth, old and new, vibrant and rustic. And this is where our story takes us. Raynella Bernadine Large, later known as Raynella Dossett Leith, was born on October 25, 1948 in Knoxville, Tennessee. Her father, Dewey Ernest Large, was a nuclear scientist, and her mother was Annie Large, a school teacher. Raynella was raised in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where she attended Oak Ridge High School and graduated in 1966. Raynella grew up in a safe and isolated community designed to accommodate workers at the nuclear power station where her father worked. Like every tight-knit community, the residents of Oak Ridge knew one another well and didn't deal with many outsiders. Crime was minimal and children could play outside without adult supervision or fear. The community was also very conservative and dominantly white. Although prohibition, a set of laws that criminalized the production and consumption of alcohol in the U.S., ended in 1933, alcohol consumption was strictly forbidden in the county where Raynella grew up. As a young girl, Raynella was very bright. She excelled academically, always at the top of her class and even taking extra classes when possible. Her safe and solid upbringing made her confident in her abilities and helped her excel in school. After high school, Raynella attended East Tennessee State University, Knoxville, where she trained to become a nurse. While in college, she met an ambitious and intelligent business student who wanted to attend law school after college and become a lawyer. Edward Dossett, also known as Ed by his friends and family, was a soft-spoken man with a friendly but handsome face. When he met the beautiful, dark-haired Raynella, it was love at first sight. Before long, he had asked for Raynella's hand in marriage, and she said yes. In 1970, Raynella and Ed got married and moved to Knoxville, just outside Raynella's hometown. Ed's family had a dilapidated but large farm in Knoxville with the help of an architect, and rebuilt the farm so he and Raynella could settle down and start their own family. After Raynella graduated from college, she started working as a nurse in a hospital in Knoxville. By 1972, had completed law school and began a career as a proud country lawyer. In 1982, the Attorney General for Knox County retired, and Ed decided to run for the office. Ed brought his usual determination and enthusiasm into the campaign, and his efforts were rewarded when he got elected into the Attorney General's office. By 1978, Raynella gave birth to the first child, Maggie Dossett, and on July 18, 1983, their second child was born, a boy named Eddie. In 1985, Raynella gave birth to the couple's third child, a beautiful baby girl named Kate. When Ed served as the Attorney General, he had a secretary named Kay. Kay and her husband Steve were good friends of the Dossetts, and both couples often hung out together. But with the arrival of their child, increased pressure from Ed's job and Kay's first pregnancy, which made her resign from her secretary job, the four of them began to spend less time with each other, or at least two of them did. The other two, and his former secretary Kay, continued seeing each other because they were having a secret affair. As an elected public servant in a conservative county, having an affair was perhaps one of the worst things Ed could do to ruin his career. But Kay, unhappy in her marriage with Steve, was in love with Ed. And as for Ed, one of the few things keeping him married to his wife was that leaving her would hurt his political ambitions. He was not exactly experiencing marital bliss. Almost everyone who knew Raynella and Ed knew that Raynella was not the easiest person to be with. She was bossy and controlling with a mean attitude that made everyone around her keep a distance from her. They knew not to mess with her. Raynella and Ed, who were once so in love with each other, started to have marital problems because of Raynella's controlling attitude. To make matters worse, Ed soon began to suffer from chronic stomach pain. Once, at a local authority meeting, someone noticed Ed grimacing in pain and asked him if he was okay. Ed's reply was strange. He said that he had the meanest wife in the world who was trying to kill him. By October 1991, Ed's stomach pain had gotten so bad that he was admitted to the hospital. Shockingly, after a series of tests, the doctors informed him that there was a cancerous tumor in his small intestine and liver, which had spread to other organs in his abdomen as well. Ranella took this news in stride, but for some reason she felt the need to hide Ed's illness from the rest of the world. Ed's diagnosis meant that he was dying already, and if word got out, he would have to resign from his job, losing his income. Perhaps Ranella felt that by hiding the illness, could continue working and beat the cancer somehow. But Ed only got worse. In March 1992, Ed's cousin Elizabeth traveled 500 miles from Illinois to come and see him. Ed, desperate to have his family around him, had written to her. When Elizabeth arrived at the Dossett home, she was shocked at the welcome, or lack of it, that she got from Ranella. Ranella bluntly refused to let her see Ed, and didn't even allow her to enter the house. Upset, Elizabeth realized that there was nothing she could do, so she went back home. Later, she would receive a letter from Ranella, telling her that Ed was in such bad shape that he could not receive visitors. Gradually, Ed gained some energy that allowed him to return to work. Although in constant pain, he approached his illness with his usual determination. Despite his best efforts, Ed's condition worsened and he had to leave work again, this time for good. For the rest of his life, Ed remained bedridden, constantly pumped full of morphine to ease his suffering. On July 9, 1992, police raced to the Dossett residence after receiving a chilling call from a local market director. According to the director, Ranella Leith was claiming to have found her husband, Ed, lying on the floor outside, unconscious. When they arrived at the scene, they met a hysteric Ranella hovering around Ed, who was unconscious. She claimed she had found him there after he insisted on going down to see the cattle. She did not mention his terminal sickness. Rather, she told the operator she believed their cattle had trampled on him. From all indications, the only thing investigators could make of the scene was that it appeared to be an accident. But when police interviewed Ranella later, her story wasn't quite straight. According to her, Ed had suddenly insisted he go down to see the cattle. When he did not return inside on time, she went back to check on him and found him lying on the ground. She believed something must have set the cattle off because they were scrambling out of their pen. Even though she did not find a pulse when she checked for one, she immediately began CPR on him. Ranella then claimed that she tried to call 911 on her cell phone but didn't get any response, so she ran back into the house to call the local hospital, but realized she couldn't remember the number. Police found this strange because Ranella had worked at the same hospital for years as the director of nursing, but since she had not been working for quite some time, they believed it might be possible that she had forgotten the number. She then called the director of a local market and asked him to call an ambulance. An ambulance did arrive soon after, so Ranella's story seemed accurate. When the ambulance reached the hospital, 44-year-old Ed Dossett was pronounced dead on arrival. The police launched an investigation into his death because they suspected foul play, but they ultimately agreed with Ranella's story and ruled the cause of his death as an agricultural accident. Although police had closed the case, not everyone was convinced that Ranella was telling the truth. People who had seen Ed in the weeks leading up to his death claimed that he was acting very strangely and could barely stay conscious for more than a few minutes at a time. He also found it difficult to walk straight, as if he was constantly intoxicated. It also seemed implausible that Ed's cattle would stampede him without any reason. Then again, autopsy reports showed that Ed had bruises, internal injuries, and hoof prints on his body, suggesting cattle had indeed trampled him. There was also the fact that Ed's life insurance policy had a double indemnity clause, so if he died by accident, his beneficiaries would receive twice the amount than any other cause of death. Since his death was ruled an agricultural accident, Ranella would receive that double amount. On top of all this, Ranella's reputation as a no-nonsense bossy woman made people suspicious of her. She had told police that when she discovered her husband was dead, she was so enraged with the cattle that she grabbed a gun and shot one of them. But when law enforcement examined the cattle, they found none with bullet wounds. And interestingly, they also did not take note of the morphine in Ed's bloodstream, which would have been quite substantial since he was taking heavy doses of it to help with the pain. Despite these inconsistencies in Ranella's story, Local law enforcement did not pursue the issue any further. They also considered the possibility that he might have orchestrated the entire thing, just so his wife and kids could have more money when he died, since he knew he didn't have much time left anyway. Ed's funeral was another strike against Raynella, as she decided to bury him on the farm, rather than where his family said Ed had wanted to be buried. During the funeral, Raynella appeared too serene for someone who had just lost her husband, and the father of her children. Some even said she was cheerful, moving from guest to guest as though it were a regular party and not a funeral. After Ed's demise, Raynella decided to become a full-time homemaker to spend more time with her kids, but she began to get bored or restless, so she began spending time with her children at a nearby pool owned by a man named Dave Leith. Dave was also Ed's friend and was generally well-liked in the community, was married and had a daughter Cindy, whom he absolutely adored. Apart from being married to people they didn't like and having children, Raynella and Dave had very little in common. While Raynella had a solid upbringing and was well-educated, Dave was a high school dropout with no other qualifications. After dropping out of school at 19, Dave found a job as a barber and eventually opened his own barber shop. He was fond of cars and always spent his free time tinkering with one or watching stock car races. But despite what some might have called his shortcomings, Dave was always certain of one thing. He was very handsome. Dave was not ashamed to spend extra money in effort to look good. He had undergone several plastic surgeries, including a facelift and a tummy tuck, and to an extent his efforts did pay off, because he was considered an attractive man by many. Unfortunately, Dave had an accident that subtracted from his beauty, at least by his standards. One day while chopping wood, he got a splinter in his left eye. To mask this defect, he took to wearing sunglasses to cover his eyes and never looking directly at people when he wasn't wearing the shades. The more time Raynella spent at Dave's swimming pool, the closer they got. Before long, they had begun having an affair. When Dave's wife found out, she immediately filed for divorce. But Dave didn't care. He was head over heels in love with Raynella. Little did he know that his love affair would be the biggest mistake he would ever make. In January 1993, 6 months after Ed died, Raynella married her boyfriend Dave in a tight-knit community like Knoxville. Marrying your husband's friend so soon after his death was scandalous, but the gossip soon died down as Dave and Raynella often walked around town hand in hand, laughing and beaming at each other. They appeared to be genuinely in love with each other, and they were for a while. But just like her previous marriage, Raynella soon began to express her bossy nature with Dave, and this affected Dave quite negatively. For example, Cindy, Dave's only child, once found Dave sitting in his pickup truck, sobbing. When she asked him what the matter was, he said he and Raynella had a fight, but it was nothing to worry about. In 1994, Ed and Raynella's last child, Eddie, died tragically in an accident. 11-year-old Eddie and his sister, 15-year-old Maggie, were driving around in their mother's car. Maggie had a provisional license, which meant that she could only drive when someone else with a proper license was in the car with her. On that fateful day, Maggie was driving unsupervised with Eddie in the passenger seat, when Maggie lost control of the car and hit an oncoming vehicle. Eddie wasn't wearing a seatbelt then, and on impact he was ejected out through the passenger side and died. When police questioned Raynella, she claimed that she had been in the vehicle, although several witnesses asserted she wasn't. But the police took her word for it and did not press charges against her. Maybe if the police had done their jobs, some of the tragedies that occurred in the lives of everyone around Raynella would not have happened, because Raynella was not new to violence. Shortly after Raynella's son, Eddie died. Kay, Eddie's former secretary, sought a divorce from her husband, Steve. During the divorce proceedings, Steve discovered that his second child with Kay was not his child. It was Ed Desette's child. When Raynella got wind of this, she invited Steve to her house to talk about their partners and the whole situation. During their conversation, Raynella confessed that she knew about the affair, had decided not to say anything about it. After their little chat, Steve went back home. The following day, Raynella invited Steve over again, claiming she had found papers that proved both of Kay's children belonged to Ed, not Steve. Naturally, Steve was curious, so when Raynella asked him to come over to see the documents, he did not hesitate. Upon getting to the Desette farm, Ranella led Steve to a barn where she claimed she had found the documents. When they entered the barn, she pointed him to a bucket sitting in the corner. Ranella began firing at him with a revolver she was now holding, but she missed the first few shots. Steve managed to escape the farm and immediately reported to the police. But Ranella, anticipating this, had called the police first. In a panicked voice, she narrated how Steve had come to her house with a gun, threatening to kill her. She knew this would make the police restrict Steve from seeing his children, which had been her plan all along. She wanted to take custody of the boy that Kate and Ed had together, but her story did not make sense, so she was charged with attempted murder and granted bail for $10,000. Her attorney tried unsuccessfully to get the charges dropped, but in January 1996, a grand jury indicted her. 2 weeks before she was set to face trial for attempted murder, Ranella went for a plea bargain. Pleading guilty to assault, in exchange, the attempted murder charge was dropped and wiped from her record, and she got 6 years of probation and 100 days of community service. Meanwhile, Ranella continued to exercise more and more control over Dave. Dave changed his will and made Ranella the sole beneficiary of his estate after his death. Not even his beloved daughter Cindy or her son Dave's grandson would get a dime after he had passed away. He also ensured his mother's home would pass to Ranella after she died. In January of 2000, Dave began to suffer from some medical conditions, including hallucinations, high cholesterol, and even had a stroke once. Ranella immediately took charge of everything, forbidding everyone from seeing Dave. Not even his daughter Cindy was allowed to see him. However, Dave recovered from his illness and was discharged from the hospital, but he was forced to retire from his barbershop, as he could not leave home for long periods. Alongside his many illnesses, Dave began to suffer from short-term memory loss and early-onset dementia. During one of his visits to a neurologist, he mentioned that he felt his wife was trying to kill him. He could faintly remember her pressing a pillow to his face. It sounded eerily similar to what Ed had said about his wife just a few months before he passed away, but his neurologist brushed it aside as one of his hallucinations. Meanwhile, Dave's mother was also diagnosed with ovarian cancer and had to be admitted to the hospital. On March 13, 2003, Ranella visited Dave's mother in the hospital. While there, she suddenly called Cindy asking if she had seen Dave. Ranella said she had left Dave's food on a bedside table, and she was worried he might have gone out without eating. Up until this point, Ranella had forbidden Cindy from seeing Dave, so the call seemed strange, but Cindy said she had not seen him. Ranella rushed home, worried that something might have happened to Dave. When she opened the bedroom door, she found Dave lying in bed, his food untouched. He had a bullet wound on the left side of his head, and there was no pulse. He was dead. When police arrived at the house, they immediately suspected foul play. Ranella had informed them that Dave tragically took his own life, but given his deep affection for his daughter and grandchild, he simply did not fit the profile for someone who would end their life so abruptly. Just a day before his body was discovered, Dave had offered to help a friend with some repairs. He seemed in good spirits, even though he was in pain from his illness. As investigators interviewed Dave's family members, they found another reason to doubt Ranella's suicide story. Dave was afraid of guns. Even as a child, when his father took him hunting, he would refuse to use the gun to shoot any animal. He had never owned a gun as an adult. Also, crime scene investigators discovered that 3 shots had been fired from the gun. The first one missed. The second one was the fatal shot, and the third also missed. The shots had been fired from Dave's left side, meaning he would have used his left hand. But not only was Dave right-handed, he was also completely blind in his left eye due to the splinter incident. So logically, he would not have used his left hand. Based on all this, the police determined that Dave did not take his own life. But if he was murdered, who did it? Without any further evidence, the case went cold. Much to Dave's family's displeasure, Ranella had Dave's body cremated. Cindy was devastated about her father's death. When she was invited to his will reading and she found out that he had not left anything to her and her son, she became livid. She accused the police of mishandling the case and pressed them to look deeper into it. She wrote to the DA's office severally, asking them to take another look at the case. The case went unsolved for almost 3 years, and she only grew more desperate to see justice served. By 2006, when it seemed like she would not get what she wanted, she hired private investigators and filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Ranella. Cindy wasn't asking for money. She only wanted Ranella to forfeit all the inheritance she got from Dave if Cindy won the case. The lawsuit made law enforcement look closer at not just Dave's death, but also Ed's. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the autopsy conducted on Ed Dossett's body was at the best not credible. Randall Bedigo, the medical examiner who had carried out the autopsy, had a long history of substance abuse, which meant that he was likely under the influence when he conducted Ed's autopsy. Otherwise, he might have noticed and mentioned that the morphine in his system, which according to the new medical report, was so extraordinarily high, it's unlikely that any human could function in an ambulatory manner or continue to live. In 2006, Ranella was charged with administering an overdose of morphine. It turned out that Ed had died from a morphine overdose, not being trampled by cattle. Investigators also discovered that before Dave's death, she had secretly gone to a funeral home to make an upfront payment for Dave's cremation. With this new information, the police were ready to make their next move. In November 2008, Ranella was charged with the first-degree murder of Dave Leith. Although she was arrested, police placed her bond at a ridiculously low $5,000. Yet there was no court date for her trial. In September 2007, Ranella entered a not guilty plea to the charge of Dave's murder, but she would not go on trial until March 2009. But the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. It did not matter that of the 12 jurors, only one voted for not guilty, while the others believed she was guilty. She would go on trial again in 2010. This time, ballistic experts testified that the bullet that had killed Dave was fired from 12 to 14 inches away, which was too wide a distance for someone who allegedly committed suicide. Also, no fingerprints were found on the gun, suggesting that whoever fired the gun had the opportunity to wipe it. At the time of his death, Dave had up to 4 different medications in his system that would have made it impossible for him to sit up on his own, let alone hold a gun and fire it. The prosecution maintained that Ranella had killed Dave. She set it up to look like a suicide, then went to the hospital to visit his mother, where she was sure CCTV would provide her with a solid alibi. On January 25, 2010, the jury returned with a verdict after deliberating for 2 days. They found Ranella Leith guilty of first-degree murder of Dave Leith, and she was given a life sentence. The prosecution dropped all charges related to Ed's case afterward. In early 2011, a court ruled that Dave's last will was invalid because his illness implied that he was not of sound body and mind. Ranella had to give up half of everything she had inherited under the will. Ranella's lawyers tried to appeal the case, but they were unsuccessful. They tried again in 2013, but it was denied. By 2015, Ranella's new defense team argued that Dave's illnesses made him susceptible to depression and mood swings, which could have made him so depressed that he would take his own life. Also, they argued that the judge in the previous trial had been under the influence of drugs because of his addiction to narcotics. In January 2017, Ranella went on trial for the 3rd time. This time, the defense established the prosecution's case was circumstantial at best, and that there was every likelihood that Dave had taken his own life. Ranella was acquitted. We may never know why, but although Ranella Leith was dragged to the judicial system several times, she always came out on top, unscathed, and her victims were left to nurse their wounds privately. As long as she has lived in the quiet little community in Knoxville, nobody dares to question her or cross paths with her. Now, once again, Ranella Leith is free to resume her normal life as a mistress of a prosperous farm. Ed's family members will never know the true cause of his death. Cindy Leith may never get the justice she desperately needs for her father. As for the questions, we might never get answers. Every day, hundreds of thousands of individuals go missing worldwide. Although many are quickly found or return on their own, about a third are discovered deceased eventually. The remainder disappear without a trace, their fates enshrouded in mystery. Mysterious and unsolved cases of disappearances frequently captivate the public and become the basis for detective novels or fantasy films. Yet sometimes reality can be more terrifying than fiction. The disappearance of 19-year-old student Katie Poor stands out as particularly unique. Her case was so baffling that even NASA experts participated in the effort to find her. Despite their best efforts, she could not be found alive. This shocking event deeply affected the nation, especially the normally peaceful town of Moose Lake, where Katie resided along with other students. Katie Elizabeth Puya was born on February 28, 1980 in the quaint town of Duluth in St. Louis County, Minnesota. She was the second child in a loving and ordinary family. She grew up with her older brother, and they shared a strong bond since childhood. When Katie started school, the family relocated to Carleton County and settled in Barnum. Katie was known for being sociable, active, and highly creative. She studied vocals, played guitar, and eventually began performing in a music band where she happily showcased her talents. Katie also had a deep love for animals. She volunteered at a shelter for stray cats and dogs and participated actively in cleaning and beautifying local parks. Her beauty was well recognized. In high school, she even participated in a city beauty contest where she achieved second place. After high school graduation, she attended college and moved to Moose Lake, a quiet and picturesque town in the same county as her family. By that time, Katie had been dating Mark for a couple of years. They both went to university and planned to get married. The couple rented a small but cozy apartment in a good neighborhood. Katie attended law school to study criminal law while her fiancé focused on computer technology. They both worked part-time jobs to support themselves financially, save for their wedding, and avoid relying on their parents. Katie secured a job at a gas station near a busy highway where she took night shifts several times a week. She enjoyed this work because it allowed her to manage her schedule efficiently. However, her parents were concerned about her safety since she was alone at the shop during nighttime along the highway connecting several large cities. A place bustling with traffic around the clock with various people visiting the gas station and store. Despite their concerns, Katie reassured them that there was no need for worry due to surveillance cameras everywhere and the presence of a nearby popular diner that remained crowded most of the time. On May 26, 1999, 19-year-old Katie Puya went to the store for her regular shift. It appeared to be an ordinary day. She switched with her colleague who had worked during the day and took up her position behind the cash register. Around midnight, a woman came by the gas station, filled her tank with gasoline, and walked into the store to pay and buy some snacks. After gathering her items, she approached the cash register but found it unattended. Confused, she waited for a while, then went to the utility room and called out. There was no answer. This felt strange since the store was fully operational. Lights on, doors unlocked. When no clerk appeared after 10 minutes, she decided to contact the police. Police arrived promptly, examined the store and its surroundings, but found nothing unusual or alarming. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces. Everything was in place, including a good amount of money in the cash register. Robbery was ruled out immediately. Initially, it was assumed that Katie might have left voluntarily due to an urgent matter. However, all her personal belongings were still in the store. Keys to her house and car included. Her vehicle was parked outside. This posed a question. How did Katie leave on foot? Abandoning her car and purse seemed unlikely, pointing towards a more troubling scenario. The police reached out to Katie's parents to report her disappearance and inquire if they had any clues about her whereabouts or any reasons she might have abruptly left. Mr. and Mrs. Puya assured them that Katie was always responsible and would not abandon her duties as she highly valued her job. Katie's fiancé corroborated their statements, expressing his utter confusion regarding her sudden disappearance. At this point, Katie Puya was officially reported missing and the store treated as a potential crime scene. The investigation kicked off with a review of footage from 4 surveillance cameras installed in the store, each one positioned strategically to cover every angle inside. The initial hours of Katie's shift revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing suspicious occurred during those early hours. Around 11 p.m., a girl walked into the store. She chatted with Katie for about 10 minutes, but didn't purchase anything. From their conversation, It was clear that she was either an acquaintance or friend of the missing student. Approximately half an hour later, A entered the store. He looked around but quickly left. Shortly after, he came back in. At moment, Katie had gone to the back room, and it seemed he might have been observing her from outside through the glass door. He re-entered the store and headed directly towards the back room. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in that section of the store, so what happened next is unclear. A few minutes later, Katie and this unknown man emerged from the back room together and moved toward the exit. The man was walking behind Katie, holding her by the hair with one hand and pressing his other hand against her back. It was evident that he was threatening her with a weapon, likely a knife or gun, and forcing her to leave with him. Essentially, this constituted an abduction from her workplace. This information was crucial. However, further investigation faced challenges because there were no cameras at the gas station adjacent to the store or in its parking lot. Consequently, determining where the suspect took Katie, his vehicle details, and his direction of travel was impossible. Given that the gas station and store were situated on an isolated stretch near a busy highway with no places to hide or go except along the road, it's likely someone would have seen if he had forcefully led her away on foot and contacted law enforcement. Therefore, it's presumed that he took her to the parking lot and placed her in his car. Another problem arose from the poor quality of the video footage from existing cameras. It was 1999 after all, and having any cameras at all back then was quite fortunate. The videos were grainy black and white images that rendered identifying features unclear, making it difficult to create a facial composite swiftly. Law enforcement and volunteers who joined the search scoured several miles around the gas station and store looking for possible clues, but found nothing conclusive. Investigators also interviewed Melinda, the sole witness who spoke with Katie shortly before she vanished. Melinda confirmed she was a close friend and fellow student working part-time at a nearby diner. She mentioned seeing a suspicious man harassing both a customer inside the diner and another woman in the parking lot earlier on, suggesting to each woman that they should get better acquainted. Both declined his suggestions and walked away separately. Melinda's work shift ended at 11 p.m. As she locked the door and prepared to go home, a man showed up again. He approached, asking if the restaurant was closing and what time it would open in the morning. Melinda found his question odd and hurried to inform Katie about the visitor, suggesting they call the police. Katie, however, reassured her that everything was fine since the store had plenty of cameras. Melinda then remembered the man drove a black Ford F-150 pickup truck. They left the parking lot around the same time, but he overtook her quickly. She recalled part of his license plate, 5 and 57, and the letter Y. This was an important clue, but in the late 90s, without a national electronic database, locating the vehicle took time. Both Melinda and another witness at a gas station provided only rough descriptions of the suspect. Given it was dark outside, they couldn't get a clear look at him. They described him as a white male with long blonde hair, aged between 35 and 40. He spoke without an accent and wore a baseball cap that partially hid his face. The surveillance videos were not much help either due to low resolution. For the first time, police sought help from NASA specialists to enhance image quality and reveal more details of the suspect's face. Using advanced technology meant for astronomical purposes, they reconstructed a clearer image of him. The task was complicated, strange angles, as he never looked directly at any camera in the footage. Still, authorities were satisfied with the final composite portrait. This portrait was distributed to police stations statewide and frequently shown on news channels. Citizens were urged to stay vigilant and report any sightings of individuals matching this description or driving a similar vehicle. Soon after, police began receiving dozens of calls daily, though most turned out to be false leads. About a couple of days later, authorities detained a 25-year-old man who bore a strong resemblance to the individual, the composite portrait. Additionally, he had a prior criminal record for robbery and harassment. However, he was soon released due to a notable distinguishing feature, a large tattoo covering his entire arm, which the suspect in the video did not have. An important detail was that the man who escorted Katie out of the store wore a Yankee baseball team t-shirt with the number 23. According to Melinda, when the suspect approached her in the parking lot, He was dressed differently. Yet upon reviewing the surveillance footage, she had no doubt it was him. A week later, a call came from Minneapolis. A worried man reported that the person in the portrait looked like his neighbor, who worked as a cleaner and drove a similar car. A couple of weeks ago, right around the time of the girl's abduction, this neighbor unexpectedly cut his long blonde hair and began growing a beard. This suspect turned out to be 50-year-old Donald Hutchinson. It was discovered that he had recently quit his job without any apparent reason, which raised suspicions. On the day of Katie's disappearance and the following day, he didn't go to work because he reported not feeling well. Former colleagues confirmed that he drove a black Ford F-150 with a license plate matching what police were looking for. Donald Aubin Hutchinson's real name is Donald Allen Blom. He was born in Minnesota in 1949 and grew up in a dysfunctional family where his father was an alcoholic who abused both him and his mother. As a teenager, Donald himself started drinking and displayed uncontrollable aggressive behavior that troubled everyone around him. Consequently, he was transferred to a special school for difficult children. At age 25, Blom was convicted and imprisoned after kidnapping and assaulting a 14-year-old girl. However, he served only 3 years before being released on parole. Shortly after, he was arrested again for assault and harassment, but received another short sentence. In 1983, Donald was arrested yet again. This time, he had kidnapped 2 teenage girls, taken them to a deserted area, and tied them to a tree. He assaulted one of the girls and strangled the other several times, then revived her, making it a game of life and death. Fortunately, a passerby walking with a dog heard their screams and saved them. Consequently, Blom served 9 years in prison. Upon his release, he changed his name, moved to another city, and avoided police attention for a long time. He got married after his release, and his wife bore him 4 children. On the surface, their family appeared happy. The man secured employment. However, his addiction to alcohol and substances turned him into a menace. His wife and children often suffered from his violence, but occasionally this monster sought other victims. Nobody was aware of Donald's criminal past. He went to great lengths to conceal it by changing his name and identity. He even altered his appearance by growing long hair and a beard that he sometimes shaved off. Initially, the police lacked solid grounds to detain him. They could only question him during their investigation. The suspect owned around 20 acres of land just 12 miles from the store where Katie was kidnapped. In fact, right after Katie's disappearance, the police had already visited him upon learning about his black pickup truck. Donald claimed that he had sold the vehicle and that its license plate differed from the one they saw. He even provided a document as proof, which later turned out to be fake. Following these findings, the police secured a search warrant for his house and land property. They discovered an unexpected surprise in a large barn where Donald attempted to hide his black Ford F-150 behind old junk and furniture. The license plate matched the one identified by Melinda. With this discovery, Donald's calm facade began to crack. Nonetheless, he continued denying any involvement in Katie's disappearance. Yet even with this significant lead, the pickup truck, there wasn't enough evidence to arrest him at that point. The suspect's license plate was only a partial match, and there were neither witnesses nor video evidence confirming that Katie had been taken in that specific car. Consequently, the police shifted their focus to searching the house, aiming to find traces of the missing girl or even Katie herself. The interior was spotless. No blood traces, no signs of forcible confinement, and no clues linked to Katie's disappearance were found. However, inspecting the property posed challenges as it spanned over 24 acres and required more than a day's effort, along with significant resources. To address this, National Guard personnel and hundreds of volunteers joined in the search and investigation efforts. The first day yielded no results. By the end of the second day, however, police stumbled upon peculiar ashes suggesting that something had been burned or cremated over an extended period. Among these ashes were bone fragments, which criminologists meticulously collected and sent to a laboratory for analysis. While most bones were animal remains, parts of a human skeleton were also discovered, including a tooth that warranted closer examination. Experts identified that the bones belonged to a young woman aged between 18 and 23 years old. However, DNA testing faced complications because prolonged exposure to high temperatures had destroyed much of the material. When criminologists from other states joined the investigation, they managed to extract a DNA fragment matching the DNA of the missing girl. Unfortunately, this crucial evidence was deemed only indirect and could not conclusively establish the suspect's guilt. Hence, it became imperative to analyze the tooth found among the ashes to determine if it belonged to Katie. It was revealed that this tooth contained a rare filling made of silicone and zirconium, an innovative dental material. Conversations with Katie's dentist confirmed this unusual filling. He immediately recognized his work since he had used materials obtained from an international dental conference on her just a week before she vanished. Though all collected evidence remained circumstantial collectively, a combination strong enough, it sufficed for law enforcement officials to arrest Donald and detain him until trial proceedings concluded. Thus unfolded developments leading up to his incarceration pending further proceedings. On June 22, 1999, the man immediately pleaded not guilty, sought legal counsel, and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the investigation. During a more thorough examination of his belongings, law enforcement discovered multiple firearms for which he lacked permits. Shortly thereafter, Donald began confessing. He admitted to kidnapping Katie from the store, bringing her to his property where he strangled her and subsequently burning her body. However, he denied any coercion related to intimacy with the victim, attributing his inability to do so to the significant amount of alcohol and illegal substances he had consumed. Donald further claimed that he used only firewood and paper to incinerate the remains, but experts asserted that this method alone wouldn't suffice without additional fuel. That evening was marked by aimless driving around the neighborhood. Upon noticing Melinda at a gas station, Donald initially intended to follow her when she left, but then changed his mind. He overtook her and proceeded home to change clothes before heading back to the store where Katie worked. This accounts for discrepancies in eyewitness testimony regarding what he was wearing. 2 weeks later, Donald unexpectedly recanted his confession, asserting his innocence once again. He alleged that he had been coerced into confessing due to threats made against him and his wife. His wife attempted to support this claim during the trial by offering an alibi, asserting that he was at home with her throughout that evening and did not leave the residence. In a striking turn of events during the trial, 2 former victims from 1983 came forward. They testified about their experiences with Donald, depicting him as a ruthless sadist who had subjected them to torture and exploitation. The evidence presented along with the witness statements led the jury to unanimously declare the defendant guilty, sentencing him to life in prison without the possibility of. Subsequently, Donald's wife admitted she lived in fear of her husband, habitually beat her and their children. She expressed that she felt compelled to provide him with an alibi out of fear for her own safety. After disclosing, she changed her last name, took their children, and moved to another state where they wouldn't be known. On a related note, detectives working on this high-profile case suspected that Blom could be a serial rapist and murderer. They linked him to several unsolved crimes involving the disappearance of young girls under similar circumstances. Specifically, he was suspected in the strangling of Wilma Johnson, found in 1983, as well as the 1993 abduction and murder of student Holly Spangler. In 2021, Blom was transferred to a medium-security prison at MCF Faribault. Conditions there were much more lenient, and he referred to it as a vacation. However, after complaints and protests from Katie's family, Blom was moved back to a high-security facility in Stillwater, Minnesota. He passed away there on January 10, 2023, at age 73. Katie Pure's death has been covered extensively in popular television documentaries about real crimes. HLN Channel aired a series called Forensic Files, which featured an episode titled Tooth or Consequences, based on Katie's story. The Discovery Channel released an episode from their series New Detectives titled Fatal Abduction, dedicated to this particular case. Additionally, in 2010, a documentary titled From the Ashes was produced using materials from the investigation. A security guard is patrolling a Truck Stops of America stop on North 1st Avenue just off of Interstate 24 as per usual. As this truck stop in Nashville is incredibly busy and borders on an area that has a high crime rate, security guards regularly patrol the area, and it is also overseen by a network of CCTV cameras. As he continues walking, he soon makes a horrifying discovery. The body of a woman is found. She has been shot dead and posed on her back with her feet together and legs apart, with her arms above her head. He quickly calls emergency services. Little did the police know, this would put them in a race against time to find a sadistic serial killer before he struck again. 25-year-old Sarah Hulbert had had a difficult life. After losing her mother at a young age, she was sent to live with relatives out of state. She would later move back to Tennessee to be closer to her siblings. After falling in love, she would go on to have 2 daughters who were the center of her world. The happiness was not to last, however. She would soon spiral into a drug addiction after her relationship had fallen apart and she had become a single mother as a result. She had tried to beat her crack cocaine addiction for the sake of her 2 young children. As she continued to fall deeper into drug addiction, her daughters were removed from her care. In bids to get clean, she would be in and out of rehab several times. But without her children, she spiraled further into the destructive addiction that had taken so much from her. She had become a sex worker to buy drugs and would often visit truck stops to make money. Detective Sergeant Pat Postolione arrived on scene at the truck stop. One thing that immediately stood out to him was the lack of blood at the scene. This indicated the victim had been killed elsewhere, and then her body had been moved to that location and posed in the lewd position. Due to the positioning of the body and lack of evidence from the scene of the crime, it was the worst fears of officers that this was not a first-time killing. This was someone who had killed before. The task that lay before the officers was huge. This was an incredibly busy truck stop with truckers and people coming and going all the time. But one thing they knew was that her body had been dumped there within the previous 30 minutes. The security guard who had made the discovery said she wasn't there when he last checked half an hour ago. As officers found out and began conducting a search of the scene near the body, they found a footprint with an unusual sole. That was often seen in work boots. It was vital for the officers to check the CCTV, and it was this that would give them a major lead. A yellow truck is seen coming in and driving all the way to the back of the truck stop, where the body of the woman had been discovered by the security guard. 16 minutes later, the truck is seen coming back out. Checks from the stop revealed no evidence to show that the truck had stopped to refill or buy food. As the investigations of the crime scene continued, post-mortem was carried out on the victim. Her body was found to have bruises and cuts, indicating a struggle had taken place. Her body also showed signs of torture. Her rear had a significant injury, suggesting part of her skin had been cut out with a knife. Semen found inside her body was sent off to have the DNA analyzed. It was revealed that she had died from a single close-range gunshot wound, a .22 caliber gun. Running her fingerprints through the database, it came back with a match, and they could finally put a name to their victim. She was 25-year-old Sarah Hulbert. Her family were immediately contacted. They went straight to the coroner's office in disbelief, hoping that maybe it wasn't her. A few months prior to her death, she had made the decision to finally overcome her demons and was in recovery after another rehab stint. But sadly, she would later relapse and begin using again. Near to where her body had been discovered, there was a hole in the fence where drug dealers and sex workers would enter and exit the truck stop to avoid being seen by the security guards. Her sisters mentioned to the police that she had 2 known male associates who were also in the drug scene, and police believed they were with her the night she had been murdered. The men were soon tracked down and questioned. As they were involved in the drug scene, they were reluctant to talk to the investigators. However, when the seriousness of the situation they found themselves in began to dawn on them, they admitted to being her pimps. They were adamant they had absolutely nothing to do with her murder. They'd been driving around with Sarah at about 10 p.m. on June 26th and an argument had broken out. They said she exited the vehicle and went into the truck stop. Sarah Hulbert never returned. After waiting a few hours and she still hadn't come back, they assumed she must have left with the trucker, and so they too decided to leave. They agreed to give DNA samples to clear their names. When the results came in, the semen sample taken earlier did not match either of their DNA. They were ruled out as suspects. The DNA sample did not match with any sample from the sex offender database. The police then turned to the FBI for help to see if they had any cases on their nationwide database that matched the modus operandi of this one that had been committed in a different jurisdiction, and this would lead to the news that could blow the case wide open. There had been a previous murder of a woman in Lebanon, Tennessee on June 6, 2007. Just off of Interstate 40, the naked body of a woman was found in a garbage bin in a Pilot Station truck stop on Murfreesboro Road. She was later identified as 48-year-old Samantha Winters. She was a sex worker and had worked at the same truck stop where Sarah had been found. Police believed that she had been picked up at the Nashville truck stop, murdered, and then her body taken out to Lebanon. Her body had been posed and she had been killed by a .22 caliber gun. But the horrifying information did not stop there. The database had 2 more matches in different states, with these murders taking place before Sarah Holbert had been killed. One of these victims had been a woman called Sherry Drinkard, who was 43 years old. Her naked body had been dumped and then posed, just like the other victims, in Lake Station, Indiana, by the side of the road. And she too had died from a gunshot wound to the head, fired from a .22 caliber weapon. The other victim was found in a motel car park in Georgia on the 29th of January, 2007 at 5 p.m. Like the other victims, she had died from a gunshot wound from a .22 caliber gun. They ran the fingerprints through the database to try and work out who she was. It was revealed that she was a mother of 5 from Atlanta, Deborah and Glover. She had spoken to her eldest child just a few hours before her death and asked her to tell her siblings that she had always and would always love them. She also told her not to call the number back. When she still hadn't contacted them, her daughter became increasingly concerned for her welfare. Deborah had been battling a drug addiction and working as a sex worker. In November 2006, her daughter tried to help her beat her addiction, and in December she had began to make big steps on the road to recovery. But she would soon disappear. Although Deborah had not been found in a truck stop, it was an area that was regularly used by truckers. The police now had 4 female victims spanning across different states. All sex workers, all posed in a degrading position, all dead from a .22 caliber gun. Detective Sergeant Pat Posiglione knew it was vital to revisit the Nashville truck stop to make sure that absolutely no stone had been left unturned. As he was driving, he saw a truck headed towards him, bearing a striking resemblance to the one seen on the CCTV footage taken from the night Sarah Holbert had been murdered. Posiglione turned around and followed the truck after calling his colleagues to tell them what he had seen and give them a description of the vehicle. He approached the truck after it had pulled into the truck stop, but got no response after banging on the door. After banging for a second time, a man pulled the window curtain back and looked down at him. Posiglione explained that he was with the police, and following this the driver opened the door and exited the truck. Posiglione would later say the driver appeared as if he had just been woken up. He was asked to present his driver's license and identify himself, and finally they had a name: Bruce Douglas Mendenhall. Posiglione engaged him in conversation, asking how long he had worked as a trucker and when the truck had last been in the area. Mendenhall said that the truck was last in Nashville in May. As the pair were talking, Posiglione spotted something. There was blood on Mendenhall's left arm and on the inside of the driver's side door. So as not to arouse suspicion, Posiglione told Mendenhall that officers were asking drivers of this kind of truck to provide DNA samples. Mendenhall signed the consent form and provided a mouth swab then and there. Posiglione asked him if he could look inside the truck. Mendenhall agreed. Behind the seats was a sleeping compartment where Posiglione found a pair of work boots. The sole bore a striking resemblance to the unusual footprints that had been found by Sarah's body. Behind the driver's seat was a black trash bag containing clothes, shoes, and tissues, all soaked in blood. Mendenhall explained that when he had been trying to enter the truck a few hours prior, he had accidentally cut his leg, and that was where the blood had come from. He was asked to show the cuts, but there was none. Mendenhall's story suddenly changed. He said the blood actually belonged to a sex worker he had picked up the night before, and she had cut her hand. Posiglione knew it was vital to ensure that Mendenhall did not have access to any weapons. Mendenhall explained that he did have a gun in the truck and handed it over to Posiglione. It was a .22 caliber rifle. Posiglione knew the game was up and bluntly asked him if this was the truck the police had been looking for. He asked several times before Mendenhall shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you say it is." Posiglione asked him if he was the person they had been searching for. Mendenhall gave the same response. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "If you say so." By this point, Posiglione's partner had arrived on scene, and after he was escorted out of the truck, Bruce Mendenhall was arrested. It was vital to secure the truck and preserve any evidence, so it was sent to a crime lab to be processed. Over 300 items from his truck were cataloged as evidence, including handcuffs, knives, tape, and sex toys. Blood spatter was found on the walls, mattress, floor, and ceiling. The news that came next was more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. It emerged that the blood belonged to 7 different women. The bloody clothing found in the bag belonged to a sex worker from Indiana. Her family had not yet realized she had gone missing. The bullet that had killed Sarah Hulbert had been fired from the gun found in his truck, and the blood on the gun came back to her and at least one other woman. Mendenhall signed a rights waiver and said he would voluntarily give them a statement without the presence of a lawyer. But who exactly was Bruce Mendenhall? He had been born on April 14, 1951 in Crawford, Illinois. As an adult, he had lived on Pine Street close to downtown Albion. A neighbor from Pine Street would later say that visitors wouldn't often come to the Mendenhall household, adding, "He was a little different." In 1997, he had ran in the mayoral elections. But incumbent Reverend Bill Rucker had won in a landslide. Mendenhall had come in last place. When looking into Mendenhall's background, the police discovered a man with no record of violence, and he had not had any run-ins with the law. On the face of it, he appeared to be a typical family man, married with 2 grown-up daughters. Jimmy Nesbitt reported for the Courier-Press that Mendenhall had later moved into a small home in the country, surrounded by farms. This house would later be searched by police to try and help build a picture of who he was and add to their evidence. One of his neighbors recalled that Mendenhall and his wife had shown up on her driveway, his wife asking her if she wanted to purchase anything from a catalog. Mendenhall stayed in the vehicle. The neighbor said he just sat in the car and had a weird look on his face. The report in the Courier-Press also said he would often ignore his neighbors if they tried to interact with him. The mayor of Albee and Ryan Hallam would say he hadn't really had any run-ins with the law. Everybody thought he was a little mouthy and so forth like that. Anything off kilter? No, not too much. The minister from the church close to the Mendenhall's home said that after he was arrested, his family was struggling to come to terms with the news. The news of his arrest was the talk of the town. Mayor Hallam said, "We've got 2,000 people. The news spreads like wildfire. People in Albion could not believe that one of their own was capable of such horrific crimes. Everyone's in disbelief that we had an individual living here like this. He didn't mix well with others around him, but we never had any problems with him," said Mayor Hallam. It was now time for the police to interview their suspect, but before they knew it, he made a shocking admission. He said that he had dumped the bodies, but he hadn't killed any of them. He explained that 2 men, Richie and David, were the real murderers they were looking for. He said they would go to every truck stop he went to, and by the time they left would be a dead body in his truck. He would later say that a 3rd person named Terry was also involved. He said they would leave him to clean up. He told the officers they would always use his gun to kill the women and then leave their bodies in his vehicle. When talking about Sarah Hulbert, he said that he had gone into the truck stop and when he came out, he found her dead body in his truck. He said that in a moment of panic, he took her body out of the truck and left her on the ground in the far corner of the stop. He told Posiglione, "I'm pissed off at Richie and David because they did all the killings." Officers did look into his claims and found that the 3 men in question did actually exist. They were all interviewed and their fingerprints and DNA samples were taken. It turned out he had had altercations with all of these men over minor things. He then offered up another shocking confession. The latest murder had actually taken place the day before in Indiana. They then presented him with the evidence that they had gathered from the truck. Despite his claims, there was only one set of prints on the gun, Bruce Mendenhall's. There was also no evidence to prove that any of those men had been in the back of the truck. When Mendenhall was asked if he was the killer, refused to talk anymore and requested a lawyer. The police, assisted by the FBI, worked in collaboration with investigators from the other jurisdictions where the murders had occurred. Using fuel receipts, they constructed a timeline of his movements and were able to place him in the locations the victims' bodies had been found. But what could the motive possibly have been? Posiglione would later say in a documentary he thought that it was potentially his hatred of sex workers. There would be at the truck stops and his desire to degrade them post-mortem with the lewd posing of their bodies. Mendenhall's daughter disagreed and would say, "He never had a negative thing to say about anyone who chose that lifestyle. There's people like that will do that. Everybody knows that. Dad, he didn't really pay attention to it." He was charged with criminal homicide and taken to the Metro Davison County Jail, where he was held without bond. Following this, it was time for Bruce Mendenhall to go on trial for the murder of Sarah Hulbert. His attorney Jason Gickner said that he had entered a plea of not guilty by video arraignment. The prosecution's case rested heavily on the plethora of physical evidence that had been gathered. Prosecutors were not seeking the death penalty, as there were no aggravating circumstances that are required in the state of Tennessee. They also ensured that the jury were reminded of Sarah and who she was. They wanted to emphasize that she was a real person, with children and a family who cared deeply for her. She was not just another piece of the evidence. After closing arguments, the jury retired to consider the evidence, and before long, they had reached their verdict. Bruce Mendenhall was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Sarah Hulbert. In Tennessee, a first-degree murder conviction and subsequent life sentence is interpreted to mean 60 years in prison. A shocking story would soon be reported. Whilst in prison, his wife had passed away from natural causes. Following her death, Mendenhall received the insurance money. He used this money to offer $15,000 to 2 inmates to kill the 3 men he had tried to blame for the murders. One of the murders was due to be staged as a copycat, to mislead the police into thinking the real murderer was still out there, but it didn't stop there. He had allegedly tried to have 2 investigators, Pat Postiglione and Lee Freeman, murdered. Postiglione would later remark that in his career spanning more than 3 decades, he had never known of someone trying to have him murdered. He said, "When you are putting people away in prison, potentially for the rest of their lives, I guess you could possibly become a target for those reasons. So we take it very serious." In 2010, he went on trial for these offenses. The court heard from the 2 inmates he had tried to pay to commit the murders. One of them was in prison for explosives charges. Was asked by prosecutor Rachel Sobrero, what were his words to the best of your recollection? He replied, "How much C4 would it take to blow up a trailer?" They also heard from the other inmates who were serving 10 years on burglary charges. He was belligerent about those 2 officers. He wanted those 2 officers dead. That's point blank what he said. At around 2:30 p.m., the jury retired to deliberate, and less than 4 hours later, they had reached a verdict. He was found not guilty of the allegations relating to wanting to have the 2 officers killed. When it came to the plot to have the 3 other men killed, he was convicted. Davidson County Criminal Court Judge Steve Doser sentenced him to 30 years in prison, 10 years for each count that would be served consecutively. He was also charged with the murder of Samantha Winters. On the 2nd of August 2007, Mendenhall waived his right to a preliminary hearing, and a few weeks later, on the 17th, Bruce Mendenhall was indicted by a Wilson County grand jury for the murder of Samantha Winters. Prior to standing trial in this case, Mendenhall filed an appeal against his conviction for the murder of Sarah Hulbert. He argued that his legal counsel had been ineffective. He said there were 7 possible suspects and that his lawyers could have shown evidence to demonstrate this. However, it was noted that he had failed to give said list to the court. His appeal also said he wanted further DNA testing to be carried out. The Tennessee Criminal Court of Appeals rejected this. Since his appeal had been rejected, the trial for Samantha's case could now go forward. His lawyer said, "If you look at the crime in Lebanon under the truck stop murders, it's really not the sign of a serial killer. They got a lot of blood evidence. They've got pages of blood evidence, but none of it is from Samantha Winters. It's from Sarah Holbert. But the prosecution fired back saying, I don't care what kind of person Samantha Winters was, what kind of life she led. She didn't deserve this. When all the evidence had been presented, the jury would deliberate for less than 2 hours before they returned a verdict of guilty for abuse of a corpse and first-degree murder. He again was sentenced to life in prison. In 2008, it was reported he had been linked to yet another killing. 28-year-old Letitia Yvonne Milliken had gone missing from Nashville. She was living in a makeshift camp off of Hermitage Avenue amongst other homeless people. She had also been a sex worker. Postiglione had worked with her family to try and find her. Her family hadn't heard from her for the last couple of months. And on the 26th of June 2007, a missing persons report was filed. The same day Sarah Holbert's body had been found. The police had been given an item that contained Letitia's DNA to compare with some of the blood found in Mendenhall's truck. Came back as a match. Karma Papora was a 32-year-old mother to 2 children and was known to visit truck stops regularly. She had last been seen in the south side of Indianapolis, Interstate 465, at a Flying J truck stop. Sergeant Matt Mount of the NPD said, they've taken DNA from both parents to try and match with the DNA from the blood on the clothing that was found inside the truck down in Tennessee. The DNA tests came back as a match. The police also found the clothes she had been wearing that day, her phone, and her bank card. On the 10th of April, 2008, Mendenhall was charged with the murder of Karma Papora, even though her body hadn't been found. Helen Marshall, the deputy prosecutor for Marion County, said, it definitely makes it much more difficult to proceed. We are working very hard to be able to file the case against him here. August 15, 2011. At the 8-mile marker of the Libby B. Nunn Parkway in Kentucky, human remains were found. The medical examiner's office used DNA to identify the person. It came back as being the remains of Karma Papora. In Birmingham, Alabama, Mendenhall was charged with the murder of Lucille Carter, known as Gretna. She had been found in a bin. A bag was covering her head and face, and there was tape wrapped around her neck. She had also been left naked and, like the other women, she had died from a bullet fired from a .22 caliber gun. Indianapolis Deputy Police Chief Scott Robinette said, yet we have not found those victims. The brutal and depraved crimes of Bruce Mendenhall have left families and communities in tatters. His crimes are impossible to comprehend, with no motive, and the full extent of them may never be fully known. Many are holding on to the hope that they will one day have the answers they desperately need, and that their loved ones will see justice be served. On May 21, 2010, a young woman was found murdered in the apartment of 26-year-old Army veteran Sam Hare. When Sam's father discovered the gruesome scene, they frantically dialed 911. Then I walk you to the bedroom, and that's where I saw a body of a large load of blood. I could literally call it, but Sam was nowhere in sight. Who was that woman, and what happened to her? Was Sam on the run after killing her? Located halfway between Los Angeles and San Diego, Costa Mesa, California lies on a coastal highland overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Despite its affluence, it's a laid-back beach community at heart. No one anticipated that this beautiful place would be where Julie Kabulishi would meet her with again. Sam Hare's parents, Stephen and Raquel Hare, became concerned when they hadn't heard from their son in a while. Sam was supposed to go to his parents' house that weekend, but he never showed up. On May 22, 2010, Stephen went to Sam's apartment along with his wife. There, a horrendous scene was awaiting them. Sam, what happened? What did you do? Panic struck him. He immediately dialed 911. In this frantic call, Steve alerted the police that there was a dead woman lying face down in his son's bedroom with some of her clothes ripped off and blood coming down from her forehead. However, Sam was nowhere in sight. The incident came as a shock for the customary community, where murders are very rare. When police reached the apartment, they did not find any signs that a struggle had taken place. The apartment seemed to be filled with items you'd find in a typical bachelor pad. Empty beer bottles, burnt cigarettes, a patio barbecue. But it looked relatively clean and neat. That is, until they entered the bedroom. Then in the bedroom, which begins to look a little suspicious, on the bedside table, there's an unused knife, and there's a couple of books. One of them, a combat how-to, another, the wonders of sex. But then when you turn to the bed, a horrendous, The bed was soaked red from the victim's blood. The deceased woman was lying partially on the bed and partially kneeling on the ground. Her pants were pulled down, exposing the lower portion of her body. From the looks of it, detectives concluded that she might have been sexually assaulted before her death. She died from 2 gunshot wounds to her head. Here waddle Gaja would Gaja top said Aram of the head. There was also a knife on the bedside table, but it appeared to be unused. Strangely, she was wearing a tiara, and scrawled on the back of her sweater were the words, "All yours." Her bag was found in the kitchen. From her driver's license, detectives identified the victim as 23-year-old Julie Kibushi. Julie Kibushi was born on Valentine's Day, 1987, to Japanese-American parents, June and Masa Kibushi. June was the third of 4 children and their first daughter. She'd always been referred to as my Valentine girl by her parents. From a very young age, Julie took a keen interest in dancing music. Her mother said Julie started tap dancing when she was just 5, and that passion only grew over the years. According to her friends and family, she was a pleasure to be around. Her goofy and bubbly personality made everyone laugh. Not only did she exude positivity, but she often bent over backwards to help a friend in need. On one hand, she respected her Japanese culture, but on the other, she was a free-spirited all-American girl. After graduating high school from the Orange County School of the Arts, Julie went on to study fashion design at Orange Coast Community College. Here, she met 26-year-old Sam Hare, and the two became close. She also tutored him in anthropology. She did not know that her kindness would cost her life. After scouring through the crime scene, detectives tried to piece together what had happened to this bright and beautiful young woman. All signs pointed to Sam being her killer. It was, after all, his apartment that she was found in. And now he was nowhere to be found. It was time for investigators to take a closer look at Sam Hare. Samuel Hare was born on May 29, 1983, to parents Stephen Raquel Kalberman in Los Angeles, California. As the only child to his special education teacher father and stay-at-home mother, Sam was doted on. He was very close to his parents, visiting them often even after he'd moved away. Although Sam's physical stature was big and strong, his friends described him as a big teddy bear. He was a fun-loving and easygoing guy. At a very young age, Sam had enlisted in the United States Army and served a tour of duty in Afghanistan, and in Germany with 173rd Airborne. After 3 years, he was discharged and returned to Southern California, where he was born and raised to attend college on the GI Bill. He wanted to finish college and then re-enlist in the Army as an officer. With that goal in mind, Sam Hare enrolled himself in Orange Coast Community College, where he formed a friendship with Julie, who was 3 years younger than him. But just like many war heroes, Sam developed PTSD from the 3 years he served in the Army. Had he somehow snapped and committed the crime in a moment of passion? As Sam was nowhere to be found, detectives concluded that he was most likely on the run after murdering Julie in his own apartment. The suspicion only grew stronger when they found text messages on Julie's phone from Sam's number. At around 2:45 p.m. on May 21, 2010, Sam sent her a text saying he was going to help a friend and then head out to go to his parents. However, just 2 hours later, his tone changed when he sent her a couple of texts begging her to come to his place. From the tone of the messages, Sam seemed like a man in trouble. He was clearly upset about something. As a concerned friend, Julie agreed to meet Sam. She said she'd be there for him like a family. While Sam's family was dumbfounded by the findings and worried that his life was in danger, these texts made him look more guilty to the investigators. It showed that he planned for her to come over. Additionally, Sam's car and his passport were also missing from the apartment, leading investigators to believe that Sam was probably on the run. His passport was missing. His car was missing. I look at it every legal and colloquial access. It's odd. It's fine. But see how he has gave me our killer. Yet investigators would soon find out that there was even more to this story. Flashing back to 8 years prior, in 2002, the then 18-year-old Seb Hare was charged with another heinous crime. He was accused of taking part, along with 17 other men and women, in the stabbing and beating death of 19-year-old Byron Benito in Kenyan country. Allegedly, on the night of January 15, 2002, Sam, who had been friends with Benito since childhood, picked Benito up from his house and led his unsuspecting friend to an area behind a mobile home park where he was attacked and killed by a group of suspected gang members. He was charged with murder. However, in the end, he was acquitted of those charges. But that didn't change the suspicion in the minds of the investigators. Although Sam's family did not believe in this guilt, investigators were almost certain that they were after the right person. As Sam was trying to use firearms, they considered him armed and dangerous and on the run. Believing that they had a dangerous killer on the loose, authorities put an APB out for Sam. Meanwhile, the Customs Mesa police began monitoring Sam's cell phone and credit card activities in an attempt to locate him. Cops got information that there had been 4 withdrawals made from ATMs in the day since his disappearance. His credit card was also used at a pizza delivery place in Long Beach, California, just 20 miles away from Sam's house. Police expected to see Sam on the surveillance cameras, but when the bank sent them footage from the ATM cameras, they couldn't believe whom they were seeing. It was a teenager wearing a hoodie and a cap, withdrawing money from Sam's bank account. Neither police nor Sam's parents were able to identify the kid. Investigators concluded that he was most likely helping Sam either to get away or to hide. Either way, Customs Mesa police were desperate to track him down. On May 26, 2010, they received information that his credit card had been used at another pizza delivery, and they set about tracking the delivery driver. After obtaining the delivery address from them, police headed to the address to apprehend Sam, thinking that they'd finally found his hideout spot. When police stormed the house expecting to find Sam, they instead found 17-year-old Wesley Freelich along with some of his friends. Although suspected earlier, authorities almost immediately ruled out Wesley as a suspect, but he did still have Sam's credit card in possession. The teenager depicted a shocking story that investigators were not anticipating hearing. He was, in fact, given the credit card with full instructions to withdraw cash. However, it was not by Sam. He didn't even know Sam. Daniel Wozniak, a local theater actor whom Wesley met through community theater, had given them the credit card. Wozniak told Wesley that he was a bail bondsman and needed to collect money Sam owed. Perhaps any other person would have declined it. But as Wesley looked up to Wozniak as an older brother, without realizing the gravity of the situation, the 17-year-old boy agreed to help. In total, $1,900 was withdrawn from the account. The name Daniel Wozniak did ring a bell for investigators, as they'd found an invitation to his upcoming wedding in Sam's apartment. But who was this Daniel Wozniak, and what was his connection to Sam? Did he help Sam to get away, or was he an accomplice to the murder itself? Several questions were yet to be answered. 38-year-old Daniel Dan Patrick Wozniak was born on March 23, 1984, as the youngest of 3 boys. Daniel spent a lot of time with his grandparents after school due to his parents' long work hours. Dan grew up in a luxurious home, and the family often took expensive vacations. He was described as a good kid in school who mostly got very good grades. He used jokes, singing, dancing, and magic tricks to get attention from people. He loved to be the center of attention. Realizing that he had a natural talent for stage performance, Daniel started acting and singing in musicals in his early 20s. He was pretty casual about his plans for the future. He could never hold a job for long, which forced him to move from job to job with very low pay. However, as years passed, he kept his passion for acting alive and continued to work in theater. It was here, in one of his musicals, that he found the woman of his dreams, a fellow actress. After briefly dating, they decided to marry. On May 26, 2010, when police tracked down Wozniak, he was enjoying his bachelor party in Huntington Beach, California. But how was Daniel Wozniak linked to Sam Hare? As it turned out, he lived in the same apartment complex where Sam lived, assuming that Wozniak had either helped Sam flee or hide or had been complicit in Julie's murder. Cops barged into the private bachelor party for Wozniak with an arrest warrant. The blood drained from his face as soon as he saw the cops, leading the detectives to believe that he knew more than he was letting on. Police took him into custody for questioning. In the interrogation room, at first, Wozniak claimed that his only crime was participating in credit card fraud and covering for Sam. He further told the investigators that he and Sam hatched a plan to pull out all of his money from his bank account with the help of Wesley and then claim credit card theft. But Daniel claimed before they could carry out the plan, Sam made a shocking confession. He added that after this confession, he dropped Sam off at a local shopping center and had not seen him since. Nonetheless, detectives believed he was still covering for Sam and that he had more involvement in Julie's murder than he told the investigators. So, detectives tried a different strategy. They took a DNA swap from Daniel, a strategy that made Daniel very nervous. He tried to collect his composure, but detectives could tell there was something wrong. Almost immediately, he started to add more details to the story. Tell me about the saying that said, "At real doors you're dead." I told him that I needed to go see stuff from the theater. I said, "Meet me at end of the dome. Help me, Lynn. This is the end of the mud." Detectives realized that Wozniak was nervous that his DNA would show up at Sam's apartment. Although he tried to say otherwise, cracking under pressure, he kept changing his story. After a long pause, Wozniak said that he knew about Julia's murder, and he helped him get away. When detectives reminded him that they had his DNA, he reassured them that it was not going to show up on Julie's body. He was still holding on to the fact that he had nothing to do with the murder. Detectives were expecting that Wozniak would reveal more details when he suddenly decided he was done with the interview. But with so much at stake, detectives could not let him go easily without knowing the full details. They told Wozniak that he'd be arrested for the accessory to murder charge if he did not come clean and give them full details. Wozniak had a lot at stake too. He had a wedding scheduled in just 48 hours, and he did not want to miss it. Under pressure, Wozniak started to crumble. The story yet again changed a bit. Seeing that Wozniak was about to break, detectives hastened the process by bluffing about the DNA. Although in reality, DNA test results wouldn't be back for weeks, detectives claimed his DNA was found on Julie's body. Shockingly, he did not protest the claim. He rather said his DNA was on Julie's body because he was standing right over her body. As it turns out, Wozniak was not as good of an actor in the interrogation room as he was on the stage. As his lies fell apart, he dropped yet another bombshell. This was a major red flag for the detectives because only one gunshot wound was visible to the investigators at the crime scene. Only later, when an otatsu was performed, was it revealed that there was a second gunshot wound. This confession from Wozniak meant that he'd been there when she was killed, which made him an accomplice in the murder. And investigators could now officially detain him. Yet even though Wozniak was in custody, detectives still had to find Sam, and Daniel refused to talk. While detectives were searching for any clues that could lead them to Sam Hare, sitting behind bars, Wozniak called his fiancée Rachel Buffett. Whether Wozniak knew those conversations were being recorded or not, he was about to get caught in his own web of lies. As Rachel chose freedom over love, she told him that she was going to call detectives with more information. Wozniak knew he had to talk to the detectives before Rachel could. Suddenly, he was in a panic, desperate to strike the deal with the detectives that he refused only hours before. But what he told the detectives this time was beyond their imagination. For the first time, Wozniak was ready to break down the timeline of his diabolical murder plan, which started with a simple favor from a friend. On the fateful day of May 21, 2010, Wozniak asked Sam, who considered him a good friend, to help move some boxes at the Los Alamitos Theater attic in a local military base. While Sam was busy moving the boxes in the attic, in a note-down position with his back turned to Wozniak, the cold-blooded monster pulled out a gun and shot him in the head once. Initially, Sam never knew what hit him. After realizing he'd been shot, he begged Wozniak to help him. Without a shred of hesitation, this merciless killer reloaded his gun and shot him a second time, killing him instantly. After killing Sam, he was still not finished. In a cold and composed manner, he did the unthinkable by texting Julie from Sam's phone and luring her to Sam's apartment. In the utmost callousness, he left Sam's body in the attic and went to perform his play, laughing, singing, dancing, as if he did not just murder an innocent man and lure another to the same fate. Later in the night, Wozniak snuck into Sam's apartment, and once Julie was inside the apartment, he shot her 2 times in the head. He then staged the crime scene to make it look like Sam fled after assaulting and killing Julie in his apartment. However, he still needed to make sure that no one found Sam. In desperation, he proceeded to commit one of the most depraved acts possible. He returned to the attic and dismembered Sam's hands and head in an attempt to conceal the deceased's identity. He disposed of them at a nearby park. But even after these heinous acts, seemingly without a care in the world, Wozniak once again returned to the theater. In several cast party photos detectives collected later, he can be seen laughing and joking with other members. But perhaps the motive remains even more twisted than the murders themselves. It all boiled down to money. Loaded behind a killin' Sam was money in and Sam who killed. Wozniak always struggled with money and maintaining employment. At the time of the murders, he was behind 2 months in rent on the verge of getting evicted. Additionally, he had no way of paying for the grand wedding or honeymoon he planned. And that's when he learned of the $62,000 Sam had in his savings for his time served in the military. He killed 2 innocent people in cold blood, so that he could have a grand wedding and enjoy an expensive vacation. If the confession was not enough, police found the evidence bag that Rachel talked about on the phone with Wozniak, thanks to Wozniak's brother, Tim. Tim had instructions to get rid of the bag, but he instead threw it over the fence at his parents' house. That backpack was filled with incriminating evidence, including Sam Hare's financial details, passport, his bloody clothes, and most standing of all, the murder weapon. Wozniak's DNA was all over the items, suggesting that he, and he alone, committed the double homicide. There was a cornucopia of others. The DNA, expedited child cases, the victim's financial information, everything a prostitute could ever warrant, but of course that also led us to the murder weapon himself. On December 16, 2015, at the end of his trial, which lasted just 5 days, Wozniak was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. On January 11, 2016, after only 1 hour of deliberation, in what's described as one of the shortest death penalty deliberations, the jury recommended the death penalty to a very deserving Daniel Wozniak. On September 23, 2016, the judge sentenced him to death. It seemed like there was no end of deception in this case. Detectives discovered years later that Wozniak's former fiancée, Rachel Buffett, not only knew about the murder plots, but she'd been deceptive to the detectives. Though she denied all these allegations, she was arrested and charged with 3 felony counts of accessory after the fact, based on allegations that she'd lied multiple times to police investigators. On September 12, 2018, she was convicted on 2 of those counts with a maximum possible sentence of 44 months, and on November 8, 2018, was sentenced to 32 months behind bars. She was released from jail sometime in 2019. Life snatched away from 2 innocent people. Life destroyed for their family members. And all of this just so one maniac could have his dream honeymoon. The only closure that the families can get from this is that this monster is spending his last days where he can't hurt anybody else. 79-year-old Avenel Cowgill was a Texas native and had spent most of her life in East Dallas. She had lived on Ullywood Drive for 50 years, and since losing her husband Jim in 2009, she was now living alone. She had 2 daughters, Patty and Janet, who both lived out of town, and she was also a doting great-grandmother. Avenel kept herself busy, volunteering, donating to charity, and helping at her church, something she was very passionate about. Her fellow members said you couldn't have met a kinder person. She would have given you the shirt off her back and did everything she could to help out anyone who needed it. The church had become a second family for her, and the bond they all shared was very close. She was a fantastic cook and became well known for her baking, specifically her cookies, and she would often bring them in big batches for everyone to enjoy. She spent March 7th volunteering at her church, nothing out of the ordinary, mainly answering the phone in the office, as well as putting together some flyers. She left at 3:30 p.m. and made a stop at a local store before heading home. Her daughter said her usual evening routine was relaxing in front of the TV and working on her crochet. Charity was never far from her mind, and she would often spend her evenings making hats that she would donate to the homeless. March 9th was a cold and rainy day. Janet hadn't heard from her mother at all, and phoned her to remind her to put the clocks forward an hour that night. Avenel and her daughter spoke every day, but this time the usual and prompt response from her never came. Perhaps she had just stayed out later at the church, her daughter thought. Later that night, however, Janet got a call off her sister. Patty was hoping Janet had heard from their mom, as Patty hadn't heard anything for 2 days. A feeling of panic set in straight away, and they called authorities and requested a welfare check. Officers arrived at Avernal's home at around 11 p.m. They knocked on the door several times, but they too were met with silence. A stack of newspapers was sat on the front porch, and after a walk around the building, they noticed the back door was wide open. The lights and television were still on, and her knitting materials were next to her armchair. The officers turned off the television and called out her name. As they walked into the kitchen and dining area, they found her face down in a pool of blood on the floor. She had been beaten and had severe blunt force trauma. It was clear that she had been dead for a few days. Her purse, ID, along with some of her jewelry and coin collection were missing. Her kitchen bin had been emptied, and there was a wooden stool near her body, which had blood on it. There were no signs of a forced entry indicating she could have known the person or people and let them in without any concern. And after the attack happened, they ran out the back door. But being 79 years old, 5'3" and very petite, it was also entirely possible that she had opened the door before being completely overpowered. Homicide Detective Scott Sayers was handed the case and arrived there just after midnight. Janet was still holding out hope and ringing her mother's phone, praying she would suddenly pick up and have some simple explanation. Detective Sayers answered the phone and broke the awful news. 2 rewards totaling $15,000 were offered up, and police started going door to door. Family could think of no one who would have wanted to hurt her. She held no grudges and was well loved and respected in her community. None of her neighbors recalled seeing or hearing anything. This then made the police think that whoever her killer was most likely got in via the back door, as this was far less noticeable. Fortunately, her house phone had several voicemails from her bank. The fraud department had called her a day after police believed she had been killed. Attempts to be made on her credit cards that had flagged up straight away. An attempt to withdraw money had been made at an ATM at 11 p.m. the day she was last seen alive. The footage from the ATM was grainy and blurred, but it confirmed it was most definitely not Avenel using her own cards, and further supported their thoughts that she had been killed on the 7th. A few hours later, just after 2:30 a.m., a successful purchase had been made at a Walmart on Forest Lane, just a 10-minute drive from her home. Fortunately, Walmart was full of cameras and open 24/7, so officers were quickly able to take a look at the footage. The cameras showed what looked like the same man that had been at the ATM, and he can be seen pushing a shopping cart around the aisles. He then heads to the tills and attempts to make a purchase. The cart is declined and he walks away. A few minutes later, however, he returns and walks back into the electronics aisle where he picks up an iPad. He swipes one of Avenel's cards, and this time it's successful. After this, he calmly leaves the store. At 5 a.m., Avenel's credit cards had another attempt made on them at a different Walmart around 20 miles away. Although the man had changed his clothes, it was definitely the same person. He walks to the till and attempts to purchase a laptop and an Xbox 360. The car declines several times before he gives up and leaves empty-handed. He puts his hood up before walking through the parking area towards a Whataburger restaurant 5 minutes away. While he was walking over, a silver-colored car was sat outside the restaurant. Another man gets out of the car and goes into the Whataburger. He collects his order and heads back out to the car before driving away. The man from Walmart then enters the restaurant's car park. He paces around for a while before the same silver car pulls up. He gets inside and they drive off. Although the license plate of the car could not be made out, the men weren't being discreet and were leaving a clear digital footprint for the police to follow. Sayers and his team were closing in, and they announced to the media wouldn't be long before these men were caught. They just needed that little bit more. On March 15th, Avenel was laid to rest. Her daughter said it was standing room only because so many people wanted to be there and say their goodbyes. Family and friends said although it was a beautiful day remembering her, it was overshadowed by the anger, frustration, and fear people felt. Authorities released the CCTV and the footage quickly started flooding the media. As the public started trying to help identify the two men, Detective Sayers was focusing on the iPad and sent a search warrant to Apple. They had a serial number and model and hoped Apple would be able to determine if the iPad had connected to Wi-Fi. From this, they obtained 3 addresses, one of which was a resale store called Entertain Mart. In order to process any sales, the store requests ID. Fortunately for Sayers and his team, Entertain Mart had taken the iPad, and finally a name could be put to the face. It was 28-year-old Daniel Brooks, a known heroin user who had had run-ins with the law before. Daniel had just been arrested in the city of Richardson, just several miles away from the scene of the crime in Ellwood Drive. He, along with a man named David Heron, had been arrested for attempting to steal an elderly lady's purse. David Heron fit the description of the man ordering the food and driving away with Daniel. David and Daniel had gone to school together. David had graduated from university with a degree in creative writing before going through several stints in treatment centers for his heroin dependency. Daniel soon lost his job as a veterinary assistant and started using heroin too. He would fall deeper into his addiction, later losing his apartment and began living with David in David's car. The two men were still being held in Richardson, and Sayers and his team headed over to bring them back for questioning. In a parking spot outside, police found the car and it was evident that the men had been living in it for some time. Detective Sayers was in charge of the interviews and started with David. He said he thought David would be easier to break and get the truth from. During his first interview, David admitted to letting Daniel borrow his car with the intention of robbing someone's house to get money to buy heroin. Daniel thought this was the easiest way to get money, but David was reluctant, having lost his mother when she was strangled during a home invasion. He said he was also worried someone might be at home. It was mid to late afternoon at the time and still very light outside. Daniel decided to go through with it alone and said he would meet David once he had got what he needed. He took David's car and left him at a nearby Walgreens for about an hour. When Daniel returned, David said he noticed items in the car that were not there before. He also recalled that Daniel was no longer wearing the same clothes. Daniel appeared visibly upset and agitated, dry heaving and then throwing up. Although Daniel told him the house he robbed was empty, David said his demeanor wasn't matching up with that, and it was clear something terrible had happened. Detective Sayers then moved on to Daniel. In Daniel's interview, he admitted to using her credit cards, but said he had been given them by a dealer called Justin. He denied killing her and said he hadn't been in her house at any point. After this, he asked for a lawyer and the interview was terminated. There was no DNA of either of the men found in Avenal's home or on any of the clothes they'd seized so far, and Detective Sayers was starting to fear they might not get enough to issue a capital murder charge. But a week later, on March 28th, David's second interview got underway, and in the presence of a lawyer, he gave a new and very different story. He said Daniel had admitted to talking his way into Avenal's home by telling her he had lost his dog and needed help. Once inside, Daniel said he had started threatening her before stealing her things. David said he had asked Daniel if anything had gone wrong while he was in the house, but Daniel said all he'd done was scare her. Daniel proceeded to change out of his boots into a pair of white tennis shoes. David remembered seeing something that looked like blood on the boots, but he didn't ask any questions. Police hadn't yet checked these boots, but they happened to be the boots Daniel was wearing when he was booked into custody. They hoped that David was right, and this would definitely put Daniel inside Avenal's home. David said after this, they made the trips to Walmart and slept in the car for a few hours before going to Entertain Mart, where Daniel got $440 for the iPad. They then drove to a pawn shop in Oak Cliff to get some money for Avenal's jewelry, antique coins, her purse, and some silverware. Daniel changed his clothes again before he entered, something which the cameras inside the shop confirmed. He pawned the stolen coins for $40 before they arranged to meet a dealer called Cassie. Bought a large amount of heroin. They used the rest of the cash to pay for a motel in Oklahoma City. That night, David wrote in his diary, "No coming back." In the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, from around the bend, The train is coming, while my feet rest securely on the tracks. A sinking ship with no captain. This is ultimate sin. A day later, all the heroin was gone, and they returned to Dallas because they didn't know any drug dealers in Oklahoma City. Every bit of David's story was checking out and was backed up by the CCTV, and fortunately for the investigating officers, the test results were now back from Daniel's boots. They were positive for Avenel's blood. After David's car had been towed and examined, her driver's license was discovered inside. The charge against David was soon dropped due to insufficient evidence, and he was charged with burglary instead. David entered a plea of guilty and was sentenced to 5 years behind bars. Daniel Brooks entered a plea of not guilty and a trial got underway. His defense team argued that Daniel's intention was to rob the house in question, but when he went in, he found her already dead inside. The defense also said that the blood on the boots was a transfer stain and had come from walking around her body and brushing against it, not from attacking her. His lawyer laid the blame firmly on David, saying he was the creator, the writer, the director, and the main actor in this travesty. Unfortunately for the police, prosecution, and family, too many jury members had doubts. On June 11, 2014, after a 5-day trial, the jury was in a deadlock, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors would not take this lying down, however, and found an expert specialized in blood splatter analysis. His experience and knowledge confirmed that the blood was not a transfer stain. The blood was in motion at the time it hit his boot, pointing to him being her killer. Daniel was re-indicted and again entered a plea of not guilty. This time, thanks to the hard work of the prosecutors and their new blood splatter evidence, he was found guilty of capital murder. In Texas, capital murder is punished with either a life sentence without parole or the death penalty. Daniel was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. Daniel's legal team filed a motion for a new trial, which was overruled. In 2017, they then filed a challenge to the overruling, saying there were issues with the evidence and how it had been presented in court. The true crime TV show The First 48 covers the case as it was happening as part of an episode. Daniel's lawyer argued that the episode didn't present anything fairly, and this could have impacted the trial if anyone had watched it. But this was also overruled, and the judgment was affirmed. After Avenel's passing, Janet said her last box of cookies was still in the church. No one wanted to eat the last one. Janet said she talks to her mother all the time, telling her about her day and asking for her advice. I sometimes just need her to be there to talk me through it all and give me a hug, said. Avenel Cowgirl's pastor said she will always be remembered as someone that cared deeply for others and would have done anything for anyone. Today, we'll be exploring one of the most southern states in America, Mississippi. This state is rich in amazing places, such as the Vicksburg National Military Park, a Civil War battle site, Biloxi Beach, a perfect spot for coastal relaxation. Animal lovers will definitely appreciate the Marine Mammal Studies Institute. History and architecture enthusiasts will be captivated by the town of Melrose, which boasts many stunningly beautiful homes. And undoubtedly, the Biloxi Lighthouse is an excellent place for photography. But the brightest star of the state is, of course, the renowned University of Mississippi, commonly known as Ole Miss, where our story unfolds. During the summer, when academic activities on the university campus come to an end, it becomes especially quiet. The few students who remain over the summer attend extra lectures during the day or prepare on their own for the next academic year. And in the evening, they invariably visit local bars and nightclubs. Among these students was Ellie Coastal. She was an upperclassman and stayed on campus over the summer to improve her knowledge in certain subjects. Recently, she passed an important exam for her class, Introduction to Retail, at summer school and was planning to celebrate this with her friends. A small bar with pizza and daiquiris on Oxford Square is particularly popular among the youth, so it's always filled with people, and resembles an eternal party. The dim light, loud music, and a rainbow selection of various drinks make it a place where bartenders know many of the customers by name. On the evening of July 19th, Ellie Cuthsteel met up with friends at this bar. They talked and had fun, but Ellie seemed tense and spent the whole evening messaging someone on her phone. Then she had a couple of cocktails and discreetly left. This was one of the last places where Ole Miss student Ellie Costiel was seen in public. On July 20th, 2019, around 10:30 a.m. during their routine patrol, police officers discovered the body of a young woman. It was found near an abandoned fishing camp by Sardis Lake, approximately 30 miles from the university. At the scene, the victim was found with 9 gunshot wounds to her back. Investigators collected 11 shell casings at the scene. A purse containing a driver's license and a student ID belonging to 21-year-old Alexandria Costiel, a University of Mississippi student, was found nearby on the roadside. Alexandria Costiel, affectionately known by friends and family as Allie, was born on September 11, 1997, in St. Louis, Missouri. A blonde-haired little girl, she grew up surrounded by the care and love of her mother, Cindy, and father, Keith. Her parents supported all her endeavors in learning new things. Ellie excelled academically and in sports, participating in track and field and golf. She loved adventures and traveling, but her dream was to attend the University of Mississippi. This special place, with its traditions and new student life, was her dream destination. Her dream came true, and she became a student at the legendary Ole Mississippi. Ellie lived in a dormitory in Oxford, Mississippi, and was popular among her peers. Friends and relatives praised Ellie, describing her as a lively and energetic person who greeted everyone with a smile. The tragic loss was a shock to the close-knit community of the lovely girl and her fellow students at the University of Mississippi, as investigators worked tirelessly to uncover the facts. Ellie's father confirmed the tragic news of her death in a Facebook post on Sunday. Yesterday, on Saturday afternoon, the Sunset Hills, Missouri, police visited us and informed us that our beautiful dear Alexandria, our sweet Ellie, was the victim of a crime, wrote Keith Costiel. She was attending summer school and taught fitness at the University of Mississippi in Oxford, Mississippi. She graduated from Lindbergh High School in 2016. She was just 21 years old. "We are deeply saddened," said Interim Chancellor of the University of Mississippi, Larry Sparks, in a statement to Today. Ellie was a valued member of our student community. Lafayette County investigator, Jarrett Bundren, told CBS on Saturday morning. A white female was found on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds to her back. "I'm working on this case, and it's heartbreaking, the girl who was shot so many times." According to sources, a local resident walking their dog reported hearing gunshots early in the morning between approximately 2:15 and 2:30 a.m., initiating an investigation. Police immediately gained access to the rented apartment where Ellie Costiel lived. Although the victim's phone was missing, her Apple Watch was discovered in the room. Witness interviews revealed that a few days before the incident, Ellie's parents had visited her from St. Louis, and she had shared with them how eagerly she was looking forward to the start of the new academic year at the university and had no regrets about staying on campus for the summer. Data from the Apple Watch also showed that after a phone conversation with her mother, the young woman sent several messages to someone named Brandon Teisfeld. Upon examining the messages, detectives learned that 3 months prior to the incident, Ellie had shared shocking news with Brandon. Since Brandon was the last person known to have communicated with the victim, he became a subject of interest to the police. Further examination of their messages revealed that Ellie and Brandon had been in an on and off romantic relationship. Brandon Teisfeld, a tall, dark-haired young man with an athletic build, was also a student at the University of Mississippi. He hailed from Fort Worth, Texas, and was raised in a well-mannered family. In 2016, as a freshman, Ellie met Brandon and immediately fell for him. The young people started dating, but they never officially declared themselves as a couple. While Ellie's feelings for Brandon were sincere, he never demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions towards her. Ellie's friends reported that their relationship was not always smooth. They often argued, including in public. Ellie and Brandon would periodically break up, but then they would be seen together again after some time. On April 12, 2019, Ellie wrote to Brandon that she had taken a pregnancy test and the result was positive, but she received no reply from him. She bombarded him with text and voice messages, but her boyfriend ignored her. Exactly 3 months later, he finally responded, "I don't want a child at all. Seriously, it will ruin my life. "I can't help you with this and I don't plan to. It's still very early. Just take a pill or make a doctor's appointment and deal with the issue." Ellie, deeply in love, desperately wanted to meet in person to discuss the situation, but Brandon continually refused. On the fateful Friday of July 19th, Ellie went to a local bar with her friends. At 11:52 p.m., surveillance cameras captured her leaving the bar. She got into a taxi and went home. About 30 minutes later, she received a call. It was Brandon. At 1:58 a.m. on July 20th, Ellie got into Teisfeld's car for her last ride. They headed to an abandoned fishing camp by Sardis Lake. According to police reports, the drive down the dark road to the location was supposed to take about 45 minutes. Witnesses reported clearly hearing gunshots in that area between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m. Investigators contacted Brandon Teisfeld on Sunday afternoon and asked him to come to the station to talk about Ellie Costiel. He found some convincing reasons to avoid coming, but assured the detectives he would meet them on Monday at 8:30 a.m. on Monday, July 22, 2019. After Brandon Teisfeld failed to appear at the police station, investigators began to track his phone. Location data showed that Brandon was heading to his home in Fort Worth, Texas. Authorities issued a bolo, "Be on the lookout" for his pickup, which had a distinctive license plate with TAC3IT. They also alerted all nearby police stations, and the suspect was arrested when he stopped at a gas station in Memphis. 2 days later, 22-year-old Brandon Teisfeld was placed in a local jail and charged with homicide. Teisfeld's lawyer and father claimed he was innocent. As the Oxford community grappled with the violent loss of one of their own, Ellie Costiel's death quickly captured the nation's attention. Reporters eager to learn more about the student and the person charged with her death flocked to Oxford from across the country. Brandon Teisfeld insisted on his innocence until the end, but the evidence against him was more than sufficient. During his arrest, a gun matching the caliber used in the shooting near the lake was found in his possession. His car contained stained clothing, later determined by forensic analysis to be bloodstains belonging to the victim. It was established that after July 12th, Brandon had left Oxford to go home to Texas to retrieve his father's gun, allowing the prosecution to argue that the act was premeditated. His internet search history contained queries such as abortion services and abortion pills. It was later found that each time he agreed to meet Ellie, he canceled at the last minute or failed to show up without explanation. His search history also included queries on how to avoid punishment for a crime, how to conceal a crime, and how to use a weapon. A letter addressed to his parents was discovered in Teisfeld's apartment stating, "Am not a good person. This is not your fault. Something in me just doesn't work. I've always had terrible thoughts. I've always had these feelings. I just felt out of place. I think this is the end for me. I'll either go to jail or die. I know I'll get caught." On August 30th, 2019, a grand jury charged Brandon Teisfeld with the life-taking of Alexandria Costiel. Yet again, he refused to accept responsibility for the incident. Brandon faced the ultimate penalty, capital punishment. However, the trial was postponed due to the widely known restrictions in place at the time due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On August 27, 2021, when the process resumed, Brandon Teisfeld, advised by his lawyer, pleaded guilty to mitigate the potential punishment. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In his final statement, Brandon apologized to Ellie's parents. "My actions have forever changed your life and the life of my family. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. I pray for God's forgiveness, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me too," he said. Cindy Costiel, Ellie's mother, did not accept Brandon's apology, stating that he should spend the rest of his life in prison and that every time his cell door slammed shut, he should remember the heinous act he committed. Investigator Jarrett Bundren eventually disclosed some already known facts about such a brazen crime to the public. He explained, Ellie had told Brandon she thought she was pregnant. Brandon didn't want her to keep the baby, and the couple had many arguments about although Ellie wanted to meet in person to discuss the situation, refused to do so until the day of the incident. Intent on questioning Brandon, the police asked him to come to the station for some inquiries. However, The suspect seemed to resist and continued to make excuses for not being able to come in. Alarmed, the police began tracking his cell phone and realized that Brandon was heading to his home in Fort Worth, Texas. Immediately after locating Brandon, authorities alerted all police departments in the vicinity, and the suspect was arrested when he stopped to refuel at a gas station in Memphis. Upon his arrest, authorities found blood on him. Moreover, a pistol was found in his truck, the caliber of which matched the weapon used in Ellie's demise. Although Brandon insisted on his innocence and claimed he had no part in the incident, the police ultimately charged him with the crime. 5 days after Ellie's passing, normalcy had yet to return to Funk's bar, where surveillance cameras had captured her leaving shortly before midnight on July 19th. Interviews with witnesses, who were among the last to see Allie, revealed that the management had recently installed a camera right in front of the bar. A bartender who preferred to remain anonymous mentioned she had been friends with Allie since school. Taking a break from her duties, she found the words to describe her friend. She always smiled. She just lit up the room. She had a smile from ear to ear, she said. Ellie was the kind of person who greeted everyone. It's just really sad. She was too kind, she said, looking away as the colorful disco lights danced on her face. We're going to miss her. Ellie's teacher and friend, who taught the introduction to retail course, Morgan Hall, learned about the passing of her student the following Monday. She was shocked. You never expect something like this to happen in Oxford and its surroundings. During the interrogation, Morgan mentioned the last time she saw Ellie around 1:15 p.m. on July 19th when she submitted her test. She left, and I think that evening everything went downhill, she said. Ellie was a sweet girl, very quiet, and I liked having her in class, Morgan stated. After hearing about the student's demise, Morgan immediately went to the administrators to figure out the best way to deal with the situation. According to her, the university had students involved in suicides and fatal accidents, but this was something new. Morgan Hall briefly mentioned Ellie's passing in class. Counselors were ready to assist and were available on campus during that period. Anyone who wanted to postpone their final exams for a few days could do so if they needed time to grieve. My heart goes out to her parents and all her friends, she said. Parents shouldn't have to bury their children. That's not how it's supposed to work. As it turned out, Ellie Costiel, in her need for support, had told friends that she was pregnant with Brandon Thiesfeld's child. Her sisters knew she was pregnant and that she had told Brandon, said a classmate. He was very upset about it, about how it would ruin his life in future. He was angry that she wouldn't have an abortion. She said, "No, I don't believe in that." Another friend mentioned Ellie tried to enter pregnancy through unhealthy methods like long walks, drinking a lot, and using forbidden substances. She was 17 weeks along. She was struggling with it. Brandon knew about it, but he was seeing someone else. He wanted her to end the pregnancy. I think morally she didn't want to, said Ellie's close friends. He was terrible, and then she would break up with him, or he would break up with her in anger, and then come back to her saying, I'm sorry, and she always took him back. Ellie Costiel's shocked friends and classmates struggled to cope with the news and paid tribute to their friend on social media. It's just hard for me because when I see her face, all I can think about is what she went through, what she thought, what she said her friend, Pasco. It's very, very difficult. On Twitter, one of Ellie's classmates wrote on July 23rd that for years they had to listen to Ellie and discuss in detail the issues between her and Brandon. He pursued her for many years, using her for his own interests during that time. I spent countless nights holding Ellie, wiping her tears as she cried over this monster for many years, said the now deleted post. You deserve hell, a disgusting excuse for a person. Rex Ravida, a former dorm neighbor of Thiesfeld's, shared in an interview that the 22-year-old was a daddy's boy who said he had been seeing Ellie Costiel off and on for many years just for the sake of not being bored. I genuinely believe he emotionally manipulated her into believing he loved her just as she did him, and I think he kept her on the hook until the very last second, said Ravida. Old Miss student Rex Ravida, a former dorm neighbor of suspect Brandon Thiesfeld, later described the alleged perpetrator as misogynistic and arrogant, stating, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He was very much a daddy's boy, always had to mention his father's money, how his dad could get him out of anything, just that kind of attitude all the time, any vulgar comment he could make, any crude remark towards anyone in our dorm he got away with. On Thursday evening in her hometown of St. Louis, a memorial service was held for Ellie Costile. At the request of the Costiles, no public statements were made in Oxford about memorial events. Only black ribbons encircling the majestic white columns of the women's houses, including Alpha Phi where Ellie lived, served as a reminder of the tragedy. The young student's demise unsettled the entire state. Michael Cunningham, a resident of Oxford, mentioned that the case has caught everyone's attention on campus. "This is the biggest news in town since football season for a long time," said Cunningham. "It's just terrible." He expressed hope that the case could be resolved soon so the Costile family could find peace. Despite the deliberate withholding of crucial facts for the sake of investigation confidentiality, some news agencies conducted thorough investigations and reported that surveillance cameras captured Costile on film early Saturday morning, near the location where her body was found. They reported seeing Ellie Costile with a man, who appears to be Teisfeld, at a 24-hour store in the Harmontown area. Arafat Najib, who has owned this store for about 10 years, mentioned that police officers came to the store on Sunday and asked to review the surveillance camera footage. Najib said that the investigators did not explain why they were there and took some evidence with them when they left. According to Najib, video footage is erased every 72 hours, so there's no way to go back and see what the cameras captured. The business owner stated, "We've never had any problems or violent incidents here. This is a small town. It's quiet. Everyone knows each other. This is just madness." The Lafayette County Sheriff's Office long refused to release any additional information about the progress of the investigation or to give interviews to the media. Rocky Kennedy, the Lafayette County coroner, mentioned that there's a reason officials are not saying much. "This isn't a story that everyone will see until it reaches court," he said. "Certain delicate details in this case are tools to ensure that the person who committed this act is brought before court, convicted, serves the appropriate sentence, and is held accountable for what they've done." Kennedy said the media attention on this case has been overwhelming, but it doesn't change the nature of his work. "Every case I handle is important," said the coroner. "I try to give the same attention to every family who's lost someone. They've lost someone they loved." Michelle Miller, also involved in investigating Ali Kuthchil's case, raised questions about missed warning signs in relationships and whether her demise could have been prevented. Brandon Teisfeld was charged with the crime. He faced the death penalty after being accused of Ellie Costile's demise and alleged abduction. Despite delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, justice was served. Eventually, in August 2021, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received a life sentence. Judge Kelly Luther sentenced him to life imprisonment, and he will have the possibility of parole when he turns 65. Brandon Fiesfeld is currently incarcerated in the Mississippi State Penitentiary in Sunflower County, Mississippi. At the trial, when the verdict was read, Brandon Fiesfeld showed some emotions and sincerely admitted to his involvement in the demise of Ellie Costile. He acknowledged his guilt in the demise of Alexandria Costile and was very emotional when he apologized to both her family and his own. A significant fact in this case was the finding of the forensic examination, which established that Alexandria Costile had never been pregnant. We are left to speculate and ponder why a young and promising student at a popular university, who could have had a happy and fulfilling life, fabricated the existence of a non-existent child and spoke about it to all her friends for 3 months. It seems she sincerely believed in it and thought that this news would melt Brandon's heart and make it belong only to her. Unfortunately, a miracle did not occur. Her parents and friends are still mourning their dear Ellie. Tullahoma, Tennessee. Just over an hour south of Nashville, the residents of Tullahoma describe it as quaint and quiet. Most people know each other and the community is fairly close. In 2012, it was home to 24-year-old Erica Megan Sharpton. Erica went by Megan, and she was part of a big family who had moved around a bit before settling in Tullahoma. She was a hard worker, very goal-oriented, and her best friend said she was really funny, outgoing, and always pushed herself in every way. Megan was just 2 months away from graduating and had a promising career in the nursing field ahead of her. She was always busy but thrived in that environment. enjoying her part-time jobs waiting tables at a local steakhouse, as well as another at a nursing home. She was living with her partner of 3 years, Chris, and everyone said she had everything going for her in so many ways. On July 1st, Megan had made plans to go to her mother's house to see her sister, who was visiting from out of town. But soon after making dinner plans, Megan called her mother Kelly and explained that a last-minute job interview had come up and she would have to reschedule. Megan was excited and said she would even be getting an upfront payment straight away if she was lucky enough to get the job. A hard-working person always looking to progress, her family were just as excited. They wished her luck and agreed to catch up with her later. But hours would pass and neither her family, friends, or her partner Chris had heard anything about the interview. Megan was completely silent and wasn't answering her phone. Before long, it was past midnight and into the next day, and people were starting to worry. Whether the interview had gone well or not, they were hoping for her to tell them something. July 2nd, 2012, 1:20 a.m. It had been a very hot and dry day, and in the early morning hours, a couple of teenagers driving down a Wolt road happened upon a fire in amidst the trees. It was a very secluded and unfrequented area. The nearest building was a church about half a mile away, and the nearest home was way across the bridge. This wasn't a road you would have any reason to stop on. It was more just a place to pass through. The teens called emergency services thinking a forest fire had broken out, and they were worried it would spread. Authorities got there not long after and quickly started combating the fire, which had spread quite a distance. Perhaps it was a campfire that had been left unattended, or a discarded cigarette, the first responders thought. But they didn't have to get very close to realize it was far from that. The fire had been set to try and burn a body, the body of Megan Sharpton. There was no car nearby and no one else was around. Megan had no ID, no keys, no purse, and no phone on her or anywhere near her. She was naked from the waist down, and the location and position of the fire confirmed that she was already dead before she was set on fire. One of the officers commented on how severe the blunt force trauma to her head was, as they could see how dented her skull was. Along with no identification, there had been no people recently reported missing they could look towards for an answer. But her distinctive t-shirt indicated she was a medical student and she had several tattoos, so police were able to put somewhat of a description out. Word traveled fast, and after seeing a Facebook post about a girl with star tattoos being found, Kelly had called in. Megan had star tattoos on her ankle representing her siblings, as well as one on her neck, and from these alone, Kelly knew straight away it was her daughter. It was brutal, shocking, and the community was left incredibly frightened as a result. Had she been killed on the way home from the interview? Had she even made it to the interview in the first place? Was the interviewer her killer, or was it a totally unrelated attack? Police started with the people closest to her, one of which was her partner Chris, and her family admitted they did briefly question him too. The couple had been on and off for a while, and her sister had said her first thought was that he had been involved, describing the couple as oil and water, and most definitely having their ups and downs. Chris told investigators the last time he had tried to call her, she didn't answer. When she didn't come back to the apartment that night, he just assumed she had slept at her mother's. A search of the apartment found blood in the bathroom, along with some needles, and this was enough to pull both Chris and his roommate Robbie in for more questions. As they were interviewing the pair, Megan's 1995 red Ford Mustang was located, 850 Shelfer Road. There was no blood found inside her car, and apart from the note, there was nothing of evidentiary value in there. But the address did not exist, and police determined it was likely used to lure Megan away. Back at the station, Robbie admitted that the drug paraphernalia was his, but said it was something he was battling alone and neither Chris nor Megan knew he used. Robbie did admit to investigators that he and Megan had been having a secret relationship. This made police wonder had Chris found out and killed her in a fit of rage. But Chris didn't know anything about the pair and was visibly shocked to hear about it. He acknowledged the issues within the couple's relationship, but officers recalled he was incredibly upset, visibly shaking and devastated to hear about her passing. This, along with a solid alibi from his workplace, ruled him out. Although Robbie couldn't provide an alibi, his phone activity showed he was texting Megan all night and into the early hours, worrying about where she was. Officers were also satisfied that he had played no part in her murder. Chris did give police something to work on, though. A random man had called one of Megan's phones on the day she was last seen. He was looking for someone to be a carer for his grandmother, and that Naomi had recommended her. Megan was keen to get more hands-on experience in the field she was looking to go into, and this was the perfect opportunity. This was the mystery job she had been so excited to tell people about, but this was the first time they had heard a name linked to it. The only Naomi Chris knew of was someone who had studied with Megan in the previous year. Police set about following up on this lead, but while they were doing this, something else was brought to their attention. As well as the name Naomi, the high-profile disappearance of 20-year-old Holly Bobo just 6 months prior gave detectives more to consider. Holly Bobo had also been studying nursing and had gone missing in the county of Decatur, around 130 miles away from Tullahoma. Authorities couldn't help but wonder if there was a link between her and Megan, and the community noticed similarities between the pair as well. The media started running with the idea that this could be the work of a serial killer, further fueling the fear amongst everyone. By process of elimination, they managed to get an address for the only Naomi they thought it could have been and headed over to her house. She wasn't home, so officers got hold of her phone number from a neighbor. They were surprised to hear that Naomi didn't recommend her for the job. She didn't even like Megan. She said she barely knew her, and the extent of their relationship was that they had carpooled to their classes together a couple of times. When asked why her name would have been mentioned, she said she had no idea. She wouldn't have recommended her for anything. Naomi told police she couldn't help any further, and the officers left, confused and frustrated, as this was the lead they were counting on. A short while later, Megan's autopsy results came back. The report revealed that she had been raped before being beaten and shot through her cheek. Although the blunt force trauma was so severe her skull was almost shattered, it was the bullet that had killed her. And authorities felt strongly that she was likely beaten with the gun. Although the phone Megan took with her that night was never located, Chris was able to find the phone that had received the call about the job. Finally, they had access to the mysterious number. The call had come from an unregistered, prepaid phone. 12 weeks after Megan had been found, investigators had something concrete. The number linked with the prepaid phone sent them to a store in Tullahoma where the phone was purchased. The cameras inside the store gave them a description of the man buying the phone. At one point, he put his own phone on the counter, indicating he was clearly buying another phone that would be harder to trace for a specific reason. The cameras follow the man outside, and he gets into a red pickup truck. The man would soon be identified as Timothy Gifford, known as Timmy, a small-time drug dealer, and police were surprised that his name could be linked to something this big. They tracked down the truck. His brother Paul was driving it. Paul said all he knew was that Timmy had bought it off a friend and given it to him. Timmy was tracked down. He was forthcoming and told police he had purchased the phone for a friend, coincidentally the same friend that had sold him the red truck. His friend's name was Donnie Frank Jones Jr., a name that was actually known to police. Donnie had a criminal record and would often act as a police informant, but the connection between Donnie and Megan was still unknown. Timmy said that Donnie had recently gone in for surgery and asked him to buy the phone for him as he couldn't. Donnie gave some of his painkillers to Timmy as payment. After this, Donnie texted Timmy telling him he wanted to trade in his truck for a Mustang and asked if he could help. Timmy said he didn't understand why. Donnie had several young children and his truck was far more practical. Nonetheless, Timmy agreed to help with the truck and passed it on to his brother. Timmy said the carpet, as well as other bits of the interior, had been very recently replaced. Donnie said his wife had told him it would probably sell quicker if the inside was newer. Only then did police finally work out the connection. Donnie Jones was the husband of Naomi Jones, the woman whose name had been used in the phone call to Megan, the woman they had already spoken to weeks before. Police now had the link they needed and went back to the couple's home, this time with the hopes of searching it. Donnie denied knowing Megan, but suddenly changed his story and said he did remember giving her and his wife a lift to classes once or twice. Donnie said he was at home with his children on the night in question. He denied Timmy's claim about the phone and told detectives they could search his house and take a DNA swab, said he had nothing to hide. They looked around the home for a while but found nothing of any interest and left with just the DNA sample. While the results were pending, the nursing graduation ceremony Megan should have been a part of took place. Her 18 fellow students celebrated her life and paid tribute. The combined DNA index system, more commonly referred to as CODIS, is the central location for law enforcement. Compare the DNA profiles of individuals who have been convicted of a certain class of crime. CODIS software enables state, local, and national law enforcement to compare DNA profiles electronically, thereby linking crimes to each other and identifying suspects by matching DNA profiles together. Through this and the DNA sample, they confirmed a match to the rape test kit performed on Megan. The DNA came back to Donnie. He was pulled in for questioning, but was still adamant they had the wrong person. He said they never dated and never had a sexual relationship. He was then confronted with the DNA evidence. He quickly changed his story. He said that he and Megan had had a consensual sexual affair, but for obvious reasons were keeping it quiet. Although police knew he was lying, they were unable to disprove this and had no choice but to let Donnie go home. Donnie had been accused of rape in the past, and he also had prior felony convictions for aggravated burglary, aggravated assault, and forgery, and was thus prohibited from possessing a firearm. When police caught wind that he owned guns, this allowed them to obtain a search warrant and place him under arrest. They hoped this would give them more time to look into his potential involvement in Megan's murder. For months after Megan was found, the last pieces of evidence were in that would help police tie Donnie to the crime. The coroner had already confirmed the type of bullet that had gone through Megan's cheek. It was a match for the rifle that belonged to Donnie. The GPS evidence also placed Donnie at the crime scenes. The burner phone that was used to contact Megan was moving alongside Donnie's phone at the time, definitively putting the two phones together in Donnie's car. It had pinged off of several locations, the first being where they suspected Megan had been abducted and attacked, the second where they believed she had been murdered, and the third where her body was found. The location she was believed to have been killed in was a farm owned by his family. It was here that they found a partially burned scarf that belonged to Megan. Donnie Frank Jones Jr. was indicted with 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, 2 counts of aggravated rape, and first-degree murder. His bail was set at $500,000, and prosecutors began to prepare for a trial. The burner phone showed that several people had actually been called by Donnie, and they were all people that either cared for the elderly or worked in nursing in some respect. He had been phoning random people, essentially hunting for a victim. Donnie then remembered Megan from giving her a lift a year prior. He used his wife's phone to get her number and used Naomi's name to lure her into a false sense of security. He gave her the fake address and directions that led to a desolate area where he was waiting. Phone records confirmed that his wife Naomi was at work on the night of the crime, and police said she had nothing to do with Megan's murder. They also found no connection between Donnie and Holly Bobo, with separate arrests being made in her case later down the line. Although the charges against Donnie were eligible for the death penalty, prosecutors never publicly stated whether or not they planned to seek it. Donnie Jones Jr. and to the plea of not guilty. But as the death penalty was potentially on the table, it was later said he was keen to cut a deal with the authorities instead. The exchange would be a confession for the removal of the death penalty. In February 2013, 37-year-old Donnie Jones Jr. pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of Megan Sharpton. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, he soon asked to withdraw this, stating that his attorney had convinced him to say it. His wife had been threatened. Circuit Court Judge Curtis Smith heard and granted a new motion, but the original judgment soon went back into effect, and he is still serving life without parole. Megan's sister Carrie said, "If Megan hadn't lost her life, I feel very confident that Donnie Jones would still be out, trying to trick young women. Megan put him behind bars for life. She sacrificed her life to keep everybody else in our community safe." Kelly Sharpton, who had gone through such trauma losing her daughter in an unbearable way, often spoke of how the pain was all-consuming and relentless. Tragically, in November 2013, Kelly would take her own life. Officers working the case expressed the sadness they felt for Megan, stating her last few minutes of life was pure hell and panic and fear. A young woman with so much promise and so many plans, her life so cruelly snatched away. This, along with the devastating death of her mother Kelly, deeply affected many people. A 7-foot-tall memorial was created to honor Megan and can be located where she was found that early morning. It is made up of 24 stars, one for each year of her life, and a nod to the tattoos that meant so much to her. Her sister said their family will be forever grateful to the community for their support and their dedication to helping them through it all. The case of Danielle Jennings. Danielle Jennings was born on September 16, 1978, in Columbia, South Carolina, United States. She grew up in Stockton, Georgia, with her mother and stepfather. Known for her cheerful and outgoing personality, Danielle faced adulthood early. At the age of 16, she became pregnant but was determined to be a good mother. Danielle's relationship with Carl, the father of her child, ended in divorce. In 1996, she gave birth to her son Tristan at the age of 17, and despite the difficulties ahead, was determined to provide the best life for herself and her son. Then she met Luis Piano, a man who would become Tristan's father. Danielle and Luis had known each other since they were teenagers, initially as friends. But their relationship developed into love. Luis took care of Danielle and Tristan, and for a time it seemed like all their problems had been solved. The couple moved in together, and Danielle secured an office job at a landscaping company, a position she was proud to have obtained. In December 1998, Luis proposed to Danielle, and she happily accepted. Her life was on the right track with a loving son, a fiancé, and promising career prospects. On March 15, 1999, Luis returned home from work to find his fiancée, 20-year-old Danielle Jennings, lying lifeless on the bed in their Ashley Lakes apartment in Norcross, Georgia. Their young son, Tristan, was at daycare at the time. Luis immediately realized Danielle was dead due to her skin color and called 911. When the police arrived, Luis was waiting for them and reported what he had found. He explained that upon entering the apartment, he saw Danielle lying face down on the bed, and when he turned her over, he discovered she was dead. The police naturally suspected Luis, and they took him in for questioning while a team of officers thoroughly examined the crime scene. Danielle was found lying on her back on the bed, fully clothed with a sock around her neck. This suggested that the perpetrator intended to kill her, leaving no chance for survival. The fact that the stocking was tied at the back indicated that the perpetrator was behind Danielle when they strangled her. The crime scene showed signs of disarray, with the bed messed up and a dresser drawer open. It's possible that the perpetrator took the stocking from Danielle's drawer. The contents of her purse had been dumped and rummaged through, leading police to consider the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. However, several valuable items, including cameras and jewelry, were left untouched. This led police to speculate that the perpetrator may have intended to steal something but encountered Danielle and decided to kill her to avoid being identified as a witness. The lack of forced entry at the front door and the locked sliding glass door in the backyard raised suspicions that the crime scene might have been staged. Despite searching the surrounding area, police found no evidence. After investigating the crime scene, police discovered that Danielle may have let the killer into her home voluntarily, or that the killer had a key to the apartment. As a result, the prime suspect became Danielle's fiancé, Luis Piano. When police started questioning Luis, he displayed intense emotions. Police were aware that romantic relationships can sometimes escalate into anger, leading to devastating consequences. To begin the interrogation, they asked Luis about his whereabouts on the day of Danielle's death. Luis claimed he spent the entire day at work. He last saw Danielle when they both left their apartment at 6:45 a.m., but she returned briefly to retrieve something. According to Luis, Danielle was anxious about an important meeting with management at work and seemed slightly distracted. He also mentioned that Danielle called him at 11:30 a.m. to invite him to lunch, but he declined due to his heavy workload. Tried to contact Danielle later that day but couldn't reach her. Concerned, he called her coworkers, who told him she had gone out for lunch but failed to return to work. Luis then contacted their home, where he spoke to someone named Lise, who also hadn't heard from Danielle. Luis left work to check on Danielle at their home in the Ashley Lakes apartments. When he arrived, he found something unsettling. The front door was unlocked. Upon entering, he saw a jar on the floor. During the investigation into Danielle's death, police questioned Luis about his relationship with her. They asked if the couple had frequent arguments or domestic problems. Luis insisted that their relationship was good and that they loved each other very much. Clearly feeling confused, he became frustrated with the questioning, believing that the police were wasting their time by focusing on him. He insisted that they should find the real culprit, who was still at large. Police also spoke to Danielle's friends and family, all of whom sided with Luis. Luis and Danielle were madly in love and were planning their wedding. However, their happiness did not last long. During the investigation into Danielle's case, Luis's co-workers confirmed that he had been at work all day, providing him with a solid alibi and eliminating him as a suspect. During the interrogation, Luis said that Danielle's co-worker Jeff was showing her too much attention and she was unhappy about it. The police immediately went to Danielle's workplace and spoke to her boss. Danielle's boss confirmed to the police that Danielle had complained about an employee named Jeff. Jeff was a middle-aged man who was a manager at the company. Danielle complained to her boss that Jeff was constantly hanging around her, interfering with her work, and behaving inappropriately. There was a significant age difference between Danielle and Jeff. He was 40 years old and she was 20. Jeff invited Danielle to lunch, and Danielle told him that she had a fiancé. She refused to go to lunch with Jeff. The company where Danielle worked took her complaints seriously. On the day of her murder, she had a meeting regarding a complaint she had filed with management against Jeff. She was very nervous about it. She feared that her career might be in jeopardy because she was a new employee and Jeff was her manager. Her co-workers mentioned that Danielle had gone home for lunch after this meeting but had not returned. That gave the police a time frame for when Danielle's attack occurred. The investigation revealed Jeff's involvement, especially when it was discovered that he was absent from the office at the time of the crime and did not return until later in the evening. Police focused on Jeff as a suspect, possibly following Danielle home and attacking her when she opened the door, which would explain the lack of signs of entry. Jeff was called in for questioning and asked to describe his relationship with Danielle. He admitted that he invited her to lunch but denied his involvement in her death. Jeff didn't deny liking her, however. He claimed he had not behaved inappropriately towards Danielle and was surprised when she filed a complaint against him. The investigators asked him if Danielle's complaint was a reason for wanting to harm her. His first reaction to this question was anger. He was adamant that he wasn't the one who took her life. Jeff claimed that he couldn't have been the one who attacked Danielle because he had an alibi. According to him, he was with another colleague, and they were driving around the city solving some work issues. They had been together all day, so he couldn't be the one who took Danielle's life. Jeff told investigators the name of the coworker whom he claimed he was with at the time of the crime. The detectives met with this man, and he confirmed Jeff's words. Thus, they excluded another person from the list of suspects. The next day, investigators received the autopsy report and examined it in the hope of getting some clues that would help them track down the perpetrator. The cause of Danielle's death was asphyxia. It seemed evident that Danielle's attack had taken her by surprise. The investigators concluded that someone had come up to her from behind and pulled the stocking tight until she lost consciousness. After that, the perpetrator tied the stocking in a knot so Danielle could not regain consciousness. There were no defensive injuries on her body. In fact, there were no injuries at all except for the ligature mark on her neck. Perhaps Danielle didn't even see the face of the one who attacked her. The police found no evidence at the crime scene that could help identify the perpetrator. No shoe prints, no DNA, no fingerprints, no hair. There was no evidence to send to the laboratory for analysis. Since the police had no new suspects, they returned to the version that what happened was a robbery that went wrong. They asked Luis to go through the apartment with them again. He carefully examined everything and said that nothing was missing from the apartment. All the things seemed to be in their usual places. However, a few days later, Lou called the police and said he could not find Danielle's wedding ring. He also drew the attention of investigators to another strange detail. The stocking that someone strangled Danielle with did not belong to her. According to Louise, she didn't wear stockings at all. It meant that whoever had done it had brought the stocking with them. Lacking any evidence, the investigators decided to look into Danielle's past. Perhaps what happened to her was connected with her past. They asked her friends about her previous relationships, in particular, her relationship with Carl, the father of her son Tristan. Her best friend told the police about Danielle's ex-boyfriend Eddie. She started dating him when she was already pregnant. Eddie was a violent guy, and as their relationship progressed, he became more domineering and tried to control all aspects of her life. It got to the point where he forbade her to see her friends and family. The relationship with Eddie deteriorated even more after Danielle gave birth to her son. Soon after, Eddie started using illegal substances, and Danielle decided it was time to end this relationship. She moved out and tried to start a new life, but Eddie had other plans. He did not accept rejection and behaved unpredictably. As a result, Danielle had to seek a restraining order against him. He violated it several times, called Danielle, parked near her house, and once even showed up at her work. Danielle's family told investigators that Eddie had called her several times in recent months. He told her to meet with him, but she always hung up. Eddie was the perfect suspect, so detectives tracked him down and brought him in for questioning. The man was hostile, and he wasn't eager to go to the police station. However, Eddie had an alibi. He said that Eddie was towing cars out of state at the time of the murder and that Eddie's boss, along with service logs and other receipts, could back him up. When the police confirmed his alibi, they released Eddie. 3 days after Danielle died, Danielle's neighbor, Kirk, called the police and told them about something that had happened to Kirk the week before the murder. Ms. Kirk said that recently in the apartment complex, residents often encounter a maintenance worker. The maintenance worker said he came to do a repair order. However, Ms. Kirk said that she felt very uncomfortable the whole time he was there because he kept staring at Kirk as if he was more concerned with her than completing the repair order. The same thing happened to another woman. The maintenance worker insisted that he was there to change a light bulb. When the landlord said there were no bulbs to change, he mumbled and staggered, "Maybe I have the wrong apartment," then backed up and walked away. Police investigations revealed that the complex had several maintenance workers, but the one who matched the descriptions of both women was Calvin Oliver, 42. According to records, Calvin had only started working at the complex in September 1998. At the time of Danielle's murder, 10 residents had reported cash, checks, and other valuables, including jewelry, computers, and guns missing from their apartments without evidence of forced entry. Some even suggested that someone on the maintenance staff was responsible. Calvin Oliver was brought in for questioning by the police, who initially asked him about a series of burglaries at the Ashley Lakes apartments. Calvin denied any involvement in the burglaries. When asked about Danielle Jennings, he said he had heard about what happened to her but did not know her. The only thing he confessed was that he had worked in her apartment. The police were about to release Calvin for lack of concrete evidence when they ran a final check of Calvin's database. The results were horrifying. They discovered that Calvin had an outstanding warrant in another jurisdiction for failing to appear in court on a theft charge related to the theft of a personal check. According to Georgia Department of Correction records, Calvin had a long-standing adult criminal record dating back to 1974. His convictions included multiple residential burglaries, armed robbery, robbery by force, and at least one count of forcibly pressuring a woman into intimate contact at knife point. As a result, Calvin spent the majority of his life incarcerated. Given his extensive criminal history, it's surprising he was able to get a job at Ashley Lakes Apartments. The police took Calvin Oliver into custody, which allowed them to thoroughly investigate his potential involvement in Danielle Jennings' death. As part of their ongoing inquiry into a string of thefts at Ashley Lakes Apartments, the police obtained a search warrant for Oliver's apartment. During the search, they discovered stolen items from other residents, and the police discovered Danielle's wedding ring in his home. This discovery directly linked Oliver to Danielle's death. When the police questioned him about the wedding ring, Calvin claimed that he had stolen it about 3 weeks before Danielle's death. However, this claim was proven false. Calvin became a suspect and refused to cooperate with police after being caught lying. At trial, the prosecution argued that Calvin killed Danielle after she caught him breaking into her home. After a 5-day trial that ended on October 13, 2000, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts. As a result, Calvin Oliver received a life sentence for the murder of Danielle Jennings and an additional 20 years for the burglary. A subsequent investigation revealed that Ashley Lake Apartments management knew about Calviner's history of run-ins with the law and his lengthy criminal record. Despite this knowledge, they failed to conduct thorough background checks and failed to warn other residents when a series of burglaries occurred. When these facts came to light, Danielle's family filed a lawsuit against Ashley Lake Apartments that they argue that the evidence demonstrates a reckless disregard for the safety of others. After a trial, a jury returned a verdict of more than $13 million for Danielle's wrongful death. The complex's key policy was also flawed, prosecutors said. Employees had access to house keys, and the lock boxes containing keys to the complex's 240 apartments were often left unsecured. Calvin Oliver is now serving a life sentence in prison. Paula Salazar was born on September 6, 2015, in Venezuela. Her mother, Andrina Bermudos Millian, was originally from Matarin, Monegasque, while her father, Leonardo Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Delta Amacuro. In September 2016, a year after Paula was born, the couple chose to immigrate to Ecuador with their daughter. They hoped to find better opportunities for themselves and for Paula. Soon after settling in Quito, Ecuador's capital, tensions within the family began to grow for several reasons. Eventually, Andrina decided to separate from Leonardo and moved with Paula to Cuenca, the third largest city in Ecuador. In Cuenca lived the mother of Andrina's best friend. She generously offered them a place to stay while they looked for a new home and searched for work. Meanwhile, due to the circumstances and their separation, Leonardo chose to return to Venezuela. Later, he emigrated once more, this time to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for many years. An accident during his youth had left his left arm completely incapacitated. Because of this disability, it was difficult for him to obtain stable employment even in Quito. After moving to Cuenca, Andrina nearly cut off communication with Leonardo altogether. She informed him only once that she had found work on a farm in Tabacundo. A few months after separating from Leonardo, Andrina began a new relationship with Washington Andreas Imero, a local Ecuadorian and the owner of the farm where she worked. Washington came from a wealthy family. When Paula was around 18 months old, Andrina moved in with Washington along with Paula. On April 7, 2019, Andrina and Washington welcomed a child together. This period brought happiness and unity to the family. However, everything changed dramatically on March 27, 2020. An incident occurred that had a profound impact on the lives of everyone involved. During that time, the family was living comfortably, enjoying their days on the farm, and everything seemed to be going well. One day, Andreas decided to take Paula by car to the flower plantations. However, on the way there, the girl suddenly became very ill. She felt dizzy and began vomiting. With no other option, Andreas stopped at a public restroom. As soon as they entered, Paula vomited again. Andreas then chose to leave her alone for a few minutes while he returned to the car to get a change of clothes since hers were dirty. When he returned, he found Paula lying with her head inside the toilet bowl. He immediately pulled her out and attempted to provide first aid before rushing her to the hospital. By the time the 4-year-old was handed over to medical staff, she was showing no signs of life. Doctors declared Paula dead after conducting an initial examination. They soon noticed inconsistencies in Andreas's account. For example, they observed bruises on her body and face that did not align with his explanation. In such cases, medical protocol requires doctors to inform the police, which they did immediately. Police arrived shortly afterward and arrested Andreas as a suspect in Paula's death. Although he claimed that she had drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed a far more disturbing reality. Tests indicated that Paula had been dead for about 24 hours by the time she arrived at the hospital. This finding contradicted Andreas's timeline of events. He said that he had performed first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation on her only 20 minutes before taking her to the hospital. Additionally, the autopsy revealed serious injuries: several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a fractured spine, and sepsis, all of which contributed to her death. It became evident that Paula's death was not an accident. Her small body showed numerous injuries, both recent and old. Paula's father, Leonardo Salazar, learned about her death on March 30th, several days after the events had occurred. His mother, who was still living in Venezuela, informed him by phone. She had found out through a friend of Andrina's. After Leonardo left Ecuador, Andrina started a new relationship and stopped communicating with him entirely. As a result, Leonardo remained unaware of the tragedy for 3 days. During that time, he could only see Paula through photos sent by Andrina and their mutual friends. In addition, Andrina blocked Leonardo on all social media platforms, preventing him from having any form of communication with Paula. She also cut off contact with nearly all of Leonardo's relatives. It is worth noting that she managed to turn most of their mutual friends against Leonardo by portraying him as uninterested in maintaining a relationship with Paula. Despite these difficulties, Leonardo remained determined to find out what had happened to his daughter. However, Andrina's family offered a different explanation for her death. At the time, Ecuador, like much of the world, was under quarantine due to the pandemic. Naturally skeptical of this claim, Leonardo began researching virus-related deaths in the country through social media and news websites. He soon discovered that none of the few reported victims were children. With help from his relatives, Leonardo continued investigating. One relative sent him a newspaper article reporting the arrest of Andreas on suspicion of Paula's murder. Determined to find answers, he called Andrina every day until she finally returned his call 10 days later. Because her lawyers had forbidden her to speak, the next step Leonardo took was to create a Facebook page with an acquaintance of his. This page was dedicated to Paula. They also set up an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula. The posts they published caused a huge backlash across social media, the main goal to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice. On the same day that Andrina called Leonardo, she arrived at the morgue to begin arranging her daughter's funeral. Even though the prosecutor working on the case asked for more time to investigate the body, Paula's funeral still took place on April 10, 2020. Andrina did not allow a second autopsy to be performed on Paula. Thanks to information posted on social media and shared by Andrina's friends, people in her circle contacted Leonardo and told him about Paula's sad life before her death. They sent Leonardo various pieces of information they had collected, most of which were isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio clips, and similar items. According to witnesses, ever since Paula's mother moved in with Andreas, Paula had endured abuse from both her stepfather and her own mother. Not only did Andrina allow her daughter to be treated this way, but she herself was directly involved in it. Everyone noted that Paula seemed happy and cheerful only when she was playing alone. In the presence of her stepfather, she appeared depressed, acted shy, and became suddenly very fearful. At one point, the little girl told people she trusted that her mother and stepfather would beat her if she misbehaved. One day she even confessed that as punishment, Andreas pushed her into a wall where she hit her head. Paula referred to her stepfather as nothing less than a monster and was undoubtedly very afraid of him. She constantly had nightmares and suffered from insomnia at a young age. The couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time they moved into the stepfather's home, sleep alone when falling asleep. Paula often cried, but no one paid any attention to her. Additionally, her mother and stepfather forced her to manage on her own without assistance. Moreover, her mother Andrina had been teaching her how to cook since she was 2 years old, which seemed unreasonable. Paula was compelled to prepare her own breakfast and dinners because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from caregiving in the evenings. She simply did not want to care for her daughter. Andrina did not mind that Paula had to handle the oven by herself despite the inherent dangers. At preschool, where Andrina had enrolled Paula, the girl frequently complained of pain in her legs and back and often mentioned she could not walk. Her constant complaints, along with the bruises on her body, prompted the teacher to show her to doctors at a health center. After an examination, They concluded that Paula was being mistreated at home. The teachers then called a special police organization to investigate the abuse within Paula's family. Officials took up the case and decided to send Paula somewhere safe while they conducted their investigation. Consequently, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle's care, Andrina's brother. A hearing on the matter was set for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers who were supposed to testify never appeared for reasons unknown. As a result, they scheduled a retrial for February 27, 2020. However, once again, all the teachers failed to attend. Consequently, the court had no option but to dismiss all charges against Paula's parents and return her to her mother. 1 month later, on March 27th, Paula passed away. The exact reasons why the teachers chose not to attend either hearing remain unknown. It is speculated that Andrina might have bribed or persuaded them that although Paula had some issues, it was not due to any wrongdoing by her parents. After Paula's tragic death, Andreas was placed in protective custody during the investigation. He soon appealed this decision, resulting in a hearing on June 12, 2020. At the hearing, which was held via video conference, the judge set an aiding order and determined Andreas could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, Andreas announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At that time, Leonardo was still conducting a social media campaign and asked his subscribers for financial support to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. His goal was to file a complaint against Andrina, Paula's mother, before it became too late. Andrina had not yet been charged and remained free. Fortunately, Leonardo managed to secure sufficient financial aid, as well as free legal advice from 2 Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro. They generously offered him support and assistance with the lawsuit. Leonardo faced significant challenges to reach Ecuador. He had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela by rafting across dangerous waters and then travel across rugged terrain. Due to the pandemic, all regular maritime and land borders of Venezuela were closed. Thus, only a few flights were available to a handful of countries. Once Leonardo arrived in Guastulito, he crossed into Colombia over hazardous terrain. From there, he took a bus to Ipiales and continued onward through hills and plains until reaching Rumichaca Bridge, the border between Colombia and Ecuador. Upon crossing into Ecuador, Leonardo took a cab to Quito. On June 30th, he immediately met with a lawyer upon arrival. The bereaved father filed a complaint against his ex-girlfriend, so she would also be considered a suspect in Paula's murder. By July 6, 2020, an indictment was issued against Andrina. She appeared in court, where it was decided that house arrest would suffice instead of full custody. In November 2020, the initial hearing for the case took place. Although a specific trial date had not yet been determined at that time, participation and discussions were intense. Leonardo's attorney voiced concerns about Andrina's potential escape risk, and as she had previously attempted suicide using pills, the lawyer requested that Andrina be fitted with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge denied this request and also reduced her required court appearances to once a week instead of twice. However, shortly after, Andrina requested a reconsideration regarding the necessity of wearing the electronic bracelet. Consequently, another hearing was held on November 16th to review this decision. These developments inevitably caused delays in the trial proceedings, but eventually the judge set a new date for December. Despite limited media coverage of Andreas and Andrina's trial, much information found its way onto social media platforms. However, due to the pandemic dominating news coverage at the time, some details remained unreported. The trial began on January 14, 2021. At that point, no final decision had been made regarding Andrina's alternative imprisonment options, while Andreas remained detained at the Regional Detention Center. The trial was conducted behind closed doors, with no media representatives present. Some participants attended via video link to ensure proceedings continued smoothly despite restrictions. According to testimony from the doctor who performed Paula's autopsy, several disturbing findings were made. Nearly all of her spinal discs had been ruptured. She suffered broken ribs, some of which had healed naturally over time, and she displayed symptoms like nail stigmata, where nails grow into the skin, as well as bruises and scratches on her face and body. Furthermore, there was fluid accumulation in her lungs and serious injuries, such as scars on her head and lacerations on her colon. These medical findings suggested prolonged physical trauma before Paula's death and became critical evidence in understanding what transpired during her final days. The later injuries were what caused the infection to develop into sepsis, ultimately leading to death. The autopsy report confirmed that by the time Andreas took Paula to the hospital, she had been deceased for approximately 24 hours. The extent of her internal and external injuries revealed the severity of cruelty she had endured, as well as the negligence of her guardians, who never once sought medical attention for her. Additionally, Paula was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, with clear mineral and nutritional deficiencies. Regarding Paula's injuries, her mother, Andrina, tried to persuade family and friends that Paula had numerous psychological problems. She asserted that these issues led to self-harm behaviors, which were attempts by Paula to attract attention. According to Andrina, when Paula's younger brother was born, Paula began lacking parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and attempted to manipulate everyone through crying. In October 2019, even though Paula was supposed to stay with her uncle per a board's decision, she actually continued staying at her parents' house most of the time and only slept at her uncle's house occasionally. This indicates that measures taken by authorities did not achieve their intended outcomes. Furthermore, it was established that in 2017, shortly after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador, Paula began experiencing abuse, likely starting right after Andrina entered into a relationship with Andreas. At the trial attended by over 40 witnesses from the accusing party, it was confirmed that Paula endured abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. At the final hearing before the judge delivered the verdict, Andrina claimed full responsibility for the child's abuse. She admitted to beating Paula with a belt and sometimes using her fists. Through this statement, Andrina attempted to deflect blame away from her partner Andreas. She stated emphatically that he was innocent, that he had no involvement in the matter, and that he had never mistreated Paula. Andrina also mentioned that she had reprimanded her daughter for causing issues with her new husband. Breaking up with him meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only gain through his support. Taking care of her daughter was not her main concern. Upon reviewing Paula's circumstances, the judges expressed concern for the couple's newborn son. However, they noted that this child, unlike Paula, was never abused. It is worth mentioning that Andreas opted to exercise his right to remain silent and has not commented on the incident since his arrest. On February 3, 2021, Paula's trial concluded with both defendants being found guilty of murdering the girl. The maximum penalty for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the prosecution sought the maximum punishment for the perpetrators. However, considering an aggravating factor that Paula was just 4 years old and unable to defend herself, the chief judge sentenced Andrina and Andreas to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicted individuals have 3 days to appeal a verdict. The couple, as anticipated, indicated their intention to do so immediately. Despite being sentenced to 17 years and 4 months in prison, Andrina remained under house arrest instead of being jailed directly. She utilized her opportunity to appeal, necessitating higher court confirmation of her incarceration sentence. Meanwhile, she continues to follow the previously imposed measures. This situation is markedly different from Andreas's case. He was detained upon his appearance at the hospital with a deceased girl. Public outrage has been palpable over Andrina remaining at large. Of particular note is Leonardo's anger and concern over her potentially evading justice. Two people that called Montana home was 21-year-old Jordan Lynn Graham and 24-year-old Cody Johnson. Cody was born in San Jose, California, and grew up with his mother Sherry after his parents divorced. Cody was her only child and the pair were extremely close. Sherry soon decided she wanted to move out of California completely, and the pair started a new life in Montana. Friends said Cody just loved to make people laugh. He was over the top and always happy to play the class clown to cheer people up. He loved everything outdoors, fishing, shooting, and taking long walks, and one of his biggest passions was doing up cars and racing them with his friends. After school, the car-loving Cody got a job making custom-built vehicles, and naturally he loved it. His boss was his close friend Cameron, and his career was flourishing. He told people that he felt something was missing. He wanted to settle down, meet someone, and raise a family in Montana. His single life would soon change when, in 2011, Cody met Jordan Graham. Jordan was quite shy, more reserved and introverted than Cody, only opening up if she was really comfortable around someone. When she did, people said she shared the same sense of humor as Cody, and the pair seemed a great match. Jordan also shared his love of the outdoors and traveling, and they spent a lot of time hiking and touring scenic routes in the area. One of the couple's favorite places to visit was the over 700 miles of trails that made up the famous Glacier National Park. Jordan also loved children, often helping to babysit her friends' kids, and she too was keen to have children of her own. Jordan came from a religious household and spoke a lot about how strict this could be. There were a lot of rules, one of which was no sex before marriage. Cody told people he was infatuated with Jordan, and before long he would be attending church with her. Friends and family said their relationship appeared to be going from strength to strength. Cody was besotted and told his mother he had found the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. So, after a year of dating, in December 2012, when Jordan made a very special announcement on social media, no one was surprised. After 6 months of planning, on June 29, 2013, Jordan and Cody were married. The wedding seemed to reflect the young couple perfectly, a magical ceremony held outdoors, with the pair even writing their own song for them to have for their first dance. Jordan sobbed uncontrollably as she walked down the aisle and wasn't really making eye contact with Cody, looking at the ground a lot instead. But for someone who was more introverted, this wasn't a surprise. Cody, however, was beaming. There were plenty of gushing speeches about the couple. It was a beautiful event for them both. After the big day was over, the couple moved into their first home and opted for doing this up and decorating with their time off, rather than traveling anywhere together for their honeymoon. Cody had booked a week off work and was due back on the 8th of July. Sunday, July 7th, 2013, Cody had made plans with his father-in-law Stephen to go kayaking that day, but he later contacted him and canceled the plans, saying Jordan had a surprise for him. Another friend of Cody's also said he had called off a round of golf for the exact same reason. Cody and Jordan then went to an afternoon church service, before going to the lake and then heading back to church. After this, they had a late dinner at Dairy Queen with some friends before leaving together. July 8th, 6 a.m. Cody's week off had come to an end and he was due to start work early, but the usually prompt and hardworking Cody failed to show up. Because of how out of character this was, Cody's boss Cameron decided to go to the couple's house and, panicked, he forced his way inside. There was no one there and there was no sign of a break-in or anything being overtly or obviously wrong. Nothing inside was broken or smashed, and nothing seemed to be missing. He then went into the garage to see if Cody's car was there. He found Cody's phone. Just the same as most people, Cody was never without his phone, and Cameron quickly filed a missing persons report. The first person detectives needed a statement from was Cody's wife. Jordan told officers that on the way back from Dairy Queen, Cody had answered the phone and ended up having a 30-minute conversation. She didn't know who was on the end of the phone, but Cody seemed visibly agitated. When they pulled up to the house, Jordan realized her phone was about to die and she had left her charger at work. She got back in the car and headed to her workplace, leaving Cody in the garage. She then got a text from Cody saying he was going to take a drive with someone. She arrived back at the house to see him leaving in a dark-colored car that had Washington state license plates. But Jordan said this wasn't unusual. As everyone knew, Cody loved cars, and she said he would often take off with a new group of friends to race, sometimes very late into the evening. Jordan said she hadn't wanted to report him missing in case he came back and was angry at her for overreacting. Cody and Jordan's friends quickly rallied around and started trying to access his social media accounts, hoping to work out where he might have gone. Authorities obtained Cody's call logs and discovered that a Washington number had made a call to Cody around the time Jordan had said. Given the fact that Jordan remembered seeing Washington license plates, this was a good lead. The number was linked to a man named Jose. Jose told police he ran Cody to talk to him about some tools he had borrowed from him. There was nothing unusual about the conversation, and nothing Jose could remember as being off about Cody at the time. Jose was cleared thanks to a strong alibi, and police concluded, although strange, especially given the Washington license plates, it was simply just an odd coincidence. The search for Cody began to widen. People were out all hours of the day and night, and his friends and family were trying everything they could think of to find him. It had now been 3 days since Cody was last seen, and police weren't getting any further. Jordan was in and out of the station answering various questions which weren't being met with the same answers twice. One day, Jordan arrived back at the police station with her mother, armed with an email she had just received. The email was from someone calling themselves Carman Tony. It was short and blunt. It read, "Hi Jordan, my name is Tony. There is no bother in looking for Cody anymore. He is gone. Call off the search." The email went on to say that Cody went off with some friends for a hike that night and had fallen off the cliff. Everyone was shaken and they hoped it was either not true or, if true, Cody could still be saved. Jordan said she did in fact know a Tony S. that worked with Cody. Authorities found him and asked him to come in for an interview. Tony hadn't seen or spoken to Cody in a while, and he had never used an email linked with Carman Tony. He was happy to hand over his phone and computer records, and with this police were back at square one again. They subpoenaed Google in regards to the email, as well as Cody and Jordan's phones, to gather any data. Given the contents of the email pointing towards Cody falling off the cliff, Jordan gathered up her own search party, and they headed up into the rocky terrain of Glacier National Park. Some of the roads on the drive up were narrow, winding, and long, and given the span of the park, people knew they could be searching for weeks, if he was even there. A day later, they went back again, but this time Jordan seemed to be on a mission. They drove past many roads and cliff edges, any of which Cody could have been on or near, and carried on up, getting higher and higher. Jordan was telling people she wanted to go to a specific spot. She told her friends that it was a place he had wanted to see before he died, and the Holy Spirit was leading her there. At one point, Jordan abruptly stopped the car. She leapt out near what is called the Loop Trail. Off of the track, there was a steep drop down past many sharp rocks and trees. It was undoubtedly treacherous, as the drop was a terrifying 300 feet. Despite this, Jordan climbed over the wall and headed for the edge. She leaned over and shouted to everyone behind that she could see someone at the bottom in the water. She then started shouting over and over that she knew it was Cody. The search party alerted the park rangers, but due to the time of night and how dangerous it was to try and get down, they had to wait until morning. At 8 a.m. on July 12th, the search for Cody Johnson came to a tragic end. On the way down the cliff, using ropes tied to trees, they found a blue trainer that matched the one Cody was wearing the day he went missing. They finally reached the bottom, and, lying face down in the shallow water near the waterfall, was Cody Johnson. Near to his body was a small piece of black cloth, and he wasn't wearing his wedding ring. As news began to spread that he had been found, his friends and family couldn't fathom why on earth he would have been up there at night in the first place. His friend Eddie said even though Cody loved seeing the sights and going on long walks up there, he wouldn't have ever steered off the path and climbed over the walls in the dark. Cody wasn't actually very good with heights, he never went too high up, and always stuck to the lower-level tourist routes with retaining walls around them. Eddie said once he couldn't get up a ladder to fit a new light bulb for his mother because of the height. Shortly after Cody was found, Jordan posted a photo on Instagram from their wedding day. The caption read, "Miss you so much, Cody. Not a day will go by where I don't think about you. You will live on in my heart forever. I know you're in a better place now looking down on me. You're my angel. Love you with all my heart and soul. See you again one day." It had now been 2 weeks and police were still searching for answers regarding the mystery email. While they did this, Cody was laid to rest. At his funeral, Jordan sat through most of it on her phone, showing no emotion. It could have been her way of processing and compartmentalizing the situation, but her maid of honor and best friend, Kimberly, thought this was just too strange. After this, Kimberly promptly walked into the police station and started to shine a whole new light on the investigation. She asked to talk to officers about some interesting texts she had gotten off of Jordan in the weeks leading up to and just after the wedding. Despite their perfect nuptials, she recalled many a conversation with Jordan about how she seemed far more excited about planning the wedding rather than the thought of being married to Cody, more excited to be a bride than a wife. Others said that Cody, put simply, was always far more in love with Jordan than she ever was with him. Kimberly recounted a couple of times Jordan had asked her if she thought she was making the right decision. Other people would back this up and say Jordan was very nervous about the wedding night and wondered if she was making a mistake in committing to Cody. The night after the wedding, Jordan texts Kimberly saying, "I don't know if all this was the right thing to do. So much happened last night. I just don't know." Kimberly replied, "Last night at the wedding or last night in the room?" Jordan said, "Being married and after the wedding." "What happened after?" Kimberly asked. "I'd rather talk about what happened, not text about it." But as the days progressed, the texts continued. "Using the my period started spiel tonight. I freaking hope it works, because if I'm forced to do something, I'm gonna freak out." On the night of July 7th, as the pair were leaving Dairy Queen after dinner, Kimberly received another text from Jordan, this time saying she wanted to talk to Cody about how she was really feeling. Kimberly said she would send positivity and prayers to them both, and just before 9 p.m., replied and said, "But dead serious, if you don't hear from me at all again tonight, something happened." Later that night, Jordan would turn up on Kimberly's doorstep, telling her the conversation hadn't gone down well. She said Cody got really angry, and she ended up leaving the house to go to her brother's. This, along with her seemingly knowing exactly where to find Cody, and the comments she had made about him wanting to see that place before he died, as well as her not being the one to report him missing, was all too odd. Kimberly said it was a sickening feeling, but she knew in her gut that Jordan was somehow responsible for Cody's death. She just didn't know how or why. Detectives already had their suspicions, given how many times her stories had changed. And Kimberly's brief of text messages only solidified their thoughts. After this, the IP address from the email came back. It actually pointed towards the email being set up and used in her stepfather's home, and despite Jordan saying they were both separate the night as he had driven off, phone records confirmed this was a lie. Both phones were together in Glacier National Park at 9:17 p.m. Using this time frame, they managed to gather CCTV to the entrance of the park, which showed Cody's car and both of them inside. Police were no longer looking at the elusive car man Tony, they were now looking straight at Jordan Graham. Jordan was asked to come into the station and tell them the full truth about what had happened that night. She eventually broke down and told them she had started to talk to Cody about how she felt, and it escalated into an argument. Cody said if this was how she felt, they should annul the marriage. Jordan, however, was worried about her reputation if they divorced a mere 8 days after the wedding. How and why this came to be remains unclear, but they both got in the car and drove to the park where they set off on a trail. At one point, Jordan even mentioned a blindfold. She said they both walked over a bridge and then climbed over the retaining wall where the argument continued. Despite her claiming it to be in the heat of the moment and, essentially, an accident, officers weren't convinced. Why wouldn't she have run for help, rather than running to her stepfather's computer to fake an email? Why would Cody have climbed over the edge in the first place when he was afraid of going near the cliff edge? Even for someone that wasn't afraid of heights, to go over a safety wall in the pitch black above a 300-foot drop wearing a blindfold seems an inconceivable thought. Jordan Lynn Graham was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and making false statements. But this was soon upped. As the trial began, her defense team went straight in, fighting for a second-degree murder conviction, claiming it was an accident in the midst of a heated argument. But the prosecution felt strongly that this was far more than an accident. They said the fact she had told him she had a surprise for him, and he was found near something that may have been used as a blindfold, showed this was very much premeditated. This, along with the phone records, the fake email, the failure to alert anyone or report him missing, and the lack of emotion after the fact added more to their case that she didn't care about what she had done, had planned it, and hoped to pin it on someone else. On December 12, 2013, just 4 days after her trial began, Jordan's defense team made an announcement. Jordan Graham's plea deal gave her 30 years in federal prison, with no chance of parole any earlier. In exchange for her plea, Prosecutors agreed to drop the charge of premeditated first-degree murder, as well as one count of making a false statement to authorities. After her sentencing, the judge said, "There's only one person in this room that knows what happened, and I don't think she's been entirely truthful." Jordan filed a motion to withdraw her plea on March 26, 2014, but this motion was denied. For those that Cody left behind, they still struggle with how on earth things got to such a point. They say as broken-hearted as he would have been to end the marriage, he would have absolutely walked away if it meant she was happy, because her being happy was the most important thing to him. His affectionate, animated, and vivacious personality is missed dearly by everyone that knew and loved him. For Sherry, the pain of losing her only child and still never knowing why haunts her. Cody's best friend said, "He did so much for everybody. I just didn't realize how much he did for me until he was gone." Garbage collector was paralyzed on January 22, 2023, after sifting through a trash container near the Columbia Park to find what was at the bottom of it. A blue suitcase was inside, sealed with black tape, and surrounded by several garbage bags. The suitcase contained a woman's body, which was easily identified because her head was visible from the suitcase. The worker was frightened upon finding something, so he drove several blocks and reported it to the police. The Capitol Police promptly dispatched a team of officers to investigate. Can you provide some examples? The police officers who arrived were met with a horrifying scene. The corpse was cradled in the suitcase and taken away. Valentina Tres Palacios was identified as the victim a few hours later. At the outset, the body was found to be free from any indications of violence, firearms, or knives, and it was not dismembered. Can you provide some examples? After opening the suitcase, detectives discovered that the woman was wearing pajamas with a belt, suggesting that she had been attacked while sleeping by the person who killed her. A black cardboard box on the side of the suitcase contained items that helped identify the body. Police found a student ID, password used by the victim when applying for a certificate, as well as some documents and personal belongings among them. The investigating team found it peculiar, as the presence of documents in such cases was not typical. Can you provide some examples? The police contacted the woman's family after finding the suitcase with her body, and they confirmed that she was with friends on Saturday, January 21st. The woman was found to have been struck multiple times in the head during the forensic examination. Her body was found with multiple injuries, including bleeding from the right part of her tongue and 5 cuts around her neck that indicated strangulation. Valentina Tres Palacios was born on December 16, 2001 in Bogota, Colombia. She was enrolled in the Faculty of Commerce and International Business. The girl was a music enthusiast from an early age. After completing her professional DJ diploma, she was granted access to work as a DJ in Colombia due to her exceptional talent and musical sense. She had a career that began 3 years ago and resulted in many foreign friends. Valentina traveled to other countries where she typically gained knowledge or exhibited her accomplishments. She had the chance to perform alongside some of the most renowned musicians during this period. She toured over 20 cities in the country and was present at significant international events of this kind. Her past activities involved performing at festivals and touring throughout Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and Peru. People in her vicinity claimed that she had a bright future ahead. She was sought after and traveled throughout the nation. She dominated the best nightclubs and pursued her passion. Valentina was a very happy, smiling young girl who enjoyed the party. She maintained social media accounts where she shared her stage performances and always kept her followers informed about her daily routine. Can you provide some examples? In the electronic music industry of Colombia, she was recently recognized as the best amateur DJ. The girl shared about 2 things on her social media: her rising popularity in the electronic music industry at nightclubs and her relationship with an American named John Poulos, whom she met online by the end of 2021. John and Valentina's communication skills improved as time passed. Valentina's initial desire for stability and commitment was not strong, but her relationship with him transformed into a romantic partnership that the young people eventually shared. John Poulos was a resident of America. Valentina was so invested in her life that he sent her money to attend the cosmetic course that involved injecting her lips with hyaluronic acid. The procedure was repeated to improve her cheekbones, and John also suggested surgery and silicone breast implants for his partner, modifying her appearance within a few months and becoming the talk of the town. He started sending money to the girl on a regular basis, and eventually came up with the idea of marrying her. Originally, Poulos had plans to move to Colombia and live with Valentina, but she was skeptical because this person was so envious that he hired a private detective to track all her contacts and activities. Valentina's family was highly suspicious as she expressed her concern about this situation. John Poulos was prepared to spend the rest of his life with his partner by January 2023. He was committed to marrying Valentina and initiated the process of organizing the necessary paperwork. He rented an apartment in the northern area of Bogota, where he planned to spend the weekends with the girl until they found a permanent place to live. On Thursday, January 19th, Poulos arrived in Bogota. Around 8:53 p.m., he was caught on surveillance footage entering the building's apartment. Along with him, there was a blue suitcase that bore resemblance to the one used to find Valentina's corpse. John Poulos was the first person to be noticed after the disturbing discovery, as he was also the last one to have seen Valentina alive. The detective's attempt to reach him resulted in the call being diverted to voicemail. Valentina's family members found Poulos to be a kind and collected individual. His demeanor was undeniable, and his plans to marry the young woman were evident. They were unable to fathom his involvement in this terrible crime, but these doubts were eliminated when investigators arrived at the apartment rental building, where it was discovered that the man had already left and was not found. On Monday, January 23rd, John Poulos took down his social media profiles in the early morning following Valentina's death. He was the sole suspect at that point. The revelation was made evident when investigators analyzed the surveillance camera footage in the building. From Friday evening to early Sunday morning, the Colombian Police and Prosecutor's Office examined hours of video footage from cameras in the areas where the young woman and her boyfriend were. The trash container was where the body was disposed of at this point. The footage and numerous WhatsApp conversations were instrumental in uncovering the girl's final hours. On January 20th, Valentina and Poulos made a deal to meet. "Can you provide some examples?" The man arrived on the 19th, the day before, and took up residence in the apartment where the couple had planned to live. After he texted Valentina, they started arguing on the same night because she was at a party with her friend and didn't anticipate him coming over. He inquired about the presence of significant individuals at the gathering and whether she was with any male. She wryly replied with a no reply, stating that it was his suspicions, and they had agreed to meet on the 20th. Prior to meeting John, Valentina had planned to visit various locations to care for herself, apply her lash extensions, and attend hair salons. On January 20th, the couple were unable to see each other due to their disagreement, and only in the evening, when Valentina's apartment was being monitored by surveillance cameras. Did they know exactly when they were in that parking lot? The girls' possessions were being packed by John at 6 p.m. as the two of them moved to another apartment and began a new life. Valentina's journey across the country was marked by a series of emotional goodbyes, one of which was with her family and friends. She made a video call to her mother saying that she was going home. The video depicts the girl accompanied by Poulos, who hired a vehicle to transport Valentina's possessions. They were caught on surveillance footage entering the apartment with their possessions at 7 p.m. Valentina sent her mother a series of videos showing the apartment in their frequent exchanges to get things. The cameras captured them completing the move and engaging in other activities before heading back to their new home. It was Saturday, January 21st at 1 a.m. Around 3 a.m., the couple arranged a taxi to go to southeastern New York's nightclub, where Valentina was set to perform 2 hours later. "Can you provide some examples?" The club was reached by them at approximately 4 a.m. Valentina commenced work almost immediately. While she was busy, John Poulos remained with her. "Can you provide some examples?" At approximately 5 a.m., her performance concluded. Valentina and John, holding hands, headed to the nightclub's office. They encountered the proprietor of the establishment, his spouse, and her companion. Valentina's friends had not seen her since they left the venue at 6 a.m. Her smile was back on her face, shining brightly, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Valentina contacted her friend on the phone and stated that she had no intention of going anywhere on Saturday. She stated that she would probably stay in the apartment with her partner. Later on, they might go out to eat or cook together at their house. The last time Valentina spoke to her friend was at 9 p.m., and it was through video. Valentina's mother, Laura Hidalgo, revealed that her 13-year-old son was the final individual to converse with her on video. The girl was in bed with John. They both appeared to be in a state of happiness. The family had no further information about them. On January 21st, at 10:43 p.m., surveillance cameras in the building captured the young woman and her boyfriend. In the video, Valentina can be seen peering out of the apartment door while John stands in front of it. He seems contemplative and a little menacing, pacing back and forth, occasionally grimacing his face. He orders the elevator to go down and retrieve a delivery. Poulos was captured by the cameras again on Sunday, January 22nd at 9 a.m. He exits the room with 2 bags of garbage. Valentina was nowhere to be found on this occasion. The man drives to the parking area, takes a silver car, and places the bags in the back seat. Following that, he goes back to the apartment and retrieves 2 suitcases from the trunk. Subsequently, he heads back to the apartment. A gray blanket covers the suitcase that Poulos removed from the apartment where the clock reads 10 a.m. He put it into a cart for shipping. A second bag was situated beside it. Valentina's head was wrapped in the blanket. The man surveys the parking area after parking. He perceives that nobody is in the vicinity. Moving ahead, he looks over to make sure nobody is going down in the elevator. Subsequently, he rapidly makes his way back to the vehicle. He glances at the mirror one last time and takes a sip of water before struggling to lift the heavy suitcase, which he puts in the trunk. The bag is the next item on the list. Subsequently, he takes control of the vehicle and departs. Surveillance cameras caught the car at different locations throughout the city around noon. It was evident that the subject was in search of a suitable spot to leave the suitcase. The car entered one of the parks and parked near the garbage containers at approximately 3 p.m. The driver exited and headed towards the container at that juncture. He surveyed the area, verified that no one was watching, and then removed the suitcase, which seemed excessive. Before tossing it into the container, he went back to the car and removed the bag, which he then placed in the trash bin, closed the lid, and exited. The vehicle was traveling westward until it reached El Dorado International Airport. John's last known whereabouts were at the airport at 4:30 p.m. A $1 million reward was announced by the Ministry of Security on Monday, January 23rd, for any information that could lead to the arrest of the person or persons responsible for the murder of Valentina Tres Palacios. The Colombian authorities enlisted the help of Interpol to issue an arrest warrant as Poulos fled the country's border without indicating why. Additionally, he was the final person to witness the girl's existence. Can you provide some examples? On January 24th, the National Police of Panama stated that they had apprehended Poulos at El Dorado International Airport while he was traveling to Turkey. In an effort to obtain answers about Valentina's death, Colombian authorities quickly began the process of deporting him to the country. Over 14 criminal investigation specialists contributed to the investigation, collecting evidence to establish the facts. The analysis of over 300 hours of video footage from cameras was the outcome of methodological work carried out in partnership with the country's prosecutor office. The case yielded another crucial finding after the arrest of this individual. Valentina's mobile phone was discovered near the El Dorado International Airport by a security staff member. He stumbled upon a mobile phone on the grass while walking near a tenth of a minute gas station and picked it up. The man brought the discovered gadget home after he realized that it did not have a SIM card. He took the phone to sell it, unaware that it belonged to Valentina. The security guard's wife called him hours later in despair when she realized that the photo of the girl in the wallpaper on the mobile phone were identical to those seen on social media and also for the young woman found dead in the trash container. Unfortunately, the phone had already been marked for sale and repackaged because someone was willing to buy it. Therefore, information that could have been advantageous in this situation went unguarded. Can you provide some examples? Following that, the driver of the car that the couple had driven to the nightclub gave his testimony, which was followed by a big question. The driver was tasked with transporting the couple to a nightclub located in the southern part of the city. Before getting into the car, Poulos paused for a moment before Valentina exited. She got into the car and screamed that she had written something untoward. The driver looked at her in disbelief before checking his phone and finding out that Tres Palacios had sent him a message to customer care, warning him in Spanish that he was in danger. The driver looked at the girl and inquired if she was all right, but her response was uncertain as Poulos entered the car and asked. She said, "Are you okay?" John and Valentina conversed in English as the car was being driven, and the man asked if they were bilingual, to which he replied with a positive answer. Poulos remained silent and instead corresponded with Valentina on WhatsApp. Upon leaving about 4 a.m., the driver went to the nightclub with the couple and then forgot about the incident until he was informed of the young woman's death several days later. Due to Valentina's open WhatsApp session, her friend who lived in Cartagena came to the prosecutor office in Bogota and surrendered their computer with the chats providing clues about what had occurred. One of the pieces of evidence found in Valentina's chat was that her friend had spotted a suitcase with her body, which was said to have been there. The friend said that on the same day Valentina was in Bogota, she got a text from Poulos and received several selfies with his luggage. The suitcase that John brought with him was akin to the one found by authorities in the container. The color was indistinguishable. There's no clear answer as to why the young girl left her WhatsApp session open on her friend's computer, but all of these texts helped authorities get what happened that night when Valentina was killed. It was determined by forensic investigators that she died from asphyxiation caused by tightly strangled with a rope. Prior to her passing, there were indications on her body that she had been a victim of violence. All indications from the forensic examination indicate that Valentina Tres Palacios passed away while sleeping. This conclusion was drawn up by criminalists because she was wearing pajamas. There was no doubt in the evidence above that John Poulos was present. The indictment stated that the suspect did not acknowledge responsibility for the girl's death, citing the current situation and the concealment of evidence. Rather, he said, "There were violations when I was arrested in Panama because we did not have a lawyer to talk to." Poulos' Spanish language skills were not strong enough to warrant a translator, and the hearing lasted for more than 5 hours. The crime committed by Poulos is attributed to his involvement with Valentina, and he attempted to disappear without trace, erasing his social media accounts after the incident. On May 19, 1987, John Poulos was born in Wisconsin, United States. He had 3 children and was previously wedded in his native land. His criminal record included charges of violence against women, including obtaining a restraining order against his ex-wife. The use of pornographic websites was reported by a woman to whom John Poulos had sent money who claimed that this person was actively browsing. According to her, he spent approximately 5-6 hours daily on the site, and she mentioned that despite being a man, his behavior was often bizarre in nature, such as fantasizing and recounting ghost stories. Another model who testified on a modeling page said she knew the American from Texas, America. She ceased writing to him after a peculiar comment he made, which included the words jealousy and death. John's question was, "If I were at a bar, would you be willing to talk to me?" The girl refused in response. "It's likely that one of us will die due to jealousy," replied Poulos. The witness stated that despite the subject having sent money to the magical lord, she never conversed with him on video because his communication was often unusual. It is important to acknowledge that John had certain conduct towards his victims. He contacted Valentine on social media and started sending her money with persistence and consistency in the case. This approach to women's treatment as property was a warning sign that the trusting women initially neglected, and Poulos believed he could purchase them with money from the outset. The factors were disregarded, leading to the possibility that the victim unintentionally stumbled into her abuser's trap and was eventually recognized due to his own mistake. The authorities involved in this case are assuming that John thought the waste disposal system in Colombia was equivalent to that in the United States, where he resided. According to him, the waste material had settled in the container and would eventually be disposed of. Poulos did not assume that recycling workers and street dwellers frequently sift through garbage to discover items that can be sold or employed as something. John Poulos is being held in a private cell in Bogota today. Now all that remains is to demonstrate that all these pieces of evidence connect the individual to the crime and to discover the motive behind this dreadful murder. In Colombia, the criminal code provides for a prison sentence of up to 50 years for a crime in which an American is accused. With the assistance of a special group formed by the Capitol Police in coordination with the country's Attorney General's office, criminal investigators will be engaged in the search for material evidence to clarify this fact. Such cases once again demonstrate to us how dangerous social networks can be when getting to know someone. Valentina thought she had found love and someone with whom she would spend the rest of her days. However, this did not happen. And like many people in the world, she too thought that nothing like this would happen to her. Everyone said that Jerry Michael Williams had it all. Known to everyone as Mike, he had a beautiful family whom he adored, a well-paying career in real estate which provided them a lovely home and a great circle of friends. He came from humble beginnings. His father was a bus driver and his mother worked as a daycare provider. The family lived in a trailer, so his parents saved up all their money to send Mike and his brother Nick to get a good education at North Florida Christian High School. Mike excelled in school, and alongside his studies, he started working night shifts in a convenience store to help support his parents. His friends said, everyone just liked him because he was just a very genuine soul. It wasn't unlike Mike to step into the role of protective older brother. If he thought anyone was picking on you, he would stick up for you. He was always there to protect me. It wasn't long before the teenage Mike met fellow student Denise Merrill. Mike was playing football and Denise was a cheerleader. They also worked on the school council together. Around this time, he also met Brian Winchester, who fast became his best friend. Along with Brian's girlfriend Kathy, and the couples were very close. During his school years, Mike discovered what would become a lifelong hobby for him, duck hunting. His mother Cheryl said Mike had loved the outdoors and helping his dad hunt since he was about 6 years old. Mike, Denise, Brian, and Kathy all graduated in 1988, and both couples ended up marrying in 1994, still very close. Denise became an accountant, Mike went to work in real estate, and Brian went into selling insurance policies. Never one to shy away from hard work, this trait followed him into adulthood. He rarely took days off and worked 14 to 16-hour days, starting his day in the office before dawn, and sometimes only returning to the family home to eat dinner before heading back to work. His boss said he was the hardest working man he had ever known, and at one point had to take his keys to the building away, so he physically couldn't come into work over the weekend. In 1999, Denise and Mike had a little girl called Ansley, and the family were living in a small but upscale and affluent neighborhood. Mike's dad sadly passed away, which had a profound impact on him and made his relationship with his little girl feel even more precious. After this, the couple took out a $1.5 million life insurance policy on Mike, sold to them by Brian. Another 2 policies were taken out, and the total reached almost $2 million. Mike said after what had happened to his father, he wanted to make sure that if the worst happened, his family were well taken care of. Thursday, December 14th, 2000, Mike had been spending a lot of time with his mother, helping support her after the loss of his father. He and Denise told Cheryl and his brother Nick that they were hoping to have another baby very soon. Mike couldn't wait to give Ansley a sibling, and having a big family was something he had dreamed of. The couple were also planning a cruise and looking forward to celebrating their 6-year wedding anniversary in a couple of days. Saturday, December 16th, 2000. Just before dawn, Mike packed up his hunting gear, attached his boat to his truck, and set off for Lake Seminole, about an hour's drive away. An early morning drive he made most mornings to a spot he loved to duck hunt on. Around noon, Denise called her father. Mike was still not home. Today was the couple's 6th wedding anniversary, and they'd made big plans to celebrate. So why he hadn't come home was a mystery. Brian Winchester and Denise's father drove down to the lake. Lake Seminole is about 35 miles long, but Mike would only visit certain spots, and Brian said they should start with these. 12 hours later, at 2:30 a.m., they found Mike's Ford Bronco near a remote boat launch. After this, they discovered his boat in the dark, swampy, shallow water. Inside was his shotgun and 2 life jackets. The engine wasn't running, but the boat was still full of gas, and Mike was nowhere. A helicopter was deployed and divers started looking into the water. Sadly, the search was hindered due to the stormy weather and freezing temperatures. After a few days, it was becoming clear that the chances of Mike being found alive was unlikely. Authorities felt strongly that this was simply a tragic boating accident. Mike's boat had probably hit a stump and he had fallen into the water and drowned as his waders filled up with water. And the reason they couldn't find his body was because he was likely eaten by alligators. A theory his friend Brian Winchester, who often hunted with him, said he sadly agreed with. Cheryl, however, did not agree. She reached out to an expert to ask about the alligator theory, and the expert said alligators tended to stop eating if the temperature in the water drops below a certain point, and if they had eaten him, the chances of him being eaten whole with no trace of him or his clothing was virtually impossible. 700 man-hours over 44 days were spent on the searches, but there was simply nothing there, no clues, no leads, no evidence to be found, and the search was finally called off. 6 months after he was last seen, everything would change when a hat was found floating in the water followed by a pair of waders. This led to the discovery of a flashlight red jacket and Mike Williams' hunting license. These items appeared to have no damage to them, something they were expecting to see if an alligator had attacked Mike. They were so unaffected by the elements, his license was still legible and his flashlight still worked, which made no sense given the fact they would have been in the swampy water for 6 months. Everyone was shocked that after all the hours and days of searching, this seemingly had been under their noses the whole time. Officer David Arnett admitted it looked unusual and out of place right off the bat. He noted that Mike's truck was found at an undeveloped landing, which meant he would have had to drag his boat through the mud to get to the lake, and the bad storm should have blown his boat to the eastern shore, but it was found on the western shore. In Florida, when someone is missing, you normally have to wait 5 years before they can legally be declared dead. But just 6 months after he was last seen, Denise requested a death certificate for her husband. And with this, Mike Williams was declared dead, with accidental drowning listed as the cause. Cheryl had no idea this was the case and refused to believe it was. But Denise was having none of it. According to Cheryl, Denise told her that if she did anything to open a criminal investigation, she would lose any access to her granddaughter. According to those close to the Williams family, Denise quickly distanced herself from her in-laws and cut off communication between them and her daughter. But Denise's friends say she took actually a lot of time to talk to her daughter about her father and what a great man he was. For someone who had already lost her husband and son, the thought of losing her granddaughter was too painful, but she needed answers and decided to carry on, resulting in Mike's case being reopened. In 2005, everyone in the community and those who had been following the case since the start started talking. Denise Williams and Brian Winchester got married. Needless to say, most were a little shocked. Some, however, had been hearing rumors of an affair between the pair for years, and Brian's divorce from Kathy and subsequent proposal to Denise had come as no surprise to them. Brian's ex-wife Kathy corroborated the affair allegations, saying she knew something was going on between her ex-husband and Denise for years. A year later, Mike's case would hit the media once again. Jennifer Portman, the news director of the Tallahassee Democrat, saw an article sent in by Cheryl. After reading it, she knew the story didn't add up, and his story needed more attention. She began running many a story on Mike, documenting everything, hoping to put his case back on the map. In 2008, law enforcement announced they had started looking into this as being a case of foul play. As the years continued to tick by and with Mike still missing, Cheryl was working hard too. In 2011, she held a vigil for her son. It was just her carrying a couple of signs, walking up and down the street for Mike. Little did anyone know, the police were gathering evidence and investigating Brian and Denise for potential insurance fraud. This was based on Mike's life insurance policies, were collected by the pair of them after he was declared dead. Someone else had come forward during this time and said they actually saw Brian at Lake Seminole that morning, and when he was shown a lineup of people, he pointed to Brian and said, "Well, he wasn't smiling like that, but that's definitely him." As the investigation into the insurance continued, Denise and Brian Winchester's marriage started to fall apart. The couple separated in 2012, before divorcing in 2016. The splits had very quickly turned sour, and this would spark a change in Brian. He broke into the back of Denise's car, and when she got in, he held her at gunpoint. As soon as he jumped out of the car, she went straight to the police and reported him for armed kidnap. As the interview progressed, the officer saw the issues between the couple, and to use this as a way to bring up Mike's case. The reason Brian got into the car and the conversation he'd had with her that day would soon come to light, and after 16 years of silence, the truth about what had happened to Mike would finally start to come out. As Brian was set to go to trial, he was offered a deal. If he knew anything about Mike, tell the truth and gain immunity in his case. In exchange, he would have his sentence reduced to 20 years in prison. He accepted the deal, and finally he started talking. Brian admitted that the affair began in 1997, and as the years had passed, a plan was hatched to kill Mike, stage his death as an accident, take the insurance money, and, in his words, live happily ever after. Her daughter was getting older, and if something were to happen to Mike, she wanted her to be young enough so she wouldn't remember, Brian said. He said he'd been manipulated in ways he didn't realize, stating he was a stupid 30-year-old. The pair first chose the date of December 9th, 2000 as the day for Mike to be killed. Brian would take him on a duck hunting trip, knock him overboard, and pretend it was an accident. But on the morning of the 9th, Denise phoned Brian, saying they shouldn't go ahead with it. She was having second thoughts. Brian said he was relieved, but also confused. After this, he claimed Denise changed her mind again and December 16th was set as the day. After this, Brian dragged Mike's body to the shoreline and put him in the back of his car, before pushing the boat back out onto the water. He then drove back home and got into bed with his wife Kathy, who was still asleep. Later, he drove to a Walmart. He bought a shovel. He then drove to a remote area and buried Mike. Brian said that over the years, Denise spoke little of Mike, almost pretending it didn't happen and denying any part in it. As Brian and Denise's relationship began to go south, Brian became paranoid, and the fear of Denise turning him into the authorities was at the forefront of his mind all the time. When he held her at gunpoint in the car that day, said he had made her swear to never tell anyone about Mike and take their secret to the grave. A day after his confession, he told police where they could find Mike's remains, at the end of Gardner Road in northern Lyon County. It was desolate, remote, quiet, and just 5 miles from where Mike had grown up. 5 months later, authorities arrived at Denise Winchester's office, and she was placed under arrest. This fell on Ansley's 19th birthday. Denise was indicted on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact. Her legal team said that Brian was nothing more than a jilted ex-husband, and because of the plea deal, he could essentially make up anything he wanted and get away with it. Brian, Cheryl, and Brian's ex-wife Kathy all testified. After 3 days of evidence, it was down. The jury, her team, quickly lodged an appeal. The judges agreed with Denise's lawyers, and in 2020, they overturned the murder conviction. They said the prosecution failed to show she was a principal to the crime. However, the conspiracy to commit murder conviction was upheld, and she was resentenced. She gave a statement herself, as did Cheryl. Denise was resentenced to 30 years, and will have to serve 85% of that sentence before she is eligible for parole. Brian is eligible for parole in 2034, and he will be 63 years old. Her funeral could finally be held for Mike, and Cheryl said she wanted everyone to be there, even extending the welcome to family and friends of both Denise and Brian. Cheryl said every year for her granddaughter's birthday, despite not getting a response, she takes out a little ad in the paper for her, hoping she'll see it and reach out. As well as losing her father at just 18 months old, Ansley has essentially lost her mother too. She believes in her mother's innocence and said, "There's no way my mother would conspire to kill my father with Brian. She could not bring herself to do that. He acted independently of her." Cheryl Williams is a remarkable woman who was relentless in her search for answers for her son. She has compiled 27 pages of notes and evidence and written to the governor of Florida every single day for 9 years. She vowed to never give up until someone took her seriously. Mike Williams was a kind, hard-working man who everyone said put his family on a pedestal. His life came to a terrible and terrifying end, and it took almost 20 years to get justice, but his family made sure it happened for him. In the quiet, mundane life sometimes lie the most extraordinary and harrowing stories. The name of Velma Barfield forever changed the narrative of crime and punishment in the United States. Her life story reads like a tragedy that challenges our perception of evil. Known to many as the Death Row Grandma, she became the first woman executed by lethal injection in the United States, the first woman to be executed after the death penalty's reinstatement in 1976, and also the first woman executed since 1962. But how did a wife, mother, and grandmother, once cherished and loved by those who knew her, transform into one of the most notorious figures in criminal history? Born in a time of economic despair, in the shadow of the Great Depression, Velma Margie Barfield came into the world on October 29, 1932, in Eastover, North Carolina, but was raised near Fayetteville. The second of 9 children, she witnessed a constant battle against poverty from the early age. In rural North Carolina, where life was governed by the rising and setting of the sun, Velma's family toiled on their small tobacco and cotton farm. Velma's father, Murphy Bullard, was a man worn down by the hardships of farm life. His temper was as volatile as the weather that dictated their fortunes. Velma claimed he was physically and sexually abusive to her and her sisters. However, other relatives disputed this. Velma's mother, Lily Bullard, bore the brunt of her husband's frustrations. In their world, love was a luxury they could hardly afford, leaving Velma and her siblings to navigate a childhood marked by emotional absence and the ever-present threat of violence. At a young age, Velma observed the financial differences between herself and her peers. That's when her first criminal activity started. She initially took small amounts of cash from her father to buy little things that she saw her classmates enjoying. Her petty thefts escalated to taking $80 from an elderly neighbor. When her father discovered that, he beat her severely, and Velma stopped stealing for the remainder of her childhood. Raised in a Christian household, young Velma found solace in the pages of her Bible, clinging to faith in the turmoil of her home life. This early introduction to religion was a constant amidst chaos. Yet, as she transitioned to adolescence, the psychological scars left by her upbringing would shape the woman she would later become. The world around was convulsed by World War II. The war, though distant, exacerbated the hardships faced by her family and deepened the fractures within. Velma, like many of her generation, was forced to grow up quickly. Her dreams and aspirations were often overshadowed by depressing needs of survival and duty to family. Yet it was during this time that her resilience and tenacity began to shine through, qualities that would define her in both commendable and tragic ways. As Velma stepped into early adulthood, her desire for a life beyond the confines of her home grew stronger. She dreamed of escape. At the age of 17, she dropped out of school. The search for love and stability led Velma into the arms of Thomas Burke, a union that promised freedom, but instead brought new hardships. By 19, she had 2 children, a son, Ron, and a daughter, Kim. The family lived happily in Parkton, North Carolina for over 15 years. Velma's life with Thomas seemed a hard-earned escape from the poverty and violence of her childhood. Everything changed in 1965, when Thomas got into a serious car crash and suffered head injuries. To cope with the intense pain and headaches caused by his injuries, he became a heavy drinker and drug user. His struggle with alcohol mirrored the demons of Velma's father, reigniting the traumas of her past. The cycle of abuse and neglect she vowed never to repeat began to encroach upon her own family. It was during these turbulent years that Velma's resilience was put to the ultimate test. The pressures of an unhappy marriage, the responsibilities of motherhood, and the patterns of her past weighed heavily on her soul. Velma started a job at a textile factory, but soon had to quit due to health problems. She underwent an urgent hysterectomy, which left her feeling insecure about her femininity. After the surgery, she suffered from debilitating back pain and turned to prescription drugs. What began as a means to cope soon spiraled into addiction that eroded her judgment and set the stage for the tragedies to come. Her journey was not a plunge, but a gradual descent, each step marked by an increasing desperation to maintain the illusion of control. On April 4, 1969, Velma had a fierce argument with her husband. Later that day, when she and the children were away, the house caught fire. Thomas, who remained inside, died from smoke inhalation, and the house was burned to the ground. Velma and the kids moved in with her parents. A few months after her husband's death, Velma started dating a widower, Jennings Barfield. They married in August 1970. One day, the couple had an argument, after which Jennings became mysteriously ill. On March 21, 1971, he died of a heart attack. Velma moved into her parents' home again. Soon after that, her father died of lung cancer. In the summer of 1974, her mother suffered severe stomach pain and was taken to the hospital. As she got better, she returned home. In August 1974, a man Velma was dating died in a car accident. On December 30th of the same year, her mother was taken to the hospital again with similar symptoms of a severe stomach illness. Doctors couldn't help her this time, nor could they diagnose her illness, and she died after 2 hours. No autopsy was performed. As mysterious deaths around Velma continued, her son Ronnie Burke said, "It's the saddest thing, but it seems like everybody my mother ever gets close to dies. How could the good Lord allow this to happen to a faithful Christian like Velma Barfield?" The financial strain of her addiction led to another unethical decision, forging checks to sustain her growing needs. But deceit has its price, and the trust within the community began to fray. Velma found herself trapped in a web of her own making. In 1975, she was convicted of 7 counts of writing bad checks and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, she was released after serving 3 months. Upon her release in 1976, Velma took a job as a caretaker for the elderly. Initially, she worked for 94-year-old Montgomery Edwards and his 84-year-old wife, Dolly, in Lumberton, North Carolina. Montgomery fell ill and died on January 29, 1977. A few weeks later, in February, Dolly developed symptoms of a stomach illness similar to those of Velma's mother and died on March 1st. Velma then started looking after 76-year-old Record Lee, who had broken her leg. On June 4, 1977, Lee's husband, John Henry, began to suffer severe pains in his stomach and chest. Doctors diagnosed his condition as a severe stomach virus. He died later that month. Later in 1977, Velma moved in with her boyfriend, Roland Stewart Taylor, a relative of Dolly Edwards. He was a widower and tobacco farmer. One day, they were attending a Pentecostal revival meeting in Cumberland County. Suddenly, Stewart complained of severe stomach pain. He was taken to the hospital where he died after a few days. The search for truth begins in the quietest of ways. A question, a doubt, a pressing need for answers. Suspicion grew in the hearts of those who had watched Stewart's health decline under mysterious circumstances. It was their persistence that first brought the authorities to Velma's doorstep, initiating a chain of events that would lead to shocking revelations. An autopsy was ordered. The investigation into Stewart Taylor's death was methodical. Each test, each interview, each piece of evidence added another layer of suspicion around Velma. In the world of criminal investigations, breakthroughs often come with a faint clue, a moment of intuition, a connection previously unseen. For the team pursuing justice for Stewart Taylor and the other victims, it came in the form of forensic evidence. Arsenic became the linchpin in unraveling the mystery, traces of which were found in Stewart's system. Before the autopsy results were declared, Lumberton police received an anonymous phone call, reportedly from Velma's sister, who said that Velma had poisoned Taylor and others. Subsequently, Velma was arrested on charges of murdering Stewart Taylor. After her arrest, the body of Jennings Barfield was exhumed and traces of arsenic were found. The unraveling of Velma's carefully constructed lies began. The art of interrogation is delicate, a push and pull between investigator and suspect, each question a probe into the darkest corners of the human heart. For Velma, questions posed by her interrogators mirrored the ones she had long avoided within herself. It was in this room, under the weight of evidence and the scrutiny of the law, that the wall she had built to separate her actions from her conscience could no longer hold as the truth clawed its way to the surface. In search of solace, Velma turned to a spiritual advisor. It was in this desperate hope for redemption that she found the strength to confront her past. For her, the path to confession was a journey back to her soul. With a voice tinged with regret, Velma began to speak. A torrent of truths, long dammed by fear, shame, and denial, flowed forth. Her confession became a source of deep, lasting pain for her own family, who were unwittingly caught in her web of deceit. The woman they loved and the horrible crimes she committed were now inseparably linked, challenging their notions of forgiveness and the very foundations of their understanding of right and wrong. She confessed to poisoning Montgomery and Dolly Edwards, John Henry Lee, her mother Lillian, and her boyfriend Stuart Taylor. Despite the fact that arsenic was found in Jennings Barfield's body, Velma denied killing him. The motive for the murders was stealing money from her victims to support her clandestine addiction to prescription drugs. She had also taken out a loan in her mother's name. Each of her tragic choices, made under the influence of pain, had a devastating impact on her destiny and the people around her. Faced with the threat of exposure, Velma took a step that irrevocably altered the course of her life. The path from one crime to another can often be a slippery slope. She found herself repeating the unthinkable. Every time, Velma went to her victims' funerals and seemed to sincerely mourn their loss. The burden of her secret pushed her further into isolation. Yet the resilient human psyche, adept at self-preservation, often takes refuge in justification to shield itself from the unbearable truth and finds ways to rationalize even the darkest deeds. Every time Velma stole money from her victims, then poisoned them as they got suspicious. To the outside world, she remained a devout churchgoer, a seemingly caring nurse, and a loving family member. But her moral compass, once guided by faith, now veered into a realm of denial, caught in a constant struggle between the remnants of her conscience and the overwhelming desire to escape the consequences of her actions. She was forging checks on her boyfriend Stuart Taylor's account. Presumably, he discovered that, so she mixed an arsenic-based rat poison into his beer and tea, determined to maintain her secret at any cost. At the trial, Velma's defense pleaded insanity, but this was not accepted. She appeared cold and uncaring. She laughed at the prosecutor and even gave the district attorney a round of applause after his closing speech. The prosecution painted a picture of Velma not as the church-going grandmother she purported to be, but as a calculating murderer driven by darkness. She was the architect of her own fate, and her actions deserved the utmost penalty. The defense, in turn, sought to humanize her, portraying her not as a monster, but as a troubled soul ensnared by addiction, abuse, and circumstances beyond her control, highlighting her mental health struggles as a mitigating factor in her crimes. In the world of law and order, the truth is often more complex than it appears, inseparable from human emotions. Although she eventually confessed to 6 murders, she was convicted only of the first-degree murder of Stuart Taylor. In December 1978, the trial jury found aggravating circumstances and sentenced her to death. For the victims' families, the verdict was an acknowledgement of their irreplaceable loss. A designated holding area for female death row prisoners did not exist at the time, and Velma was the only female death row inmate in North Carolina. So she was imprisoned at Central Prison in Raleigh in an area for escape-prone prisoners and prisoners with mental illnesses. Subsequently, a unit for female death row inmates was established at the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women. While on death row, Velma was off the drugs and expressed remorse for the years that the pills had blurred her judgment and destroyed her moral compass. In the solitude of her cell, she began the arduous process of confronting her past. The nights were long, the faces of her victims haunted her dreams, and the silence served as a backdrop for her thoughts and regrets. It was during these moments of reflection that Velma faced the full magnitude of her actions, the lives she had taken, and the pain she had caused. Her conversations with the prison chaplain were not just about seeking forgiveness from a higher power, but about understanding the nature of atonement and the painstaking process of forgiving oneself. In jail, Velma confessed that she had never been a true Christian. Her Christianity had been a matter of form and gesture. Then, finally, while waiting for her trial, she genuinely opened her heart to Jesus and received forgiveness and salvation. She wrote in her autobiography, "All my life I was weighted down by my sins because I couldn't do better. It never occurred to me that Jesus really did pay the price, that Jesus alone bore the extreme punishment, death, for my sins, not just for my good neighbors, and even more glorious, Jesus is willing to be my friend even now. I can talk to him and he will listen." She became a devout Christian and spent her 6 final years ministering to other inmates. Velma, in her own way, became a source of support to them. Her involvement in spiritual activities offered her a sense of community and belonging that had eluded her for much of her life. Her extensive participation in the Christian community led to a campaign to have her sentence commuted from death to life imprisonment. She wrote letters to Governor Jim Hunt telling him that her born-again Christian faith should be considered as a mitigating factor. She received support from many Christians across the United States, including evangelists Billy and Ruth Graham. Ruth kept in touch with Velma by mail. Her victims' families considered Velma's conversion a fraud and a ploy to save her life. To them, she was a woman who had killed their loved ones. Velma remained a loving mother and a caring grandmother. She enjoyed family visits every weekend and spent time with her children and grandchildren. Her new attorney, Richard Burr, said about her, "The person I saw was kind, sensitive, and loving. There was no hidden agenda with Velma. Whenever you were with her, she was who she was. From what I understand, that's how she lived her life in prison. So from the very beginning, I believed that when she committed those crimes, it was not the Velma Barfield mentally and emotionally that I was seeing and getting to know." Burr believed that Velma's pretrial evaluations were inadequate, so he turned to psychiatrist Selwyn Rose. Dr. Rose evaluated Velma in 1980 and testified in the state court. He said that she suffered from 3 disorders, a multiple prescription drug abuse disorder, an underlying personality disorder, and depression. However, Dr. Rose never felt as if he had put together a complete picture of Velma. As Burr had no license to practice in North Carolina, he now assisted Velma's new lawyer, Jimmy Little. As time was running out, Velma's son, Ronnie Burke, asked her if she had killed his father. She replied, "I'm sure I probably did." She couldn't remember clearly, but she believed that she had left a cigarette or a match in the bed and then closed the door, leaving her drunk husband to sleep in their burning house. She also admitted to the pastor who helped her right woman on death row that she had murdered Jennings Barfield. Velma said she was glad that this was finally over because she was afraid that she was going to poison her grandchildren. She didn't know why she did it, but she did it, and it was not something she could stop. North Carolina's governor refused Velma's request for clemency and said that her victims had been literally tortured to death. Additionally, an appeal was made based on testimony from a psychiatry professor who asserted that she suffered from dissociative identity disorder. Professor Dorothy Lewis, professor of psychiatry at New York University School of Medicine and an expert in violent behavior, picked up patterns of manic episodes in Velma's earlier life associated with the development of a manic depressive disorder. She said she had talked to Velma's other personality, Billy, who told her Velma had been a victim of sexual abuse and that he, Billy, had killed her abusers. The judge responded to this by saying, "One of them did it. I don't care which one." Velma's final appeal was filed on October 30th, 1984 in the North Carolina Supreme Court based on her being incompetent at her original trial due to her drug addiction. This appeal was denied in federal court. She told her attorney, Jimmy Little, to drop all appeals the day before she was executed, explaining that she wanted to die with as much dignity as the state of North Carolina will allow. Her last hours were spent in reflection and prayer, seeking comfort in her faith. As she was preparing for death, the famous Pastor Billy Graham told her over the phone, "Velma, in a way I envy you, because you're going to get to heaven before I do." Velma was executed on November 2nd, 1984, at Central Prison in Raleigh. She released a statement before her execution. "I want to say that I am sorry for all the hurt that I have caused. I know that everybody has gone through a lot of pain, all the families connected, and I am sorry, and I want to thank everybody who has been supporting me all these 6 years. I want to thank my family for standing with me through all this, and my attorneys and all the support to me, everybody, the people with the prison department. I appreciate everything, their kindness and everything that they have shown me during these 6 years. As her last meal, she chose a bag of cheese doodles and a Coca-Cola. She received final visits from her family members and friends. She wasn't scared and told one of them, "When I go into that gas chamber at 2 a.m., it's my gateway to heaven." She was wearing pink pajamas for the execution. A stethoscope and heart monitor were taped to her chest. The wheeled gurney was brought to her cell, and she was fastened to it with straps across her body and legs. Then she was wheeled into the execution chamber shortly before 2 a.m. Crowds of pro- and anti-death penalty demonstrators gathered outside the prison. Some of the protesters accused Governor Hunt of refusing to show mercy and compassion, arguing that she could lead a life of value behind bars and help other prisoners. Richard Burr said, "Politics and death have been mixed up in this case." Inmates were banging rhythmically on the windows of their cells, waiting for the execution. About 80 people who were in favor of capital punishment cheered and applauded. The execution was carried out by 3 volunteers. One of the intravenous lines was a dummy so that none of the volunteers knew which of them actually administered the lethal dose. Velma was declared dead at 2:15 a.m., 15 minutes after being administered the injection of procuronium bromide. Observers at the execution reported that she passed away peacefully with no apparent suffering or pain. About 300 opponents of the death penalty stood in silent vigil carrying candles that were extinguished as the moment of the execution passed. At 2:25 a.m., Velma's body was taken to a medical school by an ambulance. She had requested that her organs be used for transplantation. She was buried in a small North Carolina cemetery near her first husband, Thomas Burke. She was 52 years old. Singer-songwriter Jonathan Byrd, the grandson of Jennings Barfield and his first wife, wrote a song about Velma. 24-year-old Annie Lay was born in San Jose, California, and grew up in a big family. Described by those that knew her as conscientious, polite, and friendly to everyone she met, with a lot of tenacity and a great sense of humor. From a young age, she was known as an exceptional student. She was the valedictorian of her graduating high school class, and her classmates voted her the most likely to be the next Einstein. Annie earned $160,000 in scholarships and went on to obtain her undergraduate degree in cell development biology from the University of Rochester. It was here she met Jonathan Wyrowski. The young couple were inseparable from the get-go. Annie said he was her best friend, and before long, Jonathan asked her to marry him. September 13, 2009 was set as the big day, and the wedding plans quickly got underway. After all those years of very intense and hard work, Annie was accepted into the prestigious Ivy League school, Yale University, hoping to earn her doctorate in pharmacology. She was always hands-on within her campus, getting involved in various extracurricular activities. She even wrote an article about campus safety titled "Crime and Safety in New Haven" for Yale Medical School's B magazine. Jonathan and Annie were living 76 miles apart at the time. Jonathan was at Columbia University, working on his own doctorate, and this only made their reunion for the wedding on the 13th even more special. September 7, 2009, Annie was now in her final year at Yale. It was 5 days until the wedding, and it was safe to say Annie was as busy as ever. She was definitely feeling the stress of everything and called her friend Jennifer for some friendly words of encouragement. Jennifer said Annie asked if she thought they were too young to get married. But knowing this was normal nerves combined with the stress of Yale, Jennifer said she and Jonathan were absolutely making the right decision. Annie thanked her friend for telling her what she needed to hear, hung up, and carried on with her day. September 8, 2009, Annie still had lots of work to do around the campus before she set off to Long Island. She left her apartment that morning and took the Yale Transit to her office located on campus. She then walked to her lab where she would conduct most of her research, and this was about a minute away at 10 Amistad Street's room G13. The day on campus soon drew to a close. Students were leaving to head home and various buildings were locking up. Annie's roommates had been expecting her home hours ago, but she was nowhere to be seen. It got to 9 p.m. and with no one able to get hold of her, her roommates called the New Haven Police Department and reported her missing. Her friend Jennifer said that Annie always made sure she was safe. She didn't walk around at night by herself, and if she ever had to work late, she would make sure someone would come and pick her up or walk home with her. So the fact that no one had received a call from her that day was very concerning. Police went to Annie's office, where they found her wallet, keys, purse and phone, but there were no signs of a struggle inside. Her belongings still being in there indicated she had likely left that morning with the intention of returning to her office fairly soon after. None of her credit or debit cards had been used and her phone had no activity on it since she left it in the office. Her Yale ID card seemed to be the only thing from her purse that went with her that morning, and it had been used to get into the labs. CCTV confirmed it was Annie using her own ID card, and the footage captured her walking into 10 Amistad Street at around 10 a.m. She was carrying something that can't really be made out, but it's assumed it was something to do with her research. Although CCTV can't always convey a full story, it didn't look like anything was wrong with Annie that morning. She wasn't running away from anyone. She didn't seem to be in a rush, and no one stopped to talk to her on the way in. By all accounts, it seemed like very typical morning for her. Unfortunately, there was only one camera on the basement level where Annie's lab was located, and it didn't show her walking past or through the door at all. At 12:50 p.m. that day, a fire alarm sounded in the building, and everyone was evacuated. One of the lab technicians assigned to maintain room G13 was a man named Ray, and he came forward with information. He didn't attend Yale, but had worked there for a little while. He told authorities that he had clocked in at 7 a.m. and had seen Annie in G13. He then said he thought he had seen her leave the lab just before the fire alarm went off that afternoon. The footage continued to be looked at, and authorities went into the building to see if they could see anything. Every hallway, room, cupboard, and outside bin were searched, but nothing was there. Although Ray said he remembered her leaving, they couldn't see anything on the 70 cameras around the area that confirmed this. Yale offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Annie's whereabouts. Her fiancé flew in from New York, and her family traveled over from California to help with the search. Annie's odd disappearance quickly became big news. Reporters were all over the campus, and over 100 law enforcement officers joined the search too. Authorities weren't initially sure if they were dealing with an abduction or something even more sinister, but some believed Annie had maybe got cold feet about her wedding and run away. This was quickly refuted by her friends and family, however. Annie had been planning the wedding for over a year and hadn't ever shown any signs of changing her mind about it. One of her friends said she was doing weather patterns to make sure the weather would be perfect on her wedding day. She wanted everything to be perfect. Everything down to the table napkins to flowers. Annie was very, very excited about this day. Her disappearance just days before the wedding made no sense. With still nothing from Annie, a second search of the building was conducted. And this time a closer look at room G13 uncovered a drop of blood on one of the shelving units, and in a back storage room, G22. Some beads that were determined to have been part of Annie's necklace were also found on the floor. On September 12th, after finding the blood, police started a more in-depth search of G13. Lifting up one of the ceiling tiles, they found a bloody sock and a single blue surgical glove. They then brought in luminol, which was used across the neighboring labs, including G22. More blood was found in there. There was also a distinctly terrible smell developing around the locker rooms and toilets near to G22, a smell that some of the officers knew all too well. Cadaver dogs were brought in to try and locate the source of it, and the whole building was declared a crime scene. A day later, 5 p.m. on September 13, 2009, Annie Lay's decomposing body was found, stuffed upside down, inside a wall behind a metal utility panel, in the basement of the building, near the lockers and room of G22. September 13th was the day that Annie should have been walking down the aisle, and it was a tragic end to the 5-day search. The state medical examiner determined that Annie had died from traumatic asphyxiation by neck compression. She had a broken jaw and broken collarbone, and these injuries happened to her when she was alive. Further examination showed evidence of a sexual assault. Near to her body was her key card and a blue surgical glove, that paired with the one found under the ceiling tile. DNA samples were taken from her clothes and the area around her body and sent off to see if there was a hit on the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. A vigil was held for Annie on campus, and the loss of one of their own hung heavily over the staff and students. The school made grief counselors available for everyone, as well as a 24-hour helpline to anyone that needed it. Because of the access codes and IDs that people needed to get around the campus, Officer Joe Avery said they were not investigating this as a random act, instead believing it to be an inside job. He also said they didn't believe that any of the students were involved and no one else was in any danger. This was reiterated by Robert Alpern, Dean of the Yale School of Medicine, said, "I think that it suggests it was someone who could get into that space. It certainly would be extremely difficult for someone outside of Yale to get into that space. Not impossible, but extremely difficult." This only added to the foreboding feeling hanging over the already fighting campus. Students were scared about moving from class to class. Some said they were now traveling in big groups, even during the middle of the day. Others were turning down shifts at work around the university, for fear that whoever had done this was likely still walking around the campus too. It wasn't long before a hit came back on the DNA. A match came back to a convicted felon named Kieran Robinson. This was not actually the clear-cut answer police had been looking for. It was soon confirmed that Kieran had been shot and killed a long time before anything in Annie's case had ever happened, and his DNA being near her body could be easily explained. Kieran had actually been one of the people that helped with some construction on that particular building in the years before he died, and with no other matches on the Cody's database, police were still searching. More days would pass, and by this point, detectives had reviewed about 700 hours of video and interviewed over 150 people. There was one more person that had been on the detectives' radar since the start, but they didn't quite have enough to prove anything just yet. Using the keycard data, it was confirmed that only 2 other people had swiped into room G13 that day. One was a third-party contractor that was ruled out very quickly, and the other was 24-year-old Raymond Clark, the lab technician that told police he had seen Annie leaving the building that day. Little did Ray know, this one claim to police had put him straight in their eye line, as the cameras had already confirmed she absolutely did not leave. He had a reputation of being controlling and often quite nasty to any students that left the lab dirty. Ray had in fact emailed Annie to complain about her leaving dirty mice cages behind after one of her studies. That being said, Yale had no record of disciplinary action taken against him at any point. Others, however, said Ray was pleasant and personable. Between 10:40 a.m. that morning until around 3:45 p.m., Ray had gone in and out of G13 and G22 a total of 55 times. This was confirmed using his keycard and the cameras. They also captured Ray leaving when the fire alarm went off that afternoon and coming back in at 1:10. He walked around the basement area wearing slightly different scrubs, before clocking off, just before 4 p.m. At one point during the day, Ray went out onto the streets and sat down on the steps with his head in his hands. When police spoke to him, they noticed scratches on his face and arm, along with some fairly fresh bruises. He said the scratches came from a cat. He was asked to come in for a polygraph test, which shows signs of deception, but as always, a polygraph test is not admissible, and this wasn't enough for them to hold him. They asked him to submit a DNA sample before he left, which he did, and with this, he was let go. While they awaited the results, a total of 4 search warrants and the results of the DNA test had finally confirmed that he was Annie's killer. The bloody sock found in the wall and the lab coat Ray was wearing contained both sets of DNA. Ray had signed into the building that day with a green pen. A green pen was found under Annie's body with both hers and Ray's DNA on it. This, along with the keycard data and camera footage, cemented everything. They believe Annie was killed just before the fire alarm went off. Ray quickly changed his scrubs, which had blood on them, and left Annie in the lab before heading out when the alarm went off, before hurrying back in, moving her body through G22 and then forcing her behind the panel. All police could find that might have pointed to some sort of motive was an email. On the day Annie was killed, she sent out a mass email to the whole building saying that she was getting married on the 13th and would be away for a few days on her honeymoon. Ray had opened this email. Ray was engaged to be married too, and police could only speculate on this. But they wondered if Ray had had a secret obsession with Annie for a while, and reading this email spiraled into a fit of jealousy and rage. He was held on a $3 million bond, and his lawyer told people he was expected to plead not guilty. Annie would soon be laid to rest, and her funeral was broadcast live online. Her mother Vivian made an emotional speech. Jonathan also wore the wedding ring Annie should have given him. Despite initially pleading not guilty, Ray Clark soon changed his plea. He pleaded guilty to murder in exchange for a 44-year sentence. He was also found guilty of attempting to commit a sexual assault. The sexual assault plea was entered into Connecticut's Alford Doctrine, which means the defendant doesn't agree to the facts, but acknowledges that the state has enough evidence to gain a conviction. Ray Clark is scheduled for release in 2053. He will be almost 70 years old. Ray's father, Raymond Clark Jr. said, "It is with a heavy heart that I stand here before you today. We will live out our life knowing that he is behind bars. But we are proud of Ray for taking responsibility for his actions and pleading guilty. I want you to know that Ray has expressed extreme remorse from the very beginning. I can't tell you how many times he has sobbed uncontrollably, telling me how sorry he is, telling me how his heart is tortured by the reality that he caused the death of Annie's mother, did not attend the sentencing because it was too painful, but she said her family were happy with the result. Although Annie's killer was caught and convicted, the real reason behind her death remains a total mystery, as Ray has never said or explained why." A Yale spokesman, Michael Moran, said, "As the criminal proceedings come to a close, we renew our commitment to honor the memory of Annie Lay, whose joy of life and learning is an inspiration to faculty, students, and staff at Yale, now and for the future. Annie had a bright future ahead of her in so many ways, just days away from marrying her best friend and soon to complete a doctorate she had worked so very hard for. Annie's friend Natalie said she was as good a human being as you'd ever hope to meet." 22-year-old Brandon Gonsalves lived with his small family in Goregaon West. Now Goregaon West was becoming a crowded suburb in Mumbai city. Besides Gonsalves, his family only consisted of his mother and older sister. On December 19, 2016, like every day, Gonsalves went for a morning walk from his home to Ari Colony. Usually, he would return home within an hour after his stroll, but today he didn't come back until afternoon. Concerned, Goncalves' mother, Seema, and older sister, Kashma, first called his friends because he had left his phone at home today. Despite contacting some friends, they couldn't find any information about Goncalves. Now the sun had already set, and night was slowly falling. Worried about their son, Seema took her daughter and went to the nearby Dindoshi police station to file a missing person report. Now, besides Goncalves' family and friends, police are also trying to find him. Meanwhile, the Dindoshi police station had distributed Gonsalves' photo to nearby police stations as well. However, amidst this, around 12:30 in the afternoon on December 22nd, a call comes to the nearby Ari police station. The caller reports that he has just seen a headless body. Upon hearing this, the police promptly rushed to the reported location in Ari Colony. Upon arrival, the scene that a witness astonishes them. There, beneath a tree, lies a body without a head, neck, or clothes. And upon seeing it, it seemed as if someone had placed it there deliberately. Now witnessing this sight, the police cordoned off the area completely, not allowing any ordinary person to approach. Afterwards, the police began their investigation by first examining the area nearby. Just 20 meters away from the body, the police found the head and clothes stained with blood. Additionally, a few meters away from the body, the police also found some other items used in worship, such as a mirror, coconut, padukas, threads, turmeric powder, and kumkum powder, aka vermilion. Anyway, the police collected these items and sent the body to a nearby hospital for postmortem. Subsequently, the files of missing persons were checked at the Ari police station, and the identification of this dead body was made with a boy named Brandon Gonsalves. As I mentioned earlier, the missing report of Brandon Goncalves had been distributed to all nearby police stations by Dindoshi police. So now the Ari police confirmed that he was the same boy who had gone missing 3 days ago on December 19th. Well, now Goncalves' family is also informed, and thus the missing case of Goncalves turns into a murder case. After this, as far as I have read, perhaps the police had to form 8+ teams to search for Goncalves' killer, including a special team from the crime branch. But seeing the body of her only son in this condition, Goncalves' mother Seema and elder sister, Kashma, were both in a terrible state of distress. So much so that when Seema saw her son in this condition, she fainted upon seeing the body. However, the police quickly began their investigation to find the culprits. On the other hand, some shocking details emerged in Goncalves' post-mortem report. The post-mortem report stated that Goncalves' tongue, voice box, skin from his right cheek, and even his entire neck were missing, with the neck bone intact. This means that someone had killed Goncalves so brutally that even the small spine as fragment of our neck, the neck spine, was broken. All these things were horrifying the police because initially, the police thought this case seemed to be a result of personal rivalry, as if someone had killed Goncalves to settle a score. But the police were soon to be proven wrong. Actually, according to the post-mortem report, it was found that Goncalves' death occurred due to the separation of his head from his body. However, forensic pathologists also checked whether Goncalves was given any drugs or substances before being killed. But nothing like that was found in any post-mortem report. After that, the police found out that Goncalves was murdered 3 days before his body was found. Between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the same day he went missing. Additionally, there were no signs of any fight, struggle, or injury on his body, indicating that Goncalves didn't even try to save himself until his last breath. Furthermore, 2 marks were found on Goncalves' body. Actually, there were 2 cross symbols on his forehead and right hand, which seemed to have been made with a sharp object. After learning about all these things, this case became even more intriguing for the police and investigators, because now there were a lot more questions in front of the police. Looking at Goncalves' body, it seemed as if his body had been cut twice. First, his head was separated from his shoulders, and then later his neck was cut from the head. Additionally, forensic experts said that where Goncalves' body was found, there was absolutely no evidence of his murder, if not a single trace of blood was found there. So it was clear that Goncalves was killed somewhere else, and then some parts of his body were removed to perform some rituals or something similar. Later, his body and clothes were thrown away in this deserted place. Here, when the police found the materials of worship in glass, coconuts, slippers, turmeric, and vermilion at the crime scene, for the first time, this case seems like a human sacrifice. After the possibility arose that Goncalves might be taken to another location and harmed, the police began checking the CCTV cameras around the Ari colony. But first, they checked the CCTV cameras around his house. They saw Goncalves leaving with his dog around 7 o'clock in the morning and returning after a morning walk within an hour. However, just 10 minutes later, Goncalves left his house again, but this time with a bag. Now, what was in that bag could not be determined because the bag itself was not found. But then, a little further from Goncalves' house, the police spotted a white Audi car in another CCTV footage with 2 people inside, a driver and a woman in a white Punjabi suit. It was shown in the CCTV that they were following Goncalves slowly with their car. The woman wearing a white Punjabi suit is given directions to the driver, telling him to take the car in that direction. However, the police also questioned Goncalves' family members to see if anyone might know that woman and driver. But the police didn't get any good response from there either. The police suspected that there might be more than 2 people in the car. And unfortunately, the day Goncalves' body was found, the 2 CCTV cameras in that area were not working. This raised suspicion for the police that Goncalves was abducted on December 19th in this same car and then murdered elsewhere, with his body being thrown in a deserted place in Ari Colony on the dark night or morning of December 22nd. But since then, investigators have felt that perhaps a local person might be involved in this murder case, because the police checked 70+ CCTV cameras in this entire case, but none of them recorded anything suspicious that would raise suspicion on any individual. The investigators clarified that perhaps the killers were aware of the location of every CCTV camera in the Ari colony. This helped them in escaping from the colony and Goregaon. This clears one thing, that the killer was someone who was well acquainted with Goregaon and the colony, because an outsider couldn't have known every road in CCTV so well. The investigators explored all possible angles of Goncalves' killing, such as a love affair angle, whether someone jealous killed Goncalves, and a personal rivalry, human sacrifice angle, robbery, and property dispute. But the police never found any leads in any angle. Although for some time, the police kept the angle of human sacrifice on the table and even questioned several tantrics, babas, and black magicians about the cut parts of the body, the mark of the cross on the forehead and the right hand, whether there was any connection between them or not. But the police didn't get any help from here either. Goncalves was a middle-class boy who decided to graduate in arts. However, due to some reasons, he dropped out of college as well. His father had passed away 3 years ago, leaving Goncalves in a state of depression for a long time. During the police investigation, Goncalves' call records were also checked, but no suspicious numbers were found. In fact, Goncalves rarely talked to anyone except for his family or perhaps 3 or 4 friends. But what intrigued the police in this case was finding a diary in Goncalves' room. Within it were some sketches that further complicated this case. Actually, if these sketches are examined closely, it will be apparent that they tell the story of 2 sacrifices. In the first, a person is attempting to cut off an animal's head while wearing a suit. Meanwhile, in the second sacrifice, a man's head is being cut off with a saw. In addition to these, an attempt has been made to portray the SpongeBob cartoon character as a monster. On the other side of the page, a picture of a deer without a head has been drawn, and right next to it, only the head of a lion cub has been drawn. Furthermore, when the police went inside Goncalves' house, they found a strange sign on a wall just behind the door, as if it were some sort of cult symbol. Now, what was even more surprising was that when the Mumbai police tried to recreate the crime scene with Goncalves' dog, the startling thing was that Goncalves' dog went straight to where Goncalves' body was lying with a tree. After a while, his dog arrived at the spot where Goncalves' body was found, just a few meters away. Among all the cases we've explained on this channel so far, this case was the weirdest, like how Goncalves' dog somehow went to the places where his body was found. It's possible that when Goncalves first went out for a walk with his dog on December 19th, he might have already gone to the place where his body was found. Another point is that the white Audi car following Goncalves might have been known to him, and he might have gone with them willingly, sitting in the car. Additionally, it's possible that after returning home, Goncalves took the bag with him, which might have contained items related to worship like coconut, padukas, etc., because it's also being said on the internet that maybe Goncalves sacrificed himself. Today, it's been over 7 years since this case, but the murderer of Brandon Goncalves is still unknown. Meanwhile, Goncalves' mother and sister have made numerous visits to the police station and the crime branch office to find out the status of their son, Brandon Goncalves' murder case. During this time, Goncalves' mother and sister were afraid that the police might close Goncalves' murder case. Due to this reason, Seema's elder daughter, Kashma, appealed to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the state's chief minister to seek justice. Well, if this case gets solved in the future, we will definitely update you through this channel's community post. But so far, this case remains unsolved. With this, Brandon Goncalves case also concludes here. Before moving forward, quickly subscribe to the channel. This is strange. You haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Quickly subscribe to it. Now we are jumped to the next story. This is the story of Madanapalli city in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India, which is Asia's largest tomato market. Besides, there are many mountains here as well. It was January 24th, 2021, around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday night in Madanapalli, when Dr. V. Pradashatham Naidu, the head of the Naidu family, called his friend Raju and said on the phone, "Both my daughters are no longer in this world. Alkia, 27, and Sadivya, 22, have both passed away. But there's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow morning, they will come back through reincarnation because the Kal Yuga is ending and the Sat Yuga will begin from tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Raju said to his friend, "Dr. Naidu, everything is normal at home. Speaking such language against your daughters doesn't suit you." In response, Dr. Naidu said, "No, Raju, I am telling the truth. In a while, both I and your sister-in-law will leave our bodies in Kalyug and be born again in Satyug." Upon hearing this, Dr. Naidu's friend, Raju, started feeling extremely restless. Consequently, he abruptly ended the call. and within a few minutes arrived at Dr. Naidu's house. Raju reached there, knocked on the door, and just as the door was about to open, Dr. Naidu himself appeared, looking completely normal. But when Raju went inside and saw the scene there, his eyes widened in shock because Dr. Naidu had spoken the truth. Lying on the ground in the prayer room of his house was the lifeless body of his 27-year-old daughter, Alakia. She had completed her master's in Bhopal and now was preparing for the civil services. Her face was pale and blood was oozing from various places. After this, Dr. Naidu took Raju to another room adjacent to the prayer room where the dead body of his 22-year-old daughter, Saidivya, lay on the ground. She had been struck with a trident of Lord Shiva on her forehead, and a small brass pot placed in the prayer room was inserted into her mouth. The clothes were removed from both bodies and they were wrapped in red cloth. Additionally, their hair was partially cut and they were placed in front of the statue of Lord Shiva in the temple. They had scattered many worship materials around the bodies. However, despite seeing the bodies of their daughters, there was no sign of tension or sorrow on the faces of Dr. Naidu and his wife Padmaja. This behavior of his friend and his wife seemed very strange to Raju. Therefore, he bids them goodbye and leaves their house. However, instead of going home, he goes straight to the police station and tells the police the whole story of how these educated parents sacrificed their daughters. He also informs them about the mental condition of Dr. Naidu and his wife. However, the police were having little belief in Raju's story after hearing this strange tale, because for the past year, Dr. Naidu and his family, who had been living in the new house in Madanapal, had earned quite a reputation in the city. Anyway, after that, the police station in charge, along with some officers, directly reached the Naidu family's house. When the police knocked on the door, once again it was Dr. Naidu who opened it, but seeing her husband's friend with him, Padmaja got very angry and started shouting at the police because they had once again disrupted their worship. Now, the argument between the police and the Naidu family had attracted neighbors from nearby. Now, as soon as the police entered the house and saw what was inside, they too were astonished. Later, after hearing Raju, the police realized that it was a case of superstition. Although Mr. and Mrs. Naidu repeatedly tried to convince the police that both their daughters would return to life before sunrise tomorrow, they were just saying that they only need a day's time. And tomorrow morning both our daughters will come back to life. Then you all will be surprised. But the police knew that both girls were dead. So how could they come back to life? Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Naidu were first explained with great difficulty. But when they still didn't understand, the police showed some firmness and took both of them to the police station. Afterwards, a forensic team was called in to investigate the crime scene. The forensic team continued their examination for some time and then sent the bodies for postmortem. Now, the police have started investigating both inside and outside the house. Here, the police learned from neighbors of the Naidu family that someone from the family used to go out daily to buy something. But for the past 3 days, no one has come out of the house, nor has anyone gone inside. Not even the maid who used to clean the house, as these people did not even call her. After that, the police directly approached the maid, who told them that 3 days ago, she was told by the Naidus that we are going to perform a special worship in the house for 3 days, and until we call you, do not come to work at the house. On the other hand, upon checking both girls' social media profiles and bookshelves inside the house, the police found out that Alakia highly respects Indian philosopher Osho. On his social media posts, Osho's name appeared repeatedly, indicating that he was one of Alakia's favorite people. Additionally, beside Alakia's dead body was a book by the spiritual guru Meher Baba. Besides, pictures of Shwai Sai Baba, Meher Baba, and Osho were plastered all over their house. Furthermore, neighbors often heard prayers and tantric chants from their house, and several times they saw some swamis entering the house. On the other hand, what was surprising was that just a few days before the murder, Alakia posted twice on her Instagram. In one post, she wrote, "Work is done," and in the second post, "Shiva is coming." Well, only Dr. Naidu and Padmaja, who were present in the custody, could reveal the truth behind this. However, controlling Padmaja was proving to be extremely difficult for the police. But before the custody, when the police were taking both husband and wife for a COVID test, Padmaja started saying, I am Shiva myself because of my body particles. COVID has spread everywhere. It did not come from China. After getting their COVID tests done, Dr. Naidu informed the police about his background. Actually, Dr. Naidu had a master's in philosophy and science. In addition, he had obtained a PhD and was currently a professor of chemistry at Government Degree College for Women, not in a poly. His wife Padmaja was a gold medalist in mathematics and had been teaching at the famous schools of Madanapal for nearly 23 years, including at Mastermind's IIT Tawant High School. Alongside, she also had a master's in science. Additionally, Alekhya, 27, was a postgraduate from Bhopal and then an aspirant for civil services. Furthermore, Saidivya, a 22-year-old, was training at the A.R. Rama Music Conservatory in Mumbai after completing her Bachelor of Business Administration course. However, due to the lockdown, both of them had to return home. You might also wonder why, with such educated family members, these individuals attempted suicide. You'll find the answer by the end of the video. Afterwards, Alekhya picked up Lord Shiva's trident from the temple and thrust it into her sister Divya's forehead. Then a copper vessel was placed in her mouth. Following the death of her younger sister Divya, Alekhya told her mother that now she had to kill her. As a result, Padmarja struck Alekhya on the head with a dumbbell kept in the house. Consequently, Alekhya also died shortly thereafter. After killing both their daughters, both the husband and wife wandered around their bodies for quite some time. Now, because of the insistence of the wife and daughter, it was Dr. Naidu's turn. Perhaps out of fear, he called his friend and told him the whole matter, and if he hadn't made that call, perhaps neither of them would be in this world today. However, due to this, Padmaja scolded her husband, Dr. Naidu, a lot, saying, "You are a coward because of you our secret got out and our daughters couldn't come back." After seeing all this, it was finalized in this case that due to mental illness, all these family members had planned this. And it was revealed from a psychiatrist source that their entire family was dealing with a rare disorder called shared psychotic disorder. Actually, in this disorder, more than two people who are in close relationships have a similar way of thinking. And it's because of this disorder that Alekhya and Saidivya are no longer in this world today. In this double murder case, Alekhya had a Canadian friend who told the print media that he couldn't believe for many days that Alekhya could do such a thing. After questioning on Monday evening, the funeral of both these girls were performed, and permission for this was given only to Dr. Naidu, while the girl's mother Padmaja was not allowed to participate for some reasons. In my opinion, this case, Saidivya and Dr. Purushottam Naidu seem innocent to me. Although if they hadn't fallen into the temptation of Alekhya and Padmaja, perhaps this would have been a happy family today. So with this, the case comes to an end here. The case of Nicole Lobby. Nicole Lobby, 29 years old, lives with her husband Chris and has a large family in Oregon, USA. Nicole was a beautiful woman, loving wife, amazing mother, and a friend. All she was not afraid to share her faith or her opinion with anyone. Her goal was to make sure that she left this world a better place. When Nicole met Chris, she already had an older daughter. Chris also had two daughters, and after they got married, they had a son. Nicole is known for being adventurous, brave, and always looking forward. She overcame a rare cancer and then became very passionate about fitness. Nicole's goal is to become a fitness trainer. Nicole recently started a new job and no one thought she would be in danger at work. At about 5 p.m. on August 19th, 2014, Portland Emergency Services received a call from a man reporting that a woman had been stabbed in the chest. The victim was still alive but had difficulty breathing. So the witness requested that an ambulance be sent to Timber Creek Apartments as soon as possible. Police quickly arrived and spoke with the man who called 911, who gave more details about the incident. He said he and his wife were walking down the stairs of their apartment building to the parking lot when they heard screaming. He turned to his right and saw a woman running toward them, screaming, "He stabbed me, he stabbed me." She told the couple she didn't know the attacker, but he was wearing camouflage pants and a black hoodie. The manager of Timber Creek Apartments identified the victim as Nicole Lobby, 29, a coworker. Nicole was a leasing consultant and had been working there for several weeks. On August 19th, during her work hours, She drove a trolley around the complex delivering letters asking for lease renewals. Along with each letter, Nicole gave each resident a balloon tied to a bag of popcorn. When she was done, she marked each apartment on a map in the trolley. Based on Nicole's notes and the map, detectives determined that the attack may have occurred on a specific stairwell in Timber Creek at the time residents heard Nicole screaming. The attacker may have been waiting for her under this stairwell. There was also a trail of blood from the stairwell and flyers scattered at the bottom of the stairs. During the Washington County Sheriff's Office investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a suspicious young man wearing a black hoodie and camouflage pants near Timber Creek at the time of the attack. Combining the reports and the timing of the sightings, detectives determined the suspect's route through Timber Creek. More than 20 officers were involved in this intensive investigation, assisted by K-9 dogs. The Washington County Search and Rescue Team searched the woods along Cedar Mill Creek, a stream that runs through the Timber Creek residence. During the search, they found several items that were sent to a lab for analysis. Detectives did not disclose the exact findings, but said they were investigating every possibility. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the attack, which took place in broad daylight at an apartment complex with more than 1,000 residents. They have contacted Nicole's husband, Chris Lobby, and informed him of the incident. The police took several steps to identify the attacker. It was not a robbery, and the attacker did not attempt to remove her clothing. This suggested that the motive for the murder might have been a personal dispute. This theory led detectives to her husband, Chris. Chris cooperated with the police and answered questions about his 4-year marriage to Nicole. Investigations revealed that he was at daycare picking up his son at the time of the attack. Therefore, Chris could not have been the attacker. Meanwhile, while interviewing residents at Timber Creek Apartments, the police found 2 more witnesses who saw a man wearing a black hoodie and orange pants. They saw this man, who had similar features to the suspect, running across the street without looking back. Around the same time the attack on Nicole took place, a hooded man was seen running toward the houses across from Timber Creek Apartments. Detectives working with witnesses drew up a sketch of the suspect and quickly circulated it throughout the city, even appearing on television news. The city urged anyone who recognized the familiar facial features to report the incident. Detectives also worked with informants to find clues about the killer. The sketch led to several leads. A man said his son knew a man who matched the sketch. His name was Taylor, and he had recently threatened others with a knife. Police found Taylor and brought him in for questioning. Taylor said strange things and seemed to have mental problems. When asked about Nicole, he did not hesitate to admit that he had killed her. However, Taylor's testimony was inconsistent, as he only mentioned information that had already been in the newspaper and gave irrelevant details. As a result, the police eliminated him as a suspect. After the sketch of the suspect appeared in the newspaper, the police received a tip about a man named Nick who had a criminal history. Nick looked similar to the suspect in the sketch. However, he had never done anything similar to what happened to Nicole. He had run-ins with the law before, but he had never physically harmed anyone. The police interviewed Nick and found his behavior disturbing. When asked about Nicole and the crime, he denied any involvement and asked for a lawyer. The police then obtained a search warrant for Nick's home. They found a black hoodie and orange pants, but the hoodie did not match the witness description because it had a bright white logo on the front. Nick's clothes were sent for analysis, but no evidence was found linking him to the crime. Nick's phone records also showed that he was not near the scene of the attack. As a result, the police eliminated Nick as a suspect, and the case went cold. Nicole's family is going through a very difficult time. In an interview with reporters, Chris Lobby shared that he can't stop thinking about what happened to Nicole. He said, "The hard thing is that there are so many unanswered questions. I keep thinking about what happened, different scenarios, and there are no answers to any of them." Police were concerned that the perpetrator might strike again, and their worries became a reality. 3 weeks after Nicole's death, on September 13, 2014, the Eugene Police Department received an alarming call. Eugene is a city about 100 miles from Portland. On that day, a resident was attacked while leaving a bar near Autzen Stadium. Heather Miller, 39, had gone to a bar near the stadium to watch the game. Around 8 p.m., when the game ended, Heather decided to go home. The streets were almost deserted. As she left the bar, she tried to call a taxi but realized her phone was dead. So she decided to walk closer to the stadium to catch one more easily. As she walked along the sidewalk, she noticed someone following her. As she crossed the street and turned around, she saw the man behind her was still following her. She walked faster but was suddenly hit in the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. When she woke up, she found herself face to face with her attacker, who had pulled down her pants in an attempt to sexually assault her. Heather tried to reason with her attacker. She said she had a daughter and begged to see her again, but he continued to beat her. Heather described that every time she spoke, she was punched in the face. Eventually, Heather realized that the only way to survive was to pretend to be dead. She closed her eyes and remained silent. When the attacker thought he had achieved his goal, he ran away. Despite the brutal beating, Heather found the strength to stand up and go out into the street. A minute later, a car stopped and the driver called 911. An ambulance arrived and rushed her to the hospital. Heather regained consciousness and spoke to a detective who arrived shortly afterward. At this time, neither of them knew that the attacker had been arrested at the police station. There was a park near the scene of the attack. A police officer on duty that night saw a man running, stopped him, and saw that his hands and shoes were bloody. The police arrested him and called a patrol car to take him to the station. Jamie Tinoco, 17, was young but had been noticed by the police many times. At the time of his arrest, he was on probation for illegal possession. Jamie had been using drugs since he was 12, and his parents had no control over him. Jamie had dropped out of high school since his freshman year and was arrested for driving without a license the day before the attack on Heather, but was released shortly after. During questioning, Jamie confessed to attacking Heather. The man was completely calm and nonchalant, believing he had done nothing wrong. His actions led the Eugene Police Department to suspect that Heather was not his first victim. Police released his photo, hoping that other women affected by him would come forward. Soon after, detectives investigating Nicole Lobby's death saw a photo of Jamie released by Eugene Police. They believed Jamie matched the sketch of the suspect they had. Further investigation revealed that Jamie lived with his parents in Portland and that their apartment was across the street from Timber Creek, which further fueled their suspicions that he was involved in Nicole Lobby's death. Detectives questioned Jamie about Nicole's case, hoping that he would admit to assaulting her as he had confessed to attacking Heather Miller. However, Jamie insisted that he had nothing to do with Nicole's death and refused to answer questions. Police needed to find evidence to link him to Nicole Lobby's death. As mentioned earlier, Jamie lived across the street from his parents at Timber Creek Apartments. As a result, the police obtained a search warrant for his parents' apartment. They found a black hoodie and orange pants in Jamie's room and sent them to a lab for analysis. However, the lab results were disappointing, with no trace of Nicole's DNA on any of Jamie's belongings, and the investigation seemed to hit a dead end. While there is no evidence to prove that Jamie killed Nicole, there is enough evidence to link him to the attack on Heather Miller. He did not deny his actions and seemed proud of being a young thug. At his trial in connection with the attack on Heather Miller, he smiled and said he had no remorse for his actions. Jamie had broken away from a group of delinquent teens on a trip supervised by the Washington County Juvenile Department. He followed Heather, attacked her from behind, and dragged her into the bushes near Atson Stadium. Heather said she still has nightmares and flashbacks and chipped her front teeth after the attack. She has had to find a new job. The injuries she suffered in the attack, including a broken nose, required reconstructive surgery to recover. "There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what happened," she said in Lane County District Court. "I pray that Jamie will never have the opportunity to do this to another person and impact their life the way he impacted mine." Heather Miller held hands with two family members as she sat with more than a dozen supporters before reading her statement aloud. Jamie grinned in court as the victim recounted the horrifying details of the attack she endured. When the judge asked why Jamie was smiling, he replied that he did not know. The judge called Jamie's lack of remorse appalling and labeled him a danger to the community, then imposed the maximum sentence. Heather, comforted by friends and family after the hearing, said his behavior was disrespectful and unrepentant, and the judge's sentence was fully deserved. A courageous mother of two, Heather pleaded with the judge that Jamie would never have the opportunity to harm another person. She did not want him to think he had won and brought her down, so she kept her composure from the start. Although the defense tried to portray Jamie as a young man who had been affected by substance abuse for years, the judge noted that his behavior in court clearly reflected character issues. Jamie's lawyer asked the judge to sentence his client to 8 years and 4 months in prison, arguing that Jamie was remorseful for what he had done. However, Jamie did not apologize when the judge allowed him to speak. He refused to make any statements. Judge Deborah Voigt sentenced Jamie to 14 years and 2 months in prison, explaining that his lack of remorse justified the harsh sentence. "The community needs to be protected from a dangerous man like this," she said. "As much as people want me to see him as a boy, I can't." When Jamie becomes eligible for release, he will be in his early 30s and will have to register as a sex offender for the rest of his life. As for Heather, her family said she is looking forward to starting a new job and being able to move on with her life. Meanwhile, investigators decided to take advantage of Jamie's ego to get him to confess. They questioned him about Nicole Lobby's death. The detectives told him that he would get more respect in prison if the other inmates knew that he was not only the coward who attacked one woman from behind but also the one who killed another. After a few minutes of silence, Jamie began talking about Nicole, saying that he didn't mean to kill her. He wanted to feel the sensation of stabbing someone, but he didn't mean to kill Nicole, just hurt her. He said that when he was walking from his apartment to Timber Creek, he saw Nicole park her car and bring a balloon to her second-floor apartment. As Nicole climbed the stairs, he hid behind the car, then ran up the stairs and stabbed Nicole when she turned around. Jamie said he chose Nicole because he thought she would be an easy target. When asked if he would try to force Nicole to have sex like he did with Heather Miller, he casually replied, "Oh, I've thought about it. I would." Jamie said he didn't do it because Nicole screamed when she stabbed him, so he ran away during the reenactment. Jamie showed investigators how he escaped the scene. Chris Lobby said he was shocked to learn that his wife's killer was only 17. "I have a 13-year-old daughter," he said. "It's unbelievable and hard to understand that someone 4 years older than her could do this." The trial began in 2015. Despite confessing under questioning, Jamie has pleaded not guilty in court. His attorney argued that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the scene. "I'm just asking for leniency for a 17-year-old boy with a serious mental illness who has the potential to change with treatment," defense attorney Robert Axford said. The defense's only witness was a psychologist who evaluated Jamie and determined he had symptoms of schizophrenia. However, a psychologist at Oregon State Hospital determined that Jamie had a personality disorder, not schizophrenia. His video confession and reenactment convinced the jury of Jamie's guilt. During his reenactment, he described details that only Nicole Lobby's attacker would know. During the sentencing phase, the jury had two options: life in prison without parole or life in prison with the possibility of parole in 30 years. The jury determined that there were no mitigating circumstances sufficient to impose a life sentence with the possibility of parole in 30 years. As a result, in 2017, Jamie Tinoco was found guilty on all counts. Jamie, then 20, stood in the Washington County courtroom between his two attorneys when Court of Appeals Judge Kirsten Thompson asked him if he had anything to say before she formally sentenced him to life in prison without parole. He put his hands down in front of his waistband, his mouth twitching slightly. "I beg for forgiveness," Jamie said before sitting down. Chris Lobby, Nicole's husband, said Jamie's family came to see his family after the sentencing to express their condolences and apologize. But that's not the end of the story. In 2021, the Oregon Court of Appeals overturned Jamie's 2017 conviction. Juvenile law has changed since Tinoco was tried on a Measure 11 charge. Under the new reform, offenders between the ages of 15 and 17 are no longer automatically sent to adult court. The new law requires prosecutors to hold a hearing to decide whether juveniles charged with serious crimes should be transferred to adult court. If the case is retried, Jamie's attorneys could ask for a lighter sentence. The decision to overturn the conviction came as a shock to Nicole Lobby's family, who were not expecting it. Nicole's father, Rich Jones, said they will have to go through another emotional ordeal. Jamie remains in prison, but this is not the end of Nicole Lobby's case. Get ready to be engrossed in a tale that transcends time itself. A story of mystery and family awaits in a world where mysteries go unsolved. An intriguing story with enigmatic threads that is illuminated by hope. Introducing Melissa Highsmith, a name that has endured through the ages and is linked to resiliency and loss. On May 4th, 2023, a remarkable discovery took place in the center of Fort Worth, Texas, solving a 51-year-old mystery that had fascinated people for generations. The unthinkable was confirmed on this historic day by Fort Worth police through DNA testing. For the majority of her life, Melissa Highsmith, also known as Melanie, was actually the 22-month-old infant who, all those years ago, had been tragically abducted by her babysitter. In this video, we will unravel Melissa Highsmith's tale, which is one of love, grief, and resiliency that spans time and ends with a remarkable reunion of family members, torn apart by fate. We'll look at the series of incidents that took place before her family eventually located their sister and daughter, who had been missing for a long time. Let's travel back in time to the 1960s, to a blind date set up by Jeffrey Highsmith's roommate, which brought 18-year-old Alta Apentenko and 17-year-old Jeffrey Highsmith together. Jeffrey remembers with fondness his first thoughts upon seeing Alta's breathtaking beauty. Their quick encounter soon resulted in marital bliss in November 1968. Jeffrey was a year younger than Alta. A year later, on November 6, 1969, a joyful occasion occurred. The couple's firstborn, a beautiful baby girl they named Melissa Highsmith, brought joy into their lives. Melissa was born in Fort Worth, Texas, and got her name from one of Alta's friends. Jeffrey recalled Melissa as a happy, lively baby who was her father's favorite. Alta, on the other hand, found that becoming a parent was really difficult. Being the youngest of 12 children, Alta experienced adversity at a young age. The 6 youngest were placed in an orphanage when their mother was unable to care for all of her children. As a result, Alta spent 16 of her most formative years at the Christ Children's Home Church without ever feeling true maternal love. This lack of resources cast a pall over her mothering journey. Even though she had a difficult upbringing, Alta was unwavering in her determination to give Melissa the best life possible. The small family soon moved to southern Illinois, and life took a different turn from there as Jeffrey and Alta were constantly at odds. Their constant fighting finally caused their marriage to fail. In earlier interviews, they offered their version of events. Jeffrey was criticized for his lack of fidelity and selfishness, and Alta was called stern and aloof. They ultimately made the decision to split up because the negativity between them got too much. Alta looked to her brother Perry for help in the wake of the incident. With his help, she and their daughter Melissa were able to leave for Fort Worth, Texas, which appeared to be a good place to start over. They first shared a home with Ed, Alta's brother, and his spouse. But this was only a temporary arrangement as they later moved in with Carlene, Alta's niece. Alta, who had many siblings, did not feel inferior to Carlene because they were both the same age. Uncertainty surrounds what happened, but at some point the cohabitation broke down, forcing Alta and Melissa to take refuge with an old friend named Carol. Because they were raised in the same orphanage, Alta and Carol had a special relationship. Carol thought that living together would be a good idea because she also had a young son. While living with her friend Carol, Alta was able to get employment by doing cleaning for several churches. She was able to support herself and her daughter in this way. Jeffrey was completely missing from the picture and sending no money at all. Alta alone was responsible for overcoming these difficulties. Finding someone who could look after Melissa while she was at work became crucial because her new job was taking up the majority of her time. She made the decision to publish an advertisement in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on August 18, 1971. The advertisement read, "Spanish Gate Apartments is looking for a babysitter from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Make a call after 3 p.m. Shortly afterward, Alta received a response from a woman who expressed interest in taking on the role of babysitter. Back then, the idea of stranger danger wasn't as common. Thus, there was no way to identify this individual. Alta was forced to believe this woman when she said as much. Even so, she made an effort to establish some credibility by setting up a meeting in order to speak with the woman and get some important questions answered before giving her 22-month-old daughter to the babysitter. The woman never showed up for their scheduled meeting outside Alta's place of employment. Alta was under pressure to keep her job by reporting for work the following day, which caused her a great deal of anxiety due to this unanticipated hiccup. The babysitter promised Alta that she would take care of Melissa, even though she did not show up for their first appointment. She mentioned Melissa could have fun in her large backyard, which was a detail Alta found appealing. Despite their unsteady beginnings, Alta was forced to accept this babysitter's services because she was forced to do so by her professional obligations. As a result, Alta left her daughter Melissa in the temporary care of her roommate Carol on the morning of August 23, 1971. Interestingly, Carol didn't take on full-time babysitting duties that day despite having her own son. Although the precise causes of this are unknown, rumors circulated that she had prior arrangements. That August morning, Alta had to rush off to work, leaving Melissa and Carol, who was probably still drunk from the previous night, behind. It's assumed that someone came to the house at 8:30 a.m. The odd thing about this is that it's unclear if this person was a man or a woman. They identified themselves as Ruth Johnson and claimed to be Melissa's anticipated babysitter. The visitor's most distinctive feature was a pair of long white gloves, an odd, almost ostentatious choice, given the intense summer heat in Texas. The fact that gloves were present has sparked conjecture that they may have served as a preventative measure to remove any DNA evidence in addition to being a cunning ruse to conceal the subject's true gender. Carol did as directed and gave baby Melissa to this woman she could only refer to as Ruth Johnson. It's interesting that this person offered to look after Carol's son as well after entering the home. Carol turned down that offer for reasons that are unclear and passed Melissa on to her. This marked Melissa's final appearance for a really long time. Alta, who had been quite busy at work, had given the babysitter instructions to drop off Melissa by 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening when she got home. But the babysitter did not arrive, leaving Alta to wait tensely for Melissa. With no way to get in touch with her, Alta felt powerless. When Alta called the police in a desperate attempt to locate her daughter, she was told that she would have to wait a torturous 24 hours for any action to be taken. Melissa had not been seen in a long time, even after the 24-hour market had ended. Due to the seriousness of the situation, the FBI and the Fort Worth police collaborated on the investigation, which focused on Melissa's father, Jeffrey, at first as a possible suspect. Jeffrey, who was equally shocked by Melissa's abrupt disappearance, was being watched. But as they dug further into the case, investigators started to turn from a family-centered viewpoint to a darker possibility. Recent research on non-family infant abduction carried out by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children stated that these kidnappings were frequently carried out by single women who were unable to conceive and therefore turned to stealing children from other people. In the decades that followed Melissa's kidnapping, this theory came to be accepted as the leading theory in the hunt for her. For Alta, the stormy days and weeks and eventually months had been extremely damaging. She became entangled in an unending circle of blame and guilt. It was unbearably painful to bear. It was a trial every day. With her heart aching, Alta tried to make amends with Jeffrey, who was having emotional problems of his own, and at first turned her offer down. It would take about 2 years for Jeffrey to make up his mind to move back to Fort Worth, where they would reaffirm their vows in a more private and intimate ceremony. Over the next few years, Alta and Jeffrey's lives saw joy reappear once more. They accepted 4 additional blessings. In addition to a son named Jeffrey, who was christened after his father with affection, they had 3 daughters named Rebecca, Vicky, and Sharon. There was nevertheless an unspoken secret. The kids didn't know their eldest sibling was missing. It remained a well-kept secret for many years, coming to light only when the kids were 8 or 9 years old. One day, Jeffrey, their father, decided to tell the children about Melissa, while Alta clung to her silence, her past haunting her constantly, and her guilt over Melissa's disappearance overwhelming her. The weight of this unfinished chapter grew as the year went by. They realized what had happened. They had a sister, a sibling who may still exist somewhere in the world today. For years, this idea stoked an insatiable curiosity and renewed interest in locating their sister Melissa, the family's missing piece. The family kept looking for Melissa nonstop, never giving up. They kept her name alive and in the public eye in the current era of technology by sharing their heartbreaking story through podcasts, newspapers, and even online forums like web sleuths. They embraced social media, setting up a Finding Melissa Highsmith Facebook page and requesting assistance from anyone who could lead them to the truth. The Highsmith family experienced heartbreak and hopelessness in their search for Melissa. They raced across states following every lead that looked promising, and their tenacity knew no bounds. Then, in September 2022, there was a ray of hope when an anonymous tip about a potential sighting in South Carolina was received by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Even though it finally came to a dead end, the family's desire to carry on searching was rekindled by that almost successful discovery. However, the pivotal moment occurred on November 6th, when Melissa's brother, Jeffrey Highsmith, received his 23andMe results, which disclosed an enigmatic match with a granddaughter he was unaware of. After he was rendered speechless by the news, Del Bosque looked into it more on Ancestry.com and discovered that the newly discovered grandchild had a last name in common with two boys who might be Melissa's nephews. The family experienced an overwhelming sense of hope and resolve as the puzzle pieces began to fit together. At last, after years of uncertainty and ceaseless searching, there appeared to be a breakthrough. They appeared to be making progress toward cracking the code of several decades and reuniting with Melissa, the missing link in their family, thanks to their tenacity and adept use of contemporary technology. They knew that even though the journey was far from over, they would not give up until they were able to embrace Melissa once more. The three children were positively identified as belonging to one of Melissa's sisters and the Highsmith sisters. Were overjoyed to learn that the DNA results showed a sibling match. They went to Lisa Joe, an amateur genealogist who painstakingly examined the DNA charts in search of more confirmation. Lisa quickly made it clear that there was no question about these kids being Melissa's biological relatives. With renewed resolve and hope, Lisa made contact with the adoptive father of the kids, who gave her important background information, including Melissa's first name and her ex-husband's full name. Armed with this knowledge, the sisters set out on a mission that finally brought them to Melissa's Facebook account. They sent her a heartfelt message, nervously expressing their belief that they were family. Melissa was first skeptical. Reaching out to a long-lost relative appeared unbelievable and almost too good to be true. But then the Highsmith revealed a very personal detail that touched Melissa's heart, which was a distinctive birthmark on her back. Her doubts gradually subsided, and she consented to take a DNA test in the hopes of at last discovering the answers she had been looking for so long. The Highsmith knew deep down that they had located the missing piece, but the suspense and excitement mounted as they awaited the results. Regardless of the result, their relationship with Melissa grew closer as the day of revelation drew near. They had already overcome a great deal, and their newfound bond was evidence of the steadfast love and resiliency of a family that had been split up by circumstance, but had come back together via tenacity and the strength of a common ancestor. The Highsmith family gathered at their beloved Fort Worth church on that unforgettable November 26th to celebrate Melissa's miraculous return. Victoria Garner was overcome with emotion and was unable to contain her happy tears. She was still in shock that her sister was standing in front of her, a reality they had long fantasized about. When the happy reunion finally set in, they were all in shock at how real it was that Melissa had been found. The family's relentless search for Melissa was disclosed in a statement from Sharon Highsmith, who lives in Spain and is looking forward to meeting her. The family's suffering and frustration were exacerbated by the mishandling of the case by various agencies during their grueling journey. However, at this point, all they want is to give Melissa a big hug, accept her into the family, and make up for the 50 years of priceless time they lost. Their enduring love, tenacity, and resolve are demonstrated by their reunion. A touching story about a family that comes together in spite of all obstacles, showing that love and hope can overcome even the most difficult mysteries. What is evident, though, is Melissa's profound sense of loneliness and unwelcomeness throughout her childhood. She had no idea though, that her birth family was always looking for her. The Highsmith made sure to maintain her reputation in the public eye by throwing yearly birthday celebrations for her and making every effort to locate her. Unfortunately, justice was elusive because the statute of limitations for criminal prosecution ran out 2 decades after Melissa turned 18. Melissa is at last home, surrounded by the love and acceptance she had long yearned for, even though the whole truth may not yet be known. A devastating truth about Melissa's upbringing came to light during her reunion with her birth family. Her childhood was mysterious. She was raised under the name Melanie Mayoko. It's unclear if the woman who raised her was the same one who abducted her in the first place. She was raised by a woman she called Mom, but their relationship was tense from the start, and when she was 15 she moved out. This woman admitted she knew Melissa had been abducted when she was recently confronted by Melissa's sisters. Melissa's own words illuminated the painful childhood memory she carried with her. She said that she had never been close to her mother and that her upbringing with her had been challenging and turbulent. Melissa was never permitted to play outside or enjoy the small pleasures of childhood. She had never been exposed to the outside world. This extreme sheltering was justified by extremely painful reasons. She was informed that her brain damage through home birth was the cause. The revelations highlighted Melissa's upbringing's emotional turmoil by exposing wounds that had been kept hidden for far too long. Melissa moved to Charleston, South Carolina, 1,000 miles away from her birthplace, somewhere along the way. Thanks to the internet's power, it was there that she made her first contact with her birth family. She was first dubious and thought it might be a scam, but as she read through the messages more carefully and got to know her new family, the truth became clear to her. Their mother was subjected to hurtful accusations following Melissa's disappearance, including the possibility that she was complicit in her daughter's disappearance, even though she was overcome with guilt. The family statement stressed that Melissa's care was entrusted to the person who volunteered to watch her while their mother worked and that their mother did the best she could with the limited resources at her disposal. Their mother finally received justice. The Highsmith family offers a message of unwavering determination to those looking for missing loved ones, bringing closure to a difficult chapter in their lives. Never give up and follow up on all leads. Melissa's rediscovery was ultimately the result of their own unwavering pursuit, demonstrating that hope and perseverance can overcome even the most difficult situations. The long-standing mystery was resolved, and the truth was ultimately verified on the historic day of May 4, 2023. After completing the DNA testing, the Fort Worth police were able to confirm that Melissa Highsmith was, in fact, the 22-month-old child who was tragically abducted 51 years ago by her babysitter. Since the truth has come to light, Melissa is adjusting to a new chapter in her life that will be surrounded by her birth family's love and support. As she comes to terms with having 2 parents, 4 siblings, and a plethora of nieces and nephews who were eager to find her, the enormity of the discovery is beginning to sink in. Melissa was amazed by her large and loving family's revolution. She used to think that she didn't have many family members, but now she realizes that she has a large, caring network of people who have never stopped looking for her. Her mother, with whom she instantly connected, is a touching example of the strength of familial bonds that endure despite time and space. Melissa is taking back her real first name and dropping the name Melanie, which she went by for the majority of her life, as she continues to come to terms with her new identity. Her wish to see her father walk her down the aisle in a rekindled marriage to her present spouse and her wish to spend more time with her mother are both lovely expressions of love and forgiveness. After this incredible journey of rediscovery, we are left with unanswered questions that make our hearts ache. All those years ago, who was this mysterious person wearing white gloves? Now that she's embraced her birth name and reestablished contact with her family? The case of Amanda Plass. Amanda Plass was born on December 11, 1990. She grew up in Chopee, Massachusetts, with her sister Emily and brother Nicholas. Amanda's mother, Michelle Myers, described her daughter as a hippie and often joked that she was born in the wrong era. In 2011, Amanda worked as a waitress at a Friendly's in Chopee and was dating a 27-year-old carpenter named Seth Green. On August 26, 2011, Seth called 911 to report that he had found Amanda unconscious in the kitchen of her third-floor apartment. During the call, Seth tearfully told the operator that when he arrived, Amanda was lying on the floor, unresponsive, with multiple stab wounds to her body. He did not know how to help and requested the police and an ambulance. When paramedics arrived, they confirmed that Amanda had died from multiple stab wounds, including to her chest, throat, and abdomen. Police cordoned off the home where the crime took place. When they arrived, they found Seth on the porch, crying and unable to calm down. Detectives carefully searched Amanda's apartment. Whoever the perpetrator was, they had escaped but left behind some evidence. The first thing that caught the detectives' attention was the large amount of blood in the kitchen, indicating that the attack had been carried out with a knife. Police also found Nike shoe prints on the floor and handprints on the broken glass window. The motive for this brutal murder remains a mystery. Based on the condition and number of Amanda's injuries, detectives suspect that she may have known her attacker and that the motive was a personal vendetta. Therefore, the first suspect was Amanda's boyfriend, Seth Green. Police took Seth Green in for questioning. It was no surprise that he was the first suspect, given his close relationship with the victim, his blood-stained clothing, and his role in calling 911. The fact that he and Amanda had been dating for less than 2 weeks before her death, and that her family barely knew him raised suspicions. Seth was 7 years older than Amanda and likely had different views on some issues. But did that lead to an argument that resulted in the brutal crime? This led investigators to suspect that Seth could be the killer, even though he claimed Amanda was dead before he arrived at her apartment. They determined that about 2 hours had passed between Amanda's death and Seth calling 911. That was enough time to cover up evidence and remove the weapon. So the first question detectives had to answer was whether Seth Green had anything to do with Amanda's death. When Seth showed up at the police station, he looked like he had just been through something terrible. He was mourning the death of his girlfriend. Investigators wanted to know if his feelings were genuine or if he was just trying to deflect suspicion from himself. During questioning, Seth said he had been working all day. He had planned to take Amanda to the restaurant where she worked, but couldn't because of his busy schedule. Seth said he didn't know Amanda well because they weren't in a long-term relationship, but he loved her and had no reason to hurt her. Seth worked as a carpenter at a construction site. Investigators began asking him about his tools, implying that he may have used one of them to commit the crime. Seth often used a tool belt at work, which contained a variety of carpentry tools, including a knife. However, he claimed that he always put the tool belt back after work, and that day was no exception. Seth finished the job, changed his clothes and tools, and then went to see Amanda. He understood why he was the most suspected, but he still insisted that he had nothing to do with his girlfriend's death. The police eventually confirmed Seth's alibi. He even passed a lie detector test. When he arrived at the scene, he was wearing construction shoes, which clearly did not match the Nike shoe prints at the scene. In addition, his shoe size was much larger, and the fingerprints on the glasses did not belong to him. With these facts, the police eliminated him as a suspect. Because Amanda tried to resist, she inflicted injuries on the perpetrator. The perpetrator likely suffered scratches on his body in the first weeks after the crime, as a piece of skin belonging to the perpetrator was found under Amanda's fingernails, an important piece of evidence that the police had hoped for. However, when they tested the DNA sample, they found no match in the database. The motive for the crime remains unclear, as many of the items in Amanda's room were still intact. With no signs of forced entry, the police have two theories as to how the criminals entered the house. Amanda may have known them and let them in, or she may have forgotten to lock the door. Investigators interviewed Amanda's co-workers and friends and discovered that the case may have involved a love triangle. Before dating Seth, Amanda had been in a relationship with someone else, and the breakup was not smooth because Amanda initiated it. After a while, she started dating Seth, and Amanda's ex-boyfriend did not seem to be happy with this. Jealousy sometimes leads people to act rashly with serious consequences. Investigators checked the information but found this theory to be unlikely. Amanda's ex-boyfriend provided his DNA and fingerprints, neither of which matched the traces found on her body or at the scene. Furthermore, he had a convincing alibi. Police investigated other leads but failed to find the solution to Amanda's death, leaving the investigation at a standstill. Amanda's family was determined to find justice, so they distributed flyers and held community events in the hope that someone would come forward with vital information. Amanda's mother, Michelle, said her daughter was not perfect, but she did not understand why Amanda died and why no one had reported any useful information to the police. Amanda's family faced another emotional challenge. They discovered that several police officers had taken photos of Amanda's body on their phones and shared them with others, including civilians. According to an internal report, Sergeant Keith Lame, a senior officer who was in charge of monitoring the scene at 73 School Street, where Amanda was stabbed to death on August 26, 2011, was one of the photographers. He sent the photos from his cell phone to another sergeant, who then forwarded them to a patrol officer. One officer shared the photo with civilians, including a coach at a youth soccer game. Records show that Keith used his cell phone to take the photo. Keith then forwarded the photo to Sergeant Jeffrey Godair. Sergeant Jeffrey emailed the photo to Patrolman Chad Levesque. Patrolman Chad shared the photo of Amanda lying on the kitchen floor with other soccer coaches. As he did so, Chad said, "This is something I have to deal with at work." The photo was shown to at least 3 coaches at a youth soccer game in Agawam the day after the murder, according to Captain William Jebb, the internal affairs officer who wrote the report. At that time, Patrolman Terry Deck, who was assigned to record all traffic in the apartment for state police, took a photo of Amanda's body and emailed it separately to 6 Chickpea police officers. The investigation found that all 6 officers deleted the emails. None of them were punished for wrongdoing and their names were not listed on criminal records. The others were punished for incompetence and failure to meet work standards. Terry and Keith, who took the photos, received letters of reprimand. Jeffrey and Chad were docked wages. Nearly 2 years after the murder, there was no sign that the investigation was any closer to finding the culprit. So investigators decided to review all the relevant evidence, hoping to find some missing information. After reviewing the evidence and items in Amanda's bedroom, they discovered a dry erase board with a suspicious message. The message read, "Dennis was here on November 8th. Interestingly, November 8th was only about 2 weeks before Amanda's body was discovered. Investigators began to wonder about the man named Dennis and his role in the case. They began to investigate the relationship between Dennis and Amanda by examining phone records and social media posts. While investigating Amanda's apartment, police discovered that her ex-boyfriend had given them a crucial clue. He said that Amanda's apartment had been broken into several times during her absence. In particular, Amanda told him that she suspected a young Puerto Rican man whose name began with the letter D. However, she did not want to report the incident to the police and wanted to resolve the situation herself by talking to the man. Amanda tried to talk to the man about the break-in, but he would not listen. Amanda then informed him that a neighbor had witnessed him at her apartment. She also begged him to return items that were missing from her home. However, the man became angry and left. The main goal of the investigators was to identify Dennis and determine whether he was involved in Amanda's death. They discovered that a man named Dennis Rosa Roman lived near where Amanda died. A search of Dennis's records revealed that he had been convicted of burglary and breaking and entering. However, no fingerprints were found that matched the ones found at Amanda's home. Police tracked Dennis to Westfield, Massachusetts, and asked him to come to the police station to talk, but he refused. During the brief encounter, Dennis appeared very nervous. Surprisingly, Dennis turned himself into the police station in November 2013 at the age of 22. Police questioned Dennis about his connection to Amanda. Although Dennis admitted to knowing Amanda from Choppy, he said he had not seen her in several years. This made sense since Amanda had been dead for some time. Investigators then asked him if he had ever been to Amanda's apartment. He replied that he had never been there and did not really know her well. He only admitted that he sometimes sold Amanda marijuana and had had a few brief interactions with her. During questioning, Dennis agreed to provide an oral DNA sample and provided his shoe size. The results showed that his shoe size matched the shoes found at the crime scene. Officers also noted that Dennis was wearing a pair of Nike Air Max shoes, the same type as the shoes found at the scene but with a different sole pattern. After providing his DNA, Dennis refused to answer further questions and promised to return to the police station in a few days to continue the conversation. Because there was insufficient evidence to arrest him, officers were forced to release him. This raised concerns that he might be attempting to flee, causing the investigation to stall. Further investigation revealed that Amanda had been in telephone contact with Dennis on July 28, 2011. She made 4 calls and received 5 calls from him. At the same time, Dennis changed his initial statement to police, admitting that he had spoken to Amanda at times. According to Dennis, Amanda told him that people frequently broke into her apartment when she was away, but she did not report it to the police because nothing of value was missing. However, investigators had heard this story many times before and now suspected Dennis was behind the break-ins. They believed he was hiding something, as his statement changed and lacked a clear explanation. When shown a photo of the dry erase board that read Dennis was here on November 8, 11, Dennis suddenly remembered writing it, contradicting his previous statement that he had never been in Amanda's apartment. Additionally, DNA testing revealed that his DNA matched DNA found under Amanda's fingernails and that his fingerprints were on a glass pane at the crime scene. This evidence confirmed Dennis's connection to the crime. After realizing that too much evidence was directly against him, Dennis changed his story again. He now claimed to have been present at the crime scene and tried to save Amanda from the attacker, implying that someone else was involved. When asked about the man's identity, Dennis refused, citing fear for his safety and that of his family. Instead, he provided a detailed description of the alleged perpetrator, a tall 170 to 200-pound white male with light skin, blue eyes, wearing old pants and dirty boots, along with a t-shirt that read, "Why drink and drive when you can smoke and fly?" Detectives did not believe Dennis' testimony, as all the evidence pointed to only one person being present at the crime scene when Amanda was stabbed. They arrested Dennis and charged him with the murder of Amanda Plass. The trial began in 2016, nearly 3 years later. Dennis' lawyers defended their client, arguing that although he was present at the crime scene, he was not responsible for Amanda's death. They accused the police of mishandling the investigation and framing Dennis after they failed to investigate thoroughly. Dennis claimed that on the day of Amanda's death, the drug dealer forced him to come to her apartment because Amanda owed the dealer $500 or $600. He claimed that the dealer started stabbing Amanda with a knife when things got bad. Dennis claimed that he wanted to intervene but was unable to stop the dealer. Dennis also claimed that Amanda had grabbed his hand, which is why his DNA was found under her fingernails. Prosecutors presented a different version of events. According to them, Dennis broke into Amanda's apartment while she was away and left a note with his name on her whiteboard. Amanda discovered this, suspected Dennis was the culprit, and called him to ask him to return her stolen belongings, which led to 9 phone calls between Amanda and Dennis. Prosecutors claimed that on the day of the murder, Dennis returned to Amanda's apartment thinking she was at work. However, Amanda had come home and a fight broke out, leading to Dennis killing her. A 12-person jury found Dennis guilty of causing the death of Amanda Plass in July 2016 after hearing 8 days of testimony and deliberating for 5 hours. The court sentenced Dennis to life in prison without parole. The police department's internal investigation into the scandal surrounding the release of Amanda's photo was delayed for years. However, in 2018, Officer Jeffrey Gauthier was finally fired in connection with the case. Although he appealed the decision, he returned to work in 2020. Due to his misconduct and previous disciplinary actions, a commission demoted him to patrol officer. Amanda's law went into effect in Massachusetts on August 4, 2022. The law makes it a misdemeanor for first responders to illegally take photos of a crime scene, punishable by up to a year in jail or a $2,000 fine. Amanda's family also filed a lawsuit against the city of Chopee, which was eventually settled out of court for $100,000. The body of a male was found on June 11, 1984, by a farmer in rural Lincoln County, Missouri. The body was discovered inside a pump house near Highway FA, outside Troy, Missouri. The man was wearing an expensive Bill Blassgrace suit with red pinstripes, a winter tie, and a cashmere pea coat. An autopsy determined that the man lost his life months before being found. He suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the back of the head. Analysis performed at the time of discovery suggested that these were the remains of an adult male of European ancestry, and he was between 40 and 80 years old. He likely stood between 6 feet to 6'2" inches tall. Unfortunately, investigators were not able to name the victim, let alone the perpetrator, so the case went cold. Then on March 29, 2023, the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office announced in a press conference that the John Doe had been identified through a DNA match as Jack Langeneckert, a 50-year-old real estate agent who had been living with his wife and son in Florissant, Missouri, when he went missing in 1982. The breakthrough is thanks to forensic genetic genealogy, the increasingly common practice of identifying DNA through comparisons to genetic profiles in genealogy databases. Now that detectives have a name, Captain David Hill said they are working to solve who took Jack's life and how his body ended up on a Lincoln County farm. One of the interesting things about cold cases that are this old is you have to rebuild, Hill said. Who did they hang out with? Who are their friends? Where did they work? What did they do? Authorities believe Jack Langenecker lost his life not long after he went missing in 1982. His car was found a week after his disappearance at the Lambert Airport. Hill said it was too early in the investigation to elaborate more on the details of Jack's disappearance, including why someone may have wanted to hurt him. According to Hill, Jack's family said they filed a missing person report when he went missing, but sheriff's investigators are still trying to find investigative files from the 1982 case. Jack's remains were first tested for DNA in 2015, but lab researchers were not able to find a match in the DNA database, which contains DNA profiles obtained by law enforcement. The sheriff's office reopened the case after a Southeast Missouri State University anthropology professor, Dr. Jennifer Bengtson, offered in 2021 to help the cold case unit identify human remains. The professor and her advanced students identify which parts of the skeletal remains are best for testing and pay through grants and donations for DNA labs and to do genetic analysis. Othram, a private DNA lab specializing in cold cases, performed the analysis in Jack Langeneckert case. Dr. Jennifer Bengtson said, "The number of human remains still left unidentified is a tragedy of the scale that most people do not realize. Even though my lab is small, I'm really proud of my students for helping bring answers to these families." Human remains were found in the woods behind a hotel outside Atlanta on September 16, 1993. Someone had seemingly placed the remains behind an electrical unit that was covered by pine-strawn branches in a wooded area that sat between a former Fairfield Inn and a vacant medical office. This was an apparent attempt to hide the body, which was already in an advanced state of decomposition. The Inn Now Quality in Northlake still exists and is located less than 20 miles northeast of downtown Atlanta. An autopsy concluded that the remains belonged to a middle-aged woman. Due to the state of the remains, investigators believed that the woman's life was taken between 2 weeks and 3 months prior to being found. No identification could be found with the body, and although the early investigation determined that the victim had undergone extensive dental work and hip replacement surgery that may have caused her to walk with an unusual gait, a lack of additional details about who the woman could be led to case to run cold. Finally, in March 2023, the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office announced that they identified the Jane Doe as 52-year-old Rebecca Becky Burke. Becky was eventually identified through forensic genetic genealogy, an advanced form of DNA testing that involved the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System and Othram, a company that specializes in forensic genealogy to help solve cold cases. Forensic genetic genealogy combines traditional genealogy research with DNA analysis and is often used to identify both suspects and victims in criminal cases, where more traditional identification methods have been unsuccessful. The district attorney's office said those tests linked Becky's remains to a family member, which allowed investigators to learn more about her and her background. Authorities say Becky may have also used the last names McKesney or Barnes, and her last known residence was in either the Marietta or Smyrna areas of Cobb County, Georgia. A cold case task force is seeking information about a possible suspect. DeKalb County District Attorney Sherry Boston urged anyone who knew Becky or worked at the area where her body was found around that time to contact authorities. "We are very grateful to finally have identified Becky Burke's remains. But the work does not end here," Sherry Boston said in a statement. Becky Burke was described as white with long curly light brown hair. Officials also believe her to have stood at 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing close to 130 pounds. The case of Ingrid Lean. Ingrid, a devoted mother and healthcare professional, was searching for companionship and romance in the modern world of online dating. Unaware, her quest for love would lead to a chilling encounter that would culminate in unimaginable horror. Ingrid Marilyn Lean, born on August 2, 1975, lived in Renton, Washington with her 3 young daughters just outside Seattle. She worked as a nurse at the Swedish Medical Center in Seattle, while managing life as a divorced parent, having recently separated from Philip, the father of her children. Custody arrangements were made to share parenting duties between Ingrid and Philip. Ingrid was described as a petite woman with a vibrant personality. She was deeply devoted to her daughters, willing to sacrifice anything to ensure their safety and well-being. On April 9, 2016, Philip, Ingrid's former spouse, visited their residence in Renton, King County, Washington. Despite their divorce, Philip and Ingrid maintained a cordial relationship to effectively co-parent their 3 children. Noelle, 10 years old, Brooke, 8 years old, and Reese, 6 years old at the time. Ingrid knew that Philip planned to bring the girls back to their apartment in Renton after spending the night with. When Philip arrived at the house around 10 a.m., he noticed that Ingrid's Toyota Highlander was not in its usual spot in front of the house. Although Ingrid was supposed to be off duty from her job as a nurse at Seattle's Swedish Medical Center, she was expecting her daughters to return to her care that day. Philip was confident that Ingrid would have been home to welcome them. After several failed attempts to reach Ingrid by phone, Philip contacted Ingrid's mother, Jorga. Together, they entered the house using the key Jorga had. While searching the house, Jorga found Ingrid's purse, phone, and other personal belongings, including her driver's license. But there was no sign of Ingrid herself. It seemed unlikely that she would have left without notifying anyone. Concerned, Jorga decided to contact the authorities and report that Ingrid was missing. As the investigation progressed, the authorities reached out to Ingrid's friends and neighbors, learning that she had mentioned going on a date the previous night to one of them. Additionally, a neighbor mentioned that Ingrid had recently started seeing a man. Jorga and Philip were unaware of Ingrid's romantic involvement, but they shared a phone account, allowing Ingrid to access Jorga's call logs. Upon inspecting the logs, Jorga noticed multiple calls to the same Montana-based number. Suspicious, Ingrid's sister conducted some online investigation and discovered that the number belonged to a Facebook account registered to a man named John Robert Charlton. Concerned about her daughter's well-being, Jorga reached out to the number via text on Saturday, informing the recipient that she had contacted 911 to seek information about her daughter's whereabouts. John Charlton responded to Jorga's text with surprise, asking, "What's happening?" He then explained that he and Ingrid had attended a Mariners game the previous day, but did not spend the night together, as Ingrid needed to be up early to tend to her children. Despite Jorga's insistence that he speak to the police, John did not respond further. On April 9th, a resident named Mike Novasio, who lives in the Seattle area, made a call to the authorities. When he returned home, he noticed an unusual weight in one of his recycling bins, which he had left outside for collection, scheduled for April 7th. Sensing that something was wrong, he decided to investigate further. Upon opening the bin, he was shocked to find 3 translucent plastic bags, one of which contained what appeared to be human remains. Alarmed, he promptly notified the authorities. Upon their arrival, the police and medical examiner carefully examined the contents of the bags. Inside, they discovered a human head, a foot, an arm with a hand, and a lower leg. Despite the absence of decomposition, the facial features were still discernible, allowing for the identification of the remains as belonging to Ingrid Lean. In the following days, additional fragments of Ingrid's remains were found. Some were discovered at a recycling facility, while others were located in a cooler at a different site. Unfortunately, Not all of Ingrid's remains were recovered. During a search of Ingrid's home, the police found Marina's game tickets on her laptop, dated April 8th. It was inferred that Ingrid and John had attended the game scheduled for 7:10 p.m. on April 11th. John was brought in for questioning following his arrest. During the interrogation, he admitted to knowing Ingrid and revealed that they had been dating for approximately a month after meeting online. He stated that he typically spent the night at her residence, but on that particular night he did not, as her children were due to return the following day. He recounted that they went to a bar following the Mariners game before driving back to her residence in her car. He admitted to having little recollection of events thereafter, attributing it to being heavily intoxicated. John mentioned they engaged in sexual activity that night and remembered Ingrid's peculiar behavior, but beyond that, his memory was hazy. When questioned about his actions afterward, he claimed uncertainty, but speculated that he likely slept on a downtown Seattle sidewalk, waking up there the next morning. He surmised that Ingrid had driven him to the city center of Seattle before departing. John expressed to authorities that he was not of sound mind, struggling with alcohol dependency and currently without a permanent residence. John underwent a physical examination, and his injuries were documented through photographs. Scratches were observed on his left hand and forehead, while cuts were present on his mouth and chin, along with scrapes on his chest. His ex-girlfriend informed authorities that she had encountered him on April 9th, noting a swollen and injured lip. Despite claiming he was robbed, he still had his wallet. On April 20th, the police found Ingrid's vehicle in Belltown, just outside of Seattle. However, John's account contradicted the evidence. When they searched the car, the authorities found garbage bags identical to the ones containing the body parts. Additionally, 3 fingerprints lifted from the driver's door handle were sent for testing, and the results matched those of John Charlton. John Charlton was arrested by the authorities on suspicion of committing first-degree murder against Ingrid, as well as stealing her vehicle. The case against John heavily depended on circumstantial evidence. Despite this, he pleaded not guilty. During his defense, John's legal team argued the lack of physical evidence connecting him to Ingrid's murder. Initially, John denied any knowledge of Ingrid's fate that night, but later changed his plea to guilty. Before the trial, based on the evidence presented during court proceedings, the prosecution contended that John strangled Ingrid to death within her residence before dismembering her body in her bathtub using a pruning saw. Following the dismemberment, John purportedly disposed of Ingrid's remains across various locations in Seattle. Ingrid's death was officially classified as a homicide by the medical examiner. During the investigation of her residence, authorities found an almost empty package of plastic bags similar to those in which her body parts were discovered across Seattle. Ingrid's bathroom yielded a 15-inch pruning saw suspected to have been used in the dismemberment process. Upon inspecting the area beneath the bathtub, police uncovered human remains. John Charlton received the maximum sentence permitted under the state's sentencing guidelines, which amounted to a prison term of just over 27 years. However, Judge Julie Spector of the King County Superior Court conveyed her wish to impose a life sentence, if possible, underscoring the brutal and cruel nature of John's actions. Beyond anyone's belief, during his sentencing, John addressed the court and Ingrid's family, expressing his remorse with the words, "I'm truly sorry." Prior to the charges related to homicide, John had a history of criminal convictions, including aggravated robbery, felony theft, grand theft auto, fourth-degree assault, and third-degree theft. Additionally, he was arrested for burglary. John's past was marked by turmoil. In 2006, his parents, Rye and Joan Charlton, expressed concerns for their safety due to their son's drunken behavior. This prompted them to obtain a temporary protection order against him. John disclosed to them that he was feeling overwhelmed by life's pressures and experiencing psychological instability. Court records indicate that on March 2, 2006, John was intoxicated and aggressive, attempting to provoke a confrontation with his parents. Reports suggest that he was found intoxicated and behaving aggressively towards them in their residence, posing a physical and verbal threat. During this period, Rye recalled an incident where John forced his wife to watch the movie Hannibal, which he had retrieved from a shelf, warning her to watch this and be cautious. Court documents also revealed John's parents' concerns about his potential crack cocaine use, along with their observation that he holds grudges for years and becomes frustrated and intimidating when under the influence of alcohol or drugs, causing fear of violence. It was upon the request of John's parents that the petition for the protection order was eventually withdrawn. Friends of Ingrid speculate that she ventured into online dating because, as a single parent juggling 2 young daughters and a demanding full-time nursing job, it seemed like a convenient way to meet someone amidst her hectic routine. Ingrid's untimely death left a profound void in the lives of her loved ones, whose grief knows no bounds. Their pain is a testament to the irreparable loss of a cherished mother, daughter, and friend. In the aftermath, the community rallied around Ingrid's family, offering support and solidarity in their time of need. Their resilience in the face of tragedy is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Though Ingrid's life was tragically cut short, her memory lives on in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. May her story serve as a cautionary tale, inspiring us to prioritize safety and vigilance in the digital age. In the peaceful summer of the year 1975, a charming Pennsylvanian village called Brummel was thrown into gloominess by a terrifying occurrence that would plague the neighborhood for ages. On August 15, 1975, amidst the everyday routine, Gretchen Harrington, an innocent 8-year-old girl, inexplicably disappeared on her way to a Bible school program. By the time she was found, she had already been dead. Nobody knew who killed this young girl in Pennsylvania for nearly 50 years, but authorities now claim to have identified the culprit as a former pastor who has been residing in Marietta for some time. At the time, as days proceeded into weeks, then into months, and then into years, the town devotedly searched for its beloved young Gretchen, but like a dark maze, the answers eluded them, leaving them longing for resolution. Nevertheless, they never gave up hope. Get ready to have your world turned upside down because, in 2023, a shocking revelation shatters the stillness and rekindles the flames of justice in the pursuit of Gretchen Harrington's mystery. Stay with us as we explore Gretchen Harrington's tragic narrative, a tale of mystery, suffering, and the unwavering pursuit of the truth that resulted in a startling revelation that rocked Pennsylvania and the world. After 48 long years, the criminal who brought about Gretchen's awful demise was found. Surprisingly, this ruthless murderer had been concealing himself in plain sight by posing as a church minister, a typical example of what the Bible calls a wolf in sheep's clothing. Harold and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen into the world on June 13, 1967 in Marple Township, Pennsylvania. 8 years later, in the summer of 1975, there was a terrifying development just a short distance away from her home. Bright-eyed 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington was traveling to Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church for a Bible school session. She usually traveled with her older sisters, but on that particular day, she went there alone. By the next day, alarm bells rang for her frightened parents as the hours passed and the morning sun rose to its highest point, but there was no sign of Gretchen. They immediately called the Marple Township Police in a panicked state. The police then commenced a desperate search for their young daughter. Over 300 people from the entire community came together to search desperately for Gretchen, but as the hour wore on, she could not be found. This left nothing but a perplexing enigma afterwards. Gretchen would usually go up a steep hill to Trinity Chapel, enduring the trip past the store and townhouse complex. Around 9:25 a.m., a neighbor claimed to have seen her. She appeared determined and focused to get to her destination, but mysteriously, she soon disappeared. People in the Harringtons' neighborhood wouldn't stand still and watch. Everyone wanted to help. As a result, 400 volunteers came together to form an army to help with the hunt through the thick undergrowth that covered the ground in the woods. They searched every square inch in the vicinity of the grocery store and housing developments in the hopes of finding some clues before dusk. Gretchen eluded them despite the fact that they traversed more than 5 square miles of hazardous terrain. The small village held its breath in prayer for her safe return, while the mystery behind her sudden disappearance made many hearts weary. The search for young Gretchen came to a puzzling dead end as the investigation progressed. The tracking dogs, talented as they were, detected no struggle or signs of discomfort halfway up that intimidating hill on Lawrence Road, leaving the question of what really happened to Gretchen hanging in the air. At that same moment, it appeared as though 8-year-old Gretchen had disappeared into thin air, leaving the police with a troubling judgment. They were of the opinion that Gretchen must have been driven away in a car. During these trying times, the neighborhood supported Gretchen's parents wholeheartedly. The Reformed Presbyterian Covenant Church minister, Harold Harrington, and his wife, Ina Harrington, raised their 4 daughters with care and tenderness. Although their Sundays had a hint of strictness, TV and outdoor play were forbidden on the holy day. Their family was united and harbored no known enemies. The entire community was adamant about finding out the truth because they wanted beloved Gretchen to be brought back to her home safely without any harm. The charm and warmth Gretchen Harrington exuded toward those she loved were as warm as the summer sun. Was she wary of strangers? Yes, but she was a vibrant spark of vitality in her school, especially when she finds herself among her group of friends. Her companionship brought comfort to classmates and neighbors who attended neighboring schools as well. She was an outstanding sportsman. She dominated the kickball court and the baseball diamond with her powerful home runs. Gretchen never knew her perception of life was going to change. 8 days before she disappeared, a new baby sister was birthed in their home, and Gretchen, who had been jokingly teasing about leaving if she got another sister, couldn't help but succumb to love's charm when she laid eyes on her baby sister. The community's ardent quest for Gretchen was now fueled by recollections of her brilliant smile and free-spirited spirit as they banded together to find their beloved Gretchen. Everyone clung to the hope that she would be returned to her devoted family. Where her sisters awaited her arrival and craved for more baseball games to be won, Harold and Ina firmly believed that their daughter, Gretchen, would never willingly get into another person's car. As the probe spread widely through the area, detectives knocked on doors, distributed leaflets with Gretchen's photo on them, and set up a 24-hour tip line. Over 200 calls flooded the hotline in those early days, and the diligent investigators followed every possible lead. Despite their diligence, however, the trail proved elusive, and none of the information presented gave a clear route to Gretchen's whereabouts. The small community in Gretchen's absence yearned for the day when her laughter would once more reverberate through their streets. The search for Gretchen felt like a desperate voyage through a maze with no exits. As the days stretched into 2 protracted weeks, detectives were forced to face a terrible truth. Despite their initial optimism that she might have been kidnapped for ransom, foul play was suddenly the menacing shadow they couldn't overlook. In an effort to find a lead that would help solve the case, they dispersed their efforts far and wide, covering Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey with missing person flyers. Tips and possible lead flooded the hotline. A glimmer of hope was won by each, but none could be verified. The cloud of mystery appeared to be broken by one lead, on the day Gretchen vanished. A truck driver who was traveling along Lawrence Road came forward to describe a scenario that matched Gretchen's description. He was able to clearly recall a green pickup truck that was parked halfway up the hill, heading towards Trinity Chapel. He claimed to have seen a young girl who possibly looked like Gretchen, sitting inside the truck beside an unidentified man who happened to be the driver. The truck looked worn out, dated, and even without its tailgate, thus important details remained hidden. As the search continued, the community prayed that this tip might ultimately reveal Gretchen's whereabouts and provide consolation to her distraught family. As the coming weeks dragged on menacingly, some mystery reports began to surface from the shadows. According to a woman's statement, a man was seen on Lawrence Road, guiding a young child into a white compact automobile. Another witness, meanwhile, remembered seeing a white male, possibly a teenager, and a young child running in the direction of a white 4-door automobile. The puzzle pieces appeared to taunt the detectives, but since none of the cars or their drivers could be recognized, the real story remained a secret. If any of these incidents had anything to do with Gretchen's disappearance, it was still unknown. The once-clawed hotline had grown near really calm by the end of September, and the case had started to lose its passion. The detectives painstakingly sought for prospective persons of interest but were unable to come to any conclusive conclusions. The investigators worked hard to identify prospective persons of interest, but they had trouble conclusively linking any of them to Gretchen's disappearance. As promising leads dwindled and the terrifying truth became clear, the investigators' frustration increased. Since they didn't know what had happened, they were left to imagine whatever they wanted. In a last-ditch effort to solve the mystery, one detective turned to a psychic in an effort to find comfort in the paranormal. The psychic's disturbing declaration rumbled through the space like a chilling breeze when she mentioned that Gretchen was already dead. However, it was still unclear where her body was. The town held onto the dwindling glimmer of hope, praying that they would find Gretchen and bring her home. The town was distraught and yearned for answers. But as the weeks and months passed, the mystery grew more complex, leaving everyone to wonder what actually happened to Gretchen Harrington on the gloomy day of October 14th, 1975. Tragically, as fate had it, the search for Gretchen came to an end. A Philadelphia Naval Yard seaman was stopped in his tracks by an unbelievable discovery while jockeying through Delaware County's Ridley Creek State Park. Hooting in the park's shadows are human remains. Despite the body's advanced state of decomposition, investigators were possessed by a terrifying certainty. They had a gut feeling they had located Gretchen. The clothing that was discovered there provided a chilling confirmation, and the grim identification was completed by dental records. The town, overcome with grief, lamented the passing of their once lively young girl, whose spirit now seemed to reverberate through the trees of the very park where she was laid to rest. The mystery surrounding Gretchen's tragic death persisted, leaving everyone with unanswered questions and a hole in their hearts. As the neighborhood struggled to cope with their loss, they vowed to honor Gretchen's memory by cherishing the joy she had offered in her short life and the effect she had on every person she came into contact with. She may be gone too soon, but her memories would stay in their hearts forever. As the town was desperate for the hunt of Gretchen's killer, state troopers diligently searched the park grounds with metal detectors in the hopes of finding some scrap of information that would bring the case to a conclusion. Detectives organized numerous interviews by examining the lives of local sexual offenders, but the trail was frustratingly elusive. They had strong suspicions about a specific person, but they were unable to prove it, so they were able to keep the suspect's identity a secret. This convicted sex offender, who was eventually detained on unrelated charges, emerged as a person of interest in Gretchen's case, but the investigative team had some reservations about this supposition. However, the tenacious search for additional leads went on. The community of Blomel yearned for justice and resolution as the once thriving tip slowly fizzled away and the case went cold. In November 1983, just as it seemed that time had forgotten Gretchen's tragedy, her case came to life once more. There was some hope when a Marple Township detective received an anonymous letter from someone claiming to have crucial information about the case. The lead detective made a sincere plea for the writer of the letter to come forward and provide more information, but the mystery informant remained silent, protecting their identity for years to come. As the years went by, those who loved Gretchen carried her memory with them forever. Her family was desperate for information and held out hope that, soon enough, the truth would come to light and that justice would be served for their sweet girl whose life was taken from her far too soon. Investigators made a significant discovery in early 2023 when they spoke with a criminal informant who had attended school with both Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. This police informant, who was a lady, recalled her being friends with the daughter of a man called David Zenstra. She mentioned how she frequently played at the Zenstra's house and many a time stayed for sleepovers. But her innocent recollections quickly turned into a disturbing account when she told the police that during 2 of those sleepovers, Mr. Zenstra made inappropriate advances towards her. She said she had woken up to him touching her in a very uncomfortable manner. As she continued with her testimony, the woman shared with the detectives a diary from her past. This diary had once been filled with a young girl's dreams, but soon turned out to display an unsettling confession written in her innocence. This confession was penned down a few days after Gretchen vanished. On September 15, 1975, the confession read, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice," talking about a student in her class. She continued, "Holly had scribbled it a secret, so I can't tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She was making an oblique reference to David Zenstra. The sentence ended abruptly, giving away a sinister secret she was unable to reveal to anyone. The revelation sparked a flurry of new inquiries into David Zantrin's past, and the pieces of the puzzle started to come together as suspicions were raised that Zantra might be the actual perpetrator of Gretchen's kidnapping. Shortly after the murder, it was discovered that these Zantras had hurriedly relocated to Plano, Texas, in order to avoid the attention of the time. Investigators were determined to look into the case further in light of the chilling truth, reviving the long-dimmed hope. Justice for Gretchen appeared to be on the horizon, but only time would tell if the long-buried secrets would come to light and Gretchen's family would finally receive the closure they had long sought. When authorities learned of the new information, they embarked on a determined search to find David Zantra, who had moved to Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta. At the time of Gretchen's tragic disappearance, he held the position as a reverend at Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Brumo, and he was said to have been reportedly close to the Harringtons. His close friendship with the Harrington family gave him the chance to take advantage of Gretchen's trust that fateful morning. Zantra had a history of being very active in religious communities, as evidenced by his past. In the 1960s, he was ordained as a minister in New Jersey. Later, he relocated to Chester, Pennsylvania, to start a new church. He was actively involved in Trinity Church Chapel by the early 1970s, where he oversaw the Bible school Gretchen attended and led youth summer workshops. The puzzle started to come together, and David Zantra was surrounded by a growing cloud of suspicion. Gretchen's quest for justice was no longer a pipe dream. It was reachable, but there was no guarantee that it would be. The path to resolution would be paved with revelations and painstaking investigation in an effort to shed light on what happened to the young girl who was tragically abducted from her family. A startling revelation was made during the interview with David Zantra on July 17, 2023, at Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta. He denied any involvement at first, but eventually broke down and admitted to the wicked deed. David Zantra acknowledged seeing Gretchen heading towards the church that fateful morning. After convincing her that he was taking her to church, he picked her up in his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Gretchen never knew his motives were much darker. Instead of the church, Zantra took her to a wooded area close by and asked her to take her clothes off. According to him, Gretchen declined. At that point, he was already overcome with desire and ejaculated in the car while she was still inside. In a fit of rage, he struck Gretchen violently with his fist, and she began bleeding from her head as a result. After the tragic event, he attempted to cover Gretchen's naked body with sticks after realizing that she appeared to be dead. He then fled the scene, leaving her lifeless body in the bleak woods. The chilling confession revealed the monstrous deeds of someone who was supposed to be a man of God and a dependable friend of Gretchen's family, painting a horrifying picture of betrayal and brutality. The revelation of the truth brought with it a sense of closure for Gretchen's loved ones, as well as intense pain and sorrow over the loss of an innocent life that had been taken so brutally. When 83-year-old David Zantra of Marietta, Georgia was formally charged with Gretchen's murder on July 24, 2023 by the District Attorney's Office in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, justice for Gretchen finally started to take shape. A slew of charges, including criminal homicide, kidnapping of a minor, possessing an instrument of crime, and murder in the first, second, and third degrees were brought against the man who had previously worked as a minister at the church in the 1970s. When David Zantra was refused bail and imprisoned in Cobb County, Georgia, he resisted being extradited to Pennsylvania, which prompted the authorities to request a governor's warrant to transport him to Delaware. David Zantra would likely be found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. According to County District Attorney Stolzheimer, who promised to see that justice was done, the haunting cloud that had hung over Brummel for almost 48 years began to lift as the community found solace in the knowledge that the man responsible for Gretchen's kidnapping and murder would finally face the consequences of his actions. Gretchen's case had a significant impact on the community, and Marple Township's police chief, Brandon Greff, recognized how the town had changed as a result. An important step toward resolution was made with the charges brought against David Zantra. Gretchen and her grieving family finally received long overdue vindication. The promise of justice offered a glimmer of hope that Gretchen's tragic story would serve as a warning, ensuring that no other child would suffer from such evil once more. However, The memory of Gretchen's stolen innocence would always remain in her family's hearts. Gretchen's tragic fate had a significant effect on the formerly picture-perfect town of Brummel in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. On that tragic day in August 1975, the community's innocence was lost, leaving a lasting scar on the lives of the kids, parents, families, and everyone else who called the town home. The eagerly anticipated trial that is about to start promises to provide answers and closure to the community that has been burdened by this tragic chapter for such a long time. The case of Gabriela Elcano. Gabriela Elcano was born on May 17, 2001, in Santiago, Chile, to Federico Elcano and Carolina de los Ocampos. She was their only child and the first grandchild in a large, loving family. Her uncle Rodrigo became her godfather and was very close to her, just like her grandfather Carlos, who cherished her. Gabriela grew up in a middle-class family that valued education and provided her with a good upbringing despite not being wealthy. When Gabriela was just 5 years old, her parents divorced and she lived with her mother, who dedicated herself to raising her. Her father remarried and had 2 younger sons, but he continued to support Gabriela and her mother financially and remained involved in her life. Gabriela was a kind, friendly, and open child who was a bit shy and modest, but she made friends easily and got along with her peers. She had a lovely appearance that earned her admiration and delight from everyone around her. Gabriela excelled in school, loved music, dancing, and drawing, and her parents encouraged her talents. She enjoyed spending time with her younger brothers at her father's house, which was nearby. And overall, her childhood was a happy and carefree time surrounded by loving family members. At 15, Gabriela fell in love for the first time with Fabian, a fellow student at her school who was only a year older. They started out as a happy couple, walking hand in hand, eating ice cream and stealing kisses. Fabian came from a good family and his parents were well respected and wanted the best for him. However, Fabian himself was quiet and secretive, avoiding eye contact and preferring not to talk to others. This led many to assume he was shy, but it's likely he struggled with social anxiety. When Gabriela introduced Fabian to her father, he approved of her choice, seeing Fabian as calm, responsible, and rational. The father had a serious talk with Fabian, asking him to take care of Gabriela and promising not to harm her or let others harm her. Fabian promised to do so. At first, their relationship was loving and calm, with Fabian genuinely trying to be attentive and caring. However, this peace didn't last. After a few months, Fabian's true nature emerged, and he became controlling and cruel. He tried to dictate every aspect of Gabriela's life, became jealous, and decided who she could and couldn't hang out with. He monitored her phone, demanding immediate responses to his calls and messages, and would throw tantrums if she didn't comply. For the first 6 months of their relationship, Gabriela downplayed her boyfriend Fabian's frequent outbursts of anger and jealousy, thinking they were temporary and that he would eventually go back to being the kind and caring person she fell in love with. She tried to accommodate all his demands, hoping that his behavior would improve. However, Fabian only became more aggressive and volatile over time. He started to emotionally wear Gabriela down, and his abuse eventually escalated beyond verbal aggression. He would physically intimidate her, slapping her, pulling her hair, and grabbing her hands. Although these actions often left no visible marks, friends began to notice bruises on her wrists and shoulders, evidence of Fabian's rough handling. As Gabriela struggled to cope with the abuse, she became withdrawn and depressed. Her friends and family noticed the change in her, seeing the tears in her eyes and the sadness that had replaced her former smile. She started distancing herself from others, avoiding contact with people Fabian had forbidden her from speaking to. Gabriela repeatedly tried to have conversations with her boyfriend Fabian, but it was unsuccessful. She even broke up with him multiple times, only to be coerced back into the relationship by Fabian. This pattern of breakups, stalking, and threats continued for over a year. In 2017, Fabian got into trouble for physically attacking a classmate outside of school. He was accused of abuse and assault and faced possible jail time. However, the case was settled out of court and Fabian was expelled from school, forced to complete his education through homeschooling. After this event, Gabriella finally decided to end the toxic relationship for good. However, Fabian refused to accept it. He apologized, made empty promises to change, and begged her to take him back. When Gabriella rejected him, Fabian resorted to stalking, blackmail, and threats in an attempt to control her and maintain their relationship. Fabian stalked Gabriella at her school and home, even attempting to break into her bedroom through the window. He bombarded her with dozens of calls, texts, voice messages, and social media messages, making constant threats and tearful apologies in an effort to control her. Despite his harassment, Gabriella remained firm in her decision to end the relationship. Fabian would occasionally vanish for weeks, giving Gabriella a glimmer of hope that he had finally moved on. However, he would inevitably reappear, terrorizing her and refusing to leave her be. He followed her everywhere, showing up unexpectedly and causing disturbing scenes. As a result, Gabriella became terrified of being alone, always ensuring she was accompanied by friends or family. She would go to her mother's workplace after school, and they would head home together. When she needed to travel, she would ask her father or uncle to escort her. This ordeal continued for months, leaving Gabriella drained and exhausted, though she tried not to show it. A series of tragic events began in early 2018 when the Alcano family was devastated by a terrible crime. A burglar broke into Federico's home where his second wife lived and murdered her, while the children were at school and Federico was at work. The perpetrator, a neighbor with a prior criminal record, was apprehended immediately. Gabriella and her mother stepped in to support Federico and his children during this difficult time. This tragedy temporarily shifted Gabriella's attention away from Fabian, who had mysteriously disappeared around the same time. Meanwhile, Gabriella was also busy preparing for entrance exams, driven by her ambition to attend one of Santiago's top universities and pursue a career in journalism or advertising. The tragedy was only the beginning of a series of devastating events for the Alcino family. By May 2018, Fabian, Gabriella's ex-boyfriend, began stalking her relentlessly. He would climb over her home's fence or show up at the supermarket or mall, making her feel unsafe everywhere she went. Gabriella was terrified and sent screenshots of threatening messages from Fabian to someone, pleading for help. She confessed her fear for herself and her loved ones, but chose not to tell her family about the stalking and threats, afraid of worrying them. On June 10, 2018, the Alcino family gathered at Carlos' house to celebrate his 80th birthday. However, this joyful family event would ultimately be the last day of life for Gabriella and her mother Carolina. The evening seemed happy and uneventful, filled with laughter, music, and a large family meal. Gabriella played with her younger brothers and cousins, but appeared troubled and distant. Her uncle Rodrigo noticed her distress and asked if everything was all right. But Gabriella just smiled sadly, shrugged and said she was nervous without explaining why. Her uncle chose not to press the issue, thinking she would open up when ready, but later deeply regretted this decision. After the party, Federico drove his ex-wife and daughter home. He kissed Gabriella on the forehead, told her he loved her and assured her she could count on his support in any situation. Then he returned home with his younger children. This was the last time he saw his eldest daughter and his first wife alive. At around 4 a.m. on June 11th, Fabian, armed with a hunting knife, jumped over the fence of his ex-girlfriend Gabriella's house. He planned to sneak into her bedroom through the window and attack her. But just as he was about to enter, the lights turned on and the back door creaked open. Carolina, Gabriella's mother, had been awakened by the noise and was checking on the commotion. Fabian attacked her, pushing her back inside and stabbing her repeatedly. In total, he inflicted 36 stab wounds, mostly to her chest, neck, and head, leaving her with no chance of survival. Carolina managed to scream briefly, which woke up Gabriella, who rushed downstairs to investigate. As she descended, she saw Fabian, covered in blood and enraged. He grabbed her and dragged her down. Gabriella desperately tried to call emergency services on her phone, but Fabian stopped her. He then stabbed her in the chest, piercing her heart, which proved to be a fatal blow. Fabian moved Gabriella's body to the kitchen, where Carolina's lifeless body lay. He attempted to erase his traces by wiping fingerprints and cleaning bloody footprints. He then washed himself and the motor weapon in the bathroom. Finally, he quietly left the house around 5:30 a.m. without being noticed by the neighbors. After Carolina failed to show up for work for 2 days and didn't answer her phone, her colleagues became worried. She was a responsible person and wouldn't just disappear without a reason. Her boss contacted Federico, her partner, to ask if he knew what was going on. Federico was shocked and tried calling Carolina, but her phone went unanswered. He also tried calling his daughter, Gabriella's phone, but it was turned off. He then called his brother Rodrigo, who hadn't seen or spoken to the two since Carlos' birthday party. Federico rushed to Carolina's house, which looked empty, but the car was still in the garage. He walked around the house, knocking on doors and peeking through windows, but he didn't want to go inside, even though he had a spare key. Instead, he called the police and asked them to check the house. When the police arrived, they wondered why Federico hadn't used his spare key to enter the house. Federico admitted he was afraid of what he might find inside. At 11 a.m., he finally opened the door and went in with the officers. That's when they discovered the bodies of Carolina and Gabriella on the kitchen floor. They had been dead for over a day. Federico was overwhelmed with grief and desperately called for an ambulance, pleading with someone to save his loved ones. However, the officers had to calm him down, and his agitated behavior raised suspicions. As a result, he was taken outside to a police car for further questioning. When Federico tried to leave the car and found the door locked, he demanded to know why. It was then that he realized he was being treated as the prime suspect in a double murder investigation. Rodrigo soon arrived at the scene and was shocked to find that his brother was being held by the police. He was devastated by the news of his niece's death and couldn't understand why there was no ambulance or any medical assistance being provided. Both Federico and Rodrigo were taken in for questioning, and their alibis were thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, they were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing, as it was established that they were with their family at the time of the crime. Further investigation revealed that Gabriella had been stalked by her ex-boyfriend, with friends providing evidence of threatening messages and voice recordings. Federico remembered the obsessed suitor his daughter had tried to break up with, but he never thought the seemingly harmless boy she had introduced to him was capable of such a horrific crime. The police investigation into Fabian Caesar, the young man, revealed that he had gotten rid of the murder weapon and thrown away clothes with blood stains. Despite this, his shoes still had tiny blood drops on them, and the pattern on the soles matched prints found at the crime scene. Furthermore, four of Gabriella's classmates came forward to say they had heard Fabian threaten Gabriella, stating he would rather kill her than let her go. As the evidence and witness statements mounted, Fabian was forced to admit to the crime. However, he tried to present himself as a lovesick individual who had not meant to harm Gabriella, but rather just wanted to talk to her. He claimed that things got out of control, and he ended up dealing with her mother, who unfortunately became an unwanted witness. After completing the autopsies and necessary tests, the authorities returned the bodies of the victims to their families for burial. At the funeral, hundreds of people gathered to pay their respects to the deceased and offer condolences to their loved ones. Gabriella was buried in the white dress she had always wanted to wear, and Carolina's casket was closed due to the severe mutilation of her face. Fabian's family hired an experienced lawyer who built a strong defense, promising a reduced sentence during the preliminary hearings. The lawyer highlighted Fabian's young age and clean criminal record, arguing that the dispute with his classmate had been resolved out of court. However, the victim's family demanded that Fabian be charged with femicide. The prosecution rejected this charge, as according to Chilean law, femicide only applies when the perpetrator and victim are spouses or live together, which was not the case for the two teenagers. Fabian's lawyer claimed that he had acted impulsively and under distress, which could lead to a potential 15-year sentence for double homicide and assault. The Alum family, understandably, wanted the harshest punishment for him. Following the initial court hearings, the judge gave both the prosecution and defense 6 months to gather evidence. Fabian's lawyer requested that he be released pending trial, But the judge denied this request, keeping Fabian in custody. Gabriella's father was furious, having lost 3 women close to him to violent deaths. The lawyer tried to blame the victims, and the authorities seemed willing to accept this. In response, Gabriella's father and uncle, along with women's rights organizations, developed a proposal for Gabriella's law. This law would expand the definition of femicide to include cases where the victims were in romantic relationships with their killers, even if they weren't married or living together. The proposed bill faced opposition because it would mean that perpetrators already in prison for similar crimes could face new charges and lose their eligibility for early release. However, feminist organizations across the country supported the Alim family, staging marches and demonstrations in favor of Gabriella's law. In August 2019, Chile's government introduced amendments to its femicide law over a year after the devastating murders. These amendments, known as Gabriella's Law, included 15 key changes that were later approved by Congress. Under this new law, femicide is defined as any violent act, injury, or murder committed against a woman due to gender-based hatred, regardless of her relationship with the perpetrator. The law also considers additional circumstances, such as the victim being a minor or having health issues, to be aggravating factors. In April 2022, Fabian Ceres went on trial for attacking his ex-girlfriend and her mother 4 years prior. Thanks to Gabriella's law, the defense had no grounds to challenge the charges. Fabian was subsequently convicted of femicide under aggravating circumstances as one of the victims was a minor and also of double homicide and assault. On April 20th, Fabian received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. In 2018, Sarah Ashley Hill, a mother of 2 who was 33 years old, was employed as a waiter at a neighborhood diner in Patrick County, Virginia. She was well known for her kind disposition, upbeat smile, and passion for dancing and music. She was very close to a sister, April, who frequently assisted her with her kids. Out of her 5 siblings, Sarah was the only one with the attractive red hair and vivid blue eyes. She used to get teased and told she was adopted by her siblings. Sarah was visiting her friends in North Carolina in June of 2018. She called April on her cell phone at 1:30 a.m. on June 6th, informing her that she was on Blue Hollow Road, close to Mount Airy, and that she would need a ride. Sarah did not give an explanation for her early morning walk. April was unable to simply leave her job, which was nearly an hour away. At Elkins Hugh Chatham Memorial Hospital, April worked as a registered nurse. Sarah Hill had vanished from view by the time the family got to Mount Airy. They assumed she had found another ride, or perhaps she had managed to get into her own vehicle, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. When April texted Sarah the following day to check on her and to ask if she still needed a ride, April received no response. When April called back, it went to voicemail. Sarah's phone had been switched off for 2 weeks. It was highly unusual for Sarah to be disconnected from everyone for so long. April claims that they spoke at least once a week, if not more frequently. April mentioned that Sarah had a lot of dubious friends and was dependent on illegal substances. April pondered whether it had anything to do with her sister going missing. Sarah was officially declared missing 1 month after her last sighting. Investigators began looking into her disappearance right away. Her white Ford Taurus was soon sighted at a shop close to the intersection of Blue Hollow Road and North Carolina 89. It was captured on camera footage that the store owner obtained while attempting to apprehend shoplifters. Sarah was, however, not named among the people suspected of misconduct there. Upon searching the vehicle, the police discovered Sarah's handbag, phone keys, and a few personal belongings inside. Nevertheless, no DNA fingerprints or other identifying marks that may have connected someone to her disappearance were discovered. The police thought of every scenario in which Sarah might have vanished. They looked into any enemies or issues she might have had with anyone who could have hurt her. They looked to see if she was burdened with debt or other financial issues that might have caused her to elope. Investigators also investigated whether she had a history of substance abuse or mental illness, which could have influenced her behavior or judgment. They looked into any romantic relationships or domestic conflicts she may have had that could have resulted in aggression or jealousy. They did not, however, discover any proof to back up any of these theories. 3 separate properties on King Park Circle in Mount Airy, North Carolina, were among the many locations the Surry County Sheriff's Office checked during the investigation that began in January 2019. After following Sarah's last known movements, detectives surmised that she was in the neighboring Stokes County, where she had been hanging out with a man. This person of interest displayed suspicious behavior, including restricting entry into his residence. It was found that the man had faced assault charges in the past. The Asbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance, was shown to detectives in 2022. The Surry County Sheriff's Office, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation carried out the execution of a search warrant for the property located at 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina on Monday, October 17, 2022. Investigators brought in specialist personnel to use heavy machinery to stabilize an existing structure and move dirt and terrain. Beneath the floorboards were human remains. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center received the remains. After an autopsy on October 20, 2022, it was determined that Sarah Ashley Hill's remains were what was found. The Stokes County Sheriff's Office announced on October 11, 2023, that Leroy Hoover had been detained and charged with killing Sarah. Hoover is presently awaiting trial while being held without bond in the Stokes County Jail. In Stokes County, he is also involved in other cases. We can only imagine how difficult this has been for the family of Miss Hill, Sheriff Joey Lemons remarked. The detectives working on this case from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, the Patrick County Sheriff's Office, the Surry County Sheriff's Office, and the Stokes County Sheriff's Office did an amazing job and never gave up. While nothing can truly bring a loved one back, we can only hope that this gives Miss Hill's family some sense of closure. In 2002, 23-year-old Cheryl Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina. She was married to John Olsby, her high school sweetheart. They had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. On the morning of August 16, 2002, Justice woke up and realized that Cheryl had not woken her up in time for the school bus and she missed it. She went to her mom's bedroom, and it was there that she discovered that someone had taken Cheryl's life. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled and presumably assaulted. It was not made public if there were signs of forced entry or if investigators were able to collect forensic evidence from the crime scene that belonged to the perpetrator. Despite an extensive investigation by authorities, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Justice and John grieved together for 17 more years. Tragically again, by December 2019, after going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down the person that shot him, and for years the family was left wondering if they would ever get answers to what happened to John and Cheryl Taylor. That changed when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Rich Summergy as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator in January 2023. His job was to pore over the office's unsolved cold cases, looking for anything that investigators may have missed in the past, and using new technology to find clues that were out of reach before. Detective Rich Summergy first looked into John Osby's case, before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Cheryl. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Cheryl Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Cheryl and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record: assaults from when he was a teen. In both of those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Cheryl's case. I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases. A cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the state commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away. But once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone that she had ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too. Cheryl's daughter, Justice Ausby, had this to say after the arrest. Unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming. Justice said she is grateful to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice, and she is glad that she can finally have some closure. She said, "I am just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure for my family because today is a good day." The case of Hannah Clark. Hannah Clark was born on September 8, 1988. By 2020, she was a devoted mother of 3 young children, 2 sweet girls, Aaliyah and Liana, and a rambunctious boy named Trey. Hannah's loved ones remember her as a kind and gentle soul with a bright smile that could light up anyone's heart. She was a selfless and caring mother who gave her all to her children. Hannah's family life was marked by her relationship with her ex-husband, Rowan Baxter, a rugby player for the New Zealand Warriors team. Despite their significant age difference, they formed a strong bond, which deepened over time. Sue Clark, Hannah's mother, struggled to accept Rowan, but Hannah refused to listen to her concerns. People close to Rowan shared negative opinions about him. Sue, Hannah's mother, had a nagging feeling that something was off about Rowan. She perceived him as arrogant and self-centered, which made her uneasy. She was also concerned about the significant age gap between Rowan and Hannah. When they first met, Hannah was a recent graduate while Rowan was 31 years old. Additionally, Rowan's past relationships were a worry for Sue, particularly since he was still in the process of divorcing his previous wife and was living with her at the time. When Hannah introduced Rowan to her parents, they questioned him about his ex-wife. Rowan explained that he was staying with her due to their son. Eventually, Rowan finalized his divorce and continued his relationship with Hannah. In 2011, he proposed to her and she accepted. They got married in Kingsley, New South Wales, Australia. The following year, they had 3 children together. Hannah and her family, including her father Rowan, were passionate about sports. However, Rowan's muscular physique developed during his professional athlete days was partly due to steroid use, which led to mental health issues. As a personal trainer, Hannah's approach differed from her father's. She was loved by her clients for her kindness, empathy, and dedication, earning her a loyal following. Rowan's approach to training was unique, but his behavior was marred by aggression and inappropriateness, likely caused by steroid use. This made him a poor trainer, as clients don't need someone who makes them feel uncomfortable. Rowan struggled to communicate effectively with people, which negatively impacted his career and finances. As a result, his wife Hannah had to become the primary breadwinner, which further irritated Rowan. He felt emasculated by her success as she was doing a better job than he was. Despite their financial struggles, they decided to open their own fitness club. However, this decision was largely driven by Rowan's desire to control Hannah's every move and monitor her whereabouts. Rowan's behavior in the store mirrored his past actions at the gyms where he worked. He often felt the need to assert superiority over women. During a private training session with Sue's mother, he showed his cruel side, acting inappropriately instead of showing respect. He dropped Sue, causing her to hit her head and bleed, and laughed at her clumsiness, showing no sympathy. Despite this alarming behavior, Hannah's parents tried to accept him for their daughter's sake. Rowan's control over Hannah was all-encompassing, and he isolated her from her family and friends. He dictated who she could see and when, and even forbade the children from visiting their grandmother and Hannah from communicating with her brother, whom he disliked. As a result, Hannah felt trapped and enslaved, confined to the walls of her own home. Rowan's behavior towards Hannah was also emotionally and physically abusive. He would demand intimacy from her, and if she refused, he would become enraged, taking out his anger on her and the children. After forcing himself on her, he would then apologize insincerely, attributing his behavior to a burst of passion. Hannah's life was slowly under the constant control and cruelty of her husband, Rowan. Their marriage, once filled with love and passion, had degenerated into a nightmare of fear and submission. Rowan's tyrannical behavior had created a toxic environment where Hannah lived in constant terror of his wrath. Rowan's cruelty was not limited to Hannah. He also targeted their children. While some playful exchanges between parents and children are normal, Rowan frequently crossed the line, intentionally hurting and belittling them. When the children cried, he would mock them, showing no empathy or respect for their feelings. For example, a conflict between Rowan and his daughter Aaliyah turned disastrous when Rowan used excessive force, causing Aaliyah to hit her head. The injury was severe enough to require hospitalization and stitches. Instead of taking responsibility and apologizing, Rowan blamed Aaliyah for the incident. This was not an isolated incident, as Rowan had a history of tormenting his children. As an athlete, he would take ice baths after training, but he would also force his children, including his young son Trey, to sit in icy water, disregarding their tears and pleas for mercy. In the same year, Hannah's life took a drastic turn for the worse. Rowan, who had recently become interested in jiu-jitsu, returned home from a training session one day, still pumped up with adrenaline. Without warning, he physically attacked Hannah, grabbing her throat with a tight grip and uttering terrifying words. Consumed by fear, Hannah didn't immediately recognize that she was experiencing domestic violence. However, this incident was far more frightening than anything she had previously endured. As a result, Hannah made up her mind to leave Rowan at the earliest chance. After reaching out to the police, she provided a detailed account of the horrific experience to the officer. The police officer informed Hannah that forcing an intimate relationship without consent is a form of domestic violence. This conversation was a turning point for Hannah, helping her understand the situation and prompting her to take immediate action. She quickly gathered her children and left for her parents' house, trying to escape the abusive situation. Although their divorce was not yet finalized in November 2019, Hannah made the decision to allow Rowan to spend time with their children. However, she was aware that she had no legal authority to control this arrangement without a court's intervention. Even so, Hannah was still uneasy about leaving the children in Rowan's care. To fix his problem, Rowan was struggling to cope with his emotions and sought help from his church's pastor, Christopher. Christopher was a kind and supportive person who was always willing to listen. However, as Rowan began to open up to him, Christopher noticed some disturbing traits. Rowan had a desire for dominance and control, which he occasionally revealed when his confidence faltered. During one of these moments, Rowan confessed to Christopher that he was aware his actions were wrong and wanted to change, but didn't know how. Rowan's admission was a crucial step towards reform, and Christopher's guidance could have been instrumental in helping him. However, before progress could be made, a shocking event occurred. Hannah and her children were walking down the street when Rowan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbed their daughter Lion, and disappeared. Hannah's life was turned upside down by unbearable anxiety and fear for her daughter Lion's safety. For 2 agonizing days, she had no idea where Lion was, and her distress grew by the minute. Hannah turned to the police, who launched a search and eventually found Lion safe and sound with her father. Although Lion was unharmed, the traumatic experience left a lasting impact on Hannah. The police, recognizing the danger that Hannah and her children faced, urged her to file a police report against her ex and obtain a protection order. However, despite the problems her ex, Rowan, had caused, he still had joint custody of the children, which he used to continue manipulating and abusing Hannah. After a meeting with Rowan, the children were returned to Hannah's parents. However, before leaving, Rowan attempted to humiliate Hannah by displaying pictures of her in her underwear on his car, in plain sight of their children. Hannah, enraged, tried to remove the photos, but Rowan responded violently. He grabbed her shoulder, twisted her arm, and punched her in the face, splitting her lip. The attack was only stopped when Hannah's mother, Sue, intervened. As Rowan drove away, he yelled insults. Hannah, traumatized, immediately reported the incident to the police, as it was a clear violation of the protection order. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to respond in time, which ultimately led to a tragic outcome. It was a typical morning on February 19, 2020. Hannah grabbed her car keys and left her parents' house to drop off her 3 kids at kindergarten. Hannah and her children got into the car, but before they could leave, Rowan jumped in, causing Hannah to become frightened for their safety. She tried to calm Rowan down, but he was furious and began yelling threats and ordering Hannah to start the car and drive away. Hannah carefully drove off, trying not to escalate the situation. As she turned onto Raven Street, the car stopped. In a desperate and vengeful act, Rowan grabbed a canister of gasoline from under the car seat and drenched Hannah and her children with it. Michael ZCK, who happened to be nearby, witnessed the horrific scene. He said that earlier that morning, he had heard a car pull up outside his house. Hannah, frantic and pleading for help, screamed that Rowan was trying to kill her and pouring gasoline all over them. As Hannah begged for mercy, Rowan refused to let her go, his face twisted in a rage. Michael rushed to the car and was met with a Rowan's emotionless face, holding a lighter in his hand. In the next moment, the car erupted in flames. The explosion was followed by blood-curdling screams, a deafening ringing, and then an eerie silence. Luckily, Hannah had narrowly escaped the inferno, but was left with severe burns and bleeding. Frantically, she pleaded for assistance, not for her own suffering, but for her children who remained trapped in the blazing car. A car happened to drive by, and a doctor who was not on duty stopped to offer assistance. Seeing Hannah's distress, the doctor rushed to her side. Meanwhile, Michael intervened quickly, grabbing a hose from his house to try and extinguish the flames. However, the fire was too intense, and it engulfed the entire car, leaving no hope of rescuing the children. The doctor and Michael yelled at Hannah to take cover and get away from the fire, but she was too consumed by grief to hear them. With growing desperation, Michael rushed to the car to rescue the children, but the intense flames and scorching heat thwarted his efforts. Hannah lay on the road, her body badly burned, repeatedly begging for someone to save her children. At that moment, no one grasped the full extent of the tragedy. Hannah's body was severely burned, with over 97% of her skin damaged, except for her feet. Despite her excruciating pain, Hannah's thoughts were consumed by her children, who were now left vulnerable and unprotected. Hannah's badly burned body left police doubting her survival chances. Yet she refused to give up. With fierce determination, she provided a crucial testimony. Police officer Angus Cook carefully recorded every word Hannah spoke as she struggled to recount the events leading up to her tragic situation. With great difficulty, Hannah managed to name her ex-husband, Rowan Baxter, as the person responsible for her ordeal and provided a detailed account of what had happened. As Hannah's voice grew weaker and her body frail, Officer Angus remained by her side, offering words of encouragement and praise for her bravery. He reassured her that she had already done enough and that everything would be okay. Hannah was on the brink of death, yet she didn't fully grasp the horror unfolding around her. When questioned about whether Rowan had threatened her earlier, she replied that he hadn't. As doctors approached to alleviate her suffering, she lost the ability to speak. Meanwhile, Rowan Baxter's behavior was erratic. Despite suffering severe burns covering 80% of his body, he managed to exit the car unassisted. Rowan sat on the road, staring at the burning vehicle. After a brief moment, he inexplicably climbed back into the car, which was engulfed in flames. A witness, putting their own life at risk, attempted to extinguish the fire at the back of the car. It was then that Rowan retrieved a knife from the vehicle and began to chase people away, preventing them from putting out the flames. The The children, trapped in the burning car, had little chance of survival. Nevertheless, bystanders refused to give up their efforts to save them. Rowan refused to let anyone approach the car, claimed them to a horrific death. In a final, selfish act, he stabbed himself with the knife. Despite her own life-threatening injuries, her primary concern was for the health of her children and her desire to reveal the truth. Tragically, Hannah passed away in the hospital on the same day at the young age of 31. Hannah was a victim of severe domestic violence, which also affected her children. She fought tirelessly to protect her family from their abuser, but sadly, her efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. Throughout her daily struggles, Hannah showed immense courage, standing up for her loved ones despite the numerous challenges she faced. For days later, a massive gathering took place to pay tribute to Hannah and her children. A lasting memorial, Hannah's house, was also created in Camp Hill, where a tree planting ceremony was held in her honor, accompanied by a plaque that tells the story of her life. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.